Chapter 1. Prince Satan. In the year 1501 of the sea-round calendar, amidst the great maritime routes, the kingdom of Babylon flourished. The 13th king of the realm, Douglas Denver, sat before his desk, engrossed in his reading. The radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the tulips on his desk, rendering the king languid, his mood remarkably light and leisurely. "Your Majesty, your Majesty!" Suddenly, an urgent voice broke the tranquility, as the palace steward, Kyle, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. "Prince Satan has gone to challenge the ferocious gorilla." "Kyle, you ought to maintain the decorum befitting your position as the palace steward." King Denver frowned slightly, leaning back into his armchair, shifting to a more comfortable posture. Abruptly, he paused, rising to his feet with an abruptness that nearly toppled the chair behind him. "What did you say? My precious son Satan is challenging a gorilla?" A flicker of astonishment crossed King Denver's face as he hastened towards the royal training arena. "Though I have long known of his extraordinary talents, it is indeed astonishing that he dares to challenge a ferocious gorilla at the tender age of 6. Wait for me, your Majesty." Kyle urgently pursued King Denver, his mind racing. "Surely, it is you who should maintain royal decorum." Along their way, the palace guards bowed to their king, yet King Denver scarcely had time to acknowledge their greetings as he strode purposefully into the beast-fighting arena. In the very center of the arena, a bare-chested young boy stood defiantly against a gorilla towering over 3 meters. The surrounding guards erupted into cheers that grew increasingly fervent. "Go for it, your highness! Take it down, Prince Satan! Prince Satan! Give it your all! Tear it apart!" At that moment, Titan, the captain of Satan's guards, swiftly approached the king, bowing respectfully. "Shall I halt the prince's challenge, your Majesty? Please give your command." "No need for that." The king waved his hand, dismissing Titan's suggestion. "I, too, am curious to see how far he can go." In the arena, Satan tensed his body, his legs slightly bent, poised to spring into action. After all, the height disparity was overwhelming. The gorilla was an enormous beast to him, and without the advantage of speed, defeat was inevitable. The gorilla fixed its gaze upon the diminutive figure before it, emitting a menacing roar as it lunged forward. Satan inhaled deeply, leaping diagonally to the right, narrowly evading the gorilla's attack. With a resounding crash, the ground where the gorilla struck caved in, creating a pit half a meter deep and sending shards of stone flying. Satan's eyes twitched. The brute's strength was tremendous, and a blow like that could easily shatter bones. The gorilla commenced a frenzied assault, and the arena reverberated with a series of explosive bangs as the ground fractured into varying depths of craters, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured the view of those outside. Satan could only struggle to evade amidst a tempest of blows, narrowly avoiding the gorilla's fists time and again. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the swirling dust, colliding violently with a nearby artificial mountain, producing a thunderous sound and leaving an impression shaped like a human. "Ah, Prince Satan, are you all right? Stay strong, your highness." Voices of encouragement rose from the spectators outside the arena. King Denver felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet he refrained from halting the challenge. He could not believe his precious son would concede so easily. Around the human-shaped pit on the artificial mountain, stones erupted, and Satan leaped out, embedded in the rubble. "Brute, you have provoked my wrath." Satan's gaze turned ferocious, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his bloodied face reflecting a sinister expression under the sunlight. "I am destined to rule the seas. How could I allow myself to be defeated by a beast like you?" Clenching his fists, he advanced step by step towards the gorilla, his small figure emanating an aura of intimidation. The gorilla, seemingly taken aback, began to retreat as if confronted by a nemesis. A golden dragon-shaped inscription gradually emerged on Satan's chest, and his blood surged with unprecedented speed, emanating wisps of mist. His muscles began to swell, his strength multiplying exponentially. The numerous wounds adorning his body healed at a visible rate, returning him to a state even more formidable than before. He stomped his foot and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight, reappearing in front of the gorilla delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen that sent the massive creature flying, relentlessly pursuing it, landing blow after blow upon its form, blood splattering in the air. The arena echoed with the sounds of bones breaking and the tearing of flesh, akin to the sound of silk being ripped. Heavens, what is happening? How did Prince Satan suddenly gain the upper hand? One guard exclaimed in astonishment. Are you stunned? It is rumored that the Douglas royal family possesses a trace of dragon blood. It is said that adult members can awaken their inner dragon blood, acquiring a physique akin to that of a dragon, with greatly enhanced strength, speed, and stamina, becoming the pinnacle of power upon the seas. The prince must have activated his bloodline early, resulting in this remarkable surge in strength. A nearby guard, privy to the facts, kindly elucidated. That is truly remarkable. To think a gorilla typically requires a squad of 30 soldiers to subdue. Yet the prince is merely 6 years old. With a deafening crash, Satan seized the gorilla's leg and brought it crashing down to the ground. The gorilla, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, lay broken and gasping, its eyes pleading with human-like desperation. A wicked grin crept upon Satan's face as he forcefully stomped the ground, leaping high to land a fatal blow upon the gorilla's neck. With a crack, he ended its suffering. Blood splattered across his pants, turning them a vivid crimson. Outside the arena, the guards erupted in a wave of cheers and applause, while Satan, overwhelmed, sank weakly onto the gorilla's lifeless body. I have finally acquired a modicum of combat prowess in the world of One Piece. It has been a tough journey. In truth, Satan did not originally belong to this world, rather. His soul hailed from Earth, inexplicably merging with a newly born Satan in this realm. Upon realizing he had traversed into his beloved world of One Piece, his exhilarated soul trembled with joy, considering that this world was rife with monstrous beings, and in order to lead a vibrant life, to carve out a place in this era of maritime heroes, he had no choice but to begin honing his physique from a young age. Fortunately, the body he inhabited belonged to the Douglas royal family, and its dragon bloodline indeed proved conducive to cultivation, laying a solid foundation for his future greatness. Chapter 2 is Death. Well done, my son. King Denver rushed into the arena in 3 strides, enveloping Satan in his arms, entirely unconcerned that the blood on Satan's form would stain his own garments. You are my pride, my dear. King Denver gently kissed Satan's forehead, lifting him high above his head. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting a halo around their figures, transforming even the surrounding scent of blood into something almost pleasant. The cheers around them swelled in intensity as Satan opened his eyes, awakening from the haze between 2 worlds. Extending his arms, he embraced the lovely air and sunlight, proclaiming loudly, "Father, I will undoubtedly become a renowned powerhouse, elevating the Tulip Douglas family to the pinnacle of maritime dominance. Indeed, my boy, I believe you shall become a force known far and wide." King Denver smiled as he set Satan down. "However, you must first take a bath, change into your formal attire, and prepare for your birthday celebration. Your father has meticulously prepared a gift for you, a grand surprise." Meanwhile, near the port city of Amsterdam in the Kingdom of Babylon, a wooden sailing ship sailed with reckless abandon. Despite being a wooden vessel, it boasted 4 stories, with the deck towering 7 to 8 meters above the water. The bow was shaped like a crocodile, its snout encased in thick iron plating, capable of inflicting significant damage upon other ships in battle. The ship measured over 80 meters in length, a considerable vessel indeed, yet its deck was marred by a myriad of scars and wounds, with a railing in some areas entirely missing, and even the lookout tower at the stern had suffered significant damage. Most importantly, the skull flag, set against the backdrop of a crocodile on the main mast, indicated that this was a pirate ship. Lads, pick up the pace. On the 2nd floor, a grotesque pirate, his body overflowing with excess, waved a nearly tumter-long saber from the railing, bellowing loudly. "We are about to reach the port of Amsterdam. Polish your weapons and prepare the cannons. We're going to strike big." "Yes, Captain Soya." The crew of pirates revealed savage, bloodthirsty expressions, brandishing their swords and guns as they shouted in unison. At the largest dock in Amsterdam, ordinary citizens had been forbidden from passing, while other merchant ships were instructed to dock elsewhere. Hundreds of royal soldiers lined up in an orderly formation to welcome the arrival of a significant figure. Aboard a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government, a man in his 30s, clad entirely in a suit, descended the ship under the vigilant escort of his attendants. As he traversed the red carpet laid out before him, a satisfied expression graced his countenance. He was none other than the younger brother of the contemporary king of the Babylon kingdom, a senior official of the world government, and the most formidable member of the Douglas family, known as the Demon Dragon, Douglas Mingjiao. Just as Mingjiao reveled in the joy of returning to his homeland, a resounding explosion of cannon fire shattered his moment of elation, causing his expression to shift to one of ominous displeasure. "From where's the cannon fire?" he inquired sharply. "There are pirate ships invading, Your Highness," reported the lookout from the crow's nest atop the main mast of the ship, his voice loud and clear. "The flag of the crocodile pirate crew is flying. There are 2 wanted criminals aboard. Captain Maneater Soa with a bounty of 43 million berries, and his first mate, Bloodthirsty Hunter Grib, with a bounty of 30 million berries. TCH, Mingjia scoffed disdainfully. Unremarkable scoundrels dare to wreak havoc in Amsterdam. On the pirate ship, Captain Soa was commanding his crew to fire the cannons. "Blast them fiercely. Let them know the might of the crocodile pirate crew." "Yes, Captain Soa." The pirate minions scurried chaotically across the deck, unwrapping the cannon covers and adjusting the cannon mouths, unleashing a barrage of searing black cannonballs towards the harbor. However, most of the shots went awry, merely sending up splashes in the nearby sea. "Look, there's someone running on the water," a pirate suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. "Impossible," the others retorted in disbelief. Yet, in the very next moment, they were left agape by the spectacle before their eyes. A young girl, around 10 years old, was sprinting towards the pirate ship across the water, deftly weaving through the cannon fire. The seawater beneath her feet froze solid, and even the waves stirred by the cannonballs were transformed into chaotic columns of ice in her wake. Her speed was astonishing in the blink of an eye. She had crossed the firing zone and was nearing the pirate ship. At a distance of over 30 meters from the vessel, she stomped her foot, leapt into the air, and executed a front flip, landing atop the menacing crocodile figurehead of the pirate ship. "Is it you wretches who dare to run amok in the harbor of Amsterdam?" With one hand, she wielded a sword nearly as tall as herself, while with the other she brushed aside her sky-blue bangs with a look of disdain, as if the presence of such ruthless pirates was of less concern than her hairstyle. "You little brat, how audacious!" Captain Soa was thoroughly incensed by the girl's dismissive demeanor. He shoved aside his surrounding subordinates and strode towards the bow of the ship, drawing the katana that leaned against his waist as he walked. "I am the man-eater Soa, with a bounty of 43 million berries. I shall use your body as a delicacy." The girl appeared disgusted by Soa's words, wrinkling her brow. With a flick of her wrist, several spears of ice materialized in the air beside her. "You have trespassed upon the territory of the Babylon kingdom. I, Princess Douglas's Death of the Babylon kingdom, hereby sentence you to death." With that proclamation, Isdeath swung her sword, unleashing the suspended ice spears towards the throng of pirates. Soa swung his sword to deflect the approaching spears, but the force sent him staggering backward. In the next instant, he was horrified by the scene unfolding around him. Though he managed to block the ice spears, the majority of his crew was not so fortunate. Numerous pirates were pinned to the wooden deck by the spears, suffering gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth, instantaneously killing those who were fortunate enough to perish quickly. The others, impaled in non-fatal areas, let out heart-wrenching screams, yet dared not move, for any slight motion would exacerbate their injuries, causing more blood to flow and more agonizing cries to erupt. "Devil, this is too terrifying." The surviving pirates recoiled in fear, some screaming in a state of panic, while the faint-hearted turned and leapt into the sea, seeking distance from this demonic girl. The scorching blood splattered upon the ice spears, emitting a sizzling sound and a pungent aroma. Isdeath inhaled the almost palpable scent of blood in the air, a look of ecstasy crossing her face as she charged towards the surviving pirates with her sword in hand. Yes, yes, it is this blood and these screams that bring such uncontrollable delight. Chapter 3. The Annihilation of the Pirate Crew. The water rippled gently under the bright sun. The icy surface off the coast of Amsterdam sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling scattered diamonds. However, the sounds of battle emanating from the pirate ship, interspersed with anguished cries, shattered the tranquility of the moment. Its death danced across the pirate ship like a butterfly, effortlessly dispatching any pirate who dared to obstruct her path. The furious Captain Soa, wielding his katana, pursued her closely from behind, delivering fierce slashes as she deftly evaded, leaving the already dilapidated deck in even greater disarray. As his death narrowly dodged another of Soa's strikes, she prepared to slay a pirate before her, only to be thwarted as her sword was blocked by a steel claw. It was Grib, the first mate known as Bloodthirsty Hunter. Grib's right claw intercepted his death's attack, while his left claw lunged towards her head with a ripping sound that sliced through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Soa attempted to close the distance with a horizontal slash. Isdeth crouched to evade Grib's assault, parrying Soa's strike with her sword. Using the momentum from his powerful blow, she propelled herself away, creating distance between them.
The minor minions have been sufficiently dealt with. Now, allow me to offer you salvation. Soya straightened his posture, resting his massive sword upon his shoulder, and licked his dry lips, his eyes glinting with a menacing light. Little ghost, I shall tear you apart. Your tender little body will undoubtedly be a delectable treat. No, Captain. We have already incurred substantial losses. You cannot devour her. After all, she is a princess of the kingdom. If we capture her, we can extort enough berries to offset our losses. The first mate, Grib, interjected. Let us capture her first. Captain Soil lunged once more at Esther's, with Grib closely following, preparing to ensnare her together. This time, Esther's did not evade Soya's strike. Instead, she charged forward with her sword. Instantly, the deck echoed with the clash of blades. Though Esther's was diminutive in stature, she matched Soya, the pirate, in their fierce exchange, each strike resonating with intensity. Waves of sword energy surged from their battleground, leaving deep gashes on the deck. Meanwhile, Grib stealthily circled their fray, evidently waiting for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, a lightning-fast shadow materialized before Grib, delivering a ferocious kick that sent him crashing through several layers of the ship's planks, landing on the distant ice with a thunderous crash that cracked the once-frozen sea. Grib lay trapped upon the ice, his eyes bulging, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a mask of shock as he struggled to rise from the shattered ice, but found himself powerless, as if his body had become a tattered doll, no longer under his control. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his fate uncertain. The fierce kick that rendered the notorious bounty hunter Grib, valued at 30 million berries, incapable of further combat, was executed by a fleeting black figure. In the next instant, this figure reappeared atop the main mast of the pirate ship, hands in pockets, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was none other than the most formidable member of the Douglas family, a senior official of the world government, the demon dragon Douglas Mingjia, who had just arrived at the port of Amsterdam. How dare you disturb my niece's battle? What an uncouth wretch, utterly unworthy of existence. Mingjia remarked as he perched on the main mast, casually observing the fierce confrontation between Esther's and Soya below, as if their life-and-death struggle were merely a child's play. The battle intensified, with sword energy soaring and murderous intent palpable. Soya, a notorious pirate of the Grand Line, displayed his brutal combat experience, employing life-threatening techniques, inflicting significant damage on Esther's, who, despite her keen combat awareness, found herself in a stalemate. Hey, Esther's, focus. Wrap this up quickly, or we'll miss your brother's birthday party. Mingjia yawned, observing their clash with disinterest. The two combatants clashed once more, only to be repelled by each other's strength. Exiting their duel. Enough of this chatter. Esther shot a glance at Mingjia above, yet she smoothly sheathed her sword. Have you finally given up, little girl? Soya, hearing Mingjia's words, was visibly shaken by the display of power that had rendered Grib incapacitated. He dared not utter threats against Esther's any longer, now. Survival seemed a stroke of fortune. If you spare me, I promise to leave immediately and never return to the kingdom of Babylon. Can we consider this matter settled? Settled? Spare you? Esther's bared her teeth, a wicked smile gracing her face. Do you truly think our Douglas family's territory can be violated by just anyone? You are sorely mistaken. She stepped back, pointing at Soya. Moreover, a wretch like you would not require Uncle Mingjia's intervention. I could easily handle you myself. That was merely an exercise to refine my swordsmanship. From here on, things will not be so simple. With that, she stomped her foot, leaping into the air, shouting, "Perish beneath my ice thorn jungle." Instantly, the sea erupted, countless ice spikes shooting upwards, easily piercing the ship's deck, hurtling towards Soya. His eyes widened in terror as he fought to defend himself, but the relentless assault of the ice thorns seemed never-ending. Waves of icy projectiles lacerated his skin, impaling his body and drawing forth streams of crimson blood. At last, Soya's strength waned, and he could no longer evade the icy onslaught. A barrage of massive ice spikes pierced his chest, suspending his lifeless body in midair, blood splattering across the ice, staining the once pristine ice thorn jungle with glaring crimson hues under the sunlight. With Soya's demise, the seemingly infinite expanse of the ice thorn jungle ceased its growth. While the once mighty pirate ship was reduced to shattered debris by the piercing ice, the blood-stained ice, refracting sunlight, shimmered with surreal colors. Ice thorn jungle, you say? Such a beautiful yet perilous technique. Mingjia descended from his perch, surveying the devastated battlefield with admiration. Chapter 4. The Devil Fruit. The Grand Line is renowned for its capricious climate. Snow may fall one moment, torrential rain the next, followed by thunder and lightning. It is not uncommon for the sky to be clear one moment and engulfed in colossal waves the next. Countless seafaring warriors have met their demise beneath the overwhelming forces of nature on the Grand Line, yet even more adventurers venture forth, etching their legends into the annals of history. This is the allure of the Grand Line, the legendary realm where seafaring adventurers pursue the freedom of their souls. However, the large island of Rain, home to the Kingdom of Babylon, is celebrated as a spring island within the Grand Line, where every season feels like spring. Adorned with picturesque scenery, it serves as a crucial hub and freight distribution center along the Grand Line. Here flourishes the bustling port city of Amsterdam, thriving due to commerce, as well as the culinary capital, Heisenberg, where numerous top chefs congregate, alongside the pride of Babylon, the imperial city known as the Sky Garden, White Dragon City. Within the gardens of the Royal Palace and White Dragon City, a small family gathering is underway. The bustling maids serve exquisite dishes, departing in an orderly fashion. At this moment, a well-dressed little boy, around 6 years old, enters the corridor. The maids, busy with preparations, all bow in respect. The newcomer is none other than His Highness Prince Satan, the sole prince of the Kingdom of Babylon. Clad in a tailored white suit, he strides confidently, the gentle sunlight casting a warm glow upon his tousled black hair, creating delicate patterns of light. Sporting golden-framed glasses, he exudes a refined demeanor, far removed from the wildness he exhibited in the arena. A polite, innocuous smile graces his face as he dutifully acknowledges the greetings of the maids. At that moment, King Denver and Uncle Mingjia arrive at the gathering hall. The instant Mingjia steps in, his eyes land on Satan, and he swiftly appears beside him, lifting him into the air, playfully pinching his still chubby cheeks while laughing heartily. "Did you miss me, little Satan? I made a special trip just to attend your birthday party." Satan, in a state of helplessness, pouted his lips, lamenting the drawbacks of being transformed into a child. For he found himself utterly powerless against the unreasonable torment of his elders. "Put me down, Uncle Mingjia. I am no longer a child. And stop pinching my cheeks, or I shall bite." He bared his pearly white teeth, exhibiting a fierce expression, as if ready to snap at any moment. Struggling to free himself from Mingjia's embrace proved futile, and with a frustrated huff, he resignedly declared his indignation. "Ha ha." Both King Denver and Mingjia could not contain their laughter. "You claim you are not a child, yet only a child would resort to biting," Mingjia exclaimed, laughing heartily as he exaggeratedly waved his arms. Satan seized the opportunity to escape his embrace, casting a significant eye roll in his direction. A shiver traversed his body involuntarily, stirring doubts within his heart. Could it be that I have played the part of a child for so long that my inner self has been assimilated by this youthful exterior? How terrifying. The family gathered around the dining table, and Satan glanced about curiously, inquiring, "Uncle Mingjia, didn't my sister go to the port to fetch you? Did she not accompany you back?" "Ah, your sister," Mingjia teased. "She has just single-handedly annihilated a second-rate pirate crew, far surpassing your prowess. She should be changing her attire now, I presume. After all, little Satan, you wouldn't want your birthday celebration to be steeped in the sin of blood, would you?" "TCH." Satan shrugged with irritation, casually digging into his ear with a finger as if to extract non-existent earwax, before responding indifferently. "I have indeed put forth considerable effort. Yet my sister's innate ability to manipulate ice is utterly disheartening. However, her demeanor is excessively aloof. She consistently declines my request for ice cream. Satan grumbled in indignation. However, I shall one day surpass her. I am destined to become a being more formidable than my sister. At that time, I shall compel her to obediently craft ice cream for me using ice, thus proving myself as a true man of the Douglas family. Ahem. Before Satan could finish his words, an icy spike suddenly emerged from the drink before him, pressing menacingly against his throat, prompting him to halt in fright. A chilling voice resonated from behind him, that of his death. Little Satan, you are being mischievous again. It seems I must confine you within a block of ice to cool your ardor. Please, no, sister. Satan exclaimed, hastily raising his hands in surrender. You must have misheard me. I was merely extolling your beauty, dear sister, as radiant as a flower, with skin whiter than snow. Humph, such flattery, Esteth replied, taking a seat beside Satan. With a mere wave of her hand, the icy spike before him transformed into delicate crystals that dissipated into the air. A sheen of cold sweat adorned Satan's brow, a testament to his rather haughty disposition. Indeed, whether a striking beauty or a modest one, the utmost concern resides in one's appearance, particularly when flattery regarding beauty is at hand. A sly grin of triumph spread across his face. At that moment, King Denver clapped his hands, drawing the attention of his family toward himself. Well, now that everyone is present, let us present the gifts. 2 guards approached, each carrying a tray. Denver first lifted a sword from the initial tray and presented it to Esther's. This is a sword specifically chosen for you by your father. The exquisite blade Durandal. Esther's accepted the magnificent sword Durandal, a renowned weapon of noble ceremonial design, measuring 1.26 meters in length. The scabbard was crafted from gold, adorned with numerous radiant diamonds that emitted a dazzling brilliance, while the hilt was capped with a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg, sparkling under the sunlight and embodying regal elegance. Upon drawing the sword, one could see its double-edged blade, intricately designed with a pattern of fine dots, its edge keen enough to chill the air it sliced through. Indeed, it was the very sword she had long desired. Ah, what a grand gesture! The illustrious sword Durandal, renowned among the great swords of the 21st Order, perfectly suits your character, Esther's. Ming, observing from the side, was thoroughly entertained. After all, in this world, the most celebrated blades are recognized as the supreme great swords of the 12th Order, the great swords of the 21st Order, and the good swords of the 50th Order, most of which belong to legendary swordsmen. Thus, the emergence of an unclaimed renowned sword invariably stirs considerable excitement. King Denver's choice to gift his daughter such a remarkable blade was undoubtedly a display of grand generosity. Satan gazed at his sister's gift, his heart stirred with astonishment, swiftly followed by a wave of delight. After all, the presents meant for his sister were indeed remarkable. As the protagonist of the day, she was bound to receive nothing short of excellence. Lost in these thoughts, the King of Denver presented the second gift to Satan, a delicately wrapped small box. Satan cautiously opened the box, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Inside lay a peculiar, pale red fruit, adorned with spiraling patterns and resembling a pineapple. This was the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Chapter 5. The enchantment of the elves' devil fruits are unique treasures of the world of One Piece, granting extraordinary abilities to those who consume them, transforming them into devil fruit users. These fruits are categorized into 3 main classes based on the powers they bestow: the Logia, the Zoan, and the Paramecia. Logia-type devil fruits allow users to transform their bodies into natural substances or phenomena, rendering physical attacks ineffective. They are widely regarded as the most formidable among the 3, verging on invincibility. Paramecia-type devil fruits endow the consumer with special abilities, which can vary widely, predominantly revolving around bodily transformation and the manipulation of objects in contact. Unlike Logia users, their essence remains human and unchangeable. Zoan-type devil fruits enable the transformation into animals, encompassing 3 forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Due to their capacity to enhance physical prowess, some argue that Zoan types are the most formidable in close combat. Nevertheless, all devil fruit users share a common vulnerability. Upon consuming a devil fruit, they become cursed by the sea, rendered landlubbers who fear water. Despite this significant drawback, the immense power granted by these fruits commands a staggering price on the black market, with each fruit fetching no less than 100 million berries. Certain rare devil fruits can even reach astronomical sums of several billion berries. Before Satan lay a devil fruit, a birthday gift, which explained his astonishment. King Denver observed his son's shock with a satisfied expression. It is well known that the Douglas family has produced generations of formidable warriors, owing to their inherited dragon bloodline, which bestows them with innate strength. With diligent training, they can attain the prowess of naval officers, further enhanced by their ancestral dragon combat techniques. However, this alone cannot serve as the foundation for a kingdom's legacy. King Denver continued, the Zoan-type devil fruit significantly amplifies physical strength, making it perfectly suited for you. This is the bear fruit, a top-tier specimen among Zoans, and I present it to you as a gift. Thank you, Father. Satan expressed immediate gratitude. I have observed the challenges you face today, which indicates a degree of self-preservation. After you consume the devil fruit today, you will need a week to adapt. Subsequently, I shall escort you and your sister to the tranquil Naga Island, where you may cultivate your skills for several years. Upon hearing the remarks, Satan had yet to voice his opinion when Uncle Mingjia exclaimed in astonishment, you truly possess a resolute heart. Although they are gifted and possess some degree of strength, they are still rather feeble when it comes to an ancient isle of the caliber of Naga Island. They could very well perish, you know. The King of Denver cast a sidelong glance at Mingjia, letting out a discontented snort. You have also cultivated on Naga Island. So you should understand that only through fierce battles between life and death can their talents be fully awakened. Moreover, if they cannot even endure such trials, it merely indicates their limitations. As he spoke, he turned to the Satan siblings and inquired if they had any opinions. Not at all. I have long wished to encounter the monsters of the ancient isle, though I fear some may prove to be dead weight. Astaroth replied without hesitation. Humph. Who has to say who the real dead weight is? Satan retorted defiantly. Then it is settled, Mingjia. It shall be your task to escort them there, and additionally, the responsibility of imparting dragon techniques lies with you. A year from now, I shall send Titan to instruct you in the cultivation of the Conqueror's Haki. Do not let me down. Understood. No problem, replied the siblings, seemingly untroubled by the trials of the ancient isle. As night descended, Satan remained motionless before the mirror for a good half-hour, repeatedly picking up the devil fruit before him, summoning the courage to consume it, only to abandon the endeavor time and again. He gazed at his handsome visage in the mirror, tousling his hair into a chaotic mess, and exclaimed in frustration, though I yearn to grow stronger quickly, the thought of my handsome face transforming into that of a furry bear inexplicably makes me want to curse. Just as Satan was exasperatedly contemplating whether to eat the devil fruit, an abrupt transformation occurred. Several green vines suddenly sprouted from his hand, swiftly plunging into the devil fruit before him. The air was filled with the sound of gulping, and by the time Satan realized what was happening, all that remained of the devil fruit was a wrinkled peel lying on the table. The vines, having consumed the fruit, rapidly retracted back into Satan's body as though nothing had transpired. What on earth just happened? Satan, momentarily bewildered, pinched his thigh, the sharp pain serving as a stark reminder that the events which had just transpired were no mere illusion. Ha ha ha. At last, I am free. A vibrant green light surged forth from within Satan, soaring through the room and emitting raucous cries of exuberance. Satan, startled, fell onto the ground in disbelief. What on earth is this? Is it an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. Everything is merely a figment of the imagination. With great effort, Satan closed his eyes tightly and scooted backward, muttering to himself, when I open my eyes again, surely nothing will have transpired. Upon reopening his eyes, he found that indeed nothing was visible. The fruit was but an illusion. He patted his chest in relief, yet the next moment, he was once again startled by the sudden appearance of a green light before him, eliciting a terrified scream. Ah, what on earth? How dare you scream? I have resided within you for 6 years, and I even know the color of your underwear. The scream of Satan abruptly ceased as he gazed upon the hovering green light before him. It was a diminutive sprite, approximately 20 centimeters tall, clad in an ensemble woven from lush, verdant foliage, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns etched into the fabric. Adorning its arms, calves, and ankles were nearly 10 different opulent accessories, exuding an air of nobility. With fluttering long eyelashes, adorable large eyes, an elegantly sculpted nose, delicate yet sensual lips, elongated pointed ears, and a finely chiseled visage, complemented by 3 pairs of transparent wings shimmering behind, the sprite was undeniably enchanting to behold. Yet why was it male? Satan murmured to himself. What did you say? The sprite flapped its wings and approached Satan, its voice laced with a palpable threat. I am familiar with the sprite race, but how can you possibly be male? Satan's incredulity was evident. The sprite glowered at Satan, hands on its hips, exuding a charming demeanor, yet the next moment, its outburst shattered that impression entirely. Curse you, foolish mortal! Which race is devoid of males? I am the divine overseer of thievery among the sprite kin, and I was born male. 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 I cannot emphasize this enough. Chapter 6. The Evolution of Life. Satan sat at the table, sipping his drink, while the mischievous sprite, Xie also held a cup, relishing his beverage with evident delight. It was clear that Satan had grown accustomed to his presence. According to Xie, he was a deity from the elfin realm, tasked with overseeing thievery. No wonder he possessed such enchanting beauty, which could not entirely conceal his roguish demeanor. After all, he was the progenitor of professional bandits. A fierce battle erupted between the principal deities of the chaotic and orderly factions of the divine realm over the precious seed of the tree of life, only for the spoils to be pilfered by the thieving Xie. What more is there to say? The audacious miscreant was relentlessly pursued by the two factions' deities, ultimately reduced to mere fragments. Nevertheless, with the mindset of a thief never leaves empty-handed and the malicious intent of if I cannot possess it, neither shall you, a wisp of Xie lingering soul, along with the seed of the tree of life, fled into the tumult of time and space, fortuitously arriving in the world of One Piece. During his journey, passing through Earth in the realm of killing bites, he stealthily appropriated the souls of Satan and his death, causing them to traverse into the world of One Piece as well. However, it appeared that his death's soul suffered certain damages, leaving only Satan with a complete recollection of his past life. With his divine powers depleted, Xie had no choice but to reside within Satan, carrying the seed of the tree of life. Over the lengthy passage of time, the seed germinated within Satan, growing and intertwining with him, bestowing upon Satan vibrant vitality and formidable regenerative abilities. As Xie became the spirit of the tree of life, he remained trapped within Satan until he absorbed the power of the rules contained within the devil fruit, which ultimately liberated him. As you have stated, am I now inseparable from the tree of life? The mere thought of harboring a tree within me sends shivers down my spine. How dare you take advantage of my hard-earned acquisition of the tree of life? The thought that what I fought so fiercely to seize has now come to benefit you makes me want to bestow a couple of cuts upon you. It was no surprise that Xie erupted with expletives. Oh dear, do not dwell on such trivialities. You two have emerged from adversity to become the spirit of the tree of life. Moreover, the tree of life is now me, and I am the tree of life. Should you slay me, you shall not survive as well. Satan consoled the wicked vision, for humanity is inherently drawn to beauty, and the allure of wickedness is indeed beguiling. Strikingly beautiful yet tragically grotesque. Upon hearing Satan's words, the wicked vision could not help but feel disheartened. It fluttered its wings and perched upon Satan's hand, then erupted into a fit of manic laughter. However, the thought that those foolish beings in the divine realm had ultimately been outmaneuvered by it filled it with uncontainable joy. What a mischievous character, Satan silently lamented, as the prospect of cohabiting with such a sprite-like brigand became overwhelming. Hey, wicked vision. You keep declaring that the tree of life is a treasure of the divine realm. What is its wondrous secret? Hee. The wonder of the tree of life lies in evolution. Its essence is a pure manifestation of the wood's origin. Thus, by consuming even a small part of any plant, it can fully evolve. And now, this ability is entirely at your disposal, little imp. How splendid. Satan chuckled shyly. However, since you have fused with the tree of life, utilizing its powers will require your stamina. Therefore, the stronger your physique, the more potent your ability to evolve plants. Indeed, I am about to embark on the trials of the ancient island, Naga Island, where I shall diligently practice my physical techniques to enhance my physique. Moreover, the tree of life possesses its own spatial realm. Essentially, you have acquired a mobile repository. Yet, similarly, the stronger your physique, the more vibrant the tree of life becomes, thus expanding your storage capacity. How marvelous! Satan exclaimed with utmost excitement, for such elation is known only to those who have found fortune. However, this is not our greatest boon. The wicked vision gazed at Satan with an air of triumph, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Beg me, and I shall divulge my secrets. Come on, wicked vision, please tell me." Indeed, Satan feigned compliance, adopting a playful demeanor while feeling deeply ashamed of his own antics. Yet, as long as he could attain extraordinary benefits, what is integrity compared to such delights? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. The wicked vision, satisfied with its display, spoke with an air of haughty pride. Because I previously shared your memories, as long as there are demon fruits to provide the rules of power, I can utilize life magic to bring forth other characters from your memories of the second dimension. In other words, as long as there are sufficient demon fruits, your beloved characters from the second dimension can appear before you, one by one. How exciting is that? Ah, Satan momentarily froze, emitting an elongated gasp of astonishment. I have fallen utterly in love with you, evil vision. This is the delightful surprise I have longed for. I knew it all along. Your dream is to unite with all your beloved two-dimensional characters, to forge a formidable and fearsome family. You truly understand me, evil vision. Tears streamed down Satan's face, filled with emotion. That is merely because I have shared your memories. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high in the sky, undisturbed, heralding the imminent arrival of an era of extraordinary heroes upon the seas. Upon discovering that the devil fruit consumed by Satan was not the zoan-type bear fruit, but rather the paramecia-type wood fruit, the members of the Douglas family were taken aback. Could it be that devil fruits possess mutations? The devil fruit compendium seemed far too unreliable. King Denver was utterly at a loss for words and could only send someone to gather rare plants for his precious son, hoping that Satan might better develop the fruit's abilities. On this day, Satan was in his chamber studying a variety of rare plants collected by the king when suddenly Captain Titan entered. Your Highness Satan, I have news regarding the devil fruit auction you instructed me to keep an eye on. In 3 days, there will be a black market transaction on Bougie Island, presided over by the underground force known as the Hussein family, featuring the auction of 2 devil fruits. If we depart now, we shall arrive in time. I understand. You may leave now, Satan replied. Titan exited the room. Satan, you lack the funds to bid on 2 devil fruits. What is your plan? Will you surrender? The devious Jijian inquired with ill intent. Surrender? How could I? Besides, a sinister smile graced Satan's face. Who told you I intended to pay, my dear god of thievery? Ha ha ha. Now this is the devilish Satan I admire. Indeed. We shall clandestinely execute our plan, which means we cannot bring the guards. However, it is impossible for just the 2 of us to manage. We will require assistance from others. Whom do you intend to enlist? Without a doubt, my most beloved sister, the magnificent Princess Death, who embodies both beauty and strength. I must admit, your flattery startled me. However, what good is it to praise her here if she cannot hear you? Jiejin wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Enough with the banter. Can I not rehearse in advance? Chapter 7. The dockside conflict. The Grand Line is dotted with numerous islands. Yet most of the larger islands are governed by the world government's affiliated nations, boasting formidable military strength and numerous powerful figures. Not to mention naval bases that deter most pirate crews from daring to offend. In contrast, those islands controlled and divided among various underground factions have become prime sources for ordinary pirate crews to procure supplies and exchange intelligence. Such islands, being far removed from the reach of law, thrive on smuggling, black markets, and information trading, where assassination and plunder are commonplace. Bougie Island is one such island secretly controlled by underground forces. To survive unscathed in such an environment, one must possess the ability to read the room. Dor was a native of Bougie Island, having spent years mingling in the bustling dock areas, tavern streets, and underground auction houses, often serving as a guide for wealthy outsiders to earn a little extra. At that moment, a luxurious passenger ship arrived at Bougie Island, and tourists began to disembark. Waiting at the dock, the pimps eagerly approached the guests. Among the throng, Esteth and Satan also stepped off the ship. However, perhaps due to their youth, they hardly resembled wealthy patrons, and thus no one was inclined to offer their services. Unfortunate Dor, having failed to attract other guests, reluctantly approached the Satan siblings. Thinking that even earning 50 berries would suffice for a hearty mug of dark beer at the tavern, which was better than returning empty-handed. Esteemed guests, welcome to Bougie Island. Do you require a guide? Whether you seek information or wish to post a bounty, I have connections, Dor said with a sly smile, rubbing his hands together as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. 2 esteemed guests? There are 3 of us. Do you think I am invisible? Before Satan had the chance to respond, the malevolent idea perched upon his shoulder erupted with fury. With a swift flap of its wings, it approached Dayer, delivering a sharp slap before instantly retreating. How dare you disregard my presence? A lesson must be taught. Dayer, taken aback, covered his face in bewilderment, pondering how one so inconspicuous could provoke such ire. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts. Have we forgotten the purpose of our arrival? One must remain discreet before taking action. Do you understand? Satan, with an expression of disbelief, shot a glare at the misguided ones and then turned back with a smile, handing a stack of Bailey to Dole, instructing him to lead them to the auction house. Certainly, please follow me, Dole responded dutifully, leading the way, reflecting on the fact that the young master was indeed quite polite. Just as they were about to depart the dock area, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and bald, along with a gang of 7 or 8 thugs, obstructed their path. That is the notorious leader of the dock area, Brother Tiger. With a bounty of 8 million Baileys on his head, how did you manage to get entangled with them? That man is a ruthless killer, devoid of mercy, Dole remarked, retreating cautiously, clearly prepared to flee at any moment. Boss, it's definitely that girl. I'm certain I didn't mistake her. She wields the legendary sword Durandal, one of the famed great blades of the 21st class, worth at least 50 million Baileys on the black market. One of the thugs informed the bald leader. Hey, you lot stole our boss's precious sword and now wish to escape? Hand it over immediately, shouted another thug. Yes, hand it over at once. Otherwise, we will tear you apart, echoed the others, their threats echoing wildly. How dare these children, who have yet to wean, mimic adults with swords, they taunted. Ha ha ha. Little girl, they are calling you little girl. Esteth, how utterly intolerable. The misguided one incited further chaos. Esteth narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint shimmering within. Her right hand resting upon the hilt of her sword, clearly preparing for a confrontation. Wait, sister, she interjected. Satan swiftly intervened to stop Esteth, asserting that there was no need for his sister to take action against such minor characters. Furthermore, he was eager to seize the opportunity to test his newfound abilities. Leave it to me, he declared. Satan took 2 steps forward, pointing at the bald man, and said, I offer you a chance. Leave quickly, or I shall show you no mercy. The bald man menacingly cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. I am quite curious to see how you intend to be ungracious towards me. Heh, you are merely courting your own demise. Do not blame me for the consequences. Satan extended his hand forward and bellowed, vines, ensnare. Instantly, countless tendrils erupted from the earth around the thugs, sweeping towards them, entwining around their ankles. The thugs struggled in a panic to evade their fate, yet they were ultimately unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the vines, becoming ensnared like dumplings. Their skin marked with crimson lines, emitting cries of agony. Not a bad effect. Satan mused triumphantly, reveling in his first use of the tree of life's powers. It turned out he was a devil fruit user. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Amidst the vines, a voice emerged from the bald man. But you seem to underestimate me. His muscles tensed in an instant, and he unleashed a sudden surge of strength. With a thunderous roar, the vines constricting him exploded apart. Piece by piece. Do you have any other tricks? Go ahead and reveal them. Esther's remarked disdainfully with a cold huff. You truly bring shame to the Douglas family. She added, relishing in the chaos. Satan, visibly frustrated and seething with anger, vanished from his original location, only to reappear before the bald man. You insignificant pawn. Simply submit to your fate and be done with it. There's no need for pretense, he declared. With a swift kick, he sent the bald man hurtling through the air. Then immediately followed, seizing his head with one hand and forcefully slamming it into the ground, producing a resounding crash that left a significant dent in the floor. A barrage of punches then ensued, blood splattering with each brutal strike. At last, having had his fill of the violence, Satan straightened up, stepping atop the nearly unrecognizable form of the bald man's head, and leisurely retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured to himself. Indeed, the fist embodies justice. Dahl was nearly left agape, realizing that this seemingly polite young man was, in fact, a formidable character. He respectfully escorted Satan and his companions to the entrance of the auction house before hastily retreating. Heaven bear witness. No sane individual would wish to remain in the company of these siblings, whose hearts harbored demons, for the pressure was overwhelming. What a spineless coward, the disdainful Yajian remarked, casting a glance at Dahl as he departed. Turning back, he inquired, wait a moment. While I conjure chaos with my magic, you shall infiltrate and steal the devil's fruit. Then make a swift exit. How does that sound? Why? Esteth coldly retorted, her discontent with Yajian's irreverent demeanor palpable. Did you not say to avoid causing a ruckus to prevent bringing shame upon our family? That is precisely why we must infiltrate stealthily, Yajian replied. Are you unaware of the existence of something called money in this world? Esteth dismissed him, tossing a handful of belly to the guards at the entrance before striding confidently into the auction house. Yajian could faintly hear her mutter 2 words as she entered, Country Bumpkin. Chapter 8, Valley of the Man-Eating Flower. Upon entering the auction house, Satan and his companions settled into seats at the front row of the hall, where the auction had yet to commence, and guests were steadily arriving. As it was a black market event, most attendees donned masks and draped themselves in voluminous robes to obscure their otherwise ostentatious identities beneath the sun's glare. The rear of the auction hall featured a series of private booths, evidently reserved for the true dignitaries of society. Each booth was guarded by 2 sentinels, amounting to 30 guards for the total of 15 booths. The hall itself was sparsely populated, with only a handful of seats occupied. Yet over 20 armored knights patrolled the aisles, while nearly 100 fully armed warriors stood guard in the shadows and corridors, with the additional presence of hidden powerhouses. The security for this black market auction was impressively formidable. The auction commenced shortly as a curvaceous woman ascended the stage. Dressed in a plunging evening gown that accentuated her ample bosom and adorned with a lavish noble hairstyle, she exuded both beauty and elegance. This was Kalina, the representative of the Hussein family, long responsible for overseeing the auctions. Kalina, evidently seasoned in her craft, expertly stirred the emotions of the audience. With a slight bow, she discreetly cleared her throat and delicately adjusted her attire, prompting some attendees to breathe more rapidly, their audible swallows betraying their anticipation. However, Satan's attention was clearly elsewhere. He lounged languidly in his seat, feigning disinterest while secretly surveying the patrolling guards. When he noticed that the guards had retreated to the corners of the hall due to the auction's commencement, a visible sigh of relief escaped him. "Are you all right?" Esteth inquired, glancing at Satan, who appeared somewhat anxious. She gently clasped his hand, expressing concern. "If it's too much, we can simply purchase what we need. There's no need to entertain dangerous thoughts." Satan revealed a hint of a reluctant smile. Indeed, no matter how perfect one's thoughts may be, a tinge of nervousness often accompanies action. Yet, a peculiar sense of pride within him compelled him to refrain from utilizing his family's wealth to acquire the devil fruit. Even though he was acutely aware that if he merely voiced his desires, King Denver would undoubtedly acquiesce. Perhaps the remnants of his past life, intertwined with the memories of his rebirth, created an unbridgeable chasm between him and his present family. His soul felt vast and desolate, echoing only with silence. As a flurry of thoughts flickered through his mind, Satan turned to gaze at Esther's, his eyes radiating a resolute brilliance, and earnestly articulated, "Sister, I wish to seize what I desire through my own strength." Esther's tightened her grip on his hand, her expression serious and imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. "Satan, you must remember that family is also your strength. Although I may not comprehend the reasons behind your decision," she paused, "your choice is my choice as well." "Very well. Let us proceed according to our plan." Satan reclined in his chair, the shadow of his cloak obscuring much of his visage, rendering him somewhat ominous. None could discern his expression at that moment. The auction proceeded at a leisurely pace, ultimately reaching the final piece d'assistance. Kyrena took the tray from the servant's hands, placing it upon the auction block. She cast a captivating glance at the audience before gracefully unveiling the crimson cloth that shrouded the treasures beneath. On the tray rested 2 glass cases, within which lay the coveted devil fruit that Satan sought. Satan's expression grew grave as he clasped his hands together, summoning his powers with all his might. An inexplicable force began to emanate from the very ground beneath him, spreading outward. At the moment when all eyes were captivated by the devilish fruits upon the auction stage, Satan rose abruptly, delivering a thunderous shout. The earth of the auction venue surged violently, and countless enormous carnivorous flowers erupted from the ground, each towering 5 to 6 meters. Equipped with gaping maws capable of swallowing a person whole, revealing their menacing, razor-sharp teeth. Saliva dripped from their edges, hissing as it struck the ground, eroding it and creating numerous pits of various sizes. Upon their emergence, they lunged toward the nearest individuals with ferocity, some unfortunate souls being torn asunder in an instant. Blood spilling across the floor, while others were entirely consumed, their screams muffled by the dreadful sounds of mastication. Chaos ensued throughout the auction hall. As the guards and warriors charged with maintaining order found themselves in disarray, frantically evading the onslaught of the carnivorous flowers, the auctioneer, Kalina, stood frozen in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Seizing the moment of turmoil conjured by Satan, Esther swiftly approached the auction stage, drawing her sword to strike at Kalina, who, though momentarily stunned, reacted with agility, dodging the blade's arc but being forced away from the auction platform. Just at that critical juncture, a figure descended upon the auction stage like a flash of lightning. It was our thieving deity, Xiejian. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered, and the demon fruits, once poised for auction, vanished into thin air. Amidst her frantic attempts to evade Esther's onslaught, Kalina found herself powerless to thwart Xiejian's thievery. Her face contorted with madness. Drawing a dagger from her long leg, she defended against Esther's strikes while unleashing a frenzied outburst. "Who are you to dare disrupt Lord Hussein's domain? Seeking your own demise?" After successfully pilfering the fruits, Xiejian swiftly returned to Satan's side, exclaiming, "Quickly, withdraw. The mission is accomplished." Satan, momentarily relaxing his taut spirit, once again clasped his hands together to unleash a formidable skill. The essence of the wood spirit, entwined with resilient vines, spread forth to ensnare and strangle, obstructing the enemy's pursuit as he surged toward the auction house's exit. Observing the success of his nefarious scheme, Esteth swiftly executed several maneuvers to create distance, hurling ice spears to repel Kylina and seizing the opportunity to leap out of the combat zone, fleeing alongside her brother. United, the siblings unleashed a barrage of attacks, tearing through the encirclement of samurai, ultimately breaking free from the auction house and racing toward the dock area. If they could reach it and escape by boat, their mission would be deemed a success. At that moment, a thunderous shout resonated from behind them, warning that trouble had stirred in Lord Hussein's domain and that leaving would be far too simplistic. A shadow approached with lightning speed, accompanied by the sound of a fierce wind, closing in on Satan and delivering a powerful punch. Satan barely managed to turn and raise his arm in defense, but was met with overwhelming force that shattered his bones with a resounding crack, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing through several structures. "Embrace your demise, arrogant wretch," came the taunt. Before Satan could regain his composure, a shadow loomed closer, and a colossal fist magnified within his pupils. At that moment, Esther's positioned herself in front of Satan, and the shadow's fist struck her with tremendous force. "No, sister." In Satan's gaze, the figure of Esther's, spitting blood and hurtling through the air, filled the scene with a crimson hue, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Chapter 9. The Ape King Titan. "I sincerely apologize, dear sister." Severely injured, Satan lay buried beneath the rubble of the shattered building, his heart heavy with profound regret. He had underestimated the formidable forces of this vast ocean, foolishly daring to challenge the established order of the underground powers with but a modicum of strength. At last, he had paid the price for his arrogance. Satan's heart was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. His combat prowess seemed utterly negligible in the face of the shadow's fists, which brimmed with explosive destructive force. Even his once proud regenerative abilities were rendered entirely ineffectual due to the immense drain on his stamina, allowing malevolent thoughts to once again seep into his being. Not far away, his death lay incapacitated, having bravely shielded Satan several times during the recent battle, now battered and unconscious. Never before had he yearned for power so intensely. The shadow drew near once more, its threatening fist cracking ominously, poised to extinguish the lives of the young siblings, should fate grant him another chance at life. He vowed to command the vast seas, ensuring that his family would never again suffer harm. Satan narrowed his eyes and swore deeply. The sunlight gently caressed him, creating a tender ripple. Even in sorrow, he wished not to appear too disheveled, he thought to himself. A dark figure loomed before him, its massive shadow obscuring his vision. "Farewell to the world, young one. Go to hell and repent for your arrogance." The shadow's fierce fist descended upon Satan. Not necessarily. A figure flashed from the distance, intercepting the blow aimed at Satan. The collision of their fists generated a tempestuous shockwave, sweeping Satan and the surrounding debris far away. Struggling to open his eyes, Satan recognized his assailant as Titan, his captain of the guard, and never had he felt Titan's formidable strength so keenly. The two figures collided violently, their fists clashing with a sound akin to steel being hammered, each strike capable of tearing through the air, summoning a whirlwind and inflicting devastating damage. The entire street lay in ruins, ravaged by the aftermath of their battle. In the next moment, they separated again, their garments tattered and their appearances quite disheveled. Titan glanced back at the severely injured prince and princess before turning his gaze with a particularly fierce expression towards the shadow. "Nicholson, have you truly sought to offend the royal family of Babylon? Do you wish for death?" "Humph. They broke the rules themselves. I am not to blame. This matter must come to a close. Do you not agree? Surely, you do not wish to test King Denver's wrath?" Nicholson hesitated. "In that case, I cannot provide an account to Lord Hussein. They must surrender double the spoils as recompense. Then there is nothing further to discuss." Titan huffed coldly, an invisible pressure emanating around him, making the very air tremble. His upper body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal ape-like form, towering over 3 meters. His frame bursting with explosive muscle, his presence escalating exponentially. "If that is the case, prepare to perish." Titan engaged Nicholson once more, his transformed state giving him the upper hand. Each punch made Nicholson's arms tremble, his muscles seeming as if they would shatter, forcing him to retreat step by step. In a powerful display, Titan, in his hybrid form, enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, appeared before Nicholson in the blink of an eye, his fists crashing into Nicholson's chest. In an instant, Nicholson's ribcage collapsed, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters, the immense impact destroying half a street and creating a deep chasm. Crumpled on the ground, Nicholson, gravely injured, struggled to rise, coughing up blood. Knowing he had no chance of victory, he turned to flee. This matter is not over. Great Ape King Titan, Lord Hussein will not let you go. Humph. He better have the courage to do so. As Nicholson fled, Titan let out a cold snort, choosing not to pursue. He reverted to his human form and swiftly carried the injured Satan and his death away from Buggy Island. 3 days later, in the Rain Sea, a small boat, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, drifted upon the ocean. On board were only 3 individuals. The previously grievously injured Satan was now energetically rowing the boat, completely devoid of the previous signs of his affliction. His death, wrapped in bandages, rested against the cabin, clearly, while she possessed the dragon bloodline of the Douglas family. Her recovery capabilities paled in comparison to the monstrous Satan. Their uncle, Mingjia, lounged lazily atop the cabin, basking in the sun. Hurry up, little Satan. If you dawdle, we won't reach Naga Island before nightfall. Do you wish to spend the night on this rickety boat? Hey, I'm working hard, you know? Satan, with a sense of frustration, vigorously maneuvered the oars. This is child abuse. I am still a minor, he exclaimed. Mingjia sat up, casting him a piercing glance. Do you have any objections? No. Absolutely none, Satan conceded, lacking any backbone, and continued to propel the small boat with vigor. That's more like it, Mingjia said contentedly as he reclined once again. Do not think I am bullying you. Rowing is also a form of cultivation. After a brief silence, Satan suddenly turned to Mingjia. Uncle, I have a question to ask you. Speak. On that day at Phuket Island, my sister and I were utterly defeated by the opposing force with overwhelming superiority. I am perplexed about my own strength in the vast ocean. What level does it truly represent? The fact that you can ask such a question indicates that you have learned a valuable lesson. Mingjia straightened himself, leaped down from the top of the boat's canopy, patted Satan's shoulder, and settled beside him. Allow me to elucidate the levels of strength in the sea. I had initially intended to wait until we reached Naga Island to share this with you. Satan perked up, sitting upright, his expression grave. Clearly, he no longer wished to suffer from ignorance. In the cabin, Isteth also quietly sat up. The vast ocean teems with countless races, each employing a myriad of combat styles. Not to mention the various peculiar devil fruits, rendering battles fraught with uncertainty. Thus, it is accurate to state that there exists no universally acknowledged standard of strength upon the seas. However, for a long time, society has held a firm recognition of naval ranks and bounty notices. Mingjia continued, explaining that within the Navy, there are divisions among non-commissioned officers, junior officers, senior officers, and generals. Each ascension in rank signifies a higher level of strength. As for pirates, naturally, the greater the bounty, the stronger the individual, and the greater the threat posed to the world government. Satan, if we were to measure by combat ability, you would be comparable to a naval lieutenant, while his death, your prowess could reach that of a lieutenant colonel. He chuckled, adding that the one who could defeat you, Nicholson, would possess the strength of a rear admiral. The disparity is immense. Therefore, there is no need for either of you to feel disheartened. You are still young and already exhibit remarkable talent among your peers. With diligent training, surpassing him is an inevitable outcome, Mingjia concluded. Chapter 10. The Might of Haki. Upon absorbing Mingjia's explanations, Satan and Isteth exchanged a glance, both sensing the resolve in each other's eyes. That Uncle Titan should possess the strength of a vice admiral, as I witnessed him vanquish Nicholson. And what rank do you hold, Uncle? Mingjia pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing Titan's combat capabilities. After a pause, he remarked, in terms of physical prowess, he should be on par with Nicholson as a rear admiral. When combined with his devil fruit abilities and Haki, he would be regarded as an ordinary vice admiral. As for my own strength, you will have the opportunity to discover it in due course. What is Haki? Isteth inquired from within the cabin. Haki is a latent power possessed by all humanity. This innate ability shares similarities with aura and intimidation, existing instinctively. Yet, the vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to this power and, throughout their lives, fail to manifest it. Haki is categorized into 3 types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Generally, individuals can awaken this power through training, and it can be continually enhanced. In the Navy, those at the vice admiral level are proficient in both armament Haki and observation Haki. Observation Haki is the power to keenly sense the surrounding atmosphere, enabling one to detect enemies beyond the line of sight or even predict their movements, akin to a form of telepathy. Or what could be termed the power of hearing. As long as one is alive, their body emits unique sounds, which can be utilized to foresee an opponent's next actions and position. Through training, the range can be expanded. Those who attain a higher level of observation haki can hear the thoughts of others and even deliver speeches to them. With relentless training, observation haki can even evolve to the extent of glimpsing fragments of the future. Impressive, exclaimed Satan. And what of armament haki? Armament haki enhances one's defensive capabilities, functioning akin to an invisible armor. It can also transform into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users, even touching the tangible forms of Logia-type users. Additionally, it can be enveloped around weapons to amplify their striking force. Meanwhile, Conqueror's haki can incapacitate or intimidate foes through one's own presence, but if not controlled properly, it may affect those nearby as well. Conversely, if mastered to a high degree, it can instill a pressure effect. This rare form of haki is an extraordinary gift possessed by one in hundreds of thousands, embodying the qualities of a king. Unlike the other two forms, even if one can control Conqueror's haki, it cannot be enhanced through mere training. It can only be strengthened through the user's personal growth. Esteth displayed a look of astonishment, her cerulean eyes narrowing with a mix of surprise and yearning for the unknown abilities. Although Satan had long been acquainted with haki through memories of his past life, he felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Mingjia's elaboration. Mingjia observed the astonished duo with satisfaction, clearing his throat to regain their attention before continuing. However, it is likely due to our bloodline that members of the Douglas family do not awaken Conqueror's haki. Ah? Satan let out a sharp cry and stood up in excitement. How could this be? We possess the bloodline of the dragon, renowned for its formidable martial prowess. Sit down. Ming cast a discontented glance at Satan. Indeed, our bloodline is the mightiest, although we cannot awaken the Conqueror's haki. There have been historical records of our kin awakening the dragon might, a power that rivals the strength of the Conqueror's haki. Dragon might. Just as Satan was about to inquire further, the sea suddenly surged violently. A centipede-like sea creature, measuring over 100 meters in length, erupted from the depths, churning up waves that soared over 10 meters high, charging towards the small boat. Satan had never before encountered such a colossal sea creature, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Mingjia spoke. No amount of explanation can compare to witnessing it firsthand. Pay attention. He activated his armament haki, raising his fist as an invisible force coalesced around his wrist, transforming his fist into a solid black, resembling a piece of armor. With the techniques of shave and moonwalk, his body vanished from the small boat, reappearing in midair, where he ran upon the air as if it were solid, charging towards the Sea King ahead. As he approached the Sea King, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its head. The contrast between his modest height of less than 2 meters and the Sea King's 100-meter length made him seem like a mere ant. However, in the next instant, no one would think so. Upon striking the Sea King's head, a tremendous force erupted, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward. The immense body of the Sea King twisted and contorted under the sheer power, its muscles and bones entangled in chaos. Even the water beneath it was displaced, creating a vacuum nearly 100 meters deep. The might of a single punch was truly terrifying. After delivering his attack, Satan effortlessly returned to the boat using the moonwalk technique, as if it were merely a trivial task. The surging seawater created towering waves that propelled the small boat far away. After a considerable time, the surface of the sea finally calmed, with the Sea King's massive corpse bobbing on the water, serving as a stark reminder to Satan and his sister that this was no illusion. Coming back to his senses, Satan gazed at Mingjia with eyes full of admiration, sparkling like stars. Incredible. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his astonishment. Having understood the disparity in strength, he resolved to train diligently on Naga Island. Mingjia disdainfully pushed Satan away, reminding him that those 100-meter-long Sea Kings were merely small fry, insignificant to true powerhouses, and that any admiral in the Navy could effortlessly deal with them, making it hardly a cause for amazement. Satan, his face darkened with irritation, lowered his head, secretly cursing under his breath. This was indeed the pinnacle of pretentiousness. Did he think there were many naval officers of such rank? He discreetly raised a middle finger. Mingjia, enjoying the moment, stretched lazily, feigning ignorance of his small gesture. Esther took hold of an oar and began to row the boat. Satan attempted to intervene but was rebuffed. She gazed earnestly at Mingjia, declaring, "I shall become a formidable force, unreserved in my strength." Under the combined efforts of Esther's and Satan, the small vessel bravely navigated the waves, finally arriving at the ancient island of Naga before nightfall. From deep within the island, the sounds of beastly roars echoed, and fierce winds howled. Upon setting foot on the island, Satan involuntarily shivered, yet a fervent smile soon spread across his face. This promised to be an exhilarating training experience. "What, are you afraid?" Mingjia inquired. No, I merely tremble with excitement. Chapter 11. The Ancient Island Lilugia Island. A diminutive summer isle spanning merely 10 square kilometers, belonged to the Hussein family as a private sanctuary. It served as the stronghold of the Lion King's organization, one of the dark forces controlling the Grand Line. Towering coconut trees flourished across the island, with a lavish mansion erected at its center, brimming with life, concealing the profound malevolence lurking beneath its surface. At that moment, within a dimly lit secret chamber beneath the mansion, a figure reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Eyes gently closed, wearing an expression of tranquility. Nicholson, who had previously displayed great prowess on Buggy Island, was now kneeling respectfully before him, delivering a report. Upon finishing, the figure remained unresponsive. Nicholson cautiously glanced upward, seeking any hint of emotion on his face, but found nothing. "My lord," Nicholson tentatively called out. The figure slightly raised himself, casting a sidelong glance at Nicholson, and emitted a cold snort. Suddenly, his expression hardened, his eyes gleaming ominously in the flickering candlelight. "So, you let them go?" he rasped, leaning forward with an air of intense authority. "And they incurred no cost for their freedom." "It is my fault, Lord Hussein." Nicholson understood that Hussein did not wish to hear any excuses. "No one takes anything from my hands without paying a price. Do you comprehend? Shall we send someone to assassinate them? What benefit would that bring us? Provoking a powerful kingdom is hardly a wise choice." Hussein glared at Nicholson before muttering to himself. "The Lion King's organization does not engage in losing ventures. Are we to simply let this go? The auction has already become a laughingstock among the underground forces. If we cannot reclaim our dignity, the Lion King's organization will suffer a significant reduction in its covert influence," Nicholson protested. He could not believe that Hussein would overlook such reasoning. Without the organization's intervention, the chance to erase this disgrace would vanish. "Put away your petty thoughts, Nicholson. Remember, the Babylon kingdom has at least 2 formidable generals. Confronting them directly would yield no victory." Hussein lowered his voice, issuing a chilling laugh reminiscent of an owl in the night. "Yet, even the mightiest lion may doze at times. This matter will not simply fade away." On Naga Island, near the coastline, a roaring fire blazed as Satan and Esther's prepared their meal, a massive triceratops carcass lying behind them, stretching over 10 meters in length. What was this island? How could dinosaurs still exist here? Satan, while roasting food, uttered exclamations of incredulity. "Do you not even know this? It seems you have not paid heed to the royal education lessons." Suddenly, Mingjiao appeared behind Satan. "Wowah!" Satan emitted an exaggerated cry. "Please refrain from appearing unexpectedly behind others. It can be quite terrifying." "TCH, little demon." Mingjiao seated himself and said, "Estes, you explain it to him." "Indeed. Due to the unusual climate along the Grand Line, there exist certain islands where the ecological environment remains reminiscent of the primordial era, collectively referred to as the Ancient Islands. Because of the harsh climate, only the most formidable beings can survive on these ancient islands," Estes responded calmly. "Exactly," Mingjiao remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. "Naga Island is a quintessential example of an ancient island. There are over 600 species on that island which surpass your strength within the depths of the island. There exist sovereign creatures capable of utilizing haki. Thus, starting tomorrow, your days of comfort will come to an end. You will establish a rudimentary camp by the seaside. As most animals on the island prefer to avoid the coastal areas, rendering this spot temporarily safe, each day you shall venture deeper into the island to engage in battles, returning to the camp at night to rest and recuperate. I shall guide you here for a month, after which you must remain until you are capable of independently defeating a sovereign-level creature from the depths of the island. Do you understand?" "Understood." Both Satan and Estes replied in unison. "By the way, Satan, there is something you may find inconvenient to discuss. Yet I must inquire, why do you require additional devil fruits? In truth, an individual can consume only 1 devil fruit. Consuming a second would result in instant demise." Mingjia asked, his expression grave. Satan exhibited a fleeting hesitation. However, upon reflecting on the numerous times his death had safeguarded him on the island of Phuket, he found solace. In this world, if one cannot even trust their own family, what purpose does life serve? Moreover, when the characters from my dreams eventually come into existence, they will inevitably discover the truth. I understand this may seem utterly implausible, yet the reality is that after consuming that mutated devil fruit, I not only acquired the power to manipulate plants, but also gained an extraordinary ability. Satan must find a way to render his explanation more plausible. What ability? Esther's was equally curious. With merely a devil fruit as a trade, I can summon powerful beings from another realm using my life force. What? How can this be possible? Mingjia and Esther's were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Moreover, another world? How could such a thing exist? Indeed, it is true. A different voice emanated from within Satan, and the spirit of the thieving deity, Xiejian, emerged from Satan's form, shocking them once more. I am the deity of theft from the elven race of the divine realm, Xiejian. Mingjia swiftly approached Satan, grasping Xiejian's head and pulling him from Satan's body for a closer inspection. There is nothing particularly special about him. Satan, how is it that he can reside within you? Mingjia was deeply intrigued. Although the powers of devil fruits were diverse and peculiar, such an extraordinary ability was truly astonishing. Release me, you scoundrel, you have offended me. Xiejian struggled free from Mingjia's grasp, landing on Esther's shoulder. I have no fondness for boorish men. Xiejian glared disdainfully at Mingjia before turning to flatter Esther's. You are the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered. Your azure eyes are as pure as amber polished by time, your flawless skin as delicate as a newborn's, and your vibrant red lips are as alluring as the first green shoots of spring. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, my heart was profoundly pierced by your beauty. Allow me to compose a sonnet of love for you. Stop. I have no liking for glib-tongued men. Esther's interrupted Xiejian's lengthy praise. However, I graciously accept your compliments. The corners of Satan's mouth twitched as he turned away, feigning ignorance of him. How utterly embarrassing, indeed. Moreover, my esteemed sister, how is it that I had not noticed your proud demeanor before? Such revelations illuminate your previous actions, remarked Mingjia. Fear not. I shall elucidate the matter to your father, and furthermore, I will keep an ear to the ground for news regarding the devil fruits through the channels of the world government. You may focus on your cultivation here without worry. Indeed. Chapter 12. The Crimson Fireball. Xiejian, are we now able to commence the incubation? Xiejian flapped his wings and returned to Satan's side. In truth, from the moment we seized the devil fruit, I had already begun preparations for the incubation. However, it necessitates a substantial conversion of your vitality to sustain it. With your current physical strength, at least half a month will be required before they can manifest. How thrilling it is to anticipate the prowess of beings from another world. I wonder just how formidable they might be, Mingjia said with a smile. You may find yourself disappointed. Due to the limitations of Satan's physique, the strength of the being's birth will not surpass that of Satan, though they will possess their own unique talents, Xiejian elucidated. Even so, I remain eagerly anticipatory. Very well, let us take our rest. Tomorrow we shall commence the devilish training. As Satan and his companions arrived at Naga Island to begin their cultivation, a piece of intelligence quietly circulated among the underground factions. It was said that the Babylon kingdom had discovered a vast gold mine on Naga Island and had stealthily commenced its extraction. The sea churned restlessly, foreshadowing an impending conspiracy aimed at the duo of Satan and his sister. Half a month later, deep within the jungles of Naga Island, Satan cautiously concealed himself amidst the branches of a towering tree, his breath shallow and his spirit taut with tension, though he still lingered on the periphery of the island. The abundance of formidable creatures was overwhelming. He had just evaded the pursuit of a flying mantis, his mind churning with exasperation. What a devil! Who ever heard of a mantis wielding sword-like energy? It was utterly absurd. After a brief respite, he silently descended from the tree, slipping deeper into the heart of the island. The demon perched upon his shoulder appeared at ease, exuding a leisurely demeanor. Just then, an ominous sensation surged within him, prompting Satan to leap aside swiftly. A thunderous explosion erupted from the very spot where he had stood moments before, propelling himself away with a single hand on the ground. He was met with a cacophony of booming sounds from behind, as a throng of diminutive crimson calves charged toward him. These creatures, known as the Crimson Fireball, were endemic to the island. They thrived in packs, skillfully coordinating their hunts. Despite their small stature, their explosive power was remarkable. Each assault struck with the force of a miniature cannon, gouging deep craters into the earth. Satan, in a state of utter disarray, deftly evaded the frenzied onslaught of the rampaging bulls, narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. He could even perceive the rancid sin of each bull as it tore through the air. Fortunately, the Crimson Fireballs could only unleash their powerful assaults once. After each attack, their massive force would bury them deep within the earth, requiring considerable time to emerge and prepare for their next strike. This provided him with a much-needed respite. Hey, Satan, this is simply delightful. I am utterly enamored with this exhilarating survival game, the malevolent spirit remarked, circling around Satan with glee. Though stripped of his divine powers as the god of thievery, he found short-range teleportation to be a trivial matter. making it exceedingly easy to dodge the bull's assaults. Damn it, I've had enough. Satan's anguished roar was not characteristic of my demeanor. With a swift motion, he bent his right hand slightly, forming it into a dragon's claw. The energy within him converged towards his hand as a ferocious bull charged at him. In a moment of sheer defiance, he leapt high, colliding fiercely with the oncoming beast. A resounding explosion echoed as Satan was sent staggering back several steps, while the bull, propelled by the force of impact, soared backward even faster than it had approached, crashing through a dozen trees and raising clouds of dust. An increasing number of crimson fireballs encircled him, rendering his situation ever more perilous. Furrowing his brow, Satan recalled the 6 techniques taught by the underworld. Among them was the defensive skill known as paper drawing. This technique allowed one to dissipate all bodily strength, skillfully evading attacks by utilizing the changes in air currents generated by an opponent's movements, making it ideally suited for defending against mass assaults. Satan gently closed his eyes, and the world seemed to fall silent in an instant. He could effortlessly perceive the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents, even detecting the gentle rustling of the leaves nearby. A raging bull charged from a distant tree, creating a delicate tremor in the atmosphere. Satan, acutely aware of this change, completely relaxed his body at the precise moment the bull was about to collide with him, as if he had shed all weight. Evading the bull's onslaught like a mere sheet of paper, more bulls surged towards him from various directions, and Satan attuned himself to the intricate ebbs and flows of the air. His form danced whimsically in the wind, narrowly evading every assault, embodying the paper drawing technique from the advanced martial arts of the world government. It also represented the nascent form of observation hockey. At last, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, as the attacking bulls, overwhelmed by their own force, were temporarily buried in the earth and rendered incapable of further assault. Only then did Satan allow himself to relax and catch his breath. A piece of good news, Satan. Just then, the wicked voice from his shoulder suddenly spoke. What? Satan was profoundly intrigued by what significant news could compel the wicked to interrupt his battle. After a fortnight of anticipation, they were now ready to descend. Is it truly so? What a delightful surprise indeed. Satan was utterly elated. Shall we summon them forth now? Indeed, I have long awaited this moment. The expression on the face of the demon was one I had foreseen. Thus, let the proceedings commence. Life summoning. He became unprecedentedly earnest, hands clasped together, muttering incantations as he hovered before Satan. The vast life energy in the air surged madly toward him, causing the surrounding trees to wither and disintegrate into fine powder that danced in the wind. A verdant summoning circle materialized before him, its intricate design resembling a complex hexagram, filled with a dense, mist-like vitality. Suddenly, Satan felt his strength plummet, a wave of emptiness washing over him, prompting him to collapse onto the ground. He glanced upward to see 2 indistinct figures gradually emerging within the summoning circle. They stood at a height of 1.3 meters, resembling a pair of 8-year-old girls. The girl on the left donned a violet school uniform, her long hair cascading to her waist. She wore a striking red belt and tie, with red arm guards adorning her arms. In her right hand, she wielded a katana with a crimson scabbard, its hilt engraved with intricate runes. Her expression was aloof, her features exquisite, but it was her piercing crimson eyes that captivated all. One glance seemed to ensnare the beholder in a deep enchantment. The girl on the right wore a similar black school uniform, albeit with shorter hair that brushed her shoulders. She also held a katana of a similar style, yet her scabbard was black. Her adorable visage mirrored that of her sister, perfectly charming without the need for adornment, but her eyes were a stark contrast, deep black as ink. Chapter 13. The Twin Sisters. They were none other than Chit and Kurat, the twin sisters of the Crimson-Eyed Realm. The elder sister, Chit, was the ace of the assassination organization Night Raid, wielding the katana known as Murakumo, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Should one be struck by this blade, their wound would be tainted with a curse, leading to a swift demise with no antidote available. Despite its formidable power, the blade bore a weakness. Chit had to handle it with utmost caution, for a mere cut to her finger could spell instant death. In combat, if she could not land a direct strike, the curse would remain dormant. Her sister, Kurat, was a member of the Imperial Special Police Unit, possessing the Imperial tool known as the Dead Man's March, Yatsuhashi. She could manipulate those slain by her blade through curses, controlling up to 8 corpses, which would retain their previous state and act autonomously. However, the more corpses she controlled, the more her own abilities would diminish, and once her power was revoked, they would revert to mere lifeless bodies. Young master, they exclaimed in unison as they stepped forth from the summoning circle, addressing Satan. Ah, welcome, my beloved kin. Satan struggled to rise, the corners of his mouth curving upwards with joy, though his demeanor remained listless, betraying the delight hidden within. Words of welcome could wait. The next wave of the bull horde was imminent, as the heretic observed. "What is the enemy? We shall cleave through them," spoke Cheong coldly, effortlessly severing an advancing bull with a mere flick of his hand. "Leave it to us, young master," Black Eye chimed in, raising his blade as two massive puppet corpses materialized before the group. They were none other than Black Eye's two members from the 8th house, Destagiru and Caesar the Giant Frog. Destagiru, in life, had been a superlatively dangerous entity, a colossal monster crafted from imperial-grade materials, possessing unparalleled destructive power. Conversely, Caesar the Giant Frog was a perilous species of large amphibian, harboring potent acidic fluids within its belly. As the bull horde surged forth once more, Destagiru shielded the group like a bulwark. The bull's charge, capable of gouging the earth, felt like mere tickling against his formidable frame. With a casual swipe of his claws, he sent several crimson fireballs soaring away. Meanwhile, Caesar the Giant Frog lagged slightly behind, unleashing jets of corrosive liquid that brought down the airborne bulls, their bodies sizzling upon impact with the ground. At intervals, its lengthy tongue shot forth, ensnaring several bulls and drawing them into its maw. Even should any foe slip past their defense, Chi Hong would effortlessly dispatch them. Truly remarkable. Satan has utterly become a mere spectator, involuntarily expressing admiration. Soon, the battle concluded, and the once troublesome herd of wild bulls was effortlessly subdued by the two sisters. "Take a moment to rest, young master." The considerate Black Eye gently patted Satan's shoulder, curiously observing everything around her. "Well then, let us pause here for a while." Satan casually replied that at the moment the two sisters descended, he had expended an excessive amount of energy, leaving him somewhat languid and feeling utterly drained. "No, we cannot rest here," Chi Hong remarked, surveying the chaotic battlefield and catching a whiff of the pungent scent of blood in the air, calmly interjecting. "The stench of blood here is overwhelming, likely to attract more formidable predators. Young master is in poor condition and requires recuperation. We must avoid unnecessary conflict." "You possess remarkable wisdom," Xie Jian said, fluttering his wings to hover before Chi Hong, striving to assert his presence. "I concur with Chi Hong's perspective," Satan acknowledged. "Let us depart from this place swiftly." "Indeed, young master," Hei Tong responded cheerfully. "Wait for me." Chi Hong returned to the battlefield, selecting several intact corpses of the Crimson Fireball before rejoining the group. "Hey, what purpose do those corpses serve you?" Xie Jian questioned, perplexed by Chi Hong's actions. "I have a keen interest in their meat," Chi Hong replied, seemingly salivating at the thought, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. "These little creatures, despite their diminutive size, possess remarkable explosive power, and their muscle density must be exceptionally high. They would undoubtedly make for an exquisite delicacy when grilled." Satan suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he had strained his back. "Was this the moment for you to showcase your gluttonous tendencies? Just moments ago, you appeared quite dependable." Observing Chi Tong laboriously selecting the most succulent cuts of meat in an attempt to carry away more prey, Satan approached her with a bemused expression and, with a wave of his hand, stored all the barbaric cattle into his spatial domain. Who touched my meat?" Chi Tong exclaimed, her expression turning fierce. "Hey, worry not. I have gathered it all for you. We shall retrieve it upon our return to the camp. That is more like it. But be cautious of ambushes." At that moment, Xie Jian's loud shout interrupted them. A beam of green light shot directly towards Satan, and Chi Tong, reacting swiftly, positioned herself in front of him the instant Xie Jian called out, drawing her blade to intercept the green light. The sound of steel clashing rang out sharply as the green light was deflected, landing a short distance away. It was the flying mantis, unexpectedly pursuing them once more. Xie Jian remarked in astonishment. "Chi Tong, be careful. That creature is quite troublesome and can unleash a blade of energy," Satan warned, recalling the considerable trouble it had caused him before encountering the Chi-Hua barbaric cattle. "Leave it to me, young master," Chi Tong replied with unwavering confidence. "I possess ample experience in hunting dangerous creatures." With her blade, Murakumo, in hand, she advanced, positioning her katana at a 45-degree angle in a defensive stance. Her steps were small, seemingly to avoid startling their quarry, but in reality, it was to prepare for any impending strikes. As she claimed, her hunting experience was indeed substantial. The flying mantis seemed to sense the threat, its wings flapping rapidly, and its forelimbs rubbed together, producing a menacing sound akin to a blade's whistle. Suddenly, the mantis lunged forward, its side-like forelimbs raised high, aimed at Chi Tong. Tong slightly turned her body, pivoting around her right foot, and angled her blade to deflect the mantis' strike, leaving a deep gash in the ground that stretched for over 10 meters. Spinning slash. She whirled around, sending the mantis hurtling away, smashing through a dense cluster of trees. Did you take it down? Tong inquired. Not so easily. Indeed. The next moment, a green light surged forth from the woods once more, accompanied by a flurry of blade-like energy that splintered the trees into mere shards of wood. Tong's expression grew grave as she positioned Murakumo before her and charged forward, visible dark energy swirling around the blade. A manifestation of the thick resentment absorbed from the corpses it had previously slain. True. Burial. Tong and the flying mantis passed each other, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of blade light flickered. She then came to a halt, slowly sheathing Murakumo. Behind her, the still-flying mantis trembled violently, a gash appearing across its chest, spewing forth a torrent of blood before plummeting from the sky. Chapter 14. Seizing the honey, a gentle breeze caressed the night, the moon hanging high in the sky. The island under the cover of darkness exuded an unusual tranquility, starkly contrasting with the raucous camp nearby. At the coastal camp, a welcome gathering was underway for Tong and Tong. Hey, Tong, return my meat. From afar, Xie voice rang out loudly. I merely took a sample for you to taste. Tong feigned innocence, yet the flavor was so delightful that I might as well finish it for you. Indeed, indeed. The elven folk should quietly stick to a vegetarian diet. Satan chimed in, reveling in the moment. Unaware that Tong had stealthily swiped a generous portion of meat from his plate, swiftly consuming it, and straightening up as if nothing had occurred. Oh, you youngsters are truly full of vitality. I envy you so, Ming Jia remarked with a smile, before turning to the silent Tong beside her. Little sister, why don't you join in the fun? Satan turned his gaze back, only to find that Tong was dejectedly clutching an empty bag that bore his name. Tong, come quickly and indulge in the delicacies prepared for you at this welcome feast, Xie exclaimed as he flew over. Ignoring him, Tong approached Satan, tugging at his garment with one hand while holding the empty bag in the other, softly reminding him, Master, my snacks are gone. I crave candy. Is that truly such a concern? Satan shrugged nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I shall have the guards of the kingdom deliver a ton of candy for you. Really? Tong's eyes sparkled with delight, as if golden glimmers danced within. She gleefully shook his arm, proclaiming, I knew you were the best, Master. However, with a hint of disappointment. Mingjia interjected, I must remind you, Satan, during your trial, the kingdom will not provide any resources. You must resolve everything on your own. His gentle smile belied the firmness of his words, cutting through their moment of affection. What? That cannot be. But the candy is meant for Tong. Can't we make an exception? Satan protested, unwilling to concede. No, you must fend for yourself, Mingjia replied firmly. Tong's spirits plummeted once more, her fingers fidgeting as if bearing a great injustice. Can you have honey, Tong? As Death approached, gently patting her shoulder and inquiring. There should be honey on the island. Of course. How did I not think of that? Satan lamented. You are always the most reliable, sister. Absolutely, Tong responded with delight, her mouth almost watering at the thought. With spirits lifted, they cheerfully decided, tomorrow, we shall venture to steal honey. Xie shouted in excitement. Since you are enjoying yourselves here, I shall not intrude further. I will return to the kingdom tomorrow, Mingjia announced. What? Uncle Mingjia, you are leaving so soon? Were you not supposed to guide us for a month? Satan queried, puzzled. The world government requires my attention. Regardless, you have already learned the dragon techniques and 6 styles. It is time for you to train independently. Additionally, I will seek opportunities to procure other devil fruits for you. Meanwhile, at the royal palace on Rain Island, King Denver was also enjoying his dinner. Your Majesty. General Gabriel requests an audience, a servant announced. Let him enter. King Denver replied with vigor. A young general with a mane of golden hair entered, exuding a commanding presence. He was Gabriel, the general of the Babylon kingdom, renowned for his intelligence. What brings you here? King Denver inquired. Your Majesty. Scouts have reported that rumors are circulating among the underground forces regarding our discovery of a gold mine on Naga Island. Pirate crews eager to investigate are already preparing to set sail. Prince Satan and Princess Death are currently training on Naga Island. What shall we do? King Denver dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and responded leisurely, let them create a stir. Even the most exuberant of insects are merely playthings for the great dragon. There is nothing to worry about. Yes, Your Majesty, Gabriel replied, his mind racing with confusion as he stepped back, pondering who truly was the dragon. The next day, on Naga Island, After a prolonged search, Satan and his companions finally stumbled upon a grand beehive. At that moment, they were engaged in a spirited discussion regarding who should undertake the task of pilfering honey. I deemed Satan the most suitable candidate, stated Esther's with unwavering resolve. Why me? Satan queried, gazing at Esther's in bewilderment, for he believed it should rightfully be the domain of the god of theft, evil sight. Who else possesses the most formidable physique and exceptional regenerative abilities? Evil sight interjected gleefully, even if stung by the bees, you would swiftly recover. What kind of logic is that? Satan exclaimed in frustration. Just because I possess strong healing capabilities, does that mean I should be the one to go? Indeed, the others chorused in unison. Moreover, you are the only one who embodies the spirit of a true man. Esther's provided another justification. But evil sight is also a man, Satan muttered in discontent. No. He can only be considered half a man, Esther's retorted. Satan hesitated, but the innocent gaze of the black-eyed girl bore down on him, as if his reluctance constituted a transgression. They exchanged glances for 3 seconds, and at last, Satan succumbed. Fine, I shall go, he conceded. The others erupted in a fit of suppressed laughter. Satan grasped a large ceramic jar and swiftly made his way towards the beehive perched high in the distant tree. With remarkable agility, he leaped between the branches, drawing ever closer to his target in the blink of an eye. Just then, he found himself encircled by a swarm of bees, sensing the imminent threat. Young master, give it your all, came the encouraging voices from below, their crimson and ebony eyes gleaming with support. We've got faith in you, young man. This is sheer folly, echoed a voice. Remember, when you flee, do not head in our direction. Is this truly my elder sister? In that instant, Satan felt a tumult of chaotic emotions surge within him. Satan, besieged by the relentless assault of the swarm, swiftly penetrated the hive. One by one, the bees launched their valiant attacks to defend their home, leaving numerous welts upon Satan's forehead and body. In a moment of desperation, Satan exhibited remarkable ingenuity, allowing tendrils of vines to sprout from his body, enveloping himself in their embrace, which provided him some relief. Under the relentless assault of the swarm of bees, he exerted himself to fill a clay pot with honey, then swiftly leaped from the towering tree, fleeing into the jungle, pursued by a multitude of bees. Their relentless buzzing accompanied by Satan's intermittent cries of anguish echoing in the distance. Young master mused that Satan was indeed a good person. Evil sight, observing Satan dart into the thicket, awarded him a grand good person card. I concur, replied his death. I too agree, chirped Crimson Eye. What say you, Black Eye? Evil sight inquired of the taciturn Black Eye. Black Eye, biting her finger, adorably replied, I believe the jar of honey that young master seized would suffice for me for an entire week. Chapter 15. The Pirate Alliance 3 years prior, in Rogue Town. The pirate king Joel D. Roger, who once possessed everything the world had to offer, uttered a final proclamation before his demise, compelling people across the globe to flock to the seas. Do you desire my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it. Go forth and search. I have hidden everything there. Thus, countless individuals set sail, embarking on the Grand Line, heralding the dawn of the age of exploration. 3 years elapsed, and an increasing number of pirates ventured into the ocean, chasing fame, wealth, and power. In recent months, whispers of the Babylon Kingdom's discovery of a vast gold mine on Naga Island circulated widely among the underground factions of the Rain Sea. Numerous pirate crews, drawn by the news, hastened to the Rain Sea, and after several prior pirate crews met their demise on Naga Island, the rumors gained further credence. Instead of feeling intimidated, the greedy pirates became even more fervent in their quest for treasure. On the supply island of Kane, in closest proximity to Naga Island, a multitude of brutal pirates gathered, transforming the once tranquil Kane Island into a veritable den of chaos. At this juncture, a pirate ship gradually approached the harbor, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd on the dock. Wow, it's the Ghost Cat pirate crew. Another heavyweight pirate crew has arrived, exclaimed one. Indeed, their captain is the notorious Phantom Cat Willow, with a bounty of 76 million. He is said to be a formidable pirate from the West Sea, notorious for his island-slaying exploits before entering the Grand Line. However, he is not the strongest. Have you forgotten who currently reigns on the island? True enough. Master Bakwin Shaman is one of this year's pirate supernovas, with a bounty of 130 million berries. It's no wonder so many pirate crews have rushed here at his summons. Captain Willow disembarked with several subordinates, disregarding the clamorous pirate rabble at the dock, and headed directly towards the Black Queen Tavern on the island. Captain Willow, must we truly heed that fellow Inchaman's call? While he is undeniably powerful, we are not lacking either. I still believe operating independently would be more profitable, remarked the first mate, the swordsman executioner Valen, whose bounty stood at 60 million berries. Let us first assess the situation. Be aware that the Babylon Kingdom is no ordinary nation. It ranks among the foremost powers within the world government's allied countries. If the news of the gold mine is genuine, Naga Island will be heavily fortified. Did you not notice that the preceding pirate crews have been utterly annihilated? Captain Willow scoffed. Renowned for his composure, he was not one to stick his neck out. We shall observe. If an opportunity arises to profit from the turmoil, we shall seize it. If not, we will retreat swiftly. I harbor an ominous premonition. This venture is unlikely to be straightforward. Understood, Captain, the crew members responded in unison. On the shores of Naga Island, devastation reigned, and a pirate ship was slowly sinking. This is never ending. How many pirate ships is this now? Why do all these pirates keep flocking to Naga Island? Satan lamented with a furrowed brow. After more than 3 months of rigorous training, he had adeptly mastered the 6 forms and dragon body combat techniques, his prowess now incomparable to before. His physique had grown considerably stronger, his skin bronzed to a healthy wheat hue by the relentless sun, and he had reached a height of 1 meters, making it hard to believe he was merely an impending 7-year-old boy. This marks the 7th pirate crew we have vanquished this month, young master, Akane reported, sheathing Muramasa. She and Kuro were now fully acclimated to their new life, having learned numerous sword techniques from Estes over these past 3 months, enhancing their capabilities. It feels as though there is a conspiracy at play. It is unusual for so many pirate crews to frequently assault the same island, Satan pondered. Yet, I wholeheartedly welcome their arrival. Yajian chimed in with a grin, for he was able to plunder a plethora of spoils from the annihilated pirate ships each time. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Satan exclaimed, clutching his head in confusion as he looked at Estes. Who told you to act without thinking? I had already spared some for interrogation, Estes replied. It is said they received intelligence from underground forces that our Douglas family has discovered a massive gold mine on Naga Island. How could that be possible? Satan inquired with a hint of skepticism. There must be someone spreading falsehoods, intending to undermine our Douglas family. The crux of the matter is that Naga Island will undoubtedly attract more formidable pirates in the near future. Isteth responded gravely, this island is perilous at present. Yet, what of it? On this island, regardless of who arrives, they shall become our prey. Satan, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, proclaimed, just as I wish to test my recent cultivation achievements. Prepare for a hunting game. Esther's concluded, her expression icy, seemingly unperturbed by the impending challenge. We adore hunting games. Young master, echoed Akame and Kirom in unison. The young master could already sense the aroma of spoils. At this moment, within the Black Queen Tavern on Cane Island, a pirate coalition meeting was underway. Inside the tavern, numerous pirates raised their goblets, clinking them together in boisterous laughter, interspersed with shouts and curses, creating a raucous atmosphere. However, the first floor was populated by mere pirate lackeys. The truly renowned and esteemed pirates congregated on the second floor. Among them stood a towering pirate, 3 meters tall, with a remarkably robust upper body, raising his goblet. I express my gratitude to all of you for gracing me with your presence here. Let us collaborate to complete this endeavor. I assure you, each of you will receive your fair share. He was none other than the Supernova Pirate of the Year. The renowned fist of dominance, Incitement, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Too kind, Captain Incitement. We have all gathered here for your esteemed reputation. Command us without hesitation. Boasted a 2-meter-tall man wielding a serrated greatsword. He was the rogue pirate, the Lone Wolf, with a bounty of 85 million berries, known as Servant Caress. Indeed, indeed. It is solely due to my faith in Captain Incitement's prowess that I have come here. A bearded man feigned a delicate demeanor, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard. He was the captain of the transgender pirates, known as the transgender boxer Annie, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Additionally, there were notorious pirates such as the sharpshooter Long Gun Bill, with a bounty of 55 million berries, the fishman warrior Shark Cocker Rose, with a bounty of 30 million berries, and the long-handed fighter destruction cannon Cebalou, with a bounty of 63 million berries, all responding to the call. Incitement downed his drink in one gulp, shattering the goblet with a resounding crack, and declared, then let us indulge in our mischief. Tomorrow, we shall set sail for Naga Island to seek our fortunes. The other pirates responded enthusiastically, the atmosphere charged with fervor. Chapter 16. The Fierce Battle by the Shore 3 days later, at Naga Island, on the shore. Several individuals were resting in the encampment when a figure approached in haste. "Master, master, a formidable fleet of pirate ships is drawing near," reported the lookout with urgency in his voice. "How many pirate ships are there?" "There are a total of 31 vessels, each bearing a distinct pirate flag, indicating that the pirates have united. It seems we are on the brink of war." Satan rose, his expression one of disdain. "Let us proceed according to plan. First, we shall greet them, and then lead them into the forest." At that moment, aboard the pirate ship of the United Pirate Army, the lookout at the mast peak reported below. Due to Captain Hayman's orders, there were no signs of military presence on the island, but a small camp could be seen with smoke rising. Anchored directly at the shore, Captain Hayman commanded, clenching his fist with a crack. "Captain, just to be safe, it would be prudent to send someone ahead to scout the area. Even if there is trouble, at least we won't lose our own men," suggested a pirate with a small mustache, recalling the previous pirate crews that had gone missing. Captain Hyman pondered for a moment, then ordered the female pirate crew to scout ahead while the other ships anchored and awaited news. "Yes, Captain, I shall make the arrangements." Shortly thereafter, the female pirate crew's ship advanced, drawing closer to the island. Before long, Captain Annie, a female fighter, along with over 100 crew members, set foot on the shore. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Annie assessed the beach surroundings, noticing no anomalies. "You lot, leave 5 to guard the ship. The rest, follow me." They ventured deeper into the island, gradually approaching the jungle, when suddenly, a towering ice wall several dozen meters high obstructed their path. "Hey, Captain, there's a wall ahead. It's made of ice. How bizarre," shouted the pirate lackeys. "Boss, should we break it down?" Just as Captain Annie prepared to unleash her frustration, 4 children unexpectedly appeared atop the ice wall. "Huh? Little ones, who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Captain Annie, adorned with a beard and standing on one tiptoe, raised her hands above her head in a heart shape, performing a classic ballet pose while spinning several times, asking sweetly. Her crew collectively took a step back, feeling embarrassed. "I want to chop him down. It's too painful to watch," Satan shouted in indignation from her shoulder. The 4 atop the ice wall, initially posing, stumbled slightly. It was not their fault to be what they were, but it was indeed inappropriate for them to scare others. "Do you not know this island belongs to the Babylon Kingdom?" Satan bellowed in a fit of rage, having failed to appear cool. "Oh, so you are from the Babylon Kingdom?" It seems the intelligence was correct. Annie continued her spinning, excitedly exclaiming, "I am going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. I've had enough of you. It's utterly disgusting." Satan could not contain his fury. Chitong and Haitong furrowed their brows, their eyes emitting a mysterious and formidable glow. Was it not supposed to be a hunting game? Why had they encountered such peculiarities? I sensed an overwhelming malice from the world around me. The Ice Emperor's judgment, its death, did not hesitate. With a mere wave of her hand, hundreds of icy spikes coalesced in the air and shot towards the pirates. Indeed, it was best to eradicate the repugnant immediately. The pirates scrambled to evade the icy onslaught. And although Annie's actions were disgraceful, her strength was commendable. With a thunderous shout, she unleashed the demon-human fist technique, Tornado, her body spinning rapidly to conjure a whirlwind that deflected most of the ice spikes. Only a few inattentive pirates suffered injuries. Witnessing her sister's assault commence, Satan bellowed and leapt down from the ice wall, charging towards Annie. Countless crimson juju spikes erupted suddenly beneath the pirates' feet. Many unsuspecting pirates were pierced through, their bodies suspended in midair, blood cascading in torrents. Esteth and Chitong subsequently leapt down from the ice wall and plunged into the throngs of pirates. Meanwhile, Haitong remained atop the ice wall, brandishing her blade. The members of the 8 houses, Diastaguru and Caesar the Giant Frog, reappeared on the battlefield, while one of their comrades, Nadalera, stood protectively in front of Haitong, shielding the spellcaster. The colossal and immensely powerful Diastaguru effortlessly swatted away several pirates with a casual sweep of his claws, rendering their attacks futile. Caesar the Giant Frog discharged a stream of corrosive fluid, eliciting heart-wrenching screams from the injured pirates. Occasionally, it extended its long tongue to snatch a pirate and swallow them whole, leaving no chance for survival. The arrival of these 2 titanic beasts on the battlefield inflicted catastrophic losses upon the demon-human pirate crew. "That little girl is controlling the monsters," the vice-captain of the demon-human pirate crew shouted, pointing at Haitong atop the ice wall. "Eliminate her." "Yes, eliminate her." Several formidable pirates rallied and charged towards Haitong. They would not succeed. Esteth intercepted them. Wielding Durandala, she maneuvered through the pirates, those struck by her sword energy instantly transforming into ice sculptures, crashing to the ground as shattered remnants. True. Whirlwind slash. True. Tailwind slash. True. Burial. At that moment, Tong found herself surrounded by numerous pirates. She adeptly dodged and weaved through the chaotic attacks, countering intermittently. Any pirate grazed by Murakumo would find black mist emanating from their wounds, succumbing to the curse and dying instantly. Meanwhile, Satan confronted the demon-human fist practitioner, Annie. Annie, well-versed in the demon-human fist techniques, moved with remarkable agility, her body tracing circles as she spun, delivering punches and kicks that produced thunderous bursts in the air. In a bid to validate his prowess, Satan refused to retreat even once, engaging in a raw and unadorned contest of fists and martial skills with Annie. Their battleground reverberated with the explosive sounds of flesh meeting flesh, occasionally sending one of them hurtling away, creating deep craters upon impact, only for them to collide once more in the next heartbeat. In the distance, aboard a pirate ship near the shore, lookout scouts reported the unfolding battle to their respective captains, prompting the fleet of pirate vessels to lift their anchors and approach the coastline. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the mast of a pirate ship anchored at the shore as the marksman, Bill, blew the smoke from the barrel and rose to his feet. Black Eye, perched atop an ice wall, felt a tightening in her chest and instinctively raised her blade in defense. However, the overwhelming force of the bullet, imbued with a formidable aura, easily pierced through the body of Natala, who had shielded Black Eye, and despite being halted by the eighth room, it still blossomed a crimson flower upon Black Eye's chest. Helplessly, she toppled backward, and the once invincible Dastaguru and Caesar the giant frog were instantaneously reduced to mere corpses. Witnessing Black Eye's injury, Satan's eyes blazed with fury, and with a thunderous roar, he hurled Annie away from him, darting like lightning towards the fallen Black Eye, cradling her as he dashed into the jungle. Retreat. Into the jungle. Death and Red Eye swiftly vacated the battlefield, racing towards the thicket. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Naga on Naga Island. Within a hidden cavern deep in the jungle, Black Eye lay in Red Eye's embrace, her complexion pale, brows furrowed as she endured excruciating pain. Death carefully froze the area surrounding Black Eye's wound, delicately peeling back the flesh to extract a bullet, though her expression remained composed. The slight tremor in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil and fury, the vivid red blood staining her pristine fingers with a striking contrast. Satan stood by, his presence a protective force, as a visible green mist flowed from his hands towards the body of the dark-eyed one. This vibrant essence belonged to the Tree of Life, and after months of cultivation, it had become potent enough to heal others. As the life force continued to nourish the body, fresh granulation tissue began to sprout from the gaping wound, and the ghastly injury gradually started to mend. The complexion of the dark-eyed one became more vibrant, and at last, the healing process concluded, stabilizing his condition as he lay quietly in his sister's embrace. The crimson-eyed one remained silent, cradling the dark-eyed one's head tenderly against her chest, enveloping him in a deep embrace. With her head slightly bowed, her long tresses cascaded over his delicate features, gently swaying in the breeze that wafted through the opening. The dark-eyed one seemed to feel a slight tickle, furrowing his brow momentarily before drifting back into a serene slumber, evoking profound sympathy from onlookers. Satan's complexion was slightly pallid as he picked up the bullet, still stained with the blood of his fallen kin, and clutched it tightly in his palm. He turned and strode out, enveloped in a menacing aura. Family is paramount. Anyone who dares to harm my family shall face dire consequences, he vowed silently in his heart. Meanwhile, by the seaside, Inchaman was leading a throng of pirates ashore. Dozens of pirate ships dropped anchor, and the crew, under the guidance of their officers, disembarked in a chaotic manner, gathering in a large cluster on the beach. At that moment, Captain Annie of the transgender pirate crew returned to the shore, accompanied by a band of battered survivors. Inchaman, I've suffered considerable losses, Captain Annie complained as she twirled about, even from a distance. What is the situation? Several renowned pirate captains approached, and Inchaman frowned at Annie, suppressing his disgust before inquiring. We encountered 4 children. Captain Annie halted, asserting, I can confirm they are from the kingdom of Babylon. You truly are useless. A mere handful of children have brought you such heavy losses, scoffed Cares, thrusting his serrated blade into the ground and leaning on its hilt dismissively. Indeed, utterly incompetent. Such weaklings aren't worthy of sharing our spoils, echoed the other pirate captains, joining in derision. Humph. Annie huffed coldly, seemingly indifferent to her fallen comrades. They are not ordinary children. Underestimate them, and you shall await your demise. Silence, Inchaman bellowed, and the others fell quiet. Each crew shall search the island. Signal if you encounter anything. Turn Naga Island upside down. Inchaman, I have a thought, said the shadowy cat. Willow, Since Captain Annie faced formidable children, it's likely there are even stronger beings on the island. Wouldn't dividing our forces make us vulnerable to being picked off one by one? Why not consolidate our strength? You were too timid, Willow, retorted Cockerose of the Fishman Pirates. Not waiting for Inchman's response. Indeed, how long would a united search take? I refuse to ally with anyone, agreed several other captains, unwilling to share in the spoils at such a critical moment. Meanwhile, Inchaman contemplated his own calculations. Even if there were powerful foes on the island, bringing along additional pirate crews would only be a burden. Scattering might divert the attention of any strong adversaries, thus increasing his own chances of seizing the gold. Consequently, he declined the request for a united search. Each pirate crew began to venture deeper into the jungle under their respective captains. In the jungle, Willow led his subordinates cautiously, ears perked, attentive to every sound. Captain, is such caution truly necessary? Questioned the executioner, Valen. If there were an army, they should have ambushed us before we landed. Now that we're here, what danger could there be? Willow halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I do not believe we can simply take the gold without consequence. Only by remaining alert can we survive longer. Just as Valen was about to inquire further, Willow pushed him aside and shouted, Scatter. Boom. A figure hurtled from a distance, creating a massive crater where Valen had just stood. Dust and debris erupted. Valen's heart raced as he narrowly escaped death. Boom. 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 A barrage of figures rained down upon the pirate throng, unleashing tremendous impacts and roars. The slightly stronger crew members managed to evade, while the weaker pirates were instantly obliterated, their bodies torn asunder amidst a spray of blood and gore. It was an assault by the Red Fireball herd, which swiftly decimated over half of Willow's crew. The servant, Cares, casually strode deeper into the forest, occasionally unleashing a blade of energy to cleave through surrounding trees, clearing a significant area. Suddenly, he paused, his expression turning grave, raising his serrated sword defensively. A colossal red elephant, nearly 10 meters tall and several times the size of a normal elephant, emerged from the foliage, glaring down at the diminutive figure blocking its path. Humph, size alone does not confer arrogance, Cares thought, momentarily relaxing. He had slain even larger sea creatures before, and while astonished by the elephant's size, he felt no fear. One sword flow, thunder slash. Cares swung his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that struck the elephant, leaving merely a white mark upon its hide. The unimpressed elephant disregarded the puny figure, swinging its trunk and sending the bounty-hunting pirate Cares flying through the air, crashing through countless trees and vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Captain Sabaru of the Long-Arm tribe, renowned for his exceptional strength, led his crew through the woods. Long-Arm tribe members possess an extra joint in their arms, allowing them to deliver far greater punches than ordinary individuals, and Sabaru was a prime example of this prowess, each punch resonating with explosive force. Suddenly, a green flash dashed into the pirate ranks, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The blade swept through, and many unsuspecting pirates were instantly dismembered, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and chaos in its wake. As it passed by Sabaru, a clash ensued, resulting in a thunderous explosion, but the assailant, a flying mantis, descended unscathed in the distance. At that moment, numerous pirate crews traversing the forest faced attacks from the native creatures of Naga Island. For years, the once quiet Naga Island bared its gleaming fangs to intruders, displaying its terrifying might. Chapter 18. The Hunt for Bill. How amusing. Inchaman sent a charging velociraptor flying with a single punch. This island is indeed full of surprises. I hope it brings me ample enjoyment. Inchaman, we incurred significant losses, grumbled Cockerose the shark fishman. Though he had previously acted like any other pirate captain, he was, in fact, one of Inchaman's staunchest subordinates. Shortly after entering the jungle, he had led his men to regroup with Inchaman, relying on his formidable strength to swiftly advance towards the island's center. While Inchaman and Cockerose remained unscathed, their subordinates had not fared as well. Worry not, Cockerose. Such a captivating island is a rare find, and it boasts a gold mine. If we reach the island's center before the others, we will possess enough gold to summon as many subordinates as we desire, Inchaman declared confidently, turning to his crew with a loud command. Pick up the pace. When we seize the gold, there will be plenty for everyone. Yes, Inchaman. The pirates' raucous cheers reverberated through the air, momentarily lifting the atmosphere, as if the countless companions who had met their grim fates along the way were rendered inconsequential. From the very moment one sets foot on the treacherous path of piracy, who does not walk with their life precariously balanced upon their belt, treading upon the mottled stains of blood? Meanwhile, Satan and Crimson Eyes stealthily navigated around the majority of the pirates' search area, hastening toward the shore. The enigmatic figure of Shejian perched upon Satan's shoulder, his elongated elfin ears twitching slightly as he attentively discerned the sounds carried by the wind. Distressful cries echoed from various directions. It seemed the pirates had dispersed into the jungle. The young master was eager to witness their dire plight firsthand, undoubtedly a spectacle of exquisite chaos. "Patience, Shejian," he urged. "Let us first sever their escape routes. We shall have ample time for the hunt that follows." Satan's countenance was dark and brooding. "I must capture that sniper and dismantle him piece by piece." "Young master," Chi-Hong called softly, her crimson eyes filled with concern. Ever since Hakon was injured, Satan's emotions had been suppressed, which troubled her greatly. "Do not worry." Satan discerned the concern etched on Chi-Hong's face and forced a smile, his lips curling slightly. He paused his steps and reached out to gently tuck Chi-Hong's long hair behind her ear. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting a mosaic of shimmering spots upon him, illuminating his pearly white teeth, which inexplicably exuded a potent scent of blood. At that very moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. Satan's mind buzzed as time appeared to slow to a standstill. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Even the dust particles drifting in the air became distinctly visible. An invisible aura erupted from his being, radiating outward, as if every subtle detail passed through his consciousness. This was the awakening of the observation haki, the power of perception. Satan slightly tilted his head as a bullet, imbued with an aura of dominance, grazed past him, creating a series of neat holes in the trees behind. He abruptly turned his gaze towards a distant tree, where the marksman, Bill, having missed his shot, swiftly descended from the tree and fled into the distance. Indeed, it was a quest that had seemed arduous yet yielded results effortlessly. Satan's emotions surged violently as golden dragon-shaped inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly spreading across his face, ultimately enveloping a significant portion of it, imparting an air of mystery and ferocity. In an instant, he executed over 10 rapid stomps on the ground, harnessing the force of reaction to propel himself forward with explosive speed. His form flickered in and out of existence within the air, each reappearance drawing him closer to Bill, diminishing the distance between them with alarming rapidity. Bill darted through the forest, acutely aware of the pursuing figure that loomed ever closer behind him with each flash. A growing sense of dread gripped him, intensifying with every heartbeat. In a desperate bid to slow his pursuer, he occasionally turned to fire a shot, yet Satan, having awakened his Kanbunchika haki, effortlessly evaded each attempt, further amplifying Bill's panic, as if he could almost taste the oppressive atmosphere that felt nearly tangible in the air. "Repent, you wretch." The shadow of Satan flickered into existence behind Bill, his right hand curled into a claw-like shape, the blood energy coalescing and hardening like tempered steel, fiercely thrusting towards Bill's back. As a marksman, Bill possessed a modicum of domineering presence. Sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind, alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. There was no escape. Why was it so swift? His heart roared in turmoil as his observation haki detected the impending attack. Yet his body could not keep pace with Satan's velocity, rendering him unable to evade. He could only slightly turn, using the barrel of his gun to offer a meager defense. The dragon claws of Satan instantly shattered the sniper rifle, relentlessly reaching for Bill, who leaned aside and emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered, creating a crimson mist that filled the air, as Satan severed Bill's right arm at the root. Following this, a whip-like kick sent the wailing Bill flying, crashing through countless trees with the jarring sound of shattering bones. The crew of the underworld cat pirates, having suffered grievous losses from the assault of the Crimson Fireball herd, found Captain Willow in a state of despair as he barely escaped the territory of the ferocious beasts. Turning back, he was nearly brought to tears. Of the more than 100 crew members, fewer than 10 survived, each one battered and bruised. Realizing the terrifying nature of Naga Island, Captain Willow unhesitatingly began to retreat, moving swiftly toward the coast with his first mate, Varon, and their remaining crew. Suddenly, as they neared the shore, a figure crashed through the trees, landing before them. "Ah, what fresh assault is this? It's utterly terrifying." Panic erupted among the crew. "Look closely. It's merely a person. What is there to fear?" Varon scolded in discontent. "Oh, it's Long Gun Bill." "Indeed, it is him, but how has he been so severely beaten?" Captain Willow observed the fallen Bill, who lay bloodied and mutilated, having lost his right arm. "Devil, you are nothing but a devil. Save me. Save me." Bill struggled, barely managing to sit up. Squinting, He recognized his comrades and emitted a series of broken pleas for help. Someone is coming. Varon suddenly alerted. Captain Willow looked up to see a figure emerging from the woods. The individual made a series of soft thuds as he stood suspended in midair, his face obscured by a mysterious and fearsome golden dragon-shaped insignia, although his expression was unclear. The cold light emanating from his pitch-black eyes fixed upon Bill's body as if it were a lifeless corpse, exuding an aura as profound as an abyss and as menacing as a demon. It was none other than Satan, who pursued Bill. "Are you his accomplices?" Satan inquired, his voice imbued with an oppressive resonance, akin to the chilling clangor of steel, utterly devoid of warmth. Those who heard him could not help but shiver involuntarily. Stepping back in unison, Willow appeared to be equally awestruck by the abyssal and demonic aura emanating from this figure. He remained silent, fixated on Satan, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. Chapter 19. An unexpected alliance. Willow gazed at Satan's silhouette, his thoughts swirling in tumult. It was precisely this formidable presence that commanded such submission. He took a step forward, aiding the injured Bill to his feet. Satan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within, poised to annihilate them all. With a sudden crack, Willow twisted Bill's neck, casting his lifeless form to the ground. Vivid crimson blood spilled across the earth, saturating the air with a thick, metallic scent. Bill's body lay sprawled on the ground, his pupils dilating in a frantic gaze. His expression suffused with disbelief, unable to comprehend why Willow had chosen to end his life. Satan's pupils suddenly constricted, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. With a resounding thud, Willow, the captain of the Phantom Cat Pirates, whose bounty stood at a staggering 76 million, abruptly knelt down, his forehead pressed deeply against the ground, and his palms lay flat, devoid of any hint of resistance. "I wish to follow you, my lord. I am willing to atone for my previous transgressions at any cost." In that moment, a crimson-eyed figure burst from the jungle, halting behind Satan, gazing with bewilderment at the kneeling Willow. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves, and as the breeze tousled Satan's fine black hair, it seemed to dissipate the ominous aura surrounding him, plunging the atmosphere into an unexpected stillness. "Captain, why? Why are you doing this, Captain Willow? We would rather perish than see you humiliated." Willow's crew stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded their captain. This was the very man who had led them through the stormy seas toward the Grand Line. How could he submit to a mere child not yet 10 years old? Only the first mate, Varong, bore a contemplative expression, silencing the murmurs of his crew. The golden dragon inscriptions upon Satan's visage gradually faded, and the thick malevolent aura surrounding him seemed to vanish in an instant. He descended from the heavens, revealing an innocuous smile. "Why do I not appear to be a figure of great importance?" he mused. "Indeed?" The inquisitive young man, intrigued, inquired. "There exists a disparity in human talents. Some, despite their relentless efforts, can only aspire to be subjects, while others are born as sovereigns." Willow slowly lifted his gaze, his expression solemn and demeanor respectful as he regarded Satan, then continued, "Our journey from the Western Sea has deepened our understanding of this truth. Though we were fortunate to survive the trials of the ocean, I have come to realize the limitations of our own strength. It is no longer sufficient for our advancement. Yet you, in your youth, possess an astonishing gift. One day you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force known throughout the heavens." With fervent admiration, Willow fixated on Satan, bowing his head repeatedly in homage. "Please accept us. Allow us to follow you." The first mate, Valen, knelt as well, and the survivors of the Dark Cat pirate crew followed suit, their eyes fixed intently upon Satan. Since it was the captain's decision, they resolved to abide by it. Come what may, time seemed to freeze. Mere seconds felt like an eternity. At last, Satan approached, standing before Willow, illuminated by the sunlight streaming from behind, casting an imposing silhouette. "Rise," Satan commanded. Willow obediently rose to his feet, a fervent expression etched upon his face. In the next moment, Satan clenched his fist into a claw, swiftly closing the distance to Willow, and delivered a devastating blow that pierced through his chest and abdomen. Satan withdrew his hand from Willow's wound, droplets of crimson blood falling rhythmically to the ground, staining the surrounding grass. Blood seeped from the corners of Willow's mouth as he collapsed to the earth, the crimson fluid flowing from his chest, leaving a vivid mark. A look of astonishment mingled with a hint of sorrow crossed his face. The others stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Valen, gripping his sword with one hand, was poised to strike, but the blade of the crimson-eyed assailant was already pressed against his throat. "Master is at work. I expect everyone else to remain silent." "Do you understand why?" Satan coldly inquired. "Is this the consequence for my arrival on this island?" Willow, true to his self-proclaimed moniker of the calm pirate who acts with careful consideration, instantly grasped Satan's intent. Your presence has caused harm to my family. Under normal circumstances, I would spare none of the pirates who have come ashore. However, considering that you are the first to voluntarily seek my allegiance, I shall reluctantly grant you an opportunity, albeit with the understanding that punishment is inevitable. Yes, my lord, Willow responded respectfully, suppressing the agony coursing through him. At this moment, you are one of us. Satan revealed a seemingly harmless smile, baring his pearly white teeth as he lifted Willow effortlessly. Evil sight tended his wounds. Yes, yes. I shall make you lively once more. Evil sight flew before Willow, and with a flourish of his hand, a rich vitality surged into him, visibly healing the penetrating wound in Willow's abdomen at an astonishing pace. Since you have chosen to follow me, your first task awaits. Speak, my lord. Go and annihilate all pirate vessels aside from your own. I desire their complete demise here. Satan turned and departed, leaving behind a majestic silhouette. Xiong, clutching a blade, pursued him, her crimson eyes glimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Master is formidable, she remarked. Indeed, my lord, replied Willow. His subordinates silently rejoiced, recognizing once again Captain Willow's sagacity in making astute decisions. In the jungle, a cacophony of shouts erupted as the waiter, Kales, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Esther's. The potent aura of their blades surged forth, shattering the surrounding forest. Suddenly, with a thunderous cry, Esther's unleashed a wave of sword energy from her long sword, transforming it into a colossal white dragon that surged towards Kales. Kales felt a surge of dread. This fierce woman was truly formidable. He raised his serrated sword in defense, but was violently struck by the overwhelming sword energy, sent crashing into several trees, his garments shredded, revealing gory wounds across his body. Struggling to rise, he gasped for breath, desperately trying to regain his composure. Esther's, sensing her advantage, pressed her attack. With a swift swing of her sword, she froze all trees in her path into icy sculptures. Kales, barely managing to resist, was nonetheless caught by the frigid strike, his body succumbing to a numbing paralysis. Leaning against his serrated blade, remorse washed over him. He must have been mad to meddle in the territory of the Babylon kingdom. He needed to devise a means of escape from this island swiftly. As Esther surged forward once more, Kales attempted to counter with a desperate strike, propelling himself away in a bid to flee the battlefield. At that moment, a figure flashed past him, a long knife piercing his heart from behind. Kales let out a roar of defiance, striving to turn and discern the identity of his assailant, yet he was powerless to do so, his body gradually collapsing to the ground. I wish to preserve his corpse, murmured Heidong, slowly sheathing Bai Fong, her voice devoid of emotion. Chapter 20. The Descent of the Bone Demon. 10 days later, in the central region of Naga Island, a tremendous roar resounded as Yinkaman was violently hurled through the air, crashing into trees and collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the colossal creature ahead. Previously, he had led the Sharkman Kalakaros and his numerous subordinates into the heart of the island, evading countless terrifying creatures along the way. However, one by one, his subordinates fell victim to the relentless onslaught, leaving only him and Kalakaros to barely push through the obstacles to reach the island's center. What he had anticipated to be a frenzied gold heist had turned into a nightmare. He encountered one of the 3 dominant monsters on the island, the leader of the ape horde, the Ape King, Wanching. Throughout an arduous day of struggle, even with his mastery of dominance, he found himself at a disadvantage, being toyed with by Wanching as though he were a mere ball. Before him, trees toppled one after another as a massive blue gorilla, towering over 8 meters, leaped into view, bounding with ease and mocking roars that echoed through the forest. Yinkaman, overwhelmed by despair, chose to flee. He no longer possessed the strength to engage further. His sole focus was to escape this island teeming with monsters. Kalakaros followed closely behind, fleeing rapidly. Even though he was a fishman endowed with tenfold human strength, here on the island, he was merely a somewhat formidable quarry. The Ape King, Wanching, released a derisive roar that made the mountains tremble. On Naga Island's beach, the once moored fleet of pirate ships had vanished, leaving only fragments of timber adrift in the waves, silently narrating their fate. Satan stood leisurely on the beach, accompanied by 4 companions, amidst a scattered array of lifeless bodies, each bearing a distinct expression. Among them lay the remains of the half-human fighter Annie and the demolitionist Sebelu, who, after evading various monstrous assaults in the jungle, ultimately succumbed to the judgment of Satan, lying in wait on the shore. As for the traitorous feline Willow and the beheader Valen, they had already departed Naga Island with Satan's consent, emerging as the sole survivors of this pirate incursion. It is foreseen that the horrors of Naga Island will be immortalized as legend in the annals of future maritime chronicles. Satan, now fully realized, can summon forth once more, With a sinister grin, the malevolent figure on Satan's shoulder remarked that this time his gains were unparalleled, as dozens of pirate ships had bestowed upon him a vast trove of plunder. Yet, the most unexpected delight was the acquisition of a devil fruit from one of the ships, signifying the addition of a formidable ally to the Tulip family. Ah, can we summon him? How I yearn to witness the arrival of a being from another realm. Isteth expressed her anticipation with keen interest. Akame and Kirom exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Though they too were beings of descent, the prospect of welcoming a newcomer as their senior was indeed an exciting affair. Hee. It's time for the show to begin. The sinister figure waved his hand nonchalantly, and the green six-pointed star summoning array materialized once more. With a flash of emerald light, a young boy, approximately 8 years of age, manifested within the summoning circle. Standing at 3 meters tall, he possessed an exquisite visage, adorned with 2 symmetrical red moles on his forehead. His pale green eyes were exceptionally profound, accentuated by brown shadows beneath them. However, what captivated the attention most was his shoulder-length silver hair, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Clad in a purple kimono, cinched at the waist with a braided cord, he stepped lightly from the summoning array, exuding an air of cold pride. He was none other than Kagaya's prodigy from the world of Naruto, Junmaru. As the bearer of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, Junmaru possessed the ability to manipulate bone cells and calcium concentration at will, rendering his formidable bones impervious to conventional physical assaults. Furthermore, when he counterattacked, those very bones transformed into the mightiest of spears. Welcome, Junmaru. Satan stepped forward, joyfully greeting. Young master. Junmaru's indifferent countenance revealed the faintest hint of a smile. It is my honor to serve you. Oh wow, what an adorable little boy, Akito remarked, gazing at Junmaru as he emerged from the summoning circle, unable to restrain his admiration. I hope he possesses sufficient strength to keep pace with us. Hikito raised his blade, casting a provocative smile at Junmaru. You won't disappoint us. Junmaru replied earnestly, turning his gaze toward Hikito, his expression grave. I will undoubtedly become the most useful tool for the young master. No, Junmaru, not a tool. Satan approached Junmaru, placing a hand upon his shoulder, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, and said, You are our family, do you understand? Family? A hint of bashfulness tinted Junmaru's cheeks. Indeed, Junmaru. From this day forth, you shall be an esteemed member of our family, Black Eyes reiterated with a playful blink. Welcome aboard. Esther's adjusted her sword and offered a gesture of welcome to Junmaru. Then let us commence the banquet. I crave a lively celebration, the mischievous presence exclaimed, excitement radiating from Junmaru's shoulder. Oh, others echoed in agreement. Soon, within the camp, a boisterous welcome feast unfolded. Red Eyes continued to snatch meat from others' plates with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind empty dishes for those who dared to avert their gaze. Black Eyes, delighting in a bag of pastries inscribed with her name, covered the opening when she spotted Junmaru approaching, declaring earnestly, I shall not share with you. Mischievous. The playful spirit perched upon the fruit platter, joyfully munching on succulent pieces of fruit, displaying none of the elegant demeanor typical of the fairy clan. Recently invigorated from vigorous training, Satan unabashedly gnawed on a colossal beast's leg nearly 1/2 meter long, reveling in each bite. Hurry and eat, Junmaru. If you dawdle, there will be none left for you, he teased, acknowledging that today's guest of honor was indeed Junmaru. Only Esther's maintained the regal elegance befitting her lineage. Seated gracefully at the table, meticulously slicing her steak with knife and fork, though her vigilant expression revealed her wariness of red eyes, a result of previous misfortunes. As Junmaru partook in this lively gathering for the first time, he appeared slightly out of sorts, his face reflecting an air of discomfort. What are you waiting for? Black Eyes heaped a generous serving of food onto Junmaru's plate, proclaiming, It is through our mutual care that we can act without restraint. This is what it means to be family. Indeed, this is what family signifies, Junmaru replied, lifting his gaze to bestow a radiant smile upon Black Eyes. How could one exist in solitude within this world without feeling the pangs of loneliness? This warmth is truly delightful. Chapter 21. The Dance of Bones. While it may be somewhat disheartening to mention, I must remind you that, according to prior intelligence, among the formidable pirates on the island, there are those with bounties exceeding 100 million, such as the fearsome Baku Kane and the shark fisherman Cockroach. Esther's raised her head. A bounty of over 100 million signifies a different caliber of strength. Now is not the time for us to grow complacent. Rest assured, sister. Satan withdrew his gaze from the food. While we languidly awaited on the beach, they would eventually emerge from the forest. To leave the island, one must seek a boat here, and I shall not be careless. Ah, since Chui Man is a master of martial arts, Who among us shall take on this task? Allow me to handle it. Satan wiped his mouth, intrigued to discover the extent of his current limits. And he believed that engaging in combat with a master of formidable martial prowess would greatly benefit his growth. Of course, should I be vanquished, I shall rely on you, dear sister, to come to my rescue. Humph, young master, please allow me to partake in the battle. Hearing the conversation, Kimaru raised his head, his expression grave. I too wish to contribute to the family's endeavors. Very well, the merman Kakarose shall be entrusted to you. No problem, Kimaru replied resolutely. 2 days later, Huan Suiman and Kakarose finally escaped the terrifying jungle of Naga Island and arrived at the beach. What has transpired? Where's our ship? Kakarose exclaimed in astonishment. Come forth, you little demons. Do you think that your sneaky antics can elude my notice? Huan Suiman bellowed in fury. It is one thing for me to be defeated by that wretched gorilla, but for you little rascals to dare disturb the tranquility here is truly audacious. A testament to your ignorance of peril. Ah, discovered so swiftly, should I commend you for being a pirate of such renown upon the Grand Line? Satan emerged with a disingenuous smile reminiscent of Noya's, offering insincere compliments. Esther's and her companions followed closely behind, each one brimming with readiness for the impending confrontation. It seems that the others have already met their demise. Cayman chuckled. What a foolishly arrogant little rascal. Indeed, they have ventured into another realm to await your arrival. Have you not heard their summons? Satan's laughter grew more radiant. With a hearty guffaw, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling his body forward like a cannonball. The towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, created a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air at breakneck speed. As Satan's pupils contracted, golden dragon patterns swiftly spread across his entire body. He raised his fist and charged forward. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous sonic boom erupted at the point of their collision. Satan was sent flying by a single punch from the diminutive yet formidable Iron Man, their strength belonging to entirely different realms. Young master, exclaimed the crimson-eyed and obsidian-eyed individuals, preparing to draw their blades and charge forth. Do not approach. This battle is mine alone. Satan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and let out a powerful roar as he charged forward once more. His courage was commendable, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. As Chu-Man revealed a triumphant smile, he swung his fist with ferocity, sending Satan flying and creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Satan emerged from the abyss, his bloodied visage appearing particularly grotesque. Have you not dined? Your punches barely suffice to tickle me, he taunted, charging forward once more, the dragon markings on his face stained with crimson, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. With the emergence of a rival for the formidable Inchaman, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you all. Kakarose, the fishman, observed the tides of battle favoring Inchaman. A semblance of relief washing over his countenance as he approached the others, his repugnant shark-like features twisted into a menacing grimace. As he advanced, he secreted several droplets of viscous fluid from the webbing between his palms, unleashing them with a flick of his wrist like bullets, capable of penetrating iron shields. Before anyone could react, Junmaru swiftly positioned himself before the group, raising a hand as his fingers erupted bone-like projectiles, launching them forth with the capabilities of his Shikatsumiyaku. An explosive sound resonated through the air as Junmaru intercepted Kakarose's watery assault with his bone bullets. Quite capable, aren't you, little one? Kakarose snarled, baring his jagged teeth. But you shall still perish. Fishman Karate, 1,000 waves. He thrust his left palm forward, his right fist poised at his waist, unleashing a visible shockwave directed at Junmaru. In response, a bone sword slowly extended from Junmaru's left shoulder. With a deft motion, he drew the blade, employing a series of graceful, precise movements to counter Kakarose's attacks. Not only did he effortlessly evade the fishman karate, but he also repeatedly pierced Kakarose's body, inflicting substantial damage. This is impossible. How can an ordinary human best us? The mighty fishman? Kakarose seethed with rage, his innate strength far surpassing that of a human, making it unbearable for him to accept that he struggled against a mere child. Fishman karate, 2,000 waves. Kakarose dodged Junmaru's bone sword, launching an even more vigorous assault. Junmaru met his strike head-on, and their bodies recoiled from the impact, creating distance between them. Truly, the strongest Shikatsumiyaku could withstand the force of the 2,000 waves without a scratch. Now, let us conclude this battle, Junmaru declared. Invoking the Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Pine, he allowed dozens of bones to protrude from his knee, elbow, and chest, enhancing his defensive capabilities while simultaneously delivering blows to his opponent. Finding himself at a disadvantage, Kakarose contemplated a retreat. After another clash, he propelled himself towards the sea, sprinting a few steps before plunging into the depths. Ha! We fishmen are the noblest of races, able to breathe and fight freely in the water. You are a devil fruit user, aren't you? I know that seawater is your weakness. This battle is mine to win. Kakarose surfaced, taunting Junmaru from the waves. Junmaru cast a cold glance at the triumphant Kakarose and smirked, stepping towards the water's edge. Calm yourself, Junmaru. Fishmen gain tremendous strength in water. Do not fall for their trick. Estes reminded from a distance. Fear not, Princess, Junmaru replied, offering her a mysterious smile, his aura shifting into something inscrutable. He approached the shoreline and stepped onto the water's surface as though it were solid ground, moving forward with each step without sinking. How is this possible? Came the astonished exclamations from Akihito and the others. Junmaru approached the bewildered Kakarose, who was frozen in shock, and issued a soft reprimand. I apologize for your disappointment. Water battles are not my weakness either. Chapter 22. The battle concludes. Kakarose stared in astonishment as Junmaru drew closer, diving into the depths of the ocean. From his submerged position, Kakarose propelled himself towards Junmaru like a cannonball, utilizing the water's buoyancy to enhance his speed, bringing forth a tremendous force. Even if you do not sink, you shall be shattered beneath my might, he bellowed. Standing resolute on the water's surface, Junmaru remained composed, sensing the movements beneath the waves with his chakra. Just as Kakarose breached the surface, Junmaru's body sprang into action. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Iron Flower. A bone whip shot forth from his body, ensnaring Kakarose mid-air, immobilizing him. Rapidly, bone cell buds multiplied within him, forming a spiraled, white bone spear in his right hand. He leaped high, and with Kakarose's incredulous gaze upon him, pierced his heart with a single thrust, withdrawing the spear. All the bones retracted into Junmaru's form as Kakarose's lifeless body plummeted into the depths, vanishing beneath the waves. Impressive, exclaimed Akihito and Kurihito, praising his prowess. Quite the combatant, even the icy-faced Estes acknowledged. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as Satan was once again hurled by Inchaman, his body resembling a rag doll, riddled with horrendous wounds. Satan, Estes gasped, drawing Durandal, unable to contain her murderous intent. Do not interfere, sister, he is my quarry. Satan rose, resting his hands upon his knees, blood dripping from his face onto the ground, his body marred with naught but wounds. Though his physical condition appeared dire, his eyes gleamed with an even brighter intensity, their pupils seemingly stained crimson, radiating a feral, bloodthirsty madness. Little ghost, you must be nearing your limit. As Duwayman approached, it became evident that his own state was far from optimal. Earlier, in the battle against the island's sovereign, the blue ape, his internal organs had sustained multiple injuries, and the subsequent desperate flight had exacerbated his condition. He had no time to recuperate before confronting Satan's challenge. Although he had gained the upper hand in each clash with Satan, his body was nearing its breaking point, and he was approaching his own limits. Having just witnessed his last subordinate, Kairos, fall to Junmaru, unease began to creep into his heart, prompting thoughts of retreat. Ha! Satan revealed a mocking smile. And your fists no longer possess the strength they once did. It seems you are the one approaching your limit. As for me, I am far from finished. Life rejuvenates in an instant. Satan straightened his form, enveloped by a rich vitality that tightly embraced him, as his wounds swiftly healed. Soon, the mist of light dissipated, revealing Satan's physique, which appeared almost unscathed. Save for the myriad of mottled bloodstains, no other signs of injury were discernible. The pupils of Chuan Man contracted sharply. This was dire, encountering such a formidable creature with such remarkable regenerative abilities while his own strength was rapidly waning posed a grave threat. Come, let us inflict harm upon one another. Satan gazed at the visibly altered demeanor of Inchue Man, a maniacal laughter erupting from his lips as golden dragon patterns once again spread across his body. With a clenched fist, he charged forward, proclaiming, "Do not underestimate me. I am the formidable Inchue Man, with a bounty of 130 million. Inchue Man roared as he surged ahead. The two collided with great force, however, this time. Satan did not get sent flying. At last, in his fully charged state, he matched Inchue Man blow for blow. Look, Inchue Man, you are nearing your end. Satan's countenance grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson. His blood coursed through his veins at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the ordinary. As power coalesced within his hands, which began to resemble genuine dragon claws. With a fierce determination, he lunged forward. Each collision seemed to threaten to rend the very air between them, resonating with a thunderous roar. while the shockwaves from their fist wreaked havoc upon the beach. Every impact left severe internal injuries upon their bodies. However, within Satan, the vitality surged, swiftly mending his wounds, enabling him to grow stronger with each clash. In stark contrast, the injuries within the other, Inchaiman, compounded with increasing severity. Ultimately, during one fierce strike, Satan propelled Inchaiman away, beginning to seize the upper hand, signaling a potential reversal of fortunes. "Young master, give it your all," Black Eye exclaimed, filled with fervent excitement as he witnessed Satan gradually turning the tide. Satan and Yinchuan stood face to face, both panting heavily as if they had expended their utmost strength. "This is the final move, Yinchuan. You are the most formidable martial artist I have encountered thus far. If you can survive the impending attack, I shall grant you your freedom." Satan gazed intently at Kaiman, whose formidable physique commanded his respect. Were it not for Kaiman's prior injuries and Satan's possession of the Tree of Life, which bestowed an unceasing vitality, the prospect of victory would have been utterly unattainable. It seems he had underestimated his opponent. Thus, a decisive confrontation was inevitable. With a hardened armament, Kaiman inhaled deeply, and an intangible aura began to swirl around his form, emanating a potent force. He concentrated all his willpower, enveloping his upper body in a hardened armor of haki, transforming his physique into a deep shade of black that shimmered with an eerie luminescence, revealing a body as unyielding as steel. "Drink," he declared. "The dragon's body possesses thrice the strength of steel, the prow of the ship." With a fierce roar, Satan's presence surged once more, the breath of a dragon coursing through his veins. It felt as though he had been infused with a unique power. His muscles swelled dramatically, and the very air pressed against his skin emitted an unbearable hissing sound, rising in wisps of mist. In an instant, the two vanished from sight, only to collide violently in midair, the point of impact resembling a flash of lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The clash endured for several seconds, as neither combatant yielded to the other, until they were both hurled apart by the tremendous force, crashing into the beach and creating two massive craters, sending waves of sand cascading. "Young master, are you all right?" Red Eye and Black Eye rushed over anxiously, discovering Satan lying in the bottom of the pit, his muscles torn and bloodied, unable to move a single limb, with only the slight movement of his eyes indicating that he was still alive. Black Eye lifted Satan's body, cradling him in her arms, her gaze fixed on his wounds, her head bowed in sorrow, as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. "Young master, why must you push yourself so hard? We worry for you." "Do not fret, Black Eye." Satan reluctantly lifted his hand to wipe away the tears from the face of Black Eye, as a green mist began to emanate from his body. His wounds were healing at a visible pace. He looked up at his concerned family surrounding him and revealed a radiant smile. "Congratulate me. I have emerged victorious." Red Eye said nothing but leaned down to give Satan a warm embrace. "You were too headstrong." Asta turned her head defiantly. Jumara stood quietly nearby, his worry no less than that of anyone else. "Xiejian, go and check. If Yinkaman is still alive, heal him and let him go. He is a respected warrior." "TCH, don't think you can command me just because you've won," Xiejian retorted before turning to leave. After a while, a shout from Yinkaman echoed from afar. "Kid, you will surely become the king of the seas. I await that day with anticipation." Chapter 23. 6 years later, time flew by, and 6 years swiftly passed. Since the dawn of the great age of exploration, an increasing number of pirates have surged into the Grand Line. Those who managed to navigate through fierce battles and reach the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, emerged as formidable sea conquerors. Among these titans, stood at the pinnacle, known to the world as the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors, dubbed the Sovereigns of the Seas, rule over the latter half of the Grand Line as emperors in their own right. They are the man hailed as the strongest in the world, possessing the power to annihilate, whose strength is comparable to that of the Pirate King, Roger. He was known as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, the former in turn of the Roger Pirates, who later established his own crew and is skilled in swordsmanship. Known for his formidable conqueror's haki, is Shanks, the captain of the Red-Haired Pirates. Recognized as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky, Kaido of the Beasts, captain of the Beast Pirates, is known for his penchant for one-on-many battles, having clashed multiple times with the other emperors in the navy. Lastly, the sole female among the emperors, known for her extreme sweet tooth, Big Mom, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, who possesses the soul fruit. At the tender age of 5, she laid waste to Giant Village, effortlessly defeating the giant tribe's hero, earning her the title of the Natural Destroyer. On Naga Island, near the coast, a luxurious yacht was gracefully anchoring. This golden vessel, nearly 150 meters in length, boasted 5 decks, with the flag of the Babylon kingdom, the flame Tulip, fluttering atop the mast. It was none other than the royal yacht of the Babylonian monarchy, the Sainting. As the Sainting docked, servants swiftly laid down a red carpet, and two beautiful women descended the ship, accompanied by attendants. Slightly ahead was a stately woman in her 30s, donned in an elegant blue gown with a purple cloak, adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding grace and nobility. She was none other than Her Highness, Princess Catherine, the younger sister of the current king of the Flower Kingdom, and the mother of Satan and Asta. A step behind her, assisting Princess Catherine, was a younger woman dressed in casual attire, radiating youth and vitality, around 20 years old. She was Douglas, the younger sister of King Denver of the Babylon Kingdom, and the aunt of Satan and Asta. I can finally see my precious son. After 6 years. He must be quite the young man now. Princess Catherine lamented to Douglas, her eyes glistening with tears. Though your brother is a good king, he has been too harsh on the children, never allowing me to visit during their training. Fear not, sister-in-law. Satan and Asta will surely take care of themselves. Moreover, the fact that brother has permitted us to visit indicates they have successfully passed their trials. This time, they can return home with us. Let us ensure they spend more time with you then. Oh, I can't wait to see them. Princess Catherine and Princess Douglas walked along the beach, moving closer to the jungle, heading towards Satan's camp. As they traversed the thicket, a furious roar erupted from the forest. A massive blue gorilla, towering over 8 meters, charged towards them, bringing a foul wind. It was the leader of the island's dominant creatures, the blue ape. Just as the blue ape was about to pounce upon Princess Catherine and Princess Douglas, a series of footsteps resonated through the forest. Each step struck the ground with a force that felt like a heartbeat, exuding immense pressure, as if the very air had solidified. Upon hearing the footsteps, the blue ape hesitated, its massive paws suspended mid-air. With a rustle, a young boy emerged from the thicket. Standing around 7 meters tall, he bore distinct features, exuding a youthful vigor. His tousled black hair cascaded defiantly atop his head, and as the dappled light filtered through the trees, it cast a glow upon him, making him squint slightly. His lithe body was adorned with an array of scars, a testament to his training over the past 5 years on Naga Island. Now 12 years old, Douglas Satan. Hey, they are my guests. Satan addressed the blue gorilla, poised to attack. Upon hearing the voice, the blue gorilla emitted a low whimper and instantly prostrated itself upon the ground, remaining utterly motionless, its face adorned with a personified expression of submission, as though confronted by a formidable adversary. Ah, Satan. It appears you have become the new sovereign of the island, teased the tequila princess, her visage a blend of amusement and mockery. It seems our dear Satan has grown into quite the young man. Oh, dear aunt, please do not jest. I am certainly no match for you yet. Satan, with an air of nonchalance, approached Princess Catherine with swift steps and bowed deeply. Mother, he uttered. Oh, let me see. Princess Catherine enveloped Satan in a tight embrace and placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead, her hand tenderly tracing the myriad wounds on his body. Tears welling in her eyes, she held him close once more, cradling him in her arms and softly patting his shoulder. You have endured much suffering over the years, my dear son. Satan's face displayed a bashful demeanor as he gently extricated himself from his mother's embrace, his cheeks slightly flushed. Mother, I am no longer a child, besides. And is watching. Catherine observed the slightly shy young man before her, a mixture of amusement and exasperation crossing her features as she playfully tapped his head. No matter how much you grow, you will always be my dear son. What is there to be shy about in my embrace? Moreover, your aunt would never mock you. Princess Catherine cast a light reproachful glance at Tequila, as if blaming her for interrupting the reunion with her beloved son. Isn't that right, Tequila? Yes, indeed, your highness. I saw nothing, Tequila replied, sticking out her tongue and making a cute face before turning away, pretending to be oblivious. Hey, aunt, your act is rather contrived, Esther's quipped. Emerging from the woods, at 16, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, nearly matching Satan's height, with her blue hair cascading casually over her shoulders and her azure eyes reflecting a mysterious brilliance. She carried the longsword Durandal at her waist, her long legs adorned with light-colored boots, exuding an air of cool elegance and undeniable charisma. Wow, how beautiful, Tequila exclaimed, enveloping Esther's in a warm hug. Our little princess has transformed into a stunning beauty. She playfully poked Esther's chest, comparing it to her own. Remarkable, even your figure has grown so much. Esther's, covered in cold sweat, thought to herself that Tequila bore no semblance of a mature elder. The expressions of Kuner and the twin sisters, Akane and Kuro, who were not far behind Esther's, turned crimson as they shared a mutual thought. What? Aunt Tequila is getting married? Satan exclaimed in shock aboard the royal cruise ship St. Ting, en route to the kingdom of Babylon. With his hands clasped behind his back, he theatrically circled around his Aunt Tequila, who possesses the audacity to wed the most renowned thorny rose of the Douglas family. I applaud his bravery. What do you mean by that? Tequila retorted, tugging at Satan's ear, her voice lingering in a teasing tone. Are you questioning my allure? She shot a sidelong glance at Esther's, twisting Satan's ear again while smoothing her hair, a proud expression gracing her face. Although I may not have as ample a bosom as your sister, I am still a celebrated beauty pursued by countless admirers. Indeed, you are a beauty, but could you refrain from mentioning me? Esther's interjected, a hint of annoyance evident as she sliced fruit. It's not my fault I've grown this way. Satan, stop your nonsense, Catherine chuckled lightly. Your future uncle is one of the kingdom's most enigmatic 7 guardian knights. What? Even Esther's was taken aback. You mean the 7 deadly sins knights? Known as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom? I have heard they are formidable yet notoriously unruly and difficult to deal with. Not at all. They are quite charming and easy to get along with, Tequila countered, revealing her concern for her family's opinions. All right, everyone, please take a seat. Catherine beckoned to the slightly awkward Akane, Kuro, and Kuner. Although the name 7 deadly sins may sound ominous and instill fear among the common folk due to legends, as members of the royal family, you must not harbor any biases against them, for they are the most loyal knights of the kingdom of Babylon. Catherine's tone turned serious. The ancestors of the 7 deadly sins were the vassals of the first Douglas royal family. They contributed immensely to the establishment of the kingdom of Babylon and vowed to protect it for generations. Hence, they chose the 7 demons from ancient mythology as their totem, renouncing their true names in the process. Because each generation of knights possesses extraordinary strength, their combat prowess likened to that of demons. They gradually became known by the moniker 7 deadly sins, celebrated as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom. It is not uncommon for the royal family to engage in alliances with the 7 deadly sins knights. I had no idea about any of this, Satan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Which knight is set to wed Aunt? Naturally, it is the strongest and most handsome among them, Tequila declared with an air of certainty. Indeed. She speaks the truth. The knight who will soon wed her is the proud Lucifer of the 7 deadly sins. He has consumed a rare animal-type phantom beast fruit, granting him the angelic form of a 6-winged angel. Though only 22 years of age, he possesses the combat capability of a top-tier vice-admiral, making him the strongest of all the 7 deadly sins knights throughout history, Catherine elaborated. How impressive, Aunt. You've truly chosen a remarkable husband. An angel? Such legendary abilities are truly fascinating. Esther's exclaimed in disbelief, her focus clearly diverging from Satan's. What is so surprising about that? Snickered the entity perched on Satan's shoulder. I am a living being from the divine realm, a spirit of the elven race. I possess 3 pairs of nearly translucent wings, yet you all seem unfazed. Indeed. How adorable, Tequila exclaimed, as if discovering a new toy, snatching the entity from Satan's shoulder and cradling it in her hands. Little fellow, how would you like to stay with me? She poked the entity's belly with her finger and turned to Satan, asking, where did you find such a cute pet? Who are you calling a pet, you little minx? You are the pet, and your whole family is a bunch of pets. The entity retorted, fluffing up in indignation. I am a spirit. You are committing sacrilege against the divine. TCH. Not bad looking, but your attitude is off-putting, Tequila scoffed, rolling her eyes as she returned the entity to Satan's shoulder. Listen, there are cannon sounds. Kuner called from his position leaning against the ship's railing. The others hurried to the railing, and indeed, they could faintly hear the distant sound of cannon fire. We have now entered the Rain Sea, the territory of our kingdom of Babylon. Who would dare to act recklessly here? Satan expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting that they should take a look, as there might be some excitement to witness. The Princess of Tequila, intrigued, turned to instruct the ship's guards to hasten their pace. Soon, 3 nautical miles ahead of the St. Ting, they spotted 3 vessels engaged in combat. One side consisted of 2 pirate ships flying the Jolly Roger, while the other was a patrol ship displaying the flag of the Babylonian kingdom. The opposing vessels were separated by several hundred meters, and the gunners unleashed a barrage of searing cannonballs towards each other. However, due to the considerable distance and the tumultuous waves, most of the projectiles plummeted into the sea, creating splashes of foam. It is our patrol ship. I shall go to its aid, she declared. Upon discerning the flag, Satan prepared to take action. Master, allow me to go. It is more convenient for me to battle upon the sea. Beside him, Jumara sought permission to join the fray. No need, Princess Tequila resolutely declined. Having spotted a figure on the deck of the patrol vessel, you shall witness a splendid spectacle. Nearby, the insightful Princess Catherine revealed a knowing smile, having recognized the figure. Indeed, Satan, merely observe. At that moment, the distance between the two opposing sides closed to approximately 200 meters. The man clad in a white suit on the patrol ship leapt into the air, and suddenly, he radiated a brilliant white light as 3 pairs of exquisite white wings materialized behind him. With a single flap, he soared towards the pirate ship. How beautiful, truly. He is a seraph, exclaimed the girls aboard, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The seraph hovered above the pirate vessel, arms crossed, and gestured downward. Countless white feathers erupted from his hands, raining down upon the pirate ship. Each feather struck the deck with explosive force, generating immense shockwaves that caused the surrounding waters to boil with successive detonations. Shortly after completing his assault, the seraph returned to the patrol vessel, landing gracefully on the deck, transforming back into a sharply dressed young man. With his hands in his pockets and an air of arrogance, he turned and strode towards the cabin. Behind him, the once mighty pirate ship had vanished, leaving only a tranquil sea occasionally disturbed by remnants of shattered timber stained with the evidence of conflict. He was none other than Lucifer, the leader of the 7 deadly sins Knights of the Kingdom of Babylon. Chapter 25. An unexpected encounter with Fujitora, the St. Ding cruise ship, escorted by the patrol vessel, swiftly arrived at the port of Amsterdam. Accompanied by guards, Princess Catherine and her companions returned to the capital city of White Dragon, while Satan, having spent 6 years on a deserted island, resolved to indulge in a few days of revelry in Amsterdam, bringing along the crimson and obsidian-eyed companions who had kept him company during his isolation. Master, where are we headed? Black Eye inquired, joyfully trailing behind Satan with a large bag of sweets. Shoo! Satan turned his head, assuming an air of mystery. Of course, I am headed to the casino. It is said to be a veritable paradise for men. Oh, is the young master already inclined towards gambling at such a tender age? Akatsuki inquired, perplexed. Satan's expression suddenly fell, and he responded solemnly, It is precisely because of my youth that I must venture forth. The more the world deems something inconceivable, the more intriguing it becomes. He tilted his head, displaying an air of cynicism. This is the joy of exploring taboos, is it not, Jummaru? I do not comprehend. Young master, Jummaru answered with a serious demeanor. After a brief pause, he added, however, since you have stated it, it must indeed be correct. TCH. I am impressed by your wit. Is it not merely a childish desire to see the world? Why the pretense? Sneered Yajian, with a look of disdain. Yajian. Could you refrain from undermining me? It is rather embarrassing, came the retort. Young master, I shall not ridicule you, Akatomi interjected earnestly. Amsterdam, being a port city and a significant hub on the great trade routes, experiences a substantial influx of visitors, thus giving rise to notorious enclaves such as the Red Light District and Tavern Streets, where a chaotic blend of individuals from all walks of life congregate. Satan and his companions arrived at the renowned gambling street, a thoroughfare teeming with gamblers and various nefarious characters lurking at every corner. Occasionally, disheveled men, oblivious to their peril, would whistle at the passers-by with crimson and ebony eyes, followed by bursts of inexplicable laughter from behind. This prompted Satan to resort to force on several occasions to subdue the reckless antics of these lesser miscreants. Satan entered a casino, drawing the curious gazes of the attendants as he made his way to the hall. At that moment, a tremendous cheer erupted from a distant gambling table, capturing Satan's attention. Who could it be? In that instant, he was profoundly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. Seated at the table was a towering middle-aged man, standing at an impressive height of 3 meters. He donned a light purple bathrobe, secured with a dark purple sash, and wore a purple cloak. His feet were adorned with wooden sandals, and he held a staff blade. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and he wore protective gloves. With his eyes shut, an X-shaped scar marked the left side of his forehead, his short black hair framing his face, complemented by a circle of facial hair around his mouth. What's wrong, young master? The crimson-eyed companion trailing behind noticed the change in Satan's demeanor and inquired, having encountered a figure of great significance. Satan took a deep breath, calming his astonished spirit. It is important to note that the man seated at the gambling table was originally an unknown master in the original narrative. However, over the course of 2 years, he ascended through the ranks of world conscription, swiftly rising to the formidable position of a Navy admiral. Renowned as a terrifying monster of immense strength, he possesses the ability to manipulate gravity and wields formidable swordsmanship. This is none other than the future Navy Admiral Fujitora, who can almost be regarded as the most powerful adversary Satan has encountered since his arrival in the world of One Piece, thus explaining the depth of his astonishment. The devil composed himself and approached the gaming table, where he began to observe the unfolding events. Fujitora, a seasoned gambler, despite his blindness, consistently triumphed at the table, inciting the ire of his adversaries, who were increasingly agitated. "Hey, are you cheating?" one of the enraged players bellowed, rising to pound the table. "Yes. Return our stakes at once, or we shall make you regret it." The others joined in, encircling Fujitora, ready to resort to violence. "Hey, you are going too far. Clearly, you are the ones who lost. How can you bully a blind man?" The indignant Hike could no longer bear to witness the injustice and rushed through the crowd to stand protectively in front of Fujitora. "You little brat, mind your own business. Go home and drink your milk," the gamblers jeered. "How dare you look down upon my sister?" Chit, from within the throng, furrowed her brow in discontent, her blood-red eyes emanating a fierce aura as she drew her sword, Mirakumo, preparing for confrontation. "Thank you, young lady, but being sightless is, in a way, a blessing. This world harbors too many despicable and loathsome individuals," Fujitora remarked, maintaining his calm demeanor as he sat in his chair, gently patting Hite's shoulder in gratitude. "Gravity field," he uttered softly, slightly drawing his cane sword. Suddenly, the gravity in the vicinity intensified to the maximum, pinning the surrounding gamblers to the ground, rendering them immobile. As he sheathed his sword, the earth beneath them caved in, engulfing the gamblers in a pit, their fates uncertain. "Young lady, your killing intent is too strong. You must cultivate your heart." Fujitora turned to Chit with a gentle gaze. Though his eyes revealed only the whites, his words carried an inexplicable persuasive power, compelling Chit to sheath Mirakumo, her expression contemplative. "Ahem, sir, shall we engage in a game?" Satan drew back a chair opposite Fujitora and sat down, resting his chin upon his hands as he gravely inquired, "Why not?" Fujitora maintained a gentle smile, observing Satan with keen interest. Just as they were about to commence their wager, a pirate ship emerged not far from the Rain Sea, where the kingdom of Babylon resides. "Oh, ship, oh ship. I am but a vessel," sang the peculiar pirate ship, its mast adorned with a flag depicting a top hat and a collar trimmed with fur, alongside a skeletal figure sporting lipstick and waving cheerfully. This was none other than the singing ship of Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, brought to life by her soul fruit, having ascended to the rank of emperor. Big Mom embarked on a quest to create her dream nation, a place where all races could coexist harmoniously. She led most of her forces to the Grand Line, seeking out various extraordinary races and delectable confections. At that moment, aboard the singing ship, Charlotte Linlin was engaged in conversation with a man cloaked in black. "I am quite satisfied with the species you have delivered thus far. Both the fairy and long-arm races are rare indeed. Are there any further tidings regarding exquisite desserts or rare species?" "It is my honor to serve you," replied the man in black, bowing deeply in respect to Big Mom. Nearby, in the kingdom of Babylon, lies the culinary capital of Heisenberg, renowned for its exquisite pastries. As for rare species, the royal family of Babylon possesses dragon blood. Should a union be arranged, it would surely yield progeny to your satisfaction. "Is that so? That is splendid news indeed." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin chuckled joyously, as droplet upon droplet of saliva fell from her lipstick-clad mouth, corroding the ground beneath. Chapter 26. The appearance of Mammon in the lawless gambling den of Amsterdam. The game between Satan and Fujitora continued unabated. Satan sat there with a sorrowful expression, propping his head on his hand, having lost all 12 rounds of his wager against Fujitora, not winning a single game. The onlookers, with their dark eyes, erupted into snickers. "Young master, it seems you truly lack the talent for gambling," one remarked. "Oh, spare me," he retorted. Satan, visibly frustrated, rubbed his head, tousling his hair into disarray. He regarded the closed-eyed Fujitora with earnestness, casting a sidelong glance at the gamblers languishing in the deep pits around them. "Uncle, I can now comprehend why they are filled with such indignation." A hearty laugh erupted from Fujitora, revealing a hint of pride. "Youngster, shall we continue?" "No need," replied the boy. "I have come to realize the profound depth of your gambling prowess, and there is no further need for me to subject myself to humiliation." Satan swept aside the chips before him, and, gazing intently at Fujitora, declared earnestly, "I shall seek your guidance only when I am truly worthy. What ambition you possess." "Young one, I shall await your challenge," Fujitora replied. With that, he rose, leaning on his cane sword, and departed at a leisurely pace. Each time the blade struck the ground, It resonated with a profound authority, causing the onlookers to disperse. Satan and his companions subsequently departed from the casino. Young master, is that gentleman truly remarkable in the art of gambling? Junmaru, who typically spoke little, suddenly inquired, his demeanor strangely imposing. That is the unique intimidation of a powerful individual. I greatly admire your perceptiveness. The enigmatic Kyukin, unwilling to be outdone, expressed his thoughts. His consistent success in gambling stems from possessing an exceptionally strong observation haki. Perhaps the blind possess an innate ability to hear beyond that of ordinary individuals. So, he has been cheating all along. No wonder you can never win, young master. Hecato realized with sudden clarity. No, one cannot simply accuse him of cheating. Satan paused, his expression grave, and remarked, he did not intentionally wield the observation haki. Rather, his overwhelming prowess had rendered it almost instinctual, granting him a semblance of foresight. Thus, in the recent wager, I was, in truth, unqualified to participate. No wonder you chose to gamble against him. It was ultimately a means to measure your own strength. I had thought you were concealing a potential for masochism. How absurd. Satan stretched lazily, a look of spirited determination upon his face. Although this defeat was absolute, I have at least witnessed the grandeur of a true formidable foe. And I have earned his acknowledgement. One day, I shall become a power not inferior to his. Young master, we are being followed, came a soft exclamation from Junmaru, who was trailing behind. In an instant, he vanished from sight and dashed towards the distance. Satan turned around and noticed a shadow suddenly emerge from a large tree 100 meters away, leaping between the tree and the house, fleeing into the distance with remarkable agility and speed. However, in terms of sheer velocity, he could not rival Junmaru, a ninja by birthright, with a swift body technique. Junmaru closed the distance rapidly and soon caught up, delivering a kick from above. Just as the shadow contemplated resistance, a long blade was pressed against his neck, wielded by Aikido, who had arrived shortly thereafter. Who are you, and why have you been trailing us? Satan wore an expression of fury. Having never anticipated that less than a day after departing from Naga Island and returning to Amsterdam, he would find himself under scrutiny. Upon realizing that Satan and his companions had encircled him, the shadowy figure, with no avenue for escape, suddenly straightened his body and severed his own throat with the long knife pressed against his neck. Chitome was momentarily stunned by his fearless acceptance of death. But in the blink of an eye, as Murakumo's curse took effect, the shadowy figure was irrevocably dead. Satan uttered a curse, realizing that he was indeed facing a formidable adversary. An unsettling sensation washed over him, as if an ominous event were imminent. Junmaru, examine the corpse, he commanded. Yes, young master, Junmaru replied. He proceeded to part the shadowy figure's garments, revealing only a lion's head tattoo on the left arm, devoid of any other markings. However, he soon uncovered a badge adorned with the same lion's head motif within the clothing. Young master, there are no further clues, Junmaru stated while presenting the badge to Satan. Yet, judging by the insignia, this individual appears to be affiliated with an organization. This is no random occurrence. We have become targets. I am aware, Satan responded, a smirk playing on his lips. I sense the approach of death. What will you do, young Satan? The intelligence is insufficient for a proper assessment, came the reply. Satan replied. However, there are certain pieces of information that remain elusive to us. Yet, someone must possess this knowledge. Who, you ask? The black-eyed one inquired with curiosity. Surely, it is the local underworld, Satan responded with a malevolent grin. It is essential to note that the lawless territories of Amsterdam are clandestinely governed by the Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins. As fate would have it, we have just come into possession of intelligence regarding their whereabouts. Let us pay a visit to the current ruler of these illicit domains, Mammon, the embodiment of greed. Satan, accompanied by others, traversed the streets and soon arrived at a clandestine tavern, pushing the door open to enter. From the outside, the establishment appeared utterly unremarkable, with merely a small sign reading Red House hanging by the entrance. However, upon entering, one would discover an entirely different realm within. The tavern boasted a vast interior, filled with an array of tables occupied by a diverse assortment of imbibers, the atmosphere vibrant and bustling with life. Satan pushed through the inebriated patrons obstructing his path and made his way directly to the bar. Good day. May I inquire whether you are here to indulge in libations or to conduct business? The bartender, a young gentleman, lifted his gaze and courteously replied. Our proprietor mandates that any business dealings require a purchase of no less than 1 million belly in beverages. Otherwise, we cannot accommodate you. And what of simply drinking? Satan inquired, curiosity etched upon his countenance. Upon entry, one must consume a minimum of 1 million belly and refreshments. This establishment is a den of iniquity. I shall report you. Indeed, we are a den of iniquity, the bartender acknowledged nonchalantly, as per our owner's decree. You are required to make an initial payment of 5 million belly. Satan slammed the royal insignia symbolizing his identity onto the bar counter. Take me to meet Mammon. The bartender's pupils dilated, his demeanor shifting to one of reverence as he slightly bowed. I did not expect a royal visitor. Please, follow me. The bartender led them down a corridor, revealing a hidden area that surpassed the tavern's already spacious interior, and an unmistakable aura of formidable beings lingered in the air. Soon, they emerged from the corridor into a quaint garden. Please wait here for a moment. I shall inform Lord Mammon, the bartender said, leaving Satan and his companions at the garden's entrance as he ventured inside. I didn't anticipate that Lord Mammon would have such an imposing presence, Satan muttered, vexed. Just then, a melodious laughter echoed, captivating everyone's attention. It is a delight to welcome the esteemed young Master Satan. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please, come in. A striking woman clad in a crimson dress, her cheap house split to reveal her fair thighs, emerged from the garden, her every smile and frown stirring the hearts of onlookers. She was the enchanting beauty, the underground queen of Amsterdam, a prodigy of the fairy clan, and the only female among the 7 deadly sins knights, representing greed, Mammon. Chapter 27. A gentleman's revenge in the garden of the Red House Tavern in Amsterdam. Mammon settled into a wicker chair, brushing aside her cascading hair, revealing a beguiling smile. She then glanced at the lion head insignia that Satan had retrieved from their pursuer. Young master, are you suggesting you were followed? Indeed, Satan replied, perplexed. It's odd. I only returned to Amsterdam today. Do you have any information? This is the insignia of the Lion King's organization. The ones tailing you must be spies from there, Mammon asserted, raising the emblem in her hand. As for why they are targeting you, I cannot say. However, I have noticed an alarming increase in the Lion King's activities lately, with reports of numerous kidnappings of rare species. I suspect it may be connected to the recent sudden departure of Big MOM from the New World to the Grand Line. Satan sat in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, reflecting on the machinations of the Lion King. I recalled that my sister and I had indeed snatched 2 devil fruits at a black market auction 6 years ago. But it seemed implausible that we would be targeted immediately upon arriving on the island. The Rain Sea is hardly within their sphere of influence. Mammon, dear sister. A sudden shout interrupted their conversation. It was Sane. Mammon glanced at the figure entering from the garden entrance, offering Satan an apologetic smile before explaining. He is a candidate member of our generation of the 7 deadly sins. The previous gluttony perished in the war, leaving him as the orphan of the Ballandel clan. At that time, he was merely 4 years old and has been raised by us other members, as he has yet to reach maturity. He has not yet inherited the title of gluttony. He is also a descendant of the kingdom's heroes. Your loyalty to the royal family will be remembered by our clan. Satan sat upright, praising and carefully scrutinizing the approaching Palander's Sainang. He was a diminutive figure, standing at merely 1.6 meters. A rotund little man clad in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with vertical stripes, complemented by white shorts and an exaggeratedly large crimson cape. His face still bore traces of youthful chubbiness, rendering him quite endearing, with his small eyes nearly squinting into mere slits. In his right hand, he held a chicken leg. Munching on it as he ambled forth, his expression one of sheer delight, as if intent on indulging in gluttony to the fullest. What is the rush, little Sainang? Mammon rose, affectionately ruffling his hair, but Sainang swiftly turned to evade Mammon's hand. Don't mess with my hair. It will stop my growth. In that fleeting moment, Satan distinctly observed the words gluttony emblazoned on the back of his red cape. Just then, news arrived from one of his subordinates that an important official from the Lion King organization had arrived in Amsterdam. Who is it? One of the 4 senior officials, Nicholas. What? Nicholas? Before Mammon could voice his thoughts, Satan sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with an ominous ferocity as he demanded, is it truly him? Indeed. Sainang confirmed the news without a hint of doubt. Satan suddenly spread his arms wide and erupted into a fit of nervous laughter. Ha ha ha, what splendid news. He turned to gaze at June Malu and the Akane sisters, remarking, it seems we have business at hand. In the dead of night. At the stronghold of the Lion King's organization in Amsterdam, the Matsuko Manor, Nicholas reclined comfortably in his chair, listening to his subordinates report. So, the spies tracking the royal family have been eliminated? Indeed, Lord Nicholas. Utterly useless. Nicholas waved his hand dismissively, sending his subordinate away, lost in thought. It appeared that the directive to closely monitor all royals of dragon lineage had caused quite the stir. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the manor's grand entrance collapsed. Members of the Lion King's organization were abruptly awakened, gathering near the fallen door. What on earth is happening? Nicholas bellowed as he emerged from his chamber. His subordinates hastily retreated, clearing a path for him, revealing the wreckage of the entrance and the shattered walls. Little Rotund One, your method of entry leaves much to be desired. As the dust from the fallen door began to settle, 5 figures emerged outside the manor. Leading them was Satan, flanked by June Malu, the Akane sisters, and Balong Delaware. Sinan lined up behind them. Is it you rascals who have come to cause trouble? Nicholas's expression tightened as he stepped forward, his fist clenched, clearly struggling to contain his fury. After all, being confronted in such a manner was a tremendous humiliation, especially for one associated with the renowned Lion King's organization throughout the Grand Line. TSK, Nicholas, you remain ever the same. Satan also stepped into the manor, his face adorned with an enigmatic expression. Do you recognize me? Who exactly are you? Nicholas wore a look of confusion. Ha 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 ha. It seems you have completely forgotten. Satan emitted a chilling laughter, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Nicuson, his fist clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. After all, a matter he deemed the greatest disgrace of his life had been so easily forgotten by the other, rendering the situation exceedingly infuriating. 6 years ago, on the shores of Phuket, do you recall? Satan's countenance darkened further. Ah, Nicuson mused for a moment before bursting into laughter, pointing at Satan. I remember now. You are the audacious little wretch who was left gasping for breath after I bested you. His expression turned icy. What? Have you grown weary of life? This time, no one will come to your rescue. Seeking death, are you, by showing such disrespect to the young master? Behind Satan, Junmaru's fury could not be contained as he charged forward. The skeletal fingers of the corpse bone pulse shot forth like bullets towards Nicuson. With a dismissive sway of his body, Nicuson deftly evaded them, though his subordinates were not so fortunate. Occasionally, those unable to dodge were struck by the bone projectiles, instantly perforating their bodies, leaving behind horrifying wounds and pools of blood. Such arrogance, little demon, Nicuson exclaimed, rushing in as his armed haki instantly hardened around his fists. He engaged Junmaru in a fierce exchange of blows. Junmaru, slightly weaker in strength, found himself at a disadvantage amidst the tempest of punches. One misstep sent him crashing away. Utilizing the bloodline limit, Junmaru unleashed his technique, the dance of the corpse bone pine, causing dozens of bones to sprout from his body. He charged again. These bones not only boasting high defensive capabilities to withstand impacts, but also delivering punishing strikes to his opponent. Nicuson found himself at a loss against their formidable defense, even when striking with his hardened fists. As Junmaru ensnared Nicuson, the duo of red-eyed and black-eyed warriors burst into the fray, blades glinting as blood erupted forth, severed limbs flying in all directions as they embarked on a ruthless slaughter. Some cowardly minions, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, but with a mere wave from Satan, the ground beneath them morphed into colossal hands that mercilessly crushed their enemies into the earth, reducing them to pulp. The Pinecone Manor swiftly transformed into a hellish battleground. Chapter 28, It is Never Too Late Amsterdam, Pinecone Manor. Nicuson stood tense, muscles coiled, narrowly avoiding another of Junmaru's assaults. He retreated a few steps, warily eyeing Satan and his companions not far away. The ground around him was soaked in blood, littered with lifeless bodies, and within mere minutes, Junmaru's allies had decimated the manor's defenses. This time, he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated such formidable reinforcements accompanying the little demon. He needed to devise a means to capture that whelp. Little demon, he mused, 6 years ago, you were left in tatters, only escaping thanks to the great ape King Titan. Must you rely on others once more? Nicuson deliberately taunted Satan, yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Junmaru, revealing a hint of trepidation. This adversary was formidable, possessing a fluidity in combat that posed a significant threat. TCH, Nicuson, is this all the fortitude you possess? Satan slowly removed his coat and approached with an air of nonchalance, casually tossing the garment behind him, his eyes brimming with mockery. Deep down, were you not already filled with trepidation? Although I am aware that you are attempting to provoke me, why not indulge your whims? The aura of Satan surged with intensity. Suddenly becoming razor-sharp, an invisible wave emanated from his being, his eyes filled with murderous intent, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. 6 years ago, when you dared to offend my sister, I had already passed judgment upon your death sentence. You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have survived this long. Junmaru and Akihito retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield, for with the young master prepared to act, their presence was rendered unnecessary. Is it feasible? Sister Maman has entrusted me with the duty of safeguarding the young master. Seineng hesitated, stepping back while inquiring of Akihito. After all, Nikisong holds a prominent position within the Lion King's organization. Surely the young master would not push too hard, would he? Silence, simply observe. Junmaru was incensed by Seineng's doubts regarding the young master's capabilities. Humph, silver-tongued. In the arena, Nikisong noticed the others retreating, feeling a slight relaxation within. Yet he still stubbornly retorted. Satan ceased to speak, stomping his foot as his body propelled forward like a cannonball toward Nicholas. As he advanced, golden dragon patterns began to spread across his form. The blood within him surged with unprecedented velocity, and in an instant, Satan materialized in midair before Nicholas, bringing his hardened, hockey-infused right foot down upon him. So swift. Nicholas's pupils constricted as he crossed his arms above his head to brace against Satan's leg axe. A thunderous crash erupted where their limbs collided, sparks flying in all directions, and the surrounding air crackled with electric discharges. Remarkably powerful, far stronger than before. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Nicholas felt his body sink, marveling internally. They remained locked for half a second, when the dragon patterns on Satan's body flickered, amplifying his strength further as he pressed downward with relentless force. Nicholas's body sank once more, his legs bending slightly under the tremendous weight of Satan's might, teetering on the brink of collapse, while the ground beneath him fractured with numerous fissures. The pressure intensified, and ultimately, Nicholas could no longer withstand Satan's overwhelming force. His body slackened, and with a brutal strike from Satan's leg axe, he was forcefully driven into the earth, becoming ensconced in the mud. From his position as the epicenter, the ground caved in, creating a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Satan executed a somersault, propelled by the force of his rebound, landing at the edge of the abyss. How formidable, how astonishing. The bystander, Sainan, was left utterly astounded by the terrifying impact of Satan's strike. Nikyusen slowly rose to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had sustained severe damage from the force. He gazed up at Satan, who loomed above him, a wave of dread washing over him. This was a level of power he could not contend with. The speed of growth was alarmingly rapid. Truly, a monstrous being. I confess, I underestimated you, young one. Nikyusen stood tall, wiping the blood from his lips, an inscrutable smile gracing his features, yet his expression gradually turned grave. However, do not underestimate me either. For we are the Lion Kings of the Dark Realm. Life's sacrifice frenzy. He let out a frenzied roar, his entire being ablaze with vitality. His blood boiling as a crimson aura enveloped him. His muscles swelled rapidly, his physique expanding to colossal proportions, even his eyes turning blood red, seemingly devoid of reason. In the next moment, his body transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Satan with ferocity. The dragon body battle axe. Satan regarded the charging Nikyusen with a disdainful expression, raising his right leg above his head in a broad stance. In the instant that Nikyusen reached him, he brought his leg crashing down with tremendous force. The hardened right leg, as unyielding as steel, struck Nikyusen's head like a war axe. A resounding boom reverberated through the air as the ground once again caved in, creating a deep pit. Trapped within the pit, Nikyusen struggled for breath. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, the crimson glow in his eyes faded, replaced by a moment of clarity as he exerted himself to rise, only to fail repeatedly. Satan leaped into the enormous pit and squatted down before him. Now, you are but a shadow of your former self. You no longer possess the qualifications to contend with me. Satan gazed at the feeble Nikyusen before him, suddenly struck by a wave of indifference. The once formidable adversary who could have effortlessly vanquished him now appeared merely as a slightly larger insect. Cough, cough, truly impressive. One cannot help but admire the legacy of dragon lineage. It is no wonder one has set their sights upon you. Nikyusen, with great effort, tilted his head to look at Satan, his face a portrait of despair. What did you say? Who dares to conspire against the Douglas family? The gaze of Satan took on a perilous intensity. Ha ha. Nicholas suddenly erupted into a mad laughter, a frenzied roar. I am aware that my time is drawing to a close, yet your arrogance shall not endure for long, ha ha. The Douglas family will undoubtedly accompany me in my demise. I shall await you in hell, awaiting your arrival. With each cry, he incessantly coughed up blood. Satan gazed at the frenzied Nicholas, furrowing his brow, realizing that no further information could be extracted. In light of this, Let us first consign you to hell to atone for the past offenses against our family." Satan rose to his feet and brought his foot down upon Nicholson's head with a resounding thud. The sound echoed as Nicholson's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattering in every direction, staining Satan's trousers. "Humph, how convenient it is for you to meet such a swift demise for having offended my sister." Satan clapped his hands and, as if nothing had happened, leapt out of the pit, his face once again adorned with the gentle smile that was his habitual demeanor. However, the crimson blood staining his trousers gleamed ominously under the bright moonlight, rendering the scene particularly jarring. What a terrifying young master he is, with such a vile temperament. Observing this spectacle, Balong Delegate sighed and murmured softly before breaking into a subdued chuckle. "Yet, it is precisely this audacious and hidden arrogance that befits my leader. I am utterly enamored by it." Chapter 29. The wedding disruption. 3 days later, the capital of the Babylonian kingdom, White Dragon City, was engulfed in a sea of joy. Today marked the grand occasion of the royal wedding between Princess Tequila Douglas and the Knight of the 7 Deadly Sins, Pride Lucifer. The populace buzzed with excitement, as if the very air were imbued with an intoxicating aura. After all, Princess Tequila, a royal figure, was immensely popular, not only for her exquisite beauty but also for her formidable abilities as a devil fruit user. The citizens often heard tales of her valor in vanquishing marauding pirate crews. Naturally, they offered their most sincere respect and heartfelt blessings to the beautiful princess who safeguarded their peace. Satan emerged from King Denver's study, preparing to don his attire for the wedding, his mind inevitably drifting back to the recent encounter with his father. "Satan, you have finally grown up. I am truly delighted," King Denver remarked, gazing at Satan, who was nearly his equal in height, with a look of pride. "Our Douglas family has gained another man capable of standing on his own." "Father, your praise makes me fear I may become arrogant," Satan replied bashfully, scratching his head as he seated himself across from the king. "Ha ha ha, you cheeky rascal." King Denver boisterously laughed, retrieving 2 boxes from his drawer, a triumphant smile adorning his face. "Look here, this is a reward for your diligent training." "Oh, devil fruits?" Satan exclaimed, astonished as he opened the boxes. "These are quite rare, aren't they? Surely you could have trained a few more generals instead?" "Accept them," King Denver urged with a gentle smile. "As the future king, you must begin to cultivate your own circle. That Kuner and the Akatsuki sisters would be excellent choices, and that fellow Sinon should accompany you as well. The king of our Babylonian kingdom cannot fulfill his duties without sufficient strength." Satan regained his composure and quickly donned an elegant suit before making his way to the grand hall in the Garden District to attend the wedding of his aunt, Tequila. He was accompanied by several companions, including Junmaru. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, they were greeted by a flurry of bustling maids and guards. As the ceremony had yet to commence, they took their seats among the guests. "Sinan, with Lucifer marrying my aunt this time, I presume all members of the 7 Deadly Sins will be in attendance?" Upon seeing them, my curiosity about the other members of the 7 Deadly Sins was piqued. Indeed, I too find myself quite intrigued. The malevolent whispers on Satan's shoulder often manifest unexpectedly. "Did you just say something, young master?" Sinan gulped down the morsel of meat he had just taken, turning to gaze at Satan with a face full of bewilderment. Ever since he encountered Shihong, he felt he had finally met his match. It was as if the moment he let down his guard, his sustenance would be snatched away by the adversary. "Well, just pretend I said nothing at all." Satan wore an expression of embarrassment. Indeed, it is most impolite to interrupt others during their repast. Yet, one could hardly refrain from indulging in sustenance at all times. The guests gradually made their entrance, seated in the VIP section were King Denver and Princess Catherine, accompanied by the embodiments of the 7 Deadly Sins, the wrathful Samuel and the envious Leviathan. Samuel was a stout, middle-aged dwarf with a mane of fiery red hair, his beard and eyebrows equally vibrant. His long beard was intricately braided and hung down over his robust chest. His muscular physique was imposing, and a colossal iron hammer rested against his side, as he sat with a hand upon its handle, exuding an air of immense pressure. In contrast, Leviathan appeared somewhat unremarkable, a slender youth with a golden ponytail, perpetually adorned with a sneer of disdain. Soon, all the guests had arrived, and the wedding commenced in earnest. Princess Tequila emerged, accompanied by her maid of honor, Estes. Clad in her wedding gown, she appeared exceptionally delicate and beautiful, greeted by a fervent round of applause from the audience. The groom, Lucifer, donned a pristine white suit, a rose pinned to his lapel, and wore a composed smile as he took the hand of Princess Tequila, leading her toward the altar, displaying not a trace of the much-rumored arrogance. Under the guidance of the priest, They exchanged vows of love and rings. Just as the ceremony unfolded seamlessly, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Several guards were hurled inside, crashing onto the corridor, their fates uncertain. Two figures strode in. Drawing the attention of all present, who turned to witness the commotion, the priest compelled to pause the proceedings. What is happening? Is someone attempting to abduct the bride? The wickedly eager shouted. It is a rare delight to witness such thrilling drama. Silence. Satan roared in dissatisfaction, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the royal wedding. His gaze darkened as he turned to see two figures entering the hall. Upon recognizing them, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could it be them? This was a grave predicament. The foremost figure was tall, sporting short crimson hair and a robust physique, with long legs and scars marring his cheeks. Adorning his left arm was a pink, ghostly tattoo. He wore a white scarf resembling a flower and black gloves, with spikes on his black jeans, the left knee protected by white pads, and black boots embellished with spurs. Exuding a strong metallic aesthetic, he was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the big MOM pirate crew's Charlotte family. Trailing behind him was a gentleman clad entirely in pink, donning sunglasses and eggshell-shaped trousers, wielding a cane, and topped with a hat resembling a tray, which held a cup of hot tea. He was none other than Baron Egg, a warrior of the big MOM pirate crew. King Denver, seated in the VIP area, furrowed his brow upon recognizing the two men, but before he could utter a word, Samuel, seated beside him, charged forward with a hammer in hand. Daring to disrupt the Douglas family, you are courting death. He bellowed, his mustache twitching in fury. His exaggerated muscles swelled as the massive hammer crackled with blue electricity. Seemingly weightless as it descended upon Katakuri. Unfazed by Samuel's onslaught, Katakuri continued his advance with an impassive demeanor. Suddenly, Baron Egg accelerated from behind, maneuvering around Katakuri and delivering a spinning kick to the descending hammer. The clash reverberated with a thunderous noise, sending Samuel sprawling backward, carving a trench in the ground before halting near King Denver. Baron Egg, having taken the brunt of Samuel's strike, staggered back, jolted by the residual electric shocks coursing through him. Is this the hospitality of the Babylon kingdom? I come bearing my mother's decree, Katakuri stated, his voice cold and merciless. Are you seeking a war? Upon hearing Katakuri's words, the guests fell into a hushed silence. Who among them was unaware of the formidable Big MOM pirate crew, a powerful organization bound by family and blood? Big MOM, Charlotte Lin, had established the vast Charlotte family, encompassing 43 husbands, 39 daughters, and 46 sons, with a core membership of 129, ruling over 34 islands centered around Cake Island, governed by various ministers, collectively known as the world. The Big MOM pirate crew stood as one of the world's most elite powers. Engaging them in battle was no trifling matter. As the guests processed Katakuri's declaration, a figure leaped from the dais, soaring upward like a flash of lightning, appearing above Katakuri in an instant. You dare disrupt my wedding? You shall not be spared. The figure radiated a blinding white light, overwhelming those present as he unleashed a powerful kick, reinforced by haki, aimed at Katakuri, none other than Lucifer, the Knight of Pride. How foolish, Katakuri replied, narrowing his eyes as he lifted his leg to meet the attack. His leg expanded to 3 times its normal size, enveloped in haki, colliding with Lucifer's assault like a giant hammer. The impact generated a colossal shockwave, whipping the surrounding area into chaos. After a brief stalemate, Lucifer found himself at a disadvantage. Sent reeling backward, stumbling several steps before blood trickled from his mouth. Wiping the blood away, his expression turned dangerous. Indeed, you are formidable, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost among the 4 sweet commanders of the Big MOM pirate crew. Katakuri, having effortlessly absorbed Lucifer's blow, returned his leg to its normal state, barely swaying as if the encounter had been trivial. He was a mochi fruit user, a special paramecia type capable of transforming his body into mochi, freely altering his shape, length, and size, and could split to evade attacks. King Denver, seated regally on his throne, furrowed his brow. Even Lucifer, the strongest present aside from himself, seemed to falter against Big MOM's crew. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Lucifer prepared to charge at the interloper disrupting his wedding. At that moment, an invisible yet terrifying aura surged from behind him, imposing and laced with murderous intent. Stand down, Lucifer, King Denver commanded, straightening in his seat. A chill swept through the hall as if cold water had been poured over the attendees, their sweat running cold. The wrath of King Denver was palpable. The atmosphere became stifling, all present fell silent. Even Katakuri, who had seemed indifferent since entering, now glistened with sweat, his demeanor alert. King Denver remained composed upon his throne. His expression neutral, yet his presence commanded respect, suffocatingly powerful, as if to render the air itself unbreathable. Impressive, young Satan. It seems your father is the true monster, whispered Evil Sight into Satan's ear. Silence, and observe, came the quiet reply. Satan's heart was tumultuous with shock. It was the first time he had witnessed the formidable might of King Denver. He had not anticipated such strength, capable of intimidating the notorious pirate Katakuri, whose bounty reached an astonishing 900 million berries, merely through sheer presence. As the atmosphere grew silent, King Denver reclined in his chair, the oppressive aura ebbing away like a receding tide, allowing everyone to exhale and relax. State your purpose, Charlotte Katakuri. The kingdom of Babylon is not a place for your unruliness. After a brief pause, the king continued, unless you possess sufficient justification, you shall remain here today. Katakuri felt cold sweat trickle down his back. It seemed his previous demeanor had been far too insolent. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying entity lurked within the realms of the Grand Line? Yet this undeniably testified to the might of the dragon's bloodline. It appeared that his mother's judgment had been sound. With this thought, Katakuri's expression shifted to one of respect, for indeed, the strong always commanded reverence. He stepped forward and bowed to King Denver. Your Majesty, I come as an envoy, bearing no ill intent, but rather a message from my mother. What message? King Denver inquired coldly. I have heard that the kingdom of Babylon is renowned for its culinary delights, particularly in Heisenberg. Thus, my mother requests that your kingdom provide 20 tons of pastries each month. Katakuri spoke calmly, refraining from voicing Big Mom's original words. Such matters should not require the intervention of the foremost star of your fleet. A mere envoy would suffice. I am here for a more significant issue. What issue? A marriage alliance. What did you say? King Denver was taken aback, astonished that a pirate crew would seek to forge a union with a member of the world government. Was it fair to say that Big Mom acted without foresight? Indeed, Katakuri affirmed, ensuring the king had not misheard. My mother recently learned that the Douglas royal family of the kingdom of Babylon possesses dragon blood, which sparked the idea of a union. To demonstrate her regard for your esteemed nation, my mother has decided to propose a marriage between Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family and one of the sweet commanders with a bounty of 732 million berries, and the eldest son of the Douglas family, Douglas Satan. What? Satan, who had been observing the proceedings from the guest seating, was utterly bewildered. How could it possibly be me? Haha, young Satan. It appears you are indeed the intended bridegroom. I never anticipated that the target of the marriage raid would be you, the wicked Jean remarked with a mischievous grin. Seated beside Satan, the expressions of Sanankuin and Maru were marked by a semblance of constipation as they struggled to suppress their laughter. You had just mentioned that you had received news regarding the Douglas family's draconic lineage. King Denver leaned slightly forward, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. I wish to know who divulged this information to you. It was Hussein from the Lion King organization. The news from the culinary capital, Heisenberg, also originated from him. Katakuri, feeling humiliated by Hussein's omission of King Denver's prowess, was infuriated and, after a brief contemplation, unhesitatingly betrayed Hussein. Should King Denver seek retribution against the Lion King organization, Hussein would surely relish the opportunity. So it is thus. King Denver reclined once more into his chair and continued. The kingdom of Babylon will not offer desserts for free, but we are willing to accept your purchase. As for the prospect of a marriage alliance, you may inform Big Mom that it is out of the question. The Douglas family will never ally with pirates. That is our bottom line. His response was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, I shall take my leave. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. With that, Katakuri offered a bow and swiftly turned, departing with Baron Eggman. Chapter 31. Turbulent affairs. The wedding of Princess Tequila from the Kingdom of Babylon concluded, and guests began to disperse. The events of the wedding, under the dissemination of certain keen observers, swiftly spread to various enigmatic factions. On the Grand Line, at the underground chamber of the Lion King organization's headquarters, the sound of shattering objects echoed. Damn it, that scoundrel Katakuri dared to betray me. I had thought the Big Mom pirates could maintain a long-term partnership. Hussein roared like an enraged lion. Boss, there's no need to be angry. We are merely utilizing one another. Trust is not a factor, advised Heather, a senior official of the Lion King organization. Even so, it has always been I who betrays others. This is quite displeasing. Hussein sat back in his chair, suddenly bursting into laughter. Nevertheless, I do not believe Big Mom will tolerate Denver's refusal. It seems a war is inevitable. The kingdom of Babylon has no time to trouble me. Spread the word. We must seize this opportunity to reap substantial benefits from the impending conflict. Yes, boss, Heather replied. Retreating. Hussein's murmurs followed her departure. If we could acquire the body of a direct descendant of the Douglas family, unraveling the secret of the dragon's bloodline, it would be a monumental gain. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a vast maritime nation composed of colossal sea snails, known as Germa 66, the mercenary army of the evil, was afloat. Germa 66, a scientific combat unit, operated across the globe as mercenaries, possessing formidable and efficient combat capabilities. The Germa Kingdom, unique in that it lacks a fixed territory, typically functions through numerous ships that act separately but unite to form the kingdom. Its citizens, predominantly male, are all soldiers, constituting the fearsome army of Germa 66. At the pinnacle of this nation and military lies the Vinsmoke family, which once wielded dominion over the entire North Sea and now maintains stable relations with the world government and the Navy. At this moment, within the castle colloquially referred to as the House of War, King of Germa, commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, was perusing an intelligence report. The kingdom of Babylon is on the verge of war with the big MOM pirates. This is splendid news. Father, what does this have to do with us? Questioned Vinsmoke Ichiji, the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, perplexed. Surely they would not enlist us to partake in their conflict. Fool, who said we would engage in battle? Judge shot a glare at his son and continued. We need only seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to capture a direct descendant of the Douglas family as a test subject. If we can unravel the mystery of the dragon's bloodline, our research on bloodline factors will be greatly enhanced, and the strength of our army will see a significant boost. At that point, the time to reclaim our dominion over the North Sea will arrive. Judge descended from his throne, arms wide, laughing maniacally as if the entire North Sea lay prostrate before him. On the surface of the Grand Line, a luxurious warship floated. This vessel, over 150 meters in length, was armed with more than 120 16-pound cannons on its deck and wings, with a massive 32-pound bow cannon at its prow. Warriors and combatants, clad in full armor and vigilant, traversed the deck. The sails bore the emblem of a blood-red thornbird. Yet the flag hoisted on the mast was that of the world government. This ship was the flagship of the notorious Thornbird organization, infamous for capturing rare humanoid species across the globe and providing countless valuable slaves to the aristocratic celestial dragons. Thus, it enjoyed the protection of the celestial dragons and was permitted to fly the world government flag, rendering naval interference in its illicit slave trading activities impossible, a true scourge of the seas. At this moment, in the captain's quarters, the leader of the Thornbird, Child, was listening to a report from his subordinates. The kingdom of Babylon is about to engage in war with the big MOM pirates. This is an excellent opportunity. Child stroked his small mustache and issued commands. Deploy several slave ships to the Rain Sea. Such chaotic regions are ripe for capturing precious slaves. If we can seize some powerful slaves to sell to the celestial dragons as gladiators, we shall make a fortune. Yes, Captain, his subordinates eagerly responded, rushing out as if countless berries beckoned them, each growing increasingly fervent. As dark forces across the globe thrived on the news of the impending clash between the kingdom of Babylon and the big MOM pirates. Within the palace of the kingdom of Babylon, a family meeting was convened. War is now unavoidable, declared King Denver, seated at the head of the table. His voice resonant and authoritative, akin to the clang of swords. Our Douglas family, the Tulip clan, has never known the habit of surrender. Thus, this meeting is to deliberate our strategy for combat. Should the big MOM pirates indeed initiate war, the port city of Amsterdam and the culinary capital, Heisenberg, will undoubtedly be primary targets. Lucifer, now the son-in-law of the Douglas family, participated in the meeting and spoke first. The aerial gardens of White Dragon City, the heart of the kingdom, must be fortified. We cannot afford to lose morale among our troops. Isdeath continued. Indeed, immediate preparations for war are imperative. Lucifer, you and the other 7 Sin Knights must lead an army of 100,000 to Amsterdam for defense. Maritime patrols and early warnings must be established. King Denver commanded. Then turned to his sister, Princess Tequila, with an apologetic tone. I am truly sorry. There will be no time for a honeymoon. You should accompany the forces to Amsterdam as well. Isdeath, accompanied by General Gabriel and the mighty King Titan, has been tasked with fortifying the defenses at Heisenberg. Although Heisenberg is unlikely to emerge as the principal battleground, one must not let their guard down. After all, Big Mom is a lunatic capable of anything for the sake of her confections, and no one can predict whether she might appear in Heisenberg. Rest assured, Father, I shall remain vigilant. Death adjusted the long sword at her waist, her expression fierce and devoid of any anxiety regarding the impending conflict. Father, what of me? Satan appeared restless. Let us journey to Amsterdam. I proclaimed. My sacrificial abilities, combined with Satan's prowess in wood manipulation, would be advantageous in direct warfare, especially considering the heightened likelihood of Amsterdam becoming the primary battleground. Suddenly, Princess Catherine interjected, casting a glance at King Denver. She continued, as for you, the only one capable of confronting Big Mom directly, it would be prudent to remain in the capital for now. Await our confirmation of Big Mom's primary attack direction before you come to our aid. Thus, it was decided. King Denver pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Princess Catherine's proposal. Subsequently, he rose and solemnly saluted the assembly. Long live the Tulip family. Long live the Tulip family, echoed the others, rising to pay their respects. Chapter 32. The onset of war as time passed and news spread. The atmosphere in the Kingdom of Babylon grew increasingly tense. The coastal cities near Rain Island received evacuation notices from the royal family, prompting ordinary citizens to retreat inland. While the royals and military fervently prepared for battle, the world government and the Navy headquarters also received a request for war assistance from the Kingdom of Babylon, and they promptly dispatched formidable leaders to the Rain Sea. However, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, would the formidable Big Mom allow the Kingdom of Babylon sufficient time to prepare for war? 2 days later, in the waters surrounding Amsterdam, 3 patrol ships, adorned with the flag of the Kingdom of Babylon, were conducting routine patrols. With the specter of war looming, the soldiers on board remained on high alert. As the kingdom's first line of defense, none wished to lose their lives carelessly, especially given the rumors of their opponent being the 4 Emperor Big Mom. In the lookout atop the patrol ship's mast, 3 soldiers scanned the distant sea with telescopes. Look, a ship appears, one lookout suddenly exclaimed. The others turned their telescopes to observe as pirate vessels emerged from the horizon, swaggering towards Amsterdam. The flagship bore a banner depicting a top-hatted, collar-adorned skeleton with a lipstick smear, the emblem of the Big Mom pirates. Upon recognizing the pirate flag, one lookout's legs trembled in fear. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Another lookout shouted, leaning over the edge of the lookout tower towards the deck. The enemy is the Big Mom pirates. Over 20 ships are approaching. On the deck, the soldiers braced for battle, drawing their weapons in readiness, while a messenger dashed towards the communications room to relay the urgent warning to the kingdom. As a user of the soul fruit, Big Mom had the ability to manipulate souls at will, allowing her to imbue various objects with life, transforming them into sentient beings known as homies. She could also inject souls into objects to command them, granting her dominion over weather and natural phenomena. Among the over 20 pirate ships under Big Mom's command, besides key officers, numerous homie soldiers filled the ranks. Simultaneously, in the lookout of Big Mom's flagship, a homie chess piece soldier shouted, Mama, Mama, we have arrived at Amsterdam port. We can already see the Babylonian patrol ships. On the deck, seated in a chair disproportionately large for any ordinary individual, sat Big Mom herself, her figure magnified several times over. Dressed in a voluminous pink gown, her bloodshot eyes were accentuated with thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow. Drool occasionally dripped from her mouth. In her left hand, she wielded the thundercloud Zeus, while the sun Prometheus rested in her right, crowned by the formidable homie Napoleon atop her head. Renowned for its culinary delights, her nation was sure to produce exquisite baked goods. Upon hearing the report from the homie soldier, Big Mom glanced at the distant sea, drool cascading onto the deck, corroding it with wisps of smoke rising from the damage. Let us greet them first, thunder. Big Mom infused the thundercloud with her soul, causing the clouds in the distant sky to rapidly coalesce, descending ominously over the Babylonian patrol ships, darkening the atmosphere and crackling with electricity. What is happening? Why is the weather suddenly changing? The soldiers aboard the patrol ships erupted into chaos, incredulous at the sudden storm. Quick, change course. We'll be struck by lightning. Suddenly, the thundercloud hovering above the patrol ships convulsed violently, and colossal bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the vessels. The 3 patrol ships disintegrated in an instant, reduced to mere powder. The soldiers on the deck had no time to scream, obliterated by the thunder, evaporating into thin air. The waves surged, crashing with a roar, erasing all trace of their existence from the world. At this moment, the port of Amsterdam had transformed into a fortress of war. The civilian harbor had been completely closed, and defensive walls had been erected around the vicinity, each layer fortified with imposing artillery. Officers of all ranks commanded with urgency, issuing directives to ensure flawless defensive preparations. Countless soldiers moved with precision between the defensive walls, transporting shells and ammunition to various gun ports, unveiling the cannon covers, adjusting angles, making the final preparations for battle. Behind the defensive walls stood a towering command center, soaring 100 meters high, overseeing the front line. Inside the command center, the personnel listened intently as the telephone insect transmitted alarming news. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Over 20 ships of the big MOM pirates are approaching. Then, amidst a scream, the telephone insect went silent, its eyes drooping, ceasing all communication. Report, patrol ship number 3 has lost contact. Report, patrol ship number 6 is unresponsive. Patrol ship number 5 has gone silent. Patrol ship number 1. With each report from the messenger, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Despite extensive preparations for the impending war, the actual arrival of conflict was still profoundly shocking. Undoubtedly, war had descended upon them. The highest-ranking individual present, Princess Catherine, commanded calmly. Immediately issue a war alert to all citizens. Order all ordinary people remaining in Amsterdam to evacuate at once. Tequila. You and the lazy knight Belial shall represent the royal family and lead the escort, ensuring the safety of the populace. Yes, sister, Princess Tequila replied, gripping Lucifer's hand before turning to depart, her expression calm, betraying none of her usual frivolity. Lucifer gestured subtly to the lazy knight Belial, who, towering 2 meters high and bearing a massive spiked club, squinted his eyes in understanding, following Princess Tequila as they left. As Princess Tequila departed, Princess Catherine continued to issue commands. The guardianship of all defensive walls at the front lines is entrusted to you. You shall command everyone. Yes, Your Highness, Lucifer replied, signaling the dwarf warrior Samuel of the 7 deadly sins and the envy Leviathan to remain and protect the princess. He then waved his hand, leading the others to the front lines of the defensive walls. Chapter 33. The tsunami crisis. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with intermittent flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, casting an increasingly grave atmosphere over the port of Amsterdam. Armed soldiers filled the defensive walls near the coast, with officers of various ranks interspersed among them, offering encouragement and bolstering morale. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, amplifying even the faintest sounds, such as a soldier nervously swallowing, the clattering of teeth, and the trembling of legs. At that moment, Satan and Lucifer ascended the platform atop the second defensive wall, and the soldiers below turned their gaze in unison towards them. Satan stood upon the lofty platform, the cold wind brushing against his temples, causing the fine strands of hair to rise defiantly amidst the solemn atmosphere. Gazing down at the multitude of soldiers, their eyes reflecting either fear or fervor, a surge of pride welled within him. What of big MOM? I shall never concede defeat. Soldiers, I am Douglas Satan, Prince of the Tulip family. He stepped forward, positioning himself in the most conspicuous spot of the platform, as a beam of light pierced through the ominous clouds above, illuminating him. In that moment, his figure seemed to be enveloped in a radiant halo, becoming extraordinarily resplendent. Your Highness, echoed the fervent cheers of the soldiers below. I wish to convey to you the profound significance of our stand against the enemy here. This is not merely an ordinary battle. We, the Kingdom of Babylon, are declaring to the world that no matter who our adversary may be, we shall never compromise, we shall never submit. Never submit, never submit. The soldiers roared, brandishing their weapons in fury. The scars upon their backs were a testament to the shame of warriors, to fight to the death. Victory is ours. Satan raised the weapon specifically selected from the royal armory, the coiling dragon staff, and roared fiercely. Victory, victory, victory. The soldiers' cheers surged like a tidal wave, as if the dense clouds overhead were parting under this fervent energy, allowing golden rays of sunlight to cascade down, illuminating each individual and further elevating their morale. At this moment, pirate ships emerged one after another from the sea, advancing towards the port with ostentation. Soon, the pirate vessels approached the port, entering the range of the cannon fire. The soldiers hastily stripped off the cannon coverings and adjusted the barrels, unleashing a barrage of searing cannonballs towards the encroaching pirate ships. However, due to the choppy waves, most of the cannonballs missed, only creating towering columns of water around the vessels. Even when some cannonballs fortuitously targeted the pirate ships, the formidable members of the big MOM pirates, stationed on each ship, unleashed waves of sword energy and other peculiar attacks, intercepting the incoming projectiles with thunderous explosions in the air. The cacophony was deafening. On the singing ship at the forefront of the pirate fleet, Big Mom set aside her dessert, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "Mama, don't worry, we will reach the shore soon. This child's play of an attack can be obliterated in an instant," replied Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family and one of the 4 sweet commanders, as he casually sliced through several cannonballs in midair with a swift strike. As a powerful pirate with a bounty of 600 million berries, Cracker, known as the Biscuit Knight, held little regard for the nations of the Grand Line. He stood tall, donned a helmet adorned with a mane-like decoration, with biscuit-like horns on either side. His armor was patterned in black and white like biscuits, his belt inscribed with the letters BS, and his long, pointed beard complemented by a sword in hand. A cape draped over his shoulders, and a large biscuit shield on his back, presenting a commanding figure. Do not underestimate them, Cracker. The kingdom of Babylon is no ordinary place. It harbors numerous strong individuals, cautioned Katakuri, the leader of the 4 sweet commanders, with a calm demeanor. He then turned to his younger siblings, advising, "You all must remain vigilant. Do not falter." "Honestly, what a disgrace, Brother Katakuri. When did you become so timid?" "It's embarrassing to be ranked alongside you as one of the 4 sweet commanders," retorted Snack, another member of the 4 sweet commanders, twirling his sword in discontent. "Are you truly afraid of the king of the Babylon kingdom? I refuse to believe that a small nation in the Grand Line can possess someone capable of rivaling Mama." "Enough, enough. Let us refrain from squabbling. Regardless of the opponent, it is prudent to remain cautious. Our purpose here is to establish our dominance. And excessive losses would be counterproductive," advised the youngest of the sweet commanders, Smoothie. "Moreover, I trust Brother Katakuri's judgment. After all, he is the strongest among us. If even he cannot handle that king, then only Mama will be able to deal with him." Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, the juice minister, and the sole female among the 4 sweet commanders, possessed a tall and slender figure, adorned with a hat and scarf, and long white hair cascading down to her legs. She wore gloves and had a long sword with a spiral scabbard slung across her back, complemented by elegant black patterned boots, exuding a striking beauty. "Silence! It's deafening!" roared Big Mom, tossing a large piece of still-screaming dessert into her gaping maw, her patience wearing thin. She cast a glance toward the heavily fortified Amsterdam port, relishing the taste of her dessert. A storm would be most fitting at this moment. Invisible soul energy was infused by Big Mom into the surrounding sky and sea, granting her dominion over the entire maritime region. The weather around Amsterdam began to shift dramatically. The clouds descended, torrential rains poured, and fierce winds howled, as if one were caught in a tempest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Soon, the cannon platforms on the defensive wall were drenched, rendering the prepared gunpowder and cannonballs ineffective. The elaborate defense system devised by the Kingdom of Babylon appeared laughable before Big Mom, easily shattered with a mere wave of her hand. Simultaneously, the sea surrounding the pirate ships began to churn violently, creating enormous waves that rolled and surged, ultimately culminating in a towering tsunami nearing 100 meters in height, thundering towards Amsterdam. As the cannons intended for long-range defense against the pirates became futile, the soldiers on the defensive wall fell into a state of panic. Yet this was merely the initial wave of terror. Upon witnessing the colossal tsunami under Big Mom's control advancing towards the harbor, some timid soldiers felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Is this real? Can we truly withstand such a cataclysmic force? We're doomed. This tsunami is going to obliterate Amsterdam in an instant. Chapter 34. Defense and counterattack. Amsterdam trembled under the storm summoned by Big Mom, resembling a small boat on the verge of capsizing. At this moment, on the platform atop the tower behind the defensive wall, Princess Catherine donned an elaborate ceremonial robe, kneeling with a solemn expression. Her hands crossed before her chest, fingers slightly bent in an orchid shape. She gently closed her eyes, murmuring a series of mysterious and obscure prayers, her face radiating fervent devotion. Gradually, rays of light began to pierce through the stormy sky, illuminating her. As her prayers quickened in pace, her voice becoming increasingly urgent, her body trembling slightly, as if expending immense energy. As Princess Catherine's voice rose in fervor, the beam of light enveloping her grew thicker, rapidly expanding outward. The radiance swept over the tower, covered the defensive wall, and spread further afield. Wherever the light shone, the previously tumultuous weather began to calm, and the soldiers illuminated by its glow felt as though their spirits had been cleansed by sunlight, all negativity dissipating into thin air. As the light enveloped all of Amsterdam, the storm summoned by Big Mom was entirely quelled, and the sky once again shone brightly. Having completed this monumental task, Princess Catherine relaxed her expression, beads of sweat cascading down her face, her form slumping to the ground, clearly exhausted. Even for the kingdom's most powerful priestess. Dispelling the storm that loomed over the entire city was no trivial feat, though the storm had been dissipated by the princess. The tsunami triggered by BIGMOM continued to roar towards them, leaving no one at ease. The towering waves, nearly 100 meters high, loomed ever closer, resembling a wall, causing many soldiers to tremble in fear. Up, Asmontis! At that moment, Lucifer shouted from the high platform of the defensive wall, soaring into the sky, hurtling towards the oncoming waves. Ah, I understand, Captain. As the Knight of the Seven Deadly Sins, Asmontis rose from beside the high platform. He strode purposefully toward the crashing waves. Originally a giant from the Grand Line, he had followed the first head of the Douglas family, becoming a Knight of the Seven Deadly Sins up to the present day. Due to his unique racial advantages, he was over 300 years old yet retained his vigorous vitality, making him a revered elder among the seven deadly sins. Towering at 35 meters, he sported a thick beard, donned a steel-horn helmet, and wielded a colossal 40-meter-long sword. With each stride, he covered great distances, quickly reaching the forefront of the defensive wall, standing resolutely before all. Ha ha ha! Behold the might of the Elbaf giants! Asmontis boisterously laughed, dismissing the impending tsunami as if it were inconsequential. With both hands gripping his sword, he gathered his strength and delivered a sweeping strike at the approaching waves. A massive azure blade of energy surged forth from his sword, cleaving through the towering 100-meter wave, which split in half and hung suspended in midair. Following this, Lucifer, hovering in the air, unleashed a flurry of arrows of holy light, which coalesced into a rain of feathers, raining down upon the severed wave like a storm of arrows, producing thundering explosions. The monstrous wave shattered into droplets, cascading down like a torrential downpour upon the sea. Truly, the seven deadly sins knights, known as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom, are formidable. The soldiers behind exclaimed, "We are saved, such divine power. Victory surely belongs to us. I do not favor passive defense. To minimize casualties, we must confront the enemy beyond our gates. Feel my wrath." Lucifer, having repelled the tsunami, desired to instill fear in the Big Mom pirate crew. He flapped his wings and soared toward the singing ship of Big Mom. Observing Lucifer's intent to attack the singing ship, Asmontis swung his sword once more, sending forth another enormous blade of energy aimed at the vessel. The path of the sword carved a deep chasm in the sea, the water pushed aside, unable to rush back even after the blade had passed. "Well done. You've thwarted Mother S' attack," exclaimed Snag, surprise etched on his face from the ship. "Now this is interesting," said Kreja, his enthusiasm palpable. "Only when I sever the heads of fiercely resisting foes do I derive true pleasure." He made his way to the bow, tossing aside his cookie shield, which then levitated in front of the ship. With Kreja's control, it swayed, each motion summoning new cookie shields. Soon, a wall of countless cookie shields formed in front of the singing ship, bracing against the incoming strike. Though Kreja's shields were crafted from cookie fruit abilities, under his formidable haki, they transformed into an ultimate defense surpassing steel. The sword energy that could effortlessly slice through a tsunami collided with the cookie shields, creating a massive depression in the surrounding water but failing to breach the defenses. Eventually, the sword energy was partially consumed by the cookie shields, redirecting skyward, scattering the clouds above. With a clap of his hands, Kreja caused all the shields to disintegrate into cookie crumbs in the air. Just as Asmontis' attack was intercepted, Lucifer flew above the singing ship. With a flap of his wings, countless feather-like photons rained down, enveloping all the pirate ships. "How arrogant!" Katakuri huffed, displeased. With a sweeping motion, his right hand transformed into glutinous rice, rapidly expanding like a giant umbrella shielding the singing ship. Lucifer's photon feathers pierced the rice mass, resulting in explosions that sent debris flying, creating large pits on the surface. However, it soon began to writhe and restored itself. Lucifer's assault inflicted no harm upon Katakuri. Yet, while the singing ship remained unscathed under Katakuri's protection, other pirate vessels were not so fortunate. Some poorly defended ships had their masts shattered under Lucifer's bombardment. Kreja and Katakuri stepped up to counter Asmontis and Lucifer's attacks, while Snag, equally formidable, leapt into action. He stomped on the deck and leaped high, his body enveloped in haki, his skin turning a deep purple. With a reverse kick, he struck a startled Lucifer. Lucifer's form was propelled like a cannonball toward the shore. crashing through 2 layers of defensive walls and creating a massive crater, his body shrouded in rising dust. Amidst the swirling smoke and the scent of gunpowder, a figure emerged from the haze, Lucifer, slightly disheveled, his once crisp suit now crumpled, yet his expression grave as he leaped back to the defensive wall. "Well, Lucifer? It is confirmed that Big Mom is indeed aboard the ship. We can inform the king to come to our aid." As the pirate ships continued their advance toward the shore, Asmontis relentlessly unleashed waves of sword energy, causing the sea to churn violently. This time, he shifted his focus. No longer targeting the well-fortified singing ship, the sword energy sliced through the sea. Any pirate ship lacking sufficient strength to withstand it would be cleaved in two, subsequently swallowed by the sea, leaving behind a massive whirlpool. In the brief approach to the shore, 3 ill-fated pirate vessels had already been claimed by Asmontis, dragging them beneath the waves. "What an arrogant scoundrel! All cannons, target the giant and fire," commanded a savvy pirate captain. The cannons aboard the pirate ships aimed at Asmontis, unleashing a barrage of searing cannonballs. Though he occasionally countered with his sword strikes, destroying several cannonballs, his massive form was difficult to defend entirely, and explosions erupted upon him. "That fool will make an excellent target," Lucifer scoffed, turning to Mammon. "Go assist him." "Oh, what a bother. Brutes are the most intolerable." Mammon sultrily flicked her hair, extending her hands, forming circular motions. Almost transparent rings of light emanated from her hands, expanding and gradually enveloping Asmontis' colossal form. Instantly, Asmontis appeared ethereal to all, and the cannonballs aimed at him lost their trajectory, narrowly missing him and exploding with a series of detonations around him. "What a remarkable psychic attack, Sister Mammon," Satan beside her exclaimed, astonished at her ability to instantaneously alter the trajectory of numerous cannonballs. "Let us join the fray." Satan felt the fervor coursing through his veins, and turning to greet Qitong and the others, he leaped down from the high platform, charging towards the front lines. Close behind him were Qitong, Haidong, Junmaru, and Sainan, following closely in his wake. Pirate ships were landing one after another, and pirates along with the homies created by Big Mom surged onto the shore. Despite the cacophony of gunfire and the fallen who were struck down, the survivors pressed forward like an unrelenting tide against the defensive wall. As the enemy advanced, the soldiers atop the barricade, under the leadership of their officers, rallied to meet the challenge with unwavering resolve. It was as if 2 tumultuous waves collided, and in an instant, blood splattered across the battlefield, with wounded soldiers and pirates alike succumbing to the fierce and merciless conflict. "Come on, little brats. I can let you flee for 39 meters," roared the colossal Asmontis as he maneuvered through the throngs of pirates, brandishing his 40-meter-long katana, delivering sharp strikes that felled numerous foes, inflicting catastrophic losses upon the enemy. Satan stood at the forefront of a defensive wall, gazing intently at the blood-soaked battlefield before him, where severed limbs flew through the air. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Those fallen soldiers were the most loyal bastions of his family. It was utterly disheartening to witness them being so easily depleted by the soldiers of Homais. That scoundrel, Big Mom. To reduce the casualties, it seems I must also conjure my own soldiers. Evil vision, lend me your aid, Satan whispered, addressing the malevolent thoughts perched upon his shoulder. "Heh, no problem. Let us alter the course of the battlefield. It was indeed the grand spectacle that I relish." The malevolent thoughts responded with a playful grin, yet their expression bore an unprecedented gravity. The ancient trees catalyzed the unfolding events. Satan leaped down from the defensive wall and crouched upon the ground, his hands pressed firmly against the earth. A vibrant surge of life force flowed from his palms into the soil. Soon, around him, saplings began to break through the surface, rapidly growing under the catalyst of this vitality, until they transformed into towering ancient war trees, nearly 100 meters high. "Finally, it is my turn to take the stage," he chuckled. The entity known as Evil Vision soared from Satan's shoulder, hovering in midair. With a flick of its magic, it activated the ancient war trees. As if infused with life, the trees began to sway and twist, their trunks contorting and reshaping to reveal indistinct human faces. Branches morphed into arms, while roots extricated themselves from the ground, forming legs. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, dozens of ancient war trees metamorphosed into over 30 giants, each towering 100 meters tall, within the span of less than a minute. They lined up, emitting a primal roar that nearly obscured half the sky. Even before they struck, an immense pressure bore down upon their foes. "Ha! Go forth, war treants, and crush them." Satan gazed upon the successfully awakened war treants, his face alight with fervor as he shouted. The treants, having received their command, charged forward with relentless vigor. Their bodies were as resilient as iron, nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Even when struck by cannon fire, they merely emerged with charred patches upon their skin, towering and fearless. A single gesture or kick from them could effortlessly send swathes of pirates and Homai soldiers flying. As they entered the battlefield, the tide of combat shifted dramatically, inflicting heavy casualties upon the pirates who had just set foot on the shore. Following closely behind the war trance were Satan and the Crimson-Eyed companions, plunging into the fray. Satan wielded a 3-meter-long dragon staff, coiled around which was a ferocious 5-clawed golden dragon. The staff's ends were adorned with fearsome dragon heads, exuding an ancient aura, and it was rumored to have been forged from the leg bones of dragons. He maneuvered through the throngs of enemies with lethal intent, akin to a demon. Each strike sent sharp whistling sounds slicing through the air, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones snapping and anguished cries of pain. Jummaru sprouted over 30 half-meter-long bone spikes, forming a formidable defense while inflicting immense damage upon his foes. Armed with a bone sword, he executed his martial techniques with grace, effortlessly dispatching or piercing through adversaries with minimal movement. His motions were fluid and agile, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in his wake, each strike finding a fatal weakness in his enemies. The sisters with crimson and obsidian eyes, wielding imperial weapons, flanked Satan, serving as his vigilant guardians. Their methods of combat were ruthless, showing no mercy as they cleaved limbs and severed bodies amidst a cacophony of bloodshed. As for the recently joined Balong del Senang, he was no ordinary combatant. He was a rare user of the dust fruit, a natural-type devil fruit, capable of transforming into dust to nullify physical attacks. He could also manipulate the earth beneath him, unleashing astonishing assaults that rendered him a formidable force on the battlefield. Chapter 36. Fire from Heaven. On the recently docked singing ship, Katakuri gazed at the battlefield, now disadvantaged due to the emergence of the War Tree men, and furrowed his brow. We cannot allow them to continue their rampage. Let us advance, he called to his siblings, leaping from the pirate ship into the fray. Behind him, the offspring of the Charlotte family followed suit, each radiating a formidable aura, clearly no weaklings. Upon entering the battlefield, the Charlotte family members swiftly dispersed, charging towards the formidable combatants. One War Tree man, with a powerful kick, sent a group of pirates flying, only to then stomp downwards, creating a violent shockwave. Yet, its foot was halted midair by a long sword, wielded by Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 4 stars, standing at less than 2 meters. She appeared insignificant against the towering War Tree man, yet her composure remained unshaken as she firmly parried its attack with one hand. The shockwave tousled her white hair as she surveyed the War Tree man with a disdainful snort. If mere size could guarantee invincibility, then the giants would have long since dominated the world. With a sudden surge of strength, she lifted the War Tree man's foot, following it up with a swift slash of sword energy that severed its massive appendage. The colossal body of the War Tree man toppled backward, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a deep crater and likely crushing numerous unfortunate souls beneath it. As the War Tree man struggled to rise, Smuggy denied it the opportunity, leaping onto its fallen form. With her sword in one hand and the other pressed against its bark-like skin, she commanded juice extraction. With her utterance, the moisture within the War Tree man was rapidly drained, transforming it into a lifeless, gnarled stump. A firm stomp from Smuggy shattered the decayed wood into a flurry of sawdust, and she immediately charged towards her next adversary. Meanwhile, another War Tree man confronted Charlotte's 4th son, the Golden Minister, Charlotte Owen. Sporting a tri-blade hairstyle, and clad only in a black cloak, gloves, and pants, he resembled a professional boxer. He leapt high, delivering a devastating blow with his hardened right fist, reinforced by armament hockey, against the War Tree man's chest. Despite the immense force, the colossal creature staggered but remained uninjured. Remarkable defense, Owen muttered in surprise, then his face contorted in anger. As his body temperature soared, his fist radiated a fiery glow, resembling molten magma. He charged once more at the War Tree man, empowered by the abilities of the heat fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit that allowed him to rapidly increase his temperature and ignite objects he touched. In this heated state, Owen's attacks became overwhelmingly potent, each strike scorching the tree man and leaving charred craters in its wake, while he adeptly dodged its counterattacks, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Katakuri advanced effortlessly through the battlefield, having mastered the observation hockey to near precognition, allowing him to evade attacks from all directions with minimal movement. Each punch he threw expanded his arms several times its size, infused with potent armament hockey, sending groups of enemies flying with each powerful strike. The speed is still inadequate. These tree men are exceedingly suited for war. We cannot allow the homies to be entirely wiped out. It appears I must unleash my trump card, he contemplated, observing the battlefield's dynamics. Although some war tree men had been impeded or destroyed by his family and officers, many continued their rampage among the pirates. Katakuri activated the awakened state of his devil fruit, transforming the ground beneath him into machi and launching long, thick strands towards his enemies. In an instant, the foes within a 100-meter radius were obliterated, leaving only a gruesome tableau of shattered corpses and pools of blood, staining the once white machi a deep crimson. As Katakuri pressed forward, countless machi strands wreaked havoc around him, decimating all in their path, even the war tree men falling victim to their relentless assault. What a formidable technique! Let me test your true strength. Katakuri's grand display of power caught the attention of Balong del Senang, who raised a hand, summoning earthen walls to intercept the oncoming machi strands. A tremendous clash ensued, sending dust swirling and enveloping the battlefield, prompting soldiers from both the Babylon Kingdom and the Big Mon pirates to flee in terror, better to avoid the domain of these monsters. As the chaos of war raged on, Big Mon rose from the massive seat on the singing ship. If you cannot even eliminate a handful of tree men, what use is there in having you? She scolded, glaring at the 20-odd war tree men still rampaging across the battlefield. Mama, do not be angry. They are doing their best. Charlotte Br. Ellie, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family, stood beside Big Mon, her appearance reminiscent of a crone, marked by a long scar across her face, purple hair, and a tall figure clad in a flowing white dress and a green fur coat. She was a formidable wielder of the mirror fruit. With a disdainful snort, Big Mon infused the flames with her soul, gaining dominion over the fire. The sky above the battlefield was painted crimson as torrents of flames rained down, engulfing the war trance, which had previously posed significant challenges to Big Mom's crew. Soon, they were consumed, reduced to mere ashes. Truly formidable, mother, exclaimed Charlotte Br. Genuinely impressed. Enough prattle. Can the plan proceed? Big Mon asked impatiently, expressing her desire to savor her dessert without further delays. It is ready, Br. replied, disembarking from the ship. With her hands raised, the air before her shimmered, and a massive mirror materialized, floating in midair, its surface rippling like a disturbed pond. I shall take my leave. Inform Kakuri to lead the charge and swiftly conclude this battle, Big Mon declared, stepping into the suspended mirror. As the surface rippled, her figure vanished from the port of Amsterdam. Chapter 37. The second battlefield. While Amsterdam was embroiled in conflict, the Babylon Kingdom, renowned as the culinary capital, faced its own adversaries. Isteth led the mighty lion Gabriel and the great ape king Titan to defend Heisenberg, backed by a formidable army of 30,000 fully armed soldiers. Yet, their foes comprised merely 2 individuals. A small vessel bearing the flag of the Big Mon pirates docked at Heisenberg. The Baron Egg, who had previously accompanied Katakuri to deliver a message to the Babylon palace, respectfully followed an elderly man as they disembarked. This old man, diminutive in stature and adorned with a round top hat and a bushy beard, appeared unremarkable. He was the head chef of the Big Mon pirates, known as Longbread, the only elder statesman of the crew. In his youth, Longbread had witnessed the 5-year-old Big Mon wreak havoc upon half of a giant village on Elbath, which left him awestruck by her overwhelming power. He subsequently joined her burgeoning pirate crew, playing a pivotal role in guiding her towards the path of piracy, establishing him as a figure of great esteem within the Big Mon pirates. A user of the bread fruit, he possessed the ability to transform any object he touched into the desired ingredient, making him an enigmatic and powerful character. We have arrived at the Babylon Kingdom, the epicenter of culinary delights, Baron Egg announced respectfully, trailing behind Longbread. Indeed, we must acquire ample desserts, lest Lean's wrath be unleashed, Longbread replied. At that moment, they were encircled by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. You are from the Big Mon pirates, correct? Leave the Babylon Kingdom at once. You are not welcome here, roared Lion Gabriel. Baron Egg tapped his cane on the ground with gentlemanly poise, responding, General, I advise you to prepare sufficient desserts for us to take away. Otherwise, no one can withstand Mother's fury. Impossible. Isteth stepped forward, prompting the soldiers to salute her. The Babylon Kingdom will never provide desserts to the Big Mon pirates. No wonder Lin dispatched me here. It appears this is a place where her reputation has yet to reach, Longbread remarked, taking a few steps forward. Little girl, are you certain you wish to oppose us? Humph, the The Babylon kingdom will never compromise. Open fire, Isteth declared, and with a wave of her hand, the soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the two. What an impatient young lady, Longbread remarked nonchalantly, effortlessly transforming the incoming bullets into chocolate drops with a gentle motion of his hand, which fell to the ground with a soft patter. Then let us resolve this in a pirate's manner. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath him morphed into cream, surging forth like a tidal wave, drowning the unsuspecting soldiers, who soon perished from asphyxiation. Isteth and Gabriel retreated, skillfully evading the onslaught of the creamy tide. With a mighty leap, Isteth swung her sword at the advancing wave, unleashing a blue sword aura that sliced through the air, freezing everything in its path. Upon impact, the cream was transformed into ice, halting its advance and leaving behind blocks resembling frozen waves. Seizing the opportunity during Isteth's distraction, Gabriel transformed into his beastly lion form. Towering over 3 meters with a mane of fur, his claws shimmering with lethal intent. As Gabriel charged forward with tremendous speed, Longbread met him with a fist. His arm enveloped in hardened hockey, akin to a hammer colliding with Gabriel's claw. After a brief moment of struggle, Gabriel was sent hurtling back, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Coughing painfully from within the pit, Gabriel realized he had been severely injured from a single blow. Isteth's eyes widened in realization. She understood Gabriel's prowess as a vice admiral-level fighter, and now, seeing him falter, she recognized the true strength of the big MOM pirates. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at Longbread, delivering a fierce kick. Longbread reacted swiftly, spinning and countering with a similar kick. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Both retreating a few steps, their confrontation evenly matched. Isteth finally discerned the identity of the assailant. It was Titan, the Great Ape King. You two, hold him off while I deal with Baron Egg. We will confront him together afterward, Isteth commanded, charging towards Baron Egg with her sword drawn. Behind her, Gabriel and Titan engaged Longbread in a coordinated assault. Seems I have been underestimated, Your Highness. Did you truly believe I could be dispatched so easily? Baron Egg teased, tipping his hat back and taking a sip from his tea, twirling gracefully in place with an air of mockery. You shall regret this, Isteth retorted, her demeanor calm as she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes towards Baron Egg, undeterred by his taunts. It appears defeating you is the only way to fulfill Mother's orders. Thus, it must be done. Baron Egg, his expression now serious, cast aside his cane and began to leap and dodge Esther's attacks with remarkable agility. As he created some distance, he planted one hand on the ground and spun like a windmill. His elongated legs, endowed with an additional joint, resembled the precise feet of a compass, intertwining with an imposing force that became increasingly fierce as they clashed with Esther's sword, producing sounds akin to iron striking iron. Indeed, the officers of the big MOM pirates were formidable warriors, worthy subordinates of one of the 4 emperors. As Esther's paused her assault, breathing heavily, she seized the opportunity to survey another battlefield. She realized that even with Gabriel and Titan's combined efforts, they were merely managing to defend themselves against the Longbread. Fortunate that both were Zoan-type devil fruit users, whose stamina and recovery surpassed that of regular humans. She needed to swiftly eliminate her opponent, gripping her sword tighter. An aura of chilling energy emanated from her, causing the moisture in the air around her to freeze into mist. The beautiful sword Durandal seemed to be encased in a thin layer of ice, sparkling with a blinding cold light under the sun. Chapter 38. The egg fruit at the beach of the gastronomic city of Heisenberg, Esther's and Baron Egg had been locked in a fierce battle for quite some time. She was determined to bring the fight to a swift conclusion, yet Baron Egg proved to be a worthy adversary. Although she held the upper hand in combat, she struggled to find a decisive blow to end the fight. With her body slightly bent and panting heavily, her expression grave, she held her sword horizontally before her, warily observing Baron Egg not far away. His mastery of domineering energy was impressive, and his kicking techniques were formidable. She needed to enhance her slashing power to break through his defenses quickly. In a moment of deep contemplation, Esther's recalled the teachings of Princess Catherine from long ago. The world is filled with boundless power. The path of the priestess is one of harnessing energy through sincere understanding and devout prayer. Using the power of words to connect with nature, one can summon the forces of the universe and tap into divine might. Hence, despite being delicate women, priestesses could invoke celestial phenomena, wielding immeasurable power. Suddenly, a door opened within Esther's mind. Could she invoke the natural forces of heaven and earth through specific incantations? This could amplify her attack power. Relaxing her body, she gently closed her eyes, meticulously sensing everything around her. Baron Egg, noticing the change in Esther's felt a wave of surprise. Was she surrendering? Princess of the Abyss and High Ice Emperor's Divine Sword Priestess. I offer my praises and reverence of the winter night and summer day, the extreme frost of the azure scorpion, the haze and snow of the bifong. You are the conductor of spirit music and brilliance, binding the frozen ice to sever the malevolent spirits and demons. This is the first path of ice-slashing, curved light. Suddenly, the voice of the incantation resonated from Esther's lips. She abruptly opened her eyes, her aura surging fiercely, the innate ice power in her blood coalescing into substance on the beautiful sword Durandal. With a whoosh, Esther's vanished from her spot, moving like a gale. And in the moment of passing Baron Egg, a powerful slash struck him. Esther's halted abruptly, her back to Baron Egg, as she sheathed Durandal. Behind her, Baron Egg's eyes widened in disbelief, an unintelligible sound escaping his lips as blood began to seep from him. His face was a mask of incredulity as a wound split him almost in half, blood gushing forth. At last, the sound of his body collapsing reached Esther's ears. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, her body involuntarily sank to the ground. Kneeling, she supported herself with her sword, struggling to rise. Indeed, using the incantation for the first time had drained her mental energy significantly. She could scarcely imagine how arduous it must have been for her mother to manipulate the celestial phenomena. Using Durandal for support, she unsteadily rose to her feet and glanced toward the distant battlefield where Gabriel and Titan were locked in combat with Longbread. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind her, sending shockwaves of alarm through Esther's. She barely managed to tilt her head, evading a lethal attack, but was still kicked hard on the shoulder, sending her flying. Esther's crashed violently to the ground, creating a large crater. Yet her momentum carried her several rolls until she slammed against a wall, feeling an intense pain as if her insides were ablaze, blood pouring from her mouth. She laboriously lifted her head, trying to discern the identity of her assailant. Upon seeing clearly, her pupils dilated in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could someone survive such a devastating blow? Ha ha ha, princess, did you not expect this? A gentleman of the long-legged tribe approached slowly. Clad in pink attire and egg-shaped trousers, Baron Egg, though his visage had grown rather peculiar. I must commend your striking power. It was indeed lethal enough to end my life. After a brief pause, he continued with pride, alas, I am a user of the special Zoan-type devil fruit, the egg fruit. After consuming this fruit, my body takes on an egg-like structure. When faced with a fatal blow capable of shattering my form, I can hatch from my cracked egg-like body. Each time I reincarnate, my strength grows with each fatal injury I withstand. Baron Egg, no. Now he should be referred to as the Chick Viscount, approached with a swagger. I possess the ability of rebirth, while you, princess, do not. So surrender to your fate. No matter how many times you are reborn, I shall simply sever you once more with a stronger strike. Esther struggled to her feet, drawing Durandal once again, her expression colder than ever. Enough with your bravado. If I am not mistaken, that powerful strike of yours can hardly be used more than a few times, while I have grown even stronger. The Chick Viscount advanced steadily, cautiously approaching Esther's, ready to conclude her fate. Princess of the Abyss and High Ice Emperor's Divine Sword Priestess, I offer my praises and reverence of the winter night and summer day, the extreme frost of the azure scorpion, the haze and snow of the bifong. You are the conductor of spirit music and brilliance, binding the frozen ice to sever the malevolent spirits and demons. This is the second path of ice slashing, celestial star flash. Esther's, who could barely stand, uttered her incantation in haste. Before the Chick Viscount could react, a flash of white light appeared, and Esther's was behind him once more, her sword slashing through him, blood erupting as he fell. After delivering her attack, Esther's laboriously turned to face the fallen Chick Viscount, her hand trembling slightly, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. The exertion of 2 incantations had pushed her to her limits. Yet, fate did not favor her. The fallen Chick Viscount's body convulsed violently, seemingly splitting apart as blood sprayed. And a new, more ferocious figure emerged, brimming with power, the Rooster Count. As the Rooster Count rose, drenched in blood, he exuded a formidable presence, like a wrathful demon. All or nothing, strike preemptively. Princess of the Abyss and High Ice Emperor's Divine Sword Priestess, I offer my praises and reverence of the winter night and summer day, the extreme frost of the azure scorpion, the haze and snow of the bifong. You are the conductor of spirit music and brilliance, binding the frozen ice to sever the malevolent spirits and demons. This is the third path of ice slashing, ice burial blade. Esther swung her sword downward, a tangible blade of energy shooting forth, cleaving the earth and forming deep chasms, encasing everything within a thick layer of ice. This time, it should be resolved. As Death stood, leaning on her sword, her vision beginning to blur as blood flowed from her 7 orifices, her mental energy severely depleted. Quite capable, aren't you, little girl? Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared atop the ice sculpture, taunting her. However, it is impossible to thwart the big MOM pirates. Isteth forced her eyes open to see the ship's head chef, Charlotte Cracker, standing above her, dragging a battered and seemingly lifeless titan, the great ape king. "Humph. Go repent in hell," Cracker declared, slamming Titan's body to the ground. In the next instant, he appeared before Isteth and delivered a kick that sent her flying. Isteth, devoid of the strength to resist, soared through the air before plummeting into the sea, disappearing from sight. Chapter 39. The Mirror Passage, the capital of the Babylon Kingdom. White Dragon City was enveloped in an atmosphere of war. The battle alert from the coastal front of Amsterdam plunged this beautiful city into utter panic. Ordinary citizens fervently prayed, hoping the royal army could withstand the onslaught of the big MOM pirates and spare them from the chaos of war. This was the hope of the weak and the lament of the powerless. In the grand square of the White Dragon Palace, battalions of royal soldiers quickly assembled, forming a phalanx of 50,000. The soldiers raised their weapons, the atmosphere charged with fervor. King Denver, clad in armor and draped in a vibrant red cloak, prepared to lead the kingdom's last line of defense into battle. He aimed to initiate total war in Amsterdam to prevent the conflict from spreading to more inland cities and inflicting greater damage upon the Babylon kingdom. Behind him, palace guards had gathered in the square, while a few maids diligently tidied up, meticulously polishing various precious ornaments with pristine cloths. This opulent display not only flaunted the Douglas family's illustrious history and glorious past, but also seemed to disregard the last vestiges of royal dignity. Suddenly, a maid gasped in astonishment. The massive floor mirror she was polishing rippled like the surface of water, causing her to stumble backward in fright, while the other maids cast bewildered glances. Before they could voice their shock, a leg abruptly emerged from the mirror, followed by an arm and a face. A chill swept through the room, sending shivers down the spines of all the maids. The initially startled maid nervously retreated, her heart filled with dread. A tall woman stepped forth from the mirror, adorned in a voluminous pink gown. Her lips painted with thick crimson and her eyes adorned with light purple eyeshadow, none other than Charlotte Lin, the captain of the big MOM pirates. What a splendid palace! It would be exceptionally delectable when ablaze. Stepping out of the mirror, Big MOM surveyed her surroundings with an air of disdain. A slight sound from a maid caught her attention. She looked down to find several maids trembling at her feet. As her gaze swept across them, one by one, they collapsed, their breaths extinguished forever. This was the sole intimidation of Big MOM, capable of snatching the very essence of those who felt fear in her presence. Only the maid who had initially fallen managed to escape far enough to evade the sole intimidation. Upon catching Big Mom's gaze, she turned and fled in terror. Death or escape? A voice resonated from behind her. Overwhelmed by boundless fear, she stumbled forward in flight. At 60 years of age, Big MOM watched the fleeing ant with keen interest. With a mere wave of her hand, it seemed as if something sliced through the maid's being. Her fleeing form crumpled to the ground, lifeless. This was Big Mom's soul curse. The soul curse rendered judgment upon a person's life through inquiry. Even a flicker of fear could result in the immediate extraction of their soul, which would be seized in units of lifespan. Thus, the maid fell victim to a loss of 60 years of her life, leading to her instantaneous demise. After executing the maid, a childlike, innocent smile of satisfaction spread across Big Mom's face as she strode towards the palace exit, leaving devastation in her wake. Those remaining in the palace had no means to resist, collapsing before her overwhelming presence. The reason for Big Mom's sudden appearance in White Dragon City was entirely due to the efforts of Charlotte Brle, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. As a user of the Mirror fruit, she could create a unique mirror world that connected all mirrors on an island, serving as exits to this realm. Brle thus acquired the ability to traverse the entire island through the Mirror Passage, using it to transport Big MOM from Amsterdam to White Dragon City. It became clear that the Big MOM pirates had never focused their warfare on Amsterdam. Big Mom's true plan was to utterly annihilate the capital of the Babylon Kingdom, White Dragon City, thereby instilling fear in the world. In the Grand Square, King Denver rallied his troops, delivering a final motivation, when suddenly, a thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, crashing into the center of the soldier phalanx. King Denver reacted swiftly. Before the lightning struck, he vanished from his spot, reappearing beneath the bolt in midair. His muscles tensed, and his cape billowed fiercely under the pressure of the impending thunder. With a clenched fist, He struck upward at the descending lightning, creating a visible red shockwave that collided with the thunder, resulting in a cacophony of sound as both forces obliterated one another in the sky. After the attack, King Denver landed atop a stone pillar, his expression grave as he stared intently at the palace entrance. The sound of thunderous footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of Big Mom. The soldiers in the square erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and shock. Yet, none of this swayed King Denver, who stood atop the pillar, his mind racing with thoughts. Big Mom's presence here, did it mean Amsterdam had fallen? How could that be? There were numerous strong warriors and an army of 100,000 there. Even Big Mom couldn't possibly have defeated them so swiftly. Surely something had gone awry. As King Denver pondered this, some reckless soldiers brandished their weapons and charged at Big Mom. Stop. Stand down. Denver's eyes widened in fury. He leaped from the pillar, crossing half the square in an instant, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. He spread his arms wide, halting the ignorant soldiers from their suicidal advance. It was imperative to prevent Big Mom from breaching the palace. Above all, the priority was to minimize casualties. All soldiers, evacuate the square immediately. Swiftly disperse the civilians. Remember, even at the cost of your lives, protect the safety of the people. King Denver, with a wary expression, fixed his gaze upon Big Mom as she issued commands to the soldiers behind her. The soldiers responded in unison, orderly retreating from the square. Meanwhile, King Denver slightly bowed, and in the next moment, he charged towards Big Mom at the palace entrance. His fists enveloped not only in a dense layer of hockey but also shrouded in an inexplicable red glow. Upon witnessing Denver's advance, Big Mom became cautious. With a fiery onslaught, she swung her massive fist towards him, flames and electricity swirling around, a display of immense power. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, the air crackling with electricity, sending shockwaves that hurled stones and debris into the air, creating a veritable vacuum. Chapter 40. The Honor of Warriors. As time progressed, the atmosphere of war grew increasingly intense. In the frontline port city of Amsterdam, gunfire echoed and smoke filled the air. Flashes of blades occasionally illuminated the scene, painting the ground with streaks of blood. This place had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Behind Amsterdam, a grand bridge spanning 100 meters connected to the interior of Rain Island, known as the Bridge of Glory. This bridge had served as the crucial passage for the Babylonian kingdom's victorious return to the capital for nearly a century. Laden with the kingdom's glorious achievements and standing as a vital transportation hub between Amsterdam and the island, the bridge extended over 400 meters in length and several meters in width, capable of accommodating 24 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Originally a symbol of valor, it was now crowded with people who had been stranded in Amsterdam, anxiously fleeing towards the safety of the island, turning it into a lifeline. Princess Tequila led her soldiers to maintain order, striving to ensure the safe evacuation of all civilians. Time seemed to stand still, each passing second feeling excruciatingly long. Anxious about the war situation, Tequila occasionally stomped her foot in frustration, venting her inner turmoil and concern. At long last, as she awaited anxiously, all civilians successfully crossed the Bridge of Glory, reaching the interior of Rain Island, and a sigh of relief escaped the princess's lips. Ah, what have I discovered? So many little mice sneaking away. A deep voice resonated amidst the clamor of clashing swords, as a figure approached the Bridge of Glory, tall and imposing. He wore a helmet adorned with a mane-like crest, and the sides bore bases decorated with cookie-like ornaments. His armor was a black and white cookie pattern, and his belt bore the letters BS. His beard was sharp and long. Clutching a sword and draped in a cloak, he carried a large cookie-shaped shield on his back, resembling a general. This was none other than Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, who had somehow circumvented the frontline battlefield. Princess Tequila's gaze turned perilous. The majority of the civilians had just passed the Bridge of Glory and had not yet fled far. If Cracker caught up with them, the casualties would be catastrophic. I must intercept Cracker here, even if it costs me my life, she silently vowed. Block the Bridge of Glory, fight to the death, Tequila commanded as she charged towards Cracker. Yes, Your Highness. We vow to defend the Bridge of Glory with our lives. Behind her, the soldiers echoed her sentiments, swiftly forming an impenetrable wall in front of the bridge. As Princess Tequila continued her sprint, she began to transform, as a Zoan fruit user of the Wind Fox. She assumed her fox human form, dramatically increasing her speed. Like a streak of lightning, she circled around Cracker, launching her attack. Her fox claws were enveloped in hockey, each strike capable of piercing stone, and the overwhelming speed granted by the Wind Fox fruit rendered her assaults dazzling. Faced with Tequila's bewildering onslaught, Cracker found himself unable to retreat a single step, forced to defend with his sword, the pretzel sword. To his astonishment, more arms sprouted from his body, each wielding a pretzel sword, creating an impenetrable defense under the hardening effect of hockey. Tequila's relentless attacks failed to inflict any harm upon him. As the rapid attacks persisted, Tequila began to tire, her speed gradually diminishing. Double pretzel sword. In a moment of opportunity, as Tequila dashed before Cracker once more, he executed a piercing strike, unleashing a spiraling sword aura that collided violently with her chest. Tequila was sent flying backward, executing a somersault before landing crouched on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I am a cookie human who consumed the cookie fruit, able to freely create limbs from cookies. Hence the moniker Thousand-Armed Cracker. Your speed is indeed commendable, but it cannot overcome me, Cracker proclaimed triumphantly as he summoned forth even more arms to flaunt. Tequila's eyes turned dangerously sharp as she prepared to charge again. But just then, a powerful gust of wind struck her from behind, a large hand striking her neck. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she crumpled to the ground. Hey, what just happened? An internal conflict? Cracker exclaimed incredulously as he witnessed the lazy night Belia incapacitate Princess Tequila. You don't mean to join us in the big MOM pirates, do you? Pfft. You think too highly of yourself. Belia handed Tequila over to one of his subordinates, who swiftly carried the princess across the bridge of glory towards safety. Such a retreat is not suitable for royalty, Belia mused, hoisting his massive spiked club onto his shoulder. Now, it is my turn to face you. Ha! Merely the struggles of an ant, Cracker scoffed dismissively. Belia charged forward wielding his spiked club, but Cracker was quicker. Double pretzel sword. Cracker thrust two cookie-formed swords, piercing through Belia's body, a torrent of blood erupting from the wound. Now you find yourself defenseless, Cracker taunted as Belia, blood pouring from his mouth, unleashed a furious swing of his club. The strike landed, shattering Cracker into fragments. Cough. It can't be that simple, can it? Belia gasped, incredulous at the sight of the shattered Cracker. You have some self-awareness, a voice emerged from amidst the debris and smoke as a figure stood tall, with purple hair. The back divided into 3 clusters, sparks dancing upon the outer strands, and a scar running across his right eye. He wore brown gloves, a single piece of armor on his right shoulder, and donned a pink cloak. His lower half was clad in loose trousers and brown boots, with a sword dangling at his waist. You merely shattered my armored soldier. Disliking pain, I had always concealed myself within these armored soldiers, leading most to be oblivious to my true appearance, Cracker explained, now revealing a new form. With a swift kick, he sent Belia flying. And I can create as many armored soldiers as I desire. He clapped his hands, summoning countless cookie crumbs, each forming into a cookie soldier that charged towards the Bridge of Glory. The Babylonian soldiers, hindered at the bridge's entrance, attempted to halt the advancing cookie soldiers but were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving a grim scene of bodies strewn across the ground. It appeared that hope for victory had yet again slipped away. Belia observed the tragic scene before him with an inscrutable expression. However, his mission was to provide cover. Rising to his feet, he summoned all his strength and swung his spiked club with tremendous force against the Glory Bridge. With a series of cracking sounds, the bridge, which had borne the Douglas family's centuries of honor, collapsed with a thunderous roar. At that moment, a sword tip protruded from his chest. The sacrifice of glory is the fate of a warrior. Belia spread his arms wide and let out a mighty shout towards the crumbling bridge, leaning forward and plunging into the raging waters below. Chapter 41. An unexpected proposal as the indolent knight Belia fell in sacrifice at the Glory Bridge. His sovereign fought valiantly in the royal city of White Dragon. At this time, the palace of White Dragon had been reduced to ruins, filled with debris and deep ravines. From within the palace's depths, one could still occasionally hear the thunderous sounds of explosions. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke, crashing heavily to the ground. It was King Denver. His armor was visibly dented, clearly suffering from severe blows, his face marred with bruises and cuts, some even oozing blood, presenting a woeful sight. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the colossal figure of Big Mom emerged from the swirling dust, her size several times that of a normal person, advancing with an overwhelming presence like a wall. Her fists crackled with thunderous energy, exuding an intimidating aura. Truly, she deserved the moniker of the Iron Balloon. For even without the use of hockey, her physical defenses surpassed that of steel, making her a formidable opponent. Slowly rising, King Denver regarded Big Mom with a wary expression. The Douglas family excelled in close combat, yet against Big Mom's astonishing defenses, it seemed they held no advantage. It appeared he must take the situation more seriously. Standing tall, The dragon blood within him surged, igniting like a blazing fire as the temperature of his body escalated, enveloping him in a mist. The dragon blood of the Douglas family, when ignited through a secret technique, could instantly bestow the host with the physique and power of a dragon, while those with exceptional talent could even burn their bloodline to attain several times the strength of a dragon. Bloodline burn, triple dragon power, King Denver exclaimed, a powerful aura erupting from him, sending debris flying like bullets, clearing the area around him. His form gleamed with a layer of bloodlight, fierce and penetrating. 3 golden dragon phantoms, existing between the tangible and the ethereal, circled around him, their claws bared and emitting chilling roars. This was the manifestation of his bloodline spirit. Possessing boundless destructive power, Golden Dragon burst, 3 dragon twisters. With his aura at its peak, King Denver unleashed a punch, causing the air before him to implode with a terrifying sonic boom, as the 3 golden dragon phantoms followed the trajectory of his strike. As they soared, the bloodline spirits expanded, swirling through the air, creating a tempest, their roars resonating, culminating in 3 massive golden tornadoes stretching 100 meters, hurtling towards Big Mom. Faced with King Denver's formidable assault, even Big Mom, known as the Iron Balloon, had to take it seriously. She retaliated with a punch, her fist crackling with thunderous energy. The clash of winds and thunder created a colossal impact. The 3 successive golden tornadoes extinguished the lightning surrounding Big Mom's fist, crashing into her massive form, propelling her like a cannonball, shattering countless structures in her wake. Only at this moment did King Denver catch his breath. This was the first time he had truly struck Big Mom since the duel began. Eek! A series of piercing screams erupted from the ruins. The sound so deafening it threatened to shatter eardrums, causing nearby buildings to crumble under the shockwaves of that dreadful noise. What a force! No wonder they call it the foremost bloodline in close combat. Big Mom emerged from the wreckage, her expression one of insatiable greed. However, this time, she lacked her previous composure, her once grand dress now tattered with numerous rips, revealing gaping holes. I have a proposal, Big Mom declared, her demeanor shifting from fury to a perverse delight. Let us marry. If you agree, my pirate crew shall completely withdraw from the kingdom of Babylon. She continued. With our combined might, we could surely bear extraordinarily powerful offspring. My progeny include the 3-eyed tribe, the fishmen, and the snake-headed tribe. If we were to have a dragon among them, it would be a sight to behold. King Denver's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his own breath. A shiver ran down his spine, and he stumbled, almost falling. I've heard you have 43 husbands? He asked darkly, his voice low and menacing. Are you concerned about that? Big Mom misinterpreted, responding cheerfully. If it troubles you, I could dismiss them all. While they each possess their charm, they pale in comparison to your imposing presence. As she spoke, saliva dripped from her mouth, corrosive enough to eat away at the ground, leaving small craters that emitted wisps of smoke. I mind greatly. King Denver exploded in anger, his face dark as coal, losing all semblance of his usual calm demeanor. For heaven's sake, consider your own dignity. Go to hell, he bellowed. Golden Dragon burst, 6 dragon twisters. Enraged, King Denver unleashed his fists, sending forth 6 even larger golden tornadoes towards Big Mom, ravaging the ground in their wake. Carving deep trenches. Do you dare refuse me? Big Mom roared in disbelief, her voice causing ripples in the air as she charged directly at the golden tornadoes. No one can deny my requests. For the first time, Big Mom enveloped herself in hockey, crashing into the rapidly spinning tornadoes with the force of a cannonball. This time, she did not get blown away. Instead, relying solely on brute strength, she shattered one tornado after another, her expression filled with greed and madness. Finally, as the grand assault came to an end, Big Mom drew closer to King Denver, her eyes bloodshot with excitement and desire. Submit to me. Our union shall surely produce the most perfect offspring. Her voice trembled with anticipation, as though she had found a long-desired toy. You shall not have me. The King of Denver involuntarily recoiled, his pallor unmistakably exacerbated by the continuous burning of his bloodline. It was only at this moment that he profoundly comprehended the terror of Big Mom. It was a raw, unrelenting pressure that crushed him from the depths of his soul to the core of his being. Chapter 42. The lament of the king. The raucous laughter of Big Mom echoed like that of a nocturnal predator, her figure gradually encroaching upon him, intensifying the pressure on the King of Denver. This madwoman, clenching his fists, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. For it was evident that annihilating a merciless foe required an even more ruthless assault. His blood surged with increasing velocity, a tempestuous aura swirling around him. as golden dragon apparitions materialized, soaring and coiling in ever greater numbers. With the explosive crescendo of a golden dragon, 9 formidable whirlwinds erupted, more potent and devastating than before, sweeping through the battlefield with unstoppable force. The incessant vortexes were indeed a nuisance. It seemed that one must triumph in battle to subdue this foe. Big Mom, wearing an expression of impatience, declared, "Do not think for a moment that I shall show any mercy." Faced with an even more formidable onslaught, Big Mom abandoned her reliance on sheer defensive might and opted for a counterattack. The Elbaf Lance, a technique learned during her youth on Elbaf Island, was unleashed as she extracted a colossal blade from the mouth of her horned hat, Napoleon, and with a swift swing, unleashed a massive sword aura that collided fiercely with the golden whirlwind. Amidst a cacophony of grinding friction, the sword aura and the whirlwind mutually annihilated, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide, debris scattering in all directions. Haha. Feel free to unleash any techniques you desire. Resist to your heart's content. Big Mom advanced with triumph, wielding her great sword, the thundercloud Zeus in her left hand and the sun Prometheus in her right, each step causing the ground to groan under her overwhelming presence, as if the very air itself had become stifled by her might. Truly a monster, he thought. Realizing that brute force was the only means to resolve this conflict, the King of Denver cursed in frustration, facing an adversary so resilient and shameless that it was a source of great annoyance. His eyes glinted with ferocity as his body began to undergo a transformation. He grew taller, larger, sprouting a long, powerful tail and revealing jagged, menacing teeth, ultimately morphing into a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex over 20 meters in height. This marked the first display of his fruit's ability, bypassing the hybrid form to directly assume his beast form, as he was the wielder of the ancient Zoan-type dinosaur fruit. Regarded as the pinnacle of Zoan abilities, not only did it bestow formidable physical prowess akin to ordinary Zoan fruits, but the ancient types excelled in offensive capabilities, rendering the transformed wielder increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. This was the King of Denver's ultimate trump card, his greatest reliance and asset in exerting dominion over a nation. Now in his colossal form, he stood just as imposing as the nearly 10-meter-tall Big Mom, letting forth a series of threatening roars as he charged toward her, brimming with murderous intent. "No wonder you have the audacity to reject me. It seems you are quite the intriguing wielder of power." Big Mom, rather than displaying any fear, found herself even more intrigued, brandishing her great blade defiantly as she met his charge head-on. The air crackled with the sound of their clashes, blades flashing and claws striking, as figures were sent sprawling to the ground only to quickly rise and rejoin the fray. This was a duel between monsters, a clash of apex predators, unleashing devastation far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans, reducing the Babylon Palace area to ruins, riddled with chasms and craters. As time passed, several hours slipped away. Yet the brutal melee between the King of Denver and Big Mom raged on. Thunder roared in the sky, the atmosphere charged, while the ground had long lost its original form, transformed beyond recognition. With a resounding crash, the two figures separated, crashing heavily to the earth, sending plumes of dust into the air. Coughing, the King of Denver, now reverted from his dinosaur form, gradually returned to his human shape. The relentless intensity of battle had compelled him to maintain his armed haki to withstand Big Mom's monstrous constitution. The excessive drain on his haki, coupled with the prior 3 instances of bloodline combustion, had utterly exhausted his stamina, rendering him incapable of sustaining his fruit's transformation. Was this the end? He lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, devoid of the strength to even draw a breath or rise again. How he lamented the illustrious achievements of his ancestors. As he surveyed the ruins of the palace that bore witness to the Douglas family's centuries-long legacy, tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, falling to the ground and splattering in a lamentable display. Unfilial descendant, unable to protect the family's honor, bringing shame upon you all. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, the sound of Big Mom's wrath reverberating like a tsunami, accompanied by the crashing of collapsing structures as she departed the nearly obliterated palace district, charging toward other regions of White Dragon City. In the course of their prolonged battle, she had sustained numerous grievous injuries from the King of Denver. However, for Big Mom, such wounds did not incite anger. What truly mattered was that she had missed her time to indulge in her delicacies. Big Mom suffered from a severe case of voracity, prone to episodes of frenzy, during which she would wreak havoc indiscriminately, laying waste to everything in her path. The only means to restore her sanity was to either satiate her cravings or be vanquished. During her episodes, she was wholly impervious to reason. "This is terrible," thought the King of Denver. "It's Big Mom's insatiable appetite, that fiend. As the sounds of crumbling buildings and the anguished cries of the populace reached his ears, tears streamed more fervently from his eyes. A man may shed tears, but not without just cause. The very thought that his cherished city and its people were suffering under Big Mom's rampage, while he remained powerless to intervene, cut him to the core. Move, move. At the very least, draw this demon away from the city. The king of Denver roared, his face contorted in anguish, struggling to summon the strength to rise from his weakened state. Ah, a sacrifice of life. As the king of Denver let out a furious roar, his body cracked in multiple places and torrents of blood mist erupted forth. His form expanded, growing larger and larger until he transformed into a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, reaching a height of 100 meters. The Tyrannosaurus charged forth with lightning speed, catching up to Big Mom, who was wreaking havoc in the city, and swallowed her whole before swiftly fleeing away from the urban chaos. He ran further and further, racing away with incredible speed, until he finally distanced himself from the city. However, within him, the deranged Big Mom continued to wreak havoc upon his insides, consuming the remnants of his vitality. The consciousness of the king of Denver began to fade, his steps growing increasingly unsteady, until he ultimately collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating. In the reflection of his eyes, a sunset slowly descended, and his expression gradually relaxed, revealing a faint smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the wind swirled, an old king perished, and a new one ascended. Chapter 43. The Awakening of Dragonmight. The biting wind howled like a knife, swirling across the battlefield in Amsterdam, tearing apart the scattered clouds and stirring a melancholic tune. After several hours of fierce combat, the Big Mom pirates had breached numerous defenses and were nearing the high tower that served as the frontline command center. The once formidable defensive walls lay in ruins, scattered with bodies of all kinds, while remnants of stone bore silent witness to the brutal struggle with traces of blood staining their surfaces. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and distant shouts of battle echoed as the main conflict shifted from the beach to the plaza beneath the tower, revealing that the Babylon kingdom was at a complete disadvantage, forced to retreat behind multiple lines of defense. In the plaza beneath the tower, over 50,000 soldiers from both sides fought desperately. The warriors embroiled in the conflict unleashed their most powerful attacks upon their adversaries, ruthlessly claiming lives. Amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, Satan wielded a serpent staff, deftly striking down several pirate henchmen, sending them flying with broken bones and shattered tendons, leaving a trail of crimson in the air. After temporarily clearing the surrounding enemies, Satan took a moment to catch his breath. Despite his formidable physique, he had grown weak after hours of relentless battle, sustaining numerous grievous wounds that even his monstrous regenerative abilities could not fully heal. His clothing was tattered, hanging loosely from his body, and his once proud short hair was matted together with an unknown liquid, whether sweat or blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. He raised his gaze to assess the battlefield nearby. Palindale Sinan had faced off against the foremost star of the generals, Katakuri, from the very beginning of the fight. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, he was gravely injured, having been pierced through the abdomen by Katakuri's attack, rendering him temporarily unable to fight. The 8 corpses of the black-eyed marionettes had been completely destroyed, forcing her to draw her blade and engage in close combat. She and her sister, Akane, stood back to back, forming a small battle circle to protect one another's rear, managing to hold their ground. Only the prodigious warrior, Jumaru, fared slightly better. His body was fortified with bone spurs, allowing him to flit through the enemy ranks like a butterfly, effortlessly dispatching foes with a series of graceful, precise strikes. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted from the pinnacle of the tower as a section of the platform collapsed, sending countless fragments tumbling down, capturing everyone's attention. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at the edge of the tower's summit, unruly and fierce. Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Most crucially, in his grasp was a barely conscious figure, the princess of the Babylon kingdom, Her Highness Catherine. It turned out that an hour earlier, after Big Mom had utilized a mirror passage to leave Amsterdam and launch an assault on the royal capital, the tower's summit, serving as the frontline command center, had become Snack's target. Utilizing the mirror passage's abilities, he and Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, had stealthily attacked the command center atop the tower. Behind him, the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins, the dwarf warrior Samuel and the Leviathan of Jealousy, lay slain in pools of blood. Dressed in a top hat and slender in stature, Perispero stood leisurely to one side, lazily licking a long candy cane. As a Paramecia-type user of the lick fruit, he could create and manipulate candy infinitely, and could even use it to ensnare opponents, allowing him to partially transform into candy, akin to a Logia type. Faced with these two formidable commanders, even the Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins were no match, as Princess Catherine, having exhausted her mental energy during the prior ritual, was helplessly captured. "Mother, no, you monster!" Below, Satan roared in rage upon witnessing his mother being taken captive by Snack, charging towards the tower. "Stay back, my son," Princess Catherine cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. She realized that there was no hope of winning this war. Her only desire at that moment was for her son Satan to survive and escape this brutal battlefield, to endure amidst the chaos of the storm. "Leave the battlefield quickly. Live on, my dear. Mother loves you," she shouted with all her might, hoping he would heed her advice. However, enraged, Satan had lost all semblance of reason. All he could see was the image of his mother being captured, ruthlessly clearing the surrounding enemies as he charged like a frenzied bull across the battlefield. Junmaru and the others followed closely behind, joining him in the rush towards the tower, instantly becoming the center of attention in the combat. "Ha ha ha, what a touching farewell message." Snack atop the tower laughed maniacally, bellowing at Satan as he charged towards the high tower, raising his great sword to strike at Princess Catherine's neck. Yet, the creation of life is meant for you to witness just how cruel this world can be. "No. Stop, Your Highness." Countless cries of protest rang out from all corners of the battlefield, yet none could halt Snack's actions. A flash of cold light passed, and Princess Catherine's head fell from the tower. "Ah!" Satan, charging forward, froze in his tracks, emitting a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes filled with the reflection of that blood-red light. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind, his mother, who had comforted his anxious heart at his birth, who always smiled gently as she watched him run beneath the sun, who would sneak into his room at night to tuck him in, and who would affectionately ruffle his hair as he beamed with pride, sharing in his silliness. "I want you dead." A sudden thunderclap resounded through the sky, akin to a bolt of lightning striking a clear day, momentarily freezing Satan in place. In that instant, his eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, emanating a chilling and bloodthirsty gaze that radiated an aura of frost. At that very moment, his veins erupted, unleashing a myriad of blood mist that surged from his being, suffusing the air with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Fury engulfed him, as countless golden dragon silhouettes spiraled around him, soaring and howling, producing a symphony of dragon roars that compelled all living beings to submit. In that fleeting moment, a wave of crimson energy burst forth from his body, a nearly tangible pressure sweeping across the battlefield. Everyone felt as though a cold wind had swept through, sending shivers down their spines. The weaker souls, overwhelmed by this oppressive force, succumbed to unconsciousness, their eyes rolling back in defeat. Even Lucifer, who had been soaring through the skies engaged in combat, was forcibly brought down by this overwhelming presence. He gazed in astonishment at the majestic Satan, his mouth agape. "Is this the formidable bloodline secret technique of the Douglas family, the dragon might?" Chapter 44. The curse invades the body and eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, as all the weaker beings had been rendered unconscious by Satan's overwhelming aura. The few strong individuals who managed to withstand it stood frozen in shock, their faces betraying their astonishment at Satan's sudden display of dragon might. "Is this truly the union chosen by my mother? What remarkable discernment she possesses." Charlotte Smuggy halted her battle, her gaze fixed on the distant figure of Satan, a look of keen interest gracing her features. Just as the crowd was enveloped in astonishment, Satan's figure soared into the sky, like a beam of light darting towards Snag at the pinnacle of the tower, enveloped in a shroud of murderous intent, with golden dragons swirling around him. He instantaneously appeared above Snag's head. "Prepare to meet your end." Satan emitted a roar unlike any human sound, stamping his foot down upon Snag's head. Bolstered by countless golden dragons, the sheer force immediately drove Snag deep into the rock. Even the towering 100-meter structure could not withstand this tremendous power and began to crack and collapse. Before Snag, who was falling with the rubble, could catch his breath, the frenzied Satan reappeared beneath him, delivering a kick that sent him soaring higher into the sky. Thus, Satan, as if teleporting, unleashed a series of wild assaults that sent Snag careening in all directions. Finally, as if satisfied with his release of fury, he plummeted from a greater height, crushing Snag's head into the ground. Under the dual impact of gravitational acceleration and Satan's overwhelming strength, the earth sank into a super pit several meters deep, splattering Snag's brain matter like watermelon juice everywhere, rendering him utterly lifeless. After the relentless assault, Satan's aura ebbed like a receding tide. His body was marred with cracks, blood gushing forth in torrents. He too paid the price for forcibly unleashing power beyond his limits, although he maintained a standing posture. The eruption of awakened dragon might had nearly drained him of all vitality, and he now lay unconscious. Such terrifying destructive power, How could it come from one so young? If not eradicated promptly, he would undoubtedly become a future threat to the family. In the opposing faction, overseeing the battlefield was the foremost of the four commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, who was equally astonished by Satan's sudden display of immense potential. The entire big MOM pirate crew received orders. The primary target was to eliminate Douglas Satan immediately. As Katakuri issued his command, the remaining strong members of the big MOM pirate crew abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the gaping pit, intending to eradicate Satan while he was still weakened and before he could fully mature. It was truly shocking. This was the royal dragon might. No wonder it was said to rival the power of Conqueror's Haki, indeed not lacking in ferocity. There was no hope left for victory. Now the only objective was to ensure Prince Satan's safe departure, leaving the kingdom with the seeds of restoration. The highest command within Babylon, Lucifer, contemplated deeply. Those of Babylon would escort Prince Satan away, and everyone, even at the cost of their own lives, must protect his safety. He would be our hope for the future. Protect the prince. For Babylon, we shall lay down our lives. For the vengeance of the princess, shouted the soldiers of the Babylon kingdom, fiercely resisting any enemy that dared approach the pit, striving to carve a path of survival for Satan. How dare they take my brother's life? They shall not escape unscathed. Suddenly, a figure charged through, effortlessly breaking the lines of Babylon soldiers and drawing near to Satan. He was the third son of the Charlotte family, Minister Bean, Charlotte Difacul, a formidable user of the paramecia-type smoke fruit. With his immense power, he faced no obstacle, just as he was about to reach the unconscious Satan. A blinding flash of a blade forced Daifuku to retreat a few steps, halting his advance. Do not think to harm my lord. I will be your opponent. Red Pupil stood firm before him with her blade Murakumo in hand, her body slightly trembling, clearly exhausted from previous battles, yet her gaze was resolute and unwavering, radiating an indomitable will. True half-moon funeral. Red Pupil gripped Murakumo tightly, launching an attack towards Daifuku, the crimson blade cutting towards his neck. Humph. How dare these insignificant beings provoke our big MOM pirate crew? Let me show you the true disparity. Daifuku sneered, swatting Red Pupil away with a single palm. His body transformed, resembling an oil lamp, as he summoned forth a lamp demon from his belt. The lamp demon, enveloped in armament haki, brandished a long-handled sword, exuding an air of majesty. Demon slash. Daifuku commanded the lamp demon to strike at Red Pupil, the powerful slash instantly rending the earth, wreaking havoc. Red Pupil narrowly dodged the demon slash, but the subsequent attack from the lamp demon came relentlessly, putting her in a precarious situation akin to a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a storm. Suddenly, with a single misstep, Red Pupil was sent flying by the demon's overwhelming might, skidding across the ground, blood seeping from her mouth, her body battered and bruised, the situation dire. Realize the gap in power, do you? Humph. Be gone. I will slay that scoundrel to avenge Snag. You shall not. Red Pupil struggled to her feet, leaning on her sword. Those like you, who indiscriminately pillage and annihilate nations, could never comprehend our efforts. I will never allow you to harm my lord. My lord. Thank you for treating us like family these past years. I, Red Pupil, am willing to guard you with my life. You must survive. Red Pupil glanced back at Satan, determination flooding her heart. She turned to face Daifuku, an inexplicable aura emanating from her, as if the world around her had fallen into silence. Slowly, she closed her eyes, raising the Imperial artifact, the one-hit kill Murakumo, while her left hand gently caressed its blade. Did she forget that the blade was laced with cursed poison, death upon contact? What was she intending? Daifuku, not far off, watched curiously as Red Pupil assumed her peculiar stance. Red Pupil connected with Murakumo through her mental energy, the blade slicing through her fingertip, blood staining the weapon. Suddenly, in that moment, the cursed poison accumulated from countless kills transformed into waves of black resentment, surging into her body through the wound on her hand. Black cursed markings began to surface on her skin, spreading from her arms to her entire body. The markings slithering like serpents across her form, her aura growing increasingly potent. Visible black resentment surged from her. Even her waist-length hair danced wildly in the wind stirred by her newfound power. At last, all the cursed poison had been drawn into her body. The encroaching markings covered much of her face before finally halting. She lifted her head, her red eyes seeming to be drenched in blood. This was Red Pupil's life gamble. The poison entering her body. Chapter 45. Escape from the battlefield. The Amsterdam battlefield neared its conclusion. As the defending faction, the Babylon kingdom faced a devastating blow with the assassination of their spiritual leader, Princess Catherine. Prince Satan, having awakened his dragon might, fell into unconsciousness, becoming the target of relentless assaults from the big MOM pirate crew. The vicinity around Prince Satan became a veritable eye of the storm. As the battles intensified in ferocity and fervor, each combatant, whether driven by duty, command, or conviction, poured their blood and fervor into the frenzied fray. With blood mist rising and the atmosphere growing grim. Amidst this tumultuous battlefield, a striking crimson light swept through like a tempest, where blades flashed like lightning. Blood splattered. Flesh was torn apart, leaving behind a trail of anguished cries and lamentations. Suddenly, a crimson light swirled around Charlotte Doflamingo's summoned lantern spirit, spinning like a tempest. In an instant, a flurry of blade-like flashes cut through the air, and the crimson light abruptly ceased. It was the result of the curse that had entered her body, significantly enhancing her combat prowess, Akatsuki. As her assault came to an unexpected halt, the lantern spirit's body, hardened by the armed color of haki, erupted with numerous slashes. Blood sprang forth, gradually losing its form and dissipating into a haze in the air. Charlotte Doflamingo felt a wave of astonishment, hardly able to believe that the girl he had casually swatted away moments ago had so effortlessly vanquished the lantern spirit. Little did he know the tremendous price Akatsuki had paid to acquire such formidable power. She had infused her body with the lethal curse of the imperial artifact, Murakumo. A gamble that risked her very life, despite the ritual to communicate with the blade spirit. With a resounding bang, Akatsuki vanished from her position, charging towards the incoming foes, stirring a whirlwind of carnage. As Akatsuki fought desperately to obstruct every enemy rushing towards Satan, her sister, Kurohitsuji, exhibited an equally remarkable prowess on the battlefield. Thriving in the chaos, Kurohitsuji wielded the 8 runes of the deceased, fiercely battling while commanding powerful corpses to hinder more adversaries. The corpses, possessing the combat abilities of their former selves but devoid of any fear of death, launched suicidal assaults to impede the enemies. Every time a member of the 8 rooms fell, the endless bodies on the battlefield provided Kurohitsuji with ample material, allowing her to summon an unceasing supply of puppets, greatly enhancing her efficiency in slaying foes. Meanwhile, Kimimaro wielded a bone sword, maneuvering through the masses of enemies, staunchly blocking all attempts to reach Satan. Although he typically bore a cold, indifferent demeanor, his resolve to protect his family was unwavering, transforming him into a reliable powerhouse in battle. Sign in. Take the young master and retreat, Kimimaro calmly advised while engaged in combat, reminding the severely wounded Sign-in to evacuate the battlefield. Sign-in, utilizing the cover of others, transformed into a cloud of dust, evading numerous attacks and appearing beside Satan. I cannot be a burden, he declared, summoning his strength to unleash a powerful strike. In an instant, the area surrounding them became enveloped in dust, obscuring visibility and plunging the battlefield into chaos. Well done, little chubby. Kimimaro rarely exhibited satisfaction, but he swiftly appeared beside Satan, hoisting the unconscious figure and making for the battlefield's edge, with Sign-in following closely behind, sheepishly scratching his head. Protecting the young master is my sole duty. Under the cover of the dust, they fought while retreating, gradually vacating the battlefield. Behind them, countless soldiers of the Babylon kingdom surged fervently towards the enemy, even in their grievous injuries, determined to take down an enemy in their final moments. Exerting every effort to thwart the pursuit, Katakuri transformed the nearby ground and structures into rice cakes, manipulating them to crush the frenzied soldiers of the Babylon kingdom. The soldiers that became ensnared suffocated to death. He then converted the assimilated rice cake environment into numerous projectiles, swiftly striking at his opponents, reducing countless soldiers to a pulp. After him, that bastard has escaped. Do you wish to incur mother's wrath? Seeing Satan being rescued, Katakuri, the battlefield commander, seethed with fury. Humph, brother Katakuri. Do you intend to kill my fiancé? Smuggy brushed her silver hair aside, a hint of shyness adorning her features. Do you realize how rare it is to encounter such a spirited young man? A slight blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke. Now is not the time for your childish antics, Katakuri reprimanded his sister, directing his subordinates to intensify their pursuit. Suddenly, a flurry of pristine white feathers shot towards Katakuri, erupting in violent explosions. If you wish to pursue the prince, you must first contend with me. Lucifer obstructed their path, appearing equally beleaguered. Having borne the brunt of the battlefield's pressures while engaging with numerous formidable foes, now on the brink of exhaustion. Humph. A defeated foe dares to appear, Katakuri scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. He had clashed with Lucifer multiple times on the battlefield. While strong, he was not Katakuri's equal. You all pursue. I shall handle this birdman. With that, Katakuri delivered a powerful kick upwards, his leg expanding rapidly like a telescopic rod, sending Lucifer hurtling away. The other members of the pirate crew swiftly bypassed their confrontation, continuing their pursuit of Satan's fleeing figure. Kimimaro, carrying Satan, raced towards the port, when suddenly, the sounds of battle grew increasingly distinct behind them. I will hold off the enemies, Akatsuki declared, turning to face the impending foes. Just a few steps in. Darkness enveloped her vision, her head ringing, and she collapsed to the ground. She had finally succumbed to the backlash of the curse, losing consciousness entirely. Akatsuki! Akatsuki! Seinen rushed to support her, his face etched with anxiety as the pursuing enemies drew ever closer, and Akatsuki lay unconscious, the situation growing increasingly dire. Seinen, I entrust the young master to you. Please ensure his safety. I will divert the pursuers, and we will regroup at Naga Island. The only safe haven we have at present. Kimimaro entrusted Satan to Seinen, turning to confront the encroaching foes. Rest assured, I will fight to protect the young master and Akatsuki. Seinen's resolute proclamation echoed behind him, as he silently vowed. For I too wish to become a family member you can rely on. As Kimimaro's silhouette faded into the distance, the cold wind howled. Faint whispers of his murmuring reached the air. Young master, do you know I would become a devil for you, just to see you through this ordeal? And to live on in those warm days on Naga Island? Chapter 46. The Dance of the Early Ferns. The clamor of battle surged. More and more pirates converging upon the port of Amsterdam. Suddenly, the leading pirates and Homai's soldiers fell silent, as if their throats had been constricted in an instant. Before them stood a lone figure, resolutely planted in the center of the long street, blocking their path. With flowing white hair, lowered brows, and two striking red marks on his forehead, it was none other than Kimimaro, holding the line alone. The chill wind began to rise, causing the purple string at his waist to flutter. Kimimaro lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes icy and devoid of warmth. He looked up at the sky, dusk approaching. A crimson fire cloud stealthily drifting overhead, casting an oddly desolate hue upon the evening sky. Young master, I can finally be your shield. How delightful. The cold wind wove through the ranks of pirates, rustling their garments, as some armed pirates suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. What is it? What is happening? Why have we suddenly stopped? Do you wish to face Mother Esrath? A tall, slender man adorned in a black hat and clad in a black skeleton outfit bellowed, his face pale as snow, with a pronounced nose and hair resembling a broom. Brandishing a handgun, he forcefully pushed aside other pirates to advance to the forefront. Lord Mondor, there are obstacles in our path, reported another pirate. He was Charlotte Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, known as the Cheese Minister, a devil fruit user of the Paramecia type, having consumed the book fruit. Fools, just eliminate any roadblocks. Mondor barked irritably, firing a shot at the obstructing Kamanryu. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the gun, distorting the very air with its intense heat. Kamanryu deftly evaded the attack, swiftly twisting in midair, launching several bone projectiles from his fingertips, akin to bullets discharged from a firearm. Humph, mere child's play. Book steps. Mondor scoffed, conjuring a book that floated beside him, its pages fluttering dramatically. With arms crossed, he ascended as if treading upon invisible steps. Kamanryu's bone bullets whizzing past his feet, while cries of agony erupted from the pirates below who could not escape the chaos. From his elevated position, Mondor gazed down upon Kamanryu, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. You have already lost this battle. I suggest you clear the way and hand over Prince Satan. The outcome is inevitable. Why prolong your suffering? Spare me your drivel. Kamanryu retorted impatiently, furrowing his brow as he extended his hand. A sharp bone spike emerging from his palm. Eliminating the master's enemies is all that is needed. Ignoring Mondor in the skies above, he plunged into the throng of enemies. Moving like a wisp of willow, deftly slipping past foes, dispatching them with minimal exertion. As he advanced, pirates fell like wheat before the scythe, unaware of their wounds until it was too late. Kamanryu's unparalleled speed and masterful martial arts rendered him a bane to close combatants. Hey, are you underestimating me? Mondor observed Kamanryu's carnage below, his tone laced with disdain as he raised his handgun, firing repeatedly. Waves of incendiary flames cascaded downward. Kamanryu, agile and quick-witted, navigated through the pirate ranks, evading the flames, while unfortunate pirates screamed in agony as they were engulfed. Ah, Lord Mondor, we're caught in the crossfire. Cease fire. The pirates cried out in panic. Enough noise. Dying for the family is your honor, Mondor replied with a malevolent grin, intensifying his relentless barrage, plunging the area into chaos filled with wails of despair. Enough of this nonsense, Mondor, boomed Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, who arrived to halt Mondor's indiscriminate assault. Against such a master of martial arts, it is best left to me. He readied himself, summoning his full-body haki, wielding a large blade as he commanded the lamp demon to attack Kamanryu. Each strike was powerful, cleaving the ground and creating fissures. Kamanryu, in a desperate bid, dodged and parried, but when he was caught off guard, the impact of the blades sent him hurtling away. Having learned from his previous encounter with Akihito, Daifuku pressed his advantage, maneuvering the lamp demon to leap high and deliver a devastating downward slash. Kamanryu, unable to evade, took the blow head-on, crashing into the ground several meters deep. Is that all it takes? Daifuku questioned, looking at the deep crater left in the ground. Mondor, descending slowly, scoffed, such minor characters require little effort. Eliminating Prince Satan is the true goal. Daifuku dismissed the lamp demon, intent on pursuing Satan. At that moment, a cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from the earth, as numerous sharp bones erupted from the ground, blanketing the area. In an instant, the pirates of the Big MOM crew faced a devastating surprise assault. Countless members pierced by the protrusions, losing their lives instantaneously. Daifuku, caught off guard, found his leg impaled and pinned to the ground as relentless sharp bones punctured him, blood flowing profusely. Mondor, astonished, gazed upon the scene. The ground surrounding him was almost entirely covered in sharp bones, resembling a dense forest. While the pursuing pirates faced near annihilation, a wave of relief washing over him. Bone art, early fern dance. In that instant, Kamanryu appeared behind Mondor, clinging to a protruding bone, wielding a spiral white bone spear that pierced through Mondor's body. Mondor's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping in agony as blood spewed forth, his form crumpling to the ground in defeat. Simultaneously, on the battlefield at Amsterdam, fierce combat continued in the square beneath the towering structure. In one small skirmish, Hecato, with heavy breaths, surveyed the encroaching enemies, her energy nearly depleted from repeatedly using her dead man's march ability, struggling to discern the figures around her. Previously, as Satan's group retreated, she had been ensnared by a throng of foes, and now, after fighting relentlessly, she found herself at her limit. Suddenly, a massive spiked club swung toward her, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. As she attempted to evade, her body weakened, stumbling, and the club struck her back, sending her flying. Is this the end? Hecato lay on her back, staring at the sky, the clouds appearing ever more distant and blurred. Master! Master! Just then, her eyelids grew heavy, and in her daze, she heard footsteps approaching. Chapter 47. Fujitora takes action. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground grew louder, each thud resonating with a weighty impact. The tumultuous battlefield around Hecato was enveloped in a heavy silence, as all combatants turned to behold the approaching figure. Clad in a light purple kimono, with a dark purple obi, bandages wrapped around his arms, and a purple cloak draping his figure, he walked with an air of tranquility, as if meandering through a serene garden. His short black hair framed his face, adorned with a beard and an X-shaped scar on his forehead. He held a cane sword, tapping the ground rhythmically, revealing himself to be the formidable Fujitora, whom Satan had encountered previously at the Amsterdam casino. Who are you? A pirate. Unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, blurted out, cold sweat trickling down his face. Realizing the hoarseness of his voice, he swallowed hard. Who cares who he is? Let us deal with this scoundrel first. Another pirate suppressed his inner fear and swung his blade towards the fallen figure of Black Eye. The terrifying ability of Black Eye to manipulate corpses during the recent battle had to be eradicated at all costs. With a clang, the sword was drawn, and Fujitora, abandoning his previously unhurried demeanor, vanished from sight, reappearing beside Black Eye to intercept the pirate's attack. If all righteous souls were to perish, who would safeguard this benevolent justice? Fujitora, with a swift motion, reversed his grip on the sword, channeling a powerful gust of wind that sent the ambushing pirates flying. In a chaotic display of gravity, he swung his sword, causing the surrounding pirates to lose their weight, lifting them high into the air and rendering them immobile. Suddenly, he intensified the gravitational force, sending the pirates plummeting back to the ground, creating deep craters upon impact, swiftly clearing the area of adversaries. Ah, it seems a formidable warrior has arrived. A voice with a hint of mockery echoed, drawing the attention of the Charlotte family's powerful members. Katakuri, having just freed himself from the entanglement with Lucifer, hastened to the scene. Your invasion has inflicted grave wounds upon this city, and many innocents have suffered. I have come to put an end to this war. Fujitora sheathed his sword and stood tall, his imposing figure nearly 3 meters high, his voice resonating with authority. Katakuri's expression turned serious. Although he had never encountered the purple-clad man before, anyone with the audacity to declare an end to a war was certainly not an ordinary individual. This is a matter concerning the Big MOM pirates. Are you certain you wish to intervene? While I would prefer to avoid conflict, I cannot turn a blind eye to righteousness. Fujitora's tone was slow yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Then let me test your mettle, Katakuri responded, launching a kick towards Fujitora. His leg expanded rapidly with a force capable of shattering obstacles. Humph, I will not allow you to continue your rampage. Fujitora instantly drew his sword, parrying Katakuri's attack. The collision of their immense powers generated a shockwave that sent the injured pirate scattering in all directions. Unwilling to concede, Katakuri transformed his body into a massive machi, extending countless machi arms towards Fujitora, each hardened with haki and brimming with destructive potential. With a deft swing of his sword, Fujitora unleashed a gravitational circle, applying immense reverse force to the incoming machi fists, sending them hurtling away. The gravitational circle, however, did not cease. Under Fujitora's command, it continued its trajectory until it collided with Katakuri, amplifying the gravitational pressure around him 100-fold. Katakuri, caught off guard, was overwhelmed and crushed to the ground, the surface beneath him buckling under the strain. What a terrifying ability, he thought, struggling to regain his footing. Utterly astonished that such a powerful being could remain relatively unknown. Hey, Katakuri, what is with your uselessness? A voice rang out as a figure resembling a roaring bull charged forth, revealing Charlotte Cracker, who had returned to the front line, his sword resembling a drill aimed at Fujitora. Gravitational blade. Fierce tiger. Fujitora concentrated gravity onto his sword and swung it, simultaneously releasing a tremendous lateral gravitational force that flattened everything in its path, even sending Cracker flying from the onslaught of wind pressure generated by the gravitational blade. It seems you will not back down easily. Do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Fujitora's eyes opened wide for the first time, revealing their whites, his demeanor shifting to one of danger. Employing his staff as a medium, Fujitora activated his ability, causing large boulders beneath him to loosen and lift Black Eye and himself into the air. Hovering above, Fujitora raised his staff, the range of his weightlessness expanding across the battlefield in an instant. As a result of Fujitora's ability, debris and remnants from the battlefield began to float, coalescing into a dense cloud that obscured the sky. This is outrageous, Cracker thought, realizing the immense pressure Katakuri had just faced. Suddenly, Fujitora retracted his sword, and the suspended debris plummeted, accurately striking the pirates of the Big MOM crew. The Charlotte family suffered catastrophic losses as countless pirates and homies were buried beneath the rubble. The surviving soldiers of the Babylon Kingdom erupted in cheers, relieved to have a powerful protector. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Lucifer issued a retreat command, and the surviving soldiers cautiously withdrew, dividing the battlefield into two distinct factions. Katakuri and Cracker stood resolutely at the forefront, gazing at the survivors of the Babylon Kingdom, acknowledging that the war had reached a critical juncture. However, to simply retreat was a bitter pill to swallow. Sensing their thoughts, Fujitora decided to deliver the final blow. Gravitational ray. He unleashed a purple gravitational wave that shot skyward, elevating the gravitational force to tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. A meteorite the size of an island, engulfed in searing flames, was drawn down from the cosmos, hurtling towards Amsterdam. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the flaming meteorite descended, drawing ever closer to the ground, filling the sky with an overwhelming sense of impending destruction. This madman will obliterate all of Amsterdam. Katakuri sighed in resignation, compelled to issue a retreat order. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, under the shadow of the impending meteorite, the war initiated by the Big MOM pirates to annihilate the Babylon Kingdom finally came to an end. The unwavering spirit of resistance displayed by the Babylon Kingdom would undoubtedly be etched into history, echoing across the seas for eternity. Chapter 48. Aftermath. The following morning, the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the sea, shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. Occasionally, a few seagulls glided through the sky, emitting monotonous cries, while the surface of the water remained tranquil. However, as the bright sunlight illuminated Amsterdam, the atmosphere turned somber. The city, ravaged by battle, lay in eerie silence, strewn with remnants of destruction and stained with blood, devoid of life. The areas closest to the ground emitted wisps of mist under the sunlight, creating a hazy ambience. Portions of land near the sea had vanished entirely, the coastline marred by blackened scorch marks inflicted by the meteorite that Fujitora had summoned from the heavens to halt the war. Just as silence enveloped the scene, a sudden roar echoed from the distant sky, revealing a massive black dragon, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters, soaring towards Amsterdam. As the winds howled, the dragon descended, gradually transforming into two figures that landed on the wreckage of a pirate ship along the coast. How could this be? How was this possible? A middle-aged man clad in a black suit gasped in astonishment, surveying the ruins of Amsterdam, Disbelief etched across his face. Was this truly the renowned port city? The brilliant gem of the Grand Line, known as Amsterdam? The figure approaching was none other than Douglas Mingjia, the younger brother of King Denver of the Babylon Kingdom, who had perished in the ongoing war. He served as the chief of Cipher Pol, a clandestine intelligence agency under the world government. He had hurried back upon receiving news of his brother's kingdom being invaded, only to find that he had arrived too late. It seems we have arrived after the fact. I wonder how the capital is faring. I hope they remain safe, remarked a woman beside Mingjia, her expression fraught with anxiety. Clad in a sleek and formidable samurai outfit, draped with a white cloak and adorned with a purple scarf, she bore a long sword on her back. She was none other than Mingjia's wife, the renowned swordswoman of the seas, Andrea, known as the Moonlit Sword. With signs of battle indicating that the conflict had ceased for a day, Mingjia's heart sank. The capital was surely in dire straits. Struggling to suppress his sorrow, he collected his thoughts, demonstrating the composure befitting the leader of a secret intelligence organization. Although my brother is formidable, he is still no match for Big MOM. Without the intervention of a powerful outsider, there is little hope for victory. We can only pray they escaped with their lives, he mused, though he remained skeptical about the prospect of escape. Escape? How could that be possible? My brother Denver exemplifies the spirit of a fighter who would never back down, he thought, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. We must make haste to the capital. With our intervention, at the very least, we can thwart Big MOM. Protecting the royal family's lives would justify the losses incurred in Amsterdam, Andrea asserted, drawing her sword and radiating a fierce determination, prepared for battle. What if we are too late? Mingjia sighed, ready to transform into the dragon of magic and soar towards White Dragon City, but suddenly hesitated. What is it? Andrea inquired, perplexed, given that Mingjia's urgency should surpass her own. Someone is approaching, he replied. Oh, is it the Navy? Andrea followed Mingjia's gaze to see several warships adorned with seagull flags emerging on the distant horizon. Suddenly, a figure on the foremost ship's deck emitted a blinding yellow flash, hurtling towards them. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of yellow lights coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, gradually solidifying into the form of Admiral Kizaru, also known as Borsellino, the Navy's highest combatant. What a tragedy. Everything has been reduced to ruins, Kizaru remarked humorously, his tone exceedingly slow. With his curly black hair, yellow and white striped suit, and a pair of sunglasses, he presented an oddly disheveled appearance, hands tucked into his pockets. A white cape emblazoned with the word Justice draped over his shoulders. How can you be so nonchalant? Mingjia retorted angrily, if the Navy had not arrived so late, this catastrophe might have been averted. You must have received the distress signal long ago. Although Mingjia was seething, he knew that the Navy, despite being a violent arm of the world government, allowed its admirals a degree of autonomy that could not be easily constrained by orders. Goodness! How frightening, Your Highness Mingjia. Kizaru feigned vulnerability, clearly dismissing the gravity of Mingjia's words. Despite Mingjia's high-ranking position within the world government, Kizaru felt no obligation to heed him. Yet, out of respect for Mingjia's formidable reputation, Kizaru elaborated, the Navy did not neglect the Babylon Kingdom's plea for help, as evidenced by my swift arrival. The fact that I could not reach them in time is not my fault. Mingjia fell silent, acknowledging that Kizaru spoke the truth. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru possessed near-light speed, making him the fastest among the ocean's strongmen. His assignment to assist Babylon showed the Navy's commitment. Still, even if the failure to rescue was not the Navy's fault, it was intolerable that a prominent member of the world government had been attacked by a pirate crew. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this, Mingjia asserted. Seeing her husband silenced by Kizaru's words, Andrea interjected sharply, you cannot disregard the situation so lightly. Goodness! How terrifying, Miss Andrea, Kizaru leaned in, a smirk on his face. While eliminating pirates is the Navy's duty, my mission here is merely to assist the Babylon Kingdom. I do not expect you to risk your lives. Mingjia, well-versed in Kizaru's ambiguous sense of justice, understood that Kizaru preferred to remain an observer rather than engage directly. Your Highness Mingjia, you are undoubtedly aware that the flames of rebellion are igniting across the seas, seen as the greatest threat by the world government. Thus, the current priority is stability. Engaging in war with a Yonko-level pirate crew such as Big MOM is clearly unfeasible, Kizaru explained with unexpected seriousness. Humph. This will not end so easily, Mingjia huffed, transforming into the Dragon of Magic and taking flight with Andrea towards White Dragon City. Oh my, what a truly fearsome family. Kizaru remarked to himself, retrieving a Den Den Mushi to report the situation to Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 49, The storm reignites. Although the war initiated by the Big Mom pirates against the Babylon kingdom had concluded, the news quickly spread, stirring a tempest across the seas. After all, the Babylon kingdom was a prominent member of the world government, a formidable power with numerous strong figures. If such a mighty nation could fall to pirates, what assurance of safety could the rest of us possess? The voices of doubt among the populace of various nations at sea have grown increasingly pronounced. Unlike the ordinary citizens who can only voice their skepticism, the underground forces have surged with fervor. Their concerns are not centered on personal safety, rather. They are captivated by the prospect of reaping substantial profits from the aftermath of this war. Numerous organizations, coveting the bloodline of the Douglas family, perceive this as an opportune moment to act, offering bounties for any surviving heir of the Douglas lineage. Rumor has it that the price for a pure-blooded member of the Douglas family has skyrocketed to over 100 million Bailey in the black market. Enticed by the promise of immense wealth, countless pirate crews, slave catchers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries have flocked to the Rain Sea, eager to join the hunt for the remnants of the Douglas family, seeking to claim their share of the spoils amid the chaos of war. At this moment, a dilapidated pirate ship drifts aimlessly upon the surface of the Rain Sea. This small three-masted vessel measures no more than 30 meters in length, with a deck that rises only 5 or 6 meters above the water. The main mast and the foremast have both broken, and the sails are tattered rags, presenting a dismal sight. Only the triangular sail at the stern struggles to remain aloft, harnessing the feeble winds to navigate. Valendale Sane, at the helm on the deck, vigilantly surveys the surrounding waters. It has been 6 days since he fled the battlefield of Amsterdam with the unconscious Satan and the Scarlet Eye, commandeering a pirate ship to venture into the sea. Over these 6 days, he has encountered numerous attacks from pirate crews and other factions, and to minimize conflict, he has been compelled to frequently alter his course in search of safety. The ship has sustained considerable damage during fierce skirmishes, and the vessel he currently occupies is a prize seized from a recent battle. However, it appears this prize, too, may not endure for long. Fortunately, a day prior, the unconscious Satan finally regained consciousness and is now tending to the cursed and perpetually unconscious Scarlet Eye in the cabin. Within the confines of a cabin, Scarlet Eye lies quietly upon the bed, her delicate features intermittently marked by dark, arcane sigils. Her long black hair is neatly arranged to one side, yet her brow is furrowed in distress, as if enduring excruciating pain. Her complexion is pale, and her lips bear an unusual bluish hue, lightly biting down, revealing faint imprints and traces of blood, remnants of the agony inflicted by the curse. Beside her, Satan, equally pale, sits by her bedside, offering companionship. Satan sat rigidly on the chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the crimson-eyed girl, as if her mere blink might cause her to vanish into thin air. His body was tense, occasionally twitching involuntarily, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Ever since that fateful day on the battlefield when he abruptly awakened the Dragonmite, his body had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The secret technique of the Douglas family, Dragonmite, was actually a manifestation of an overwhelming aura generated by a robust physique that stimulated the bloodline within him, simultaneously causing a tumultuous surge that accelerated the rapid division and growth of his cells, thus bestowing him with strength far beyond the ordinary. However, as the number of cell divisions in the human body is finite, this power came at the cost of his lifespan and necessitated an exceptionally strong physique to sustain it. Awakening the Dragonmite in his 12-year-old form had instantly drained the vitality from all the cells within him, although he had unleashed formidable power. Were it not for the life tree providing an unceasing flow of vitality, he would have succumbed to death. Yet, following this awakening, his frail body was incapable of controlling the Dragonmite's force, resulting in an incessant boiling and burning of his bloodline. His cells perpetually underwent the cycle of accelerated division, growth, and decay, causing his muscles to tear and his bones to shatter in an unending agony, to the point where even lifting a finger felt laborious. The life force provided by the life tree continuously mended the torn muscles and shattered bones within him, thus perpetuating a relentless cycle of tearing, repairing, and tearing once more, rendering his suffering almost unbearable. Do you know, Crimson Eyes? I am terrified that this is but a dream, that upon opening my eyes again, you all might disappear from my sight. Each time I glance back to see you and Black Eyes following closely behind, my heart swells with profound contentment. I wish for this moment to endure indefinitely. This is the essence of my happiness. Yet, Black Eyes, Satan trembled as he clasped Chidong's hand, pressing it firmly against his face. Tears welled in his eyes, struggling to contain themselves, and his voice grew choked with emotion as he continuously murmured, "Qidong, please awaken. I have already lost so much. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Open your eyes and see me. Do you not know that I would pay any price to restore your existence? Young master, a ship approaches." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the deck. Sanin's call jolted Satan from his stupor. With great effort, he forced his aching body onto the deck. Upon arrival, he scanned the surface of the sea, and as he discerned the silhouette of the ship drawing nearer, his pupils constricted, and a sudden explosion of realization struck him. "We are doomed, Sainin. This time, our prospects are grim." "Why, young master?" Sainin inquired, perplexed, rubbing his round face before continuing, "My injuries have nearly healed. I can manage ordinary foes and will certainly ensure your safety. This is no ordinary enemy." Satan gazed gravely at the approaching silhouette of the ship. It was a colossal vessel resembling a snail, adorned with prominent numeral 6s upon its eyes. The deck of the snail's back was embellished with Gothic castles, a sight that could only belong to one entity on the seas, the infamous Germa 66, also known as the Army of Evil Experts. Germa 66 is a scientifically adept combat force, operating as mercenaries across the globe, capable of traversing the Red Land with formidable and efficient martial prowess. The Germa Kingdom is a unique maritime nation devoid of fixed territory, typically functioning through the separation of numerous vessels, which when united, form the kingdom. Its populace, predominantly male, consists entirely of soldiers, creating the fearsome army known as Germa 66. What causes Satan the most concern is the leader of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, who was once a colleague of the Navy's chief scientist, Vegapunk. Together, they delved into the study of bloodline factors, and Judge harbors a fervent desire for the bloodline of the Douglas family. At the pinnacle of Germa 66's dominion stands the Vinsmoke family, with its commander, Vinsmoke Judge, known as the Strange Bird Kaido, having once single-handedly vanquished the four kings of the North Sea, ruling through sheer martial might. His children, too, are prodigies genetically enhanced by bloodline factors: the eldest daughter, the venomous pink Vinsmoke Reiju; the eldest son, the fiery red Vinsmoke Ichiji; the second son, the electric blue Vinsmoke Niji; and the youngest son, the verdant green Vinsmoke Yanji. Though still young, they possess innate exoskeletons and scientific combat capabilities, already renowned as formidable warriors. Furthermore, Germa 66 boasts countless fierce soldiers, cultivated through bloodline factors, who were willing to lay down their lives for the Vinsmoke family. "Young master, what shall we do?" Sighing, Sanin's heart quailed upon realizing the formidable nature of their adversary. His brow furrowed in concern, while he was unafraid of battle. The young master and Akihito were entirely defenseless at present, making their protection the foremost priority. "Do not worry, Sainin." Satan rested his left hand upon Sanin's shoulder. Despite being a frail 12-year-old boy devoid of any combat prowess, there was an inexplicable, reassuring strength in his voice. Upon hearing his words, Sainin felt a subtle relaxation. As long as the young master was present, it was as if a haven had been established. Even in his quietude, he radiated an endless source of strength. Having survived such a brutal battlefield, we could undoubtedly continue to endure. Satan clenched his fist tightly, enduring the excruciating pain that tore through him, simultaneously encouraging Sainin and himself. "I understand, young master," Sainin replied, glancing at the composed expression on Satan's face. He subtly stepped forward, slightly shielding Satan, and whispered to himself, "Young master, I shall defend the dignity of the royal family with my life, just as the esteemed knights of the seven deadly sins have done throughout history." The Germa 66's snail ship swiftly approached their dilapidated pirate vessel, with rows of elite soldiers crouched at the ship's edge, aiming their long guns at Satan and Sainin. The cannons on the ship were also adjusted to target the pirate ship, everything proceeding in an orderly and disciplined manner. "Listen up, you are surrounded. All of you come out on deck and surrender your weapons," a squad leader from Germa 66 shouted from the edge of the ship. "What happened?" a voice questioned from behind him. The squad leader turned to see a figure emerging from the castle, approaching the edge of the deck. It was a girl in her teens, with medium-length pink hair that covered her right eye, a counterclockwise spiral eyebrow on her left, captivating blue pupils, and lightly tinted pink lips. She wore earmuffs and a blue scarf, her pink combat outfit complemented by a butterfly-winged cape. Each of her legs bore a tattoo of the number 6, and she stood confidently in high-tech air-cushioned shoes, her slender figure and long legs revealing her identity as the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the deadly poison Vinsmoke Reiju. "Your Highness Reiju, we have discovered a pirate ship that appears to have endured fierce battles and is already half destroyed." The squad leader saluted respectfully, answering with deference. The soldiers of Germa 66 held immense respect for the royal family members and were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Vinsmoke clan. Oh, let me take a look. Reiju elegantly brushed her pink hair and approached the ship's edge, gazing down at the pirate ship's deck. Her eyes quickly locked onto Satan, and her beautiful blue pupils dilated in sudden recognition. Was this not the sole prince of the Douglas family, Douglas Satan, who had been specifically nominated by her father? All personnel, stand guard. Target identified, Reiju commanded, her right arm sweeping in a decisive motion, and the surrounding soldiers immediately readied themselves. The sound of bullets being chambered echoing around them. Reiju leapt gracefully, executing a stunning flip from the ship's edge down onto the pirate vessel's deck. Satan observed her light landing on the deck with an unruffled demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Reiju's arrival. Prince Satan, it is an honor to meet you, Reiju said, placing a hand on her chest and performing a slight bow, her demeanor poised and refined. My father has long admired the strong members of the Douglas family and hopes that I may have the privilege of inviting you to our Germa 66 as a guest. Humph. Spare me the pleasantries. You shall not harm young Master Satan. Before Satan could respond, Sinan stepped in front of him, tensing his body and adopting a combat stance. There is no need for that, Sinan, Satan said, gently patting Sinan's shoulder and pushing him aside. They seek me. You need not be involved. I wish to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. But, young master, there are no buts. Satan fixed his gaze upon Sinan, his tone resolutely firm. You are also my family. Your pain resonates with me. Do you understand? He then bypassed Sinan to confront Legio, his expression devoid of warmth. I am aware that your father seeks to obtain the bloodline of the Douglas family to enhance his research on genetic factors. I am willing to accompany you. But I implore you to spare my family. That poses no issue. I can comply, Legio readily agreed. Sinan, take good care of Chidong. Satan turned to remind Sinan. Red eyes, red eyes. Suddenly, the thought of red eyes sparked a revelation within Satan. He abruptly pivoted to gaze at Reiju, his pupils reflecting an extraordinarily intricate brilliance. As if he had encountered a rare treasure that appears once in a millennium. You are the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the poison pink, Vinsmoke Reiju? The voice of Satan quivered slightly, imbued with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Indeed, Leiju replied with certainty, her heart racing in response to Satan's perplexing inquiries and intricate gaze. Have you acquired the ability to absorb toxins through the transformation of your father's genetic lineage, bestowed upon you by the advanced technology of Jamar? The tone of Satan was exceedingly urgent, his gaze fixed intently upon Legio, his fist clenched tightly, even perspiration forming in his palms. Indeed. Legio proudly brushed her hair back and responded with unwavering confidence. That is precisely why people refer to me as the poisonous powder. Splendid. This is truly splendid. Satan, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke incoherently, his face radiant with an unprecedented smile. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, he retracted his smile and, with a grave expression, knelt before Rejoice. His hands pressed firmly against the deck, he humbly bowed his head 3 times. Please, save my family. She was poisoned in the previous war while trying to save me and has remained in a deep coma ever since. I implore you, save her. Satan pressed his forehead against the deck, his voice choked with emotion. As long as you are willing to save her, I will do anything you ask. Behind him, Sinan watched as young Master Satan knelt in desperation, tears streaming down her face, her heart almost stopping with the fierce pangs of anguish. Young Master. It turns out you two are desperately protecting your family. Chapter 51. Satan's severed arm. How can you do this? You are of royal blood. How can you kneel before me? Legio gasped in shock, stepping back repeatedly. Because they are my family. Is it not natural to dedicate all of oneself for the sake of family? Satan lifted his head, his gaze fixed intensely upon Reiju. And traces of tears lingered on his face, yet curiously, it did not evoke a sense of disarray. Family, would you sacrifice everything for your kin? Reiju stood frozen, captivated by Satan's words, and involuntarily recalled her third brother, Sanji. From a young age, she and her quadruplet brothers had undergone genetic modifications at Germa 66. She, along with her eldest brother Ichiji, second brother Niji, and youngest brother Yanji, possessed exoskeletons and displayed exceptional combat abilities early on. In contrast, Sanji consistently performed poorly and was deemed a failure by their father. The brothers, having lost their emotions to scientific alterations, took pleasure in bullying Sanji, while she, the only one retaining her feelings, chose to align herself with them to avoid becoming a target herself, maintaining a facade of coldness and publicly mocking him. It was only when their father completely abandoned Sanji, imprisoning him, that she secretly freed him when Germa 66 arrived in the East Blue. How can you save my family? The voice of Satan pulled Reiko from her reverie. She lowered her hand that had been covering her mouth and gazed into Satan's eyes, which unmistakably bore a hint of tenderness. Of course, she replied. Satan rose and returned to the cabin, cradling Chi Tong as he emerged, gently placing her upon the deck. Lei Jiao knelt beside Chi Tong, lifting her head to rest against her thigh, and tenderly kissed the lips tainted by the curse, which had turned a shade of bluish purple. As she drew in the malevolent energy, it seemed to slither like tiny insects, surging towards her face and being inhaled through her lips. Lei Jiao appeared to savor an exquisite delicacy, her face radiating satisfaction, as a violet glow enveloped her entire being, causing her butterfly-shaped cloak to unfurl in delight. At last, under the watchful eyes of Satan and Sai Nan, the curse within Chi Tong was entirely absorbed by Lei Jiao, her previously furrowed brow relaxing, her expression transforming into one of tranquility. Thank you for the hospitality. She shall awaken shortly. Having consumed the curse, Lei Jiao set Chi Tong down, rose, and brushed her lips adorned with pink gloss, her face alight with contentment. I am immensely grateful. Satan bowed deeply to Lei Jiao, gently cradling Chi Hong in his arms, revealing a radiant smile that had not graced his face for many days. The sunlight illuminated his somewhat youthful visage, rendering it exceptionally bright and cheerful. Satan gazed at the serene visage of Chi Hong, feeling a slight relief from the turmoil within him, unable to resist. He pressed a deep kiss upon her forehead before turning to entrust her to Sai Nan. Having accomplished this, Satan composed himself, adjusting his attire with grace, and made his way towards Lei Jiao. Let us depart. I implore you to honor our agreement and spare my family, he stated with a calm demeanor, as if oblivious to the fact that this journey would render him a subject of experimentation for the Vinsmoke family. Lei Jiao fixed her piercing gaze upon Satan, contemplating for an extended moment. At last, it seemed she had resolved something within her, as she abruptly turned to leave. Perhaps it is best for you to remain with your family. I shall pretend we never crossed paths. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you pitying me? Satan's voice echoed from behind. No, it is merely an appreciation of your situation, Lei Jiao replied, turning back with a gentle smile, her tone notably earnest. After your scientific modifications, you surely cannot defy your father's commands, can you? And what of it? How will you explain this to your father? That is not your concern. No. You have done me a great service. I cannot allow you to face repercussions alone. It is the most disgraceful act to burden a benefactor with responsibility. Satan spoke with a grave expression, tilting his head upwards towards the heavens, a subtle yet sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he extended his right hand to rest upon his left shoulder, forming it into a claw-like shape, and with a fierce motion, he tore it away, blood splattering as he severed his own left arm. Ah, young master? What are you doing? Sai Nan exclaimed with a piercing scream, nearly dropping the crimson-eyed figure cradled in her arms. This is a token of gratitude for my benefactor. Satan turned his gaze towards the astonished Sai Nan, raising the severed arm held in his right hand. Blood dripped down like scattered beads from a broken string, splattering in all directions. This scene would be indelibly etched in Sai Nan's mind, a memory he could never erase. Satan approached Lei Jiao, holding his severed arm, extending it toward her with a slight tilt of his head, a faintly polite smile lingering on his face. This part of your body should suffice for your father's experiments, and it should provide you with a means to account for your family. Lei Jiao stared in shock at the smiling 12-year-old boy before her, as if she had never known him. His tenderness and sacrifice, willingly kneeling and begging for his family, his generosity and strength, unhesitating to sever a limb for the sake of gratitude, his resilience and unwavering spirit, maintaining an extraordinary demeanor even while fleeing. All of this was beyond her experience. An overwhelming pang of sorrow surged within her, and her eyes grew moist. You will undoubtedly become the ruler of the seas. Your Douglas family shall rise again. I firmly believe. Lei Jiao took the severed arm from Satan's hand, gazing into his eyes, articulating each word with a weight that seemed to draw upon every ounce of her strength. She then retreated step by step, and at the moment she turned, tears she could no longer contain streamed from her eyes, leaving a trail of glistening droplets in the air. Young master, your arm. Not long after the Germa 66 ship departed, Chi Tong gradually regained consciousness. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was the one-armed Satan. Oh, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened. Satan tightly embraced Qizhong with his remaining right arm, pressing her face against his chest, murmuring softly, Young master, where is your arm? Qizhong, just awakened, appeared pallid, her crimson eyes shimmering with sorrow as she broke free from Satan's embrace. She gently caressed his youthful visage and inquired once more, How could you lose your own arm, young master? Ah, during our hasty escape from the battlefield. A pirate inadvertently severed it, he replied. Satan's face revealed a faint smile as he teased. However, escaping from the battlefield with your life is quite fortunate. You liar. You deceiver. Chi-Tong suddenly leaped into Satan's embrace, her small fists incessantly pounding against his chest. Then, she fiercely clung to him, her face pressed tightly against him, tears uncontrollably streaming from her crimson eyes. You foolish young master, you will never understand that although I fell into a coma, I did not lose my awareness of everything happening around me. Chapter 52. The slave ship appears upon the throne of the Forsaken clan. Only kings embrace each other for warmth. As dusk falls and the crescent moon rises, the sea stretches into a vast expanse. The surface of the water lies calm, shrouded in the night, creating an atmosphere of profound silence, broken only by the occasional crashing of waves against the hull. A dilapidated pirate ship drifts with the tide, appearing entirely devoid of life, save for a dim light flickering within one of its cabins. It is truly uncanny. How has it suddenly become so cold? Satan huddled by the fire, trembling intermittently with chills. Have some warm water, young master, Cheeto gently entered, holding a cup of steaming liquid. Observing Satan's shivering form, she felt a pang of compassion. Young master, with the awakening of your bloodline, your physique should have become stronger. Why do you seem to be growing weaker? She nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around him from behind, hoping to share her warmth. It is not that my constitution is weakened. Feeling the warmth of Cheeto's body, Satan instinctively leaned into her embrace. I can sense that with each burning of my bloodline, my muscles tear and subsequently strengthen, indicating an enhancement of my physical form. Satan paused for a moment and spoke. However, damn it, there lies a tree of life within me, nourished by a copious amount of blood and vitality. I can sense that it is in a period of transformation. Once I surpass this stage, my power shall multiply significantly. In his eyes flickered an inexplicable anticipation. The more he experienced, the more he recognized his own insignificance, which in turn fueled his yearning for strength. I require time to grow. Young master, do not strain yourself so. Your body cannot endure it, Chiang observed quietly, her crimson gaze brimming with compassion. She reached out to gently caress his forehead, aiming to dissolve the sorrow he harbored deep within his heart. Young master, young master. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as Sinan rushed through the door, calling out for Satan. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chihong embracing Satan. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his footsteps growing silent as he lowered his head in shame beneath Chihong's fierce glare. Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? Sinan hesitated, caught in a dilemma, silently criticizing the situation. What are you two thinking at a time like this? Satan gently patted Cheat-Om on the shoulder, rising to his feet and approaching Sinan. He pinched Sanan's cherubic cheeks, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Speak, what troubles you? Sinan inexplicably shivered, pondering whether he had inadvertently interrupted his master's affairs. For the latter's countenance bore an unmistakable air of displeasure. Ahead, a vessel emerged, directly charting a course towards them, with their own mast completely shattered. Evasion was no longer an option. What flag does it bear? Satan's expression shifted to one of vigilance, aware of the multitude who coveted the Douglas family's lineage. Any ship encountered was likely an adversary rather than an ally. It flies the flag of the world government, Sinan replied, then hesitated briefly before adding, strangely. The sail is adorned with a blood-red thornbird emblem. A sense of foreboding washed over Satan. Alas, it is the infamous Thornbird Slave Capture Guild. The Thornbird Slave Capture Guild? How could they possibly hoist the world government's flag? Cheat-Om, wielding his katana Murakumo, stood up, recognizing the recklessness of displaying the world government's banner, which would surely incite the Navy's wrath. No, their display of the world government flag is indeed legitimate. Having long engaged in the capture of rare races to provide precious slaves for the world's noble celestial dragons, they enjoy their protection, allowing them to fly the flag without fear of naval intervention. They are a true scourge upon the seas. Satan elucidated. Thus, it seems that combat is unavoidable? Although Crimson's lips formed a question, an ominous aura began to rise around her, indicating her readiness for a fierce confrontation. Ever since she had been struck by the deadly curse of Murakumo and subsequently revived, she had developed a complete immunity to its venom and could now wield Murakumo at will. No, my lord, I perceive this as an opportunity, Sinan ventured, after a moment's hesitation, presenting a differing perspective upon hearing Satan's explanation. What opportunity? Sinan did not rush to answer, but instead began to analyze the current situation for Satan. Since we fled the battlefield of Amsterdam, it has been a week. And along our journey, we have encountered nothing but ill-intentioned foes, entangled in numerous skirmishes. And then, Satan gazed intently at the usually reticent chubby boy, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The malevolent forces in the Rain Sea were multiplying, and if we continued to linger aboard this pirate vessel, we would inevitably be worn down by an unrelenting series of battles. Moreover, the young master had no time to recuperate from his injuries, which was decidedly detrimental to our cause. So, are you suggesting that it would be prudent for us to feign compliance and allow ourselves to be captured by the slave-catching crew, thereby infiltrating their ship? Satan quickly grasped Sanan's implication. Indeed, there were numerous advantages to such a strategy. Absolutely not. I will never agree to allow the young master to fall into the clutches of the slave-catching crew. Chi-Hong vehemently objected, her gaze towards Sinan turning hostile. Do not be hasty, let Sinan finish his thought, came the calm reminder. Yes, young master, Sinan replied with an apologetic smile directed at Chi-Hong before continuing. Based on the young master's earlier description, the Thorn's Bird slave-catching crew possesses formidable connections. Once we manage to board their vessel, we shall be shielded from the disturbances of other factions, thus avoiding a plethora of unnecessary skirmishes. Moreover, our supplies have been completely depleted. However, the slave catchers are certain to have ample provisions. By pretending to be slaves of the Thorn's Bird, we would secure temporary safety and sustenance, allowing the young master some much-needed time to recover. After all, the slave catchers would hardly mistreat their captives prior to a slave auction, would they? That is unacceptable. The young master can never become a slave. Chi-Hong stubbornly countered, turning away to avoid meeting Satan's gaze. I must admit, I find Sanan's reasoning quite compelling, Satan declared. As for becoming a slave, it is merely a temporary measure. Once we take refuge in the Lark of Thorns and evade the nefarious forces leaving the realm of Ren, my bloodline will have calmed by then. At that point, the vast seas will be ours to navigate freely. Chi-Hong wished to voice more, but upon witnessing the faintly haggard smile on Satan's face, a pang of sympathy surged within her. Surely, the young master was loath to endure such indignity. Yet survival remained paramount, for the weight of revitalizing the Tulip family rested upon his shoulders. Coming to this realization, Chi-Hong lifted her head and bestowed upon Satan a warm smile. I have no objections. I shall abide by the young master's wishes. Thus, it was resolved. Satan took a deep breath and said, Dear family, we are about to become the slaves of the Thornbird Slave-Catching Brigade. Chapter 53, The Plight of Slaves in the Sea of Rain. A slave ship emblazoned with the emblem of the Thornbird Slave-Catching Brigade sailed with impunity. Inside the captain's quarters, a bald man reclined in a spacious armchair, his feet propped up on the desk before him, gently swaying. He held a thick cigar between his fingers, inhaling deeply before exhaling a series of smoke rings, releasing a contented sigh. He was none other than the captain of this slave ship, the formidable lieutenant commander of the Thornbird Slave-Catching Brigade, Macbeth, once a promising rear admiral. Macbeth's fate took a turn when he was assigned to guard the headquarters of the world government in Mariehua, tasked with ensuring the safety of the celestial nobles, the Tenryubito. There, he witnessed the extravagant and debauched lives of the Tenryubito, gradually succumbing to the temptations of a life filled with revelry and indulgence, yearning for greater pleasures and power. Consequently, he forsook his naval position, willingly becoming a sycophant to the Tenryubito, a lapdog of the world's elite. In his quest for the Tenryubito's favor, he even joined the Thornbird Slave-Catching Brigade, eager to personally capture precious slaves to win their approval, thereby seizing greater power and profit. As Macbeth relished his cigar and plotted his schemes, suddenly, the ship's first mate burst into the cabin. Captain Macbeth, my men have discovered a wrecked pirate ship and captured 3 new slaves. Would you like to see them? Oh, what are they like? Macbeth lifted his head slightly, gesturing for the first mate to continue. 3 young ones, hardly put up a fight when captured. One of them is even missing an arm. Likely a refugee from the chaos of war seeking solace at sea. They hold little value. I see. Macbeth sighed in disappointment, then inquired, what is the condition of the gladiators in the 4th level? This slave ship had been specially modified, consisting of 4 levels below deck. The 1st level housed high-value slaves, such as maids and rare races, in relatively better conditions. The 2nd level contained ordinary slaves of lesser value, while the 3rd level was designated for high-caliber slaves, such as pirate captains and wanted criminals, who possessed unique collectible worth and formidable strength. The 4th level, however, was the most brutal, housing a mixture of strong slaves personally selected by Macbeth, intended to be trained as gladiators to entertain the Tenryubito and Mariehua. Thus, Macbeth had decreed that the slaves in the 4th level could engage in combat, mixed together, with minimal food supply, hoping they would grow into exceptional gladiators through their struggles. After several days of mutual testing, some had already been eliminated, and a temporary calm had settled. That won't do. Exceptional gladiators must remain in constant battle. We need to provide them with some excitement. Macbeth frowned, aware that his ability to cultivate elite gladiators was directly tied to his future standing. He could not afford to become complacent. Let us do this, since the newly captured slaves are of little value. Throw them into the 4th level and let the gladiators taste blood once more, to stir their spirits. Understood. I shall make the arrangements. The first mate replied before turning to leave the captain's quarters. On deck, Satan and his companions were being guarded by a group of fully armed warriors, fitted with slave collars. These collars were designed to prevent escape. Should a slave venture beyond a certain distance from their master, the collars would detonate violently, severing the slaves' necks, serving as the ultimate tool for controlling them. Satan silently allowed the warriors to affix the humiliating collar of servitude around his neck, utterly unaware that the master of the vessel had resolved to make them prey for gladiators. Satan and his 2 companions descended through the vessel, escorted by 4 guards. The interior was entirely constructed of steel, and the frigid staircase, cast in the dim light, felt especially biting against their skin. An involuntary shiver coursed through Satan as he overheard the whispered conversation of the 2 guards behind him. Why would the boss assign such a frail fellow to the 4th level? One mused. Who knows? Probably deemed worthless, the other replied. I wager they won't last an hour. Are you dreaming? If they survived 10 minutes, it would be a miracle. At last, they arrived at the 4th level, where a long corridor divided the chamber into 2 cells, each secured by steel bars as thick as a man's arm, within which were confined dozens of brawny men. Good luck to you, the guard said, hastily shoving them into the left cell. The resounding clang of the iron door locking echoed as the guard's footsteps faded away. With their departure, the cell erupted into a cacophony of noise. Well, look who we've got, 3 little ants. Here to augment our meal? A burly man near the iron door jested, muscles bulging from his frame, towering over Satan even while seated, his gaze filled with derision. There's even a cripple among them. Are you here for amusement? Another voice chimed in, laced with malicious laughter. Seeking death, are we? How dare you disrespect the young master? Chi Hong's anger flared, ready to step forward and teach them a lesson, but was gently restrained by Satan. Prior to boarding the slave ship, in fear of Chi Hong's weapon being confiscated, Murakumo had been concealed within Satan's body. Let them be. We are not truly slaves. What is there to debate with these insects? Satan disdainfully shook his head and moved towards a vacant space against the wall to sit down, witnessing Satan's choice of restraint. Chi-Tong and Sai-Nen reluctantly followed suit and took their seats behind him. Who would have thought a little lady would come in? It has been days since I indulged, proclaimed a hefty figure lounging on the only dilapidated couch at the far end of the cell, towering over 2 meters. He reclined comfortably while picking at his toes, exuding an air of arrogance that clearly marked him as the leader of this prison chamber. Not a problem, boss, responded a man with a head full of yellow hair, his face contorted with a lewd expression as he leered. But after you're done, could you let the brothers have a taste as well? Get lost. The overweight man retorted with a laugh. Almost simultaneously, the recently seated Satan sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating fiercely, and his right fist clenched tightly, so much so that his fingertips turned pale from the exertion. You despicable scoundrels. Satan strode directly toward the hefty man seated in the innermost corner of the cell. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and an aura of palpable malevolence seemed to rise from his being. The once boisterous and jovial gladiators, who had been laughing and jesting, suddenly fell silent, shivering as if gripped by an overwhelming terror. Insulting me is one thing, but daring to insult my family is utterly unforgivable. Chapter 54. Emergence from the cocoon, you have truly sought your own demise. Upon witnessing Satan's imposing approach, the yellow-haired man felt a surge of disdain, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he cracked his knuckles, preparing to teach Satan a lesson. As it appeared that young Master Satan might soon be attacked, Sai-Nen, concerned for his well-being, hastily readied himself to intervene, intending to handle the adversary on Satan's behalf, only to be halted by Kaitamai. That prey belongs to the young master. I fear for the young master's health. He may not withstand it. Sai-Nen cast a reproachful glance at Kaitamai, contemplating that such matters should indeed be dealt with by his subordinates. Protecting his family is the young master's obsession. Do not interfere. Moreover, the corner of Kaitamai's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, as if lost in recollection. He had suppressed himself for too long and needed an outlet. Oh, I understand now. Sai-Nen retracted his foot, stealing a glance at Kaitamai, a flicker of envy igniting in his gaze. It seems I still do not know the young master well enough. Such an enviable synchronicity. Repent, little wretch. The yellow-haired man threw a punch at Satan, his fist the size of a bowl, crackling with the force of thunder. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride, for his heavy blows had felled fierce tigers. Surely, this mere child would fall with a single strike. However, before his arrogance could linger, it was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. His fist, poised to strike, was abruptly seized midair by Satan's right hand. The yellow-haired man was filled with dread, desperately attempting to retract his fist, yet no matter how hard he strained, it remained utterly immobilized in Satan's grasp. It is you who should repent, scum. Satan raised his head, and beneath the dim light, the ferocity in his eyes was unmistakably revealed. With one hand, he seized the blonde's fist and effortlessly hurled the figure, nearly twice his size, into the air, spinning him several times before crashing him to the ground. The tremendous impact left the steel floor dented, and the blonde, shaken to his core, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with astonishment. Before the blonde could muster any further reaction, Satan placed a foot upon his neck, a sharp crack echoed, and he was rendered oblivious to life or death. What a ruthless little demon, employing such lethal force. Just wait and see how the fat cat will teach him a lesson. Witnessing Satan dispatch the blonde in an instant, the other gladiators were taken aback, murmuring among themselves, their previous disdain quickly vanishing. Huh, quite impressive, my little demon. Care to join me? The corpulent figure lounging nearby, unfazed by the death of his subordinate, offered a mocking smile and extended a hand of invitation to Satan. Satan, displaying a look of disdain, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. In a flash, he appeared before the rotund man, delivering a swift kick to his chin that sent the hefty body soaring into the air. In another instant, he seized the man's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. A thunderous crash resonated, and the man's skull burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white across his own face and head. Standing tall, Satan raised his lips in a devilish smile. Those who insult my family deserve death. His words were chilling and brutal, akin to a frigid gust sweeping through, causing all the gladiators to shudder in response, plunging them into a profound silence. Satan settled into a corner, and Chi-Tong silently crouched beside him, gently extracting a handkerchief to cleanse the blood from his face, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. With the arrival of Satan and his companions, the fourth level of the slave capture ship fell into an utter silence. Under Satan's imposing presence, no one dared to act recklessly. Even the food brought in by the guards remained untouched until they chose to partake, clearly revealing the brutal nature of survival of the fittest. Satan sat quietly in the corner, eyes closed, nurturing his spirit and body as 3 days passed in silence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a jolt, an inexplicable tremor rising from the depths of his heart, as if, in that moment, he had heard another heartbeat within him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeats resonated like a drum, each beat deafeningly loud. With the vigorous rhythm of his heart, his blood began to boil. A powerful energy coursing through his limbs and bones, muscles swelling, skin taut, and a mist rising from the surface of his body. Simultaneously, nourished and stimulated by the more abundant vitality within, the life force bestowed by the tree of life surged violently, threads of rebirth energy darting wildly through his being. The fierce dragon's blood clashed mercilessly with the life force returned by the tree, causing Satan's eyes to intermittently transform into cold, golden slits, then into clear green orbs. His aura intensified, overwhelming those around him, causing the weaker souls to faint in an instant. As the collision of these two forces grew more intense, Satan's body trembled increasingly, his aura swirling around him like a hurricane. Finally, this overwhelming force reached its zenith, bursting forth with a resounding explosion, only to suddenly settle into tranquility. At that moment, the two contending powers within him finally merged peacefully, indistinguishable from one another, and Satan's expression calmed. His eyes took on an extraordinary appearance. His left eye transformed into a translucent green orb resembling emerald, with the faint silhouette of a tree flickering in its depths, while his right eye became a golden slit, harboring the ethereal shadow of a dragon riding the clouds. Satan rose, stretching his neck and moving his body, which emitted a series of creaking sounds, as if his rusted form had finally come back to life. Ha ha ha, I am finally back. A familiar, arrogant voice echoed as a green light burst forth from Satan's being, soaring through the air, occasionally uttering excited exclamations. This exuberance came from the mischievous sprite, Xie Jian, who had been forced into a slumber due to Satan's grievous injuries. Congratulations. Satan, the tree of life has finally transitioned from its infancy into its growth phase. After venting his emotions, Xie flapped his wings and approached Satan to share the good news. Upon seeing Satan's missing arm, he erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha. Though I have no idea how you lost an arm, you truly are a fortunate fellow. Xie, what nonsense are you spouting? The young master is in this state, and you still find time to mock him. Tong's face darkened, as if ready to draw his blade against Xie at any moment. It's all right, Tong. Xie is family. What harm is there in a jest? Satan spoke with a sly smile, then turned his gaze to the figure before him, carefully cradling him in his palm. It is truly delightful to see you again, Evil Vision. Since departing from the battlefield, perhaps the most joyous news for Satan has been the safety of his family. Ha ha ha, what a melodramatic display. You nearly moved me to tears. Evil Vision feigned wiping non-existent tears, performing a few acrobatic flips in the air before landing back in Satan's hand, his expression turning serious. Honestly, I have good news to share with you. Chapter 55, The Rebirth of the Body. I must say, losing an arm is an unusual stroke of fortune. And I am not jesting. Evil Vision's demeanor became unusually earnest as he continued to explain, the life tree within you has entered its growth phase, and the vitality it contains will only strengthen. It has begun to require a vessel, and you have fortuitously lost your left arm, making it an opportune moment to manifest the life tree as a physical entity to serve as your left arm. This is truly a remarkable twofold blessing. Oh, Satan was evidently exhilarated. The prospect of bodily rebirth was indeed enticing. What advantages might this entail? By coalescing the tree of life into your very limbs, it would seamlessly become an integral part of your being. Consequently, your utilization of the wood's power would be markedly more agile, and as the tree of life flourished, you would acquire the genuine abilities of instantaneous recovery and physical regeneration. Remarkable. After all, it is a treasure of the divine realm. Congratulations, little Satan. You are destined to become an almost immortal entity. Indeed, such news is splendid, a wicked one. Satan finally revealed a long unseen, serene smile, as he began to sense the gentle flow of vitality coursing within him, urging it to surge towards his left shoulder. Waves of life energy converged at his left shoulder like the ebb and flow of tides, transforming into a tangible embodiment of energy that continuously extended, gradually forming an almost translucent arm. Through the delicate skin of this transparent arm, the intricate network of veins became increasingly discernible, the sinews grew robust, and soon it was endowed with flesh and blood, indistinguishable from an ordinary arm. Satan excitedly clenched his left hand and delivered a powerful punch forward. The air was forcefully displaced, producing an explosive sound akin to a detonation. He contentedly tilted his head, a spontaneous smile gracing his face. Is this the arm transformed from the tree of life? How truly remarkable. Satan raised his left hand, extending his finger, and with a mere thought, a delicate flower blossomed at his fingertip. Though it was undeniably my arm, its essence remained that of a tree, harboring the utmost power of wood. Splendid, master. Tong exhibited even greater excitement than Satan himself, completely shedding her usual composure and calmness. Like a child, she rushed over, tightly embracing Satan's left arm and rubbing against it fervently, as if to ascertain whether he truly had regrown his severed limb. All right, Tong. Everything is perfectly fine now. Satan revealed a fond smile, gently patting the crimson-eyed one's head with his right hand, his gaze filled with tenderness. By the way, although intruding upon your time may be rather bothersome, I still wish to inquire why I have not seen Junmaru and Kurohitami. It has been a few days, and I find myself rather missing you little imps. The smile on Satan's face suddenly froze, his gaze turning icy and foreboding. As we fled the battlefield, Junmaru stayed behind to cover our retreat, and we had agreed to rendezvous on Naga Island. However, upon witnessing the somber shift in the young master's demeanor, Heidong's concern deepened. Sainan, standing nearby, took the initiative to explain to Shejian, Heidong has become separated from us on the battlefield, and her fate remains uncertain. Ah, so this is what troubles you, dear Satan. Shejian placed a hand on Satan's shoulder, tugging at his earlobe, and said, let me share some reassuring news with you. Although I am unaware of the current whereabouts of Heidong and Junmaru, it is evident that they are not in any mortal peril. Is that truly the case? Sainan inquired anxiously. Ever since Junmaru had chosen to stay behind and did not follow, despite the absence of dire news, his heart had been in a constant state of unease. Satan and the scarlet-eyed one gazed intently at the evil seer, eagerly anticipating a definitive response from him. Undoubtedly, With utmost certainty, I could distinctly sense that their vital signs remained intact, indicating that they were not in any peril. Truly, you are my lucky star. I adore you dearly. Satan, in a fervent display of emotion, pulled the misguided one down from his shoulders and bestowed upon him an impassioned kiss. Oh, how dare you! Away with you. That was my first kiss. The misguided one flapped his wings, breaking free from Satan's ardent grasp. Dramatically fluttering in the air with a look of utter disgust, muttering an array of profanities, lamenting about integrity and chastity. Ah, my apologies, I was too overwhelmed. Dear misguided one. Satan wore a sheepish grin, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, striving to feign nonchalance. Very well, I concede to you. The farcical antics of the demon ceased, and with an air of anticipation, he declared, guess what? A momentous event has transpired. New family members are about to arrive. This time, Satan was acutely aware. Upon returning from Naga Island to the royal capital, King Denver had bestowed upon him 2 demon fruits as a reward for his training. Calculating the time, it was indeed ripe for their fruition. Bingo. Absolutely correct. With a snap of his fingers, the demon inquired, shall we proceed with the summoning? I have grand plans that necessitate additional hands. Since the gestation is complete, let us summon the new family members. No problem, I shall commence at once. The demon replied eagerly, waving his hand as an intricate summoning circle materialized before him. As the light and shadows danced, 2 figures gradually emerged. To the left stood one resembling a shark, with grayish-blue skin and sharp teeth, golden eyes gleaming with a savage light. He donned a loose black robe adorned with crimson clouds, his toenails painted purple, and on his left ring finger was a ring inscribed with the character for the Southern Dipper. He bore a massive, bandage-wrapped sword known as shark skin upon his shoulder, exuding a menacing and arrogant aura. To the right, a similarly clad figure emerged, distinct by the ring on his right index finger, which bore the symbol of the Azure Dragon. He sported long golden hair, styled into a high ponytail, with bangs cascading over his left eye, while the remainder of his locks were concealed beneath his robe. His striking azure eyes were accentuated with black eyeliner, and a miniature telescope adorned his left eye. From the sleeves of his robe, hands emerged, each with a mouth that occasionally flicked out a tongue to taste the air. These 2 were none other than the formidable members of the Akatsuki from the Naruto universe, Kisame Hashigaki and Deidara. Welcome to your new home, my family, exclaimed Satan with open arms, joy radiating from him as he embraced the new arrivals. What a warm welcome, my lord. Shall I put on an artistic debut? Inquired the exuberant explosive artist, Deidara, stepping forth from the summoning circle, curiously surveying his surroundings. What would you have me do, my lord? Kisame asked, brandishing his sword and licking his lips, brazenly proclaiming, my blade has grown weary from thirst. Now that everyone is gathered, this game of servitude must come to an end. Satan effortlessly crushed the slave collar encircling his neck, displaying utter indifference to the violent explosion capable of severing the neck of an ordinary individual. Our fire shall engulf the world. Chapter 56, Encounter with the Titan Art Explosion. Detonating clay, Little Bird's Deidara's face radiated fervor for both art and destruction as he extended his hands, unleashing a swarm of small birds from the mouths in his palms, which soared towards the prison door. Each tiny bird, under Deidara's control, detonated with a resounding explosion, filling the air with a cacophony of thunderous blasts. The prison door was left riddled with holes, collapsing like a hunk of scrap metal. The explosive clay is a special white clay possessed by Deidara, which, when chewed to infuse it with his chakra, can be molded into various detonative devices that trigger explosions. Furthermore, these explosives are capable of moving in accordance with Deidara's consciousness. What do you think, my lord? My art. After completing the detonations, Deidara proudly glanced at Satan, his face brimming with anticipation. This sudden burst of artistry is truly magnificent. Well done, Deidara. Haha, indeed, a man of refined taste. Deidara grinned, feeling a wave of joy at Satan's praise, his face glowing with the delight of being acknowledged. Impressive. Even steel can be obliterated by such ferocious explosions. Sign in. Witnessing Deidara's summon creations for the first time, stood wide-eyed, suppressing the shock within. From now on, we are family. Deidara returned a carefree smile to Sign in, adding, let us get along well, little brother. At that moment, a group of fully armed guards stormed in from the stairway leading to the upper deck, drawn by the recent tumultuous explosions. Artist explosion. Before the enemies could close in, Deidara exuberantly exclaimed his mantra, casting forth a flurry of bouncing little grasshoppers. These diminutive creatures, endowed with remarkable agility, detonated violently upon landing on the foes, decimating half of the guards in an instant and eliciting blood-curdling screams. Hey, Deidara. It's not fair to hog all the fun. Kisame, with a sinister grin, leaned his great sword against his shoulder, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. Summoning technique. 100 shark jaws with a swift motion, Kisame struck the air, causing a cloud of smoke to erupt, revealing countless sharks that lunged toward the guards. Baring their jagged teeth, tearing and shredding, leaving no survivors from Deidara's explosions. What a delightful feast. Kisame instinctively licked his lips. Savoring the scent of blood in the air, his sharp teeth glimmering as a satisfied, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face, as if he were partaking in the shark's banquet. Truly, these two were madmen, and I adore you both. The chaotic spirit perched on Satan's shoulder cheered them on. Let us proceed. Satan strode confidently towards the staircase. A smile of barely contained delight radiating from his face. Any obstacles encountered along the way were effortlessly dispatched, clearly indicating his buoyant spirits. Soon, they traversed the long, dimly lit staircase, arriving at the third deck of the vessel. This level served as a detention area for exceptionally powerful slaves, utilized by the Thornbird for their capture. With each slave confined to individual cells under the vigilant watch of numerous guards. However, the earlier explosion on the fourth deck had summoned all guards away, leading to their untimely demise, resulting in an eerily desolate corridor on the third deck, where only the occasional muffled groans of suffering could be heard emanating from a solitary cell. Satan cast a glance at the third deck of the ship, his feet poised to ascend to the second level when suddenly, the malevolent whisper upon his shoulder seized his ear, signaling him to halt. What troubles you, Dark Whisper? Satan inquired, taken aback by its insistence. Ever since his physical condition had been restored, he had wished to linger not a moment longer in the lower depths of this slave-capturing vessel. A familiar presence beckoned to him, a scent that hinted at an acquaintance nearby. Shall we investigate? Of course. Satan suddenly stirred, for the malevolent presence that had lingered by his side since its emergence into this realm evoked a sense of familiarity. The aura that enveloped him could only belong to an acquaintance of Satan, particularly in the wake of the recent demise of the Babylonian kingdom, igniting an even stronger sense of anticipation and exhilaration within his heart. He advanced along the corridor, meticulously searching through cell after cell, yearning to encounter a familiar figure. Just as his restlessness began to mount, a silhouette captured his gaze. It was located at the innermost chamber of the third level, entirely forged from stainless steel. The figure leaned against the corner, seated in a lotus position, adorned with a pair of sea tower stone handcuffs. 2 chains, as thick as an infant's arms, pierced through his pelvic bones, firmly anchoring him to the wall. The stringent security measures in place underscored that the captive was an individual of extraordinary strength. Uncle Titan? Satan let out a thunderous cry of astonishment, gripping the prison bars with one hand and exerting tremendous force. The steel bars, as thick as a man's arm, were contorted beyond recognition, revealing a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through. Satan eagerly approached, hastening his steps to the side of the prisoner, scrutinizing him intently. It was indeed Uncle Titan. How had he fallen into the clutches of the slave ship? A look of incredulity adorned the crimson-eyed figure, for Titan, once the chief guardian of Satan, was undoubtedly a formidable vice-admiral. I would never join you. Upon hearing the sounds around him, the long-imprisoned Titan let out a muffled groan, muttering to himself. He had been captured by the slave crew after succumbing to the culinary prowess of the Big Mom pirate chef in the gastronomy capital. Aware of Titan's immense strength, Macbeth had relentlessly sought to recruit him into the Thornbird slave crew, yet Titan had consistently refused, resulting in his enduring torment and captivity, leaving him in a state of hazy consciousness. Uncle Titan, it is I. Satan gazed sorrowfully at his former captain of the guard. A poignant reflection of a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger fallen in the plains, beset by dogs. He extended his left hand and pressed it against Titan. A surge of pure life force flowed from his palm into Titan's body, as if a withered tree had encountered spring under the nurturing of this vitality. Titan's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, his condition improving significantly. Even the sound of his circulating blood could be heard. Your Highness, Prince Satan. Finally, as Titan's injuries began to mend, his consciousness awakened. Upon seeing Satan, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to rise and knelt before Satan with a thud. Your Highness, his voice was hoarse, barely able to articulate. Uncle Titan, how is my sister? Seeing Titan finally regain his senses, Satan crouched down, anxiously grasping his shoulders and inquiring, what happened? It is my failure as an old servant. I was overwhelmed by the long loaf and defeated. While I was being beaten, Princess's death was still entangled with Baron Egg. I am unaware of the subsequent developments in the battle. The dignified Titan, ashamed, struggled to even speak fluently. Never mind, your survival is a blessing. I hope my sister is safe. Gazing at the towering figure who had protected him since childhood, a profound sense of admiration welled up in Satan's heart. To see the living Titan once more was a miracle. What more could he hope for? Chapter 57. Titan Seeks Battle. In the captain's quarters of the Thornbird slave capturing crew, Captain Macbeth leisurely reveled in his own musings. Envisioning the accolades and promotions he would receive from the celestial dragons after this successful venture. Not good, Captain Macbeth. Suddenly, the door to the captain's quarters was flung open, and the first mate stumbled in, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. What do you mean by not good? I am perfectly well. Macbeth, interrupted in his reverie, erupted in fury, slamming his palm on the table before him, causing the clutter to scatter chaotically. Look at you in such disarray. It clearly illustrates your intellect is insufficient to resolve the issue. Captain, there has been a slave uprising. They're already storming the deck. The guards can barely control the situation. What did you say? Macbeth could no longer conceal his rage. With a sweeping motion, he sent the table flying against the wall, shattering it to pieces, his eyes bulging as if ready to devour. It was known that Macbeth had personally ventured to capture slaves to gain favor with the celestial dragons. This was his ladder to ascend. Now, to learn of a slave uprising was akin to having his livelihood threatened. How could he not be enraged? I shall see which fool dares to cause trouble, he exclaimed, shoving the obstructive first mate aside and striding towards the door. Stepping outside, he was left utterly speechless. The deck was strewn with the bodies of the dead, their gruesome fates evident, and the ground was slick with blood. A few ominous figures were glaring at him with malice. A shiver ran down Macbeth's spine. The sheer number of guards dispatched in the brief time since the first mate's report indicated a dire situation. Who are you? And why are you causing a ruckus on our Thornbird? Trembling internally, Macbeth hesitated to act, deciding to probe first to avoid being blindsided. Could it be that this slave capture had entangled him with some formidable force? Surely, he could not be this unfortunate. Are you the captain of this vessel? A creature resembling a fish licked the blood from his lips, leaning on a peculiar large blade, eagerly questioning. Indeed, I am. Pray tell, how have we offended you? Well then, you must be strong enough. Let us hope you are not as dull as these rabble, the creature replied, advancing toward Macbeth. A psychotic smile plastered on his face. You must ensure I have my fun. Wait, Ghost Shark. A cold voice emerged from the entrance leading to the lower deck. Upon hearing the voice, the shark-like creature awkwardly chuckled, halting its advance. Macbeth's attention was drawn to the entrance, where a handsome boy emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura. Most striking were his mismatched eyes, one emerald green and the other golden, captivating all who beheld them. Why, it's you, King Ape Titan. Upon recognizing the towering figure over the boy, Macbeth was left in shock, his mind reeling. So you have come to rescue King Ape Titan. Could you be members of the Douglas family of Babylon? Macbeth's thoughts raced, incredulity washing over him. Had the Douglas family been obliterated by the 4 Emperor Big Mom? How could there be such formidable individuals remaining? I detest having what is mine taken away. Everything I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. The boy who first emerged spoke with a fierce countenance, his head slightly raised as if he were a demon brandishing its fangs and claws. And you dare attempt to take my family? This is unforgivable. You are the Prince of Babylon, Satan. Macbeth suddenly comprehended the identity of his adversary. Realizing that a scion of the Douglas family had indeed escaped, this was a top-tier bounty worth billions in the black market. Young master, may I handle this scoundrel myself? Titan, having just pledged allegiance to Satan, suddenly requested, wishing to demonstrate his loyalty through action, especially since Macbeth had previously taken advantage of his injuries. Then it is entrusted to you. With that, Satan leaped high into the air, perching atop the mast of the slave ship. The others, seeing Satan's decision, stepped back to clear the battlefield for Titan. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Now it is time for me to repay you. Titan advanced, transforming into his ape-like form, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he materialized before Macbeth, delivering a powerful punch that whistled through the air, promising to shatter even a small mountain in its path. Faced with Titan's ferocious assault, Macbeth had no choice but to defend himself. Crossing his arms before him in an attempt to mitigate Titan's blow, channeling energy into his well-trained physique to achieve the hardness of iron, impervious to bullets and blades. This was one of the Navy's 6 styles, a secret technique of naval officers. With a thunderous crash, Titan's fist collided with Macbeth's chest. Even though he had fortified his body to steel-like rigidity, he was still sent flying by Titan's brutal strike, crashing through the ship's quarters into a wreckage of splinters. What a monster! The disparity in strength is insurmountable. There is no hope for victory. Macbeth rose from the ruins, a trickle of fresh blood staining the corner of his mouth, his chest slightly caved in. After just one confrontation, he felt the stark disparity between himself and the Titan. Swiftly, his figure flickered in the air, abruptly appearing at the Titan's flank, his fingers darting like bullets towards the Titan's neck, a technique known as the finger gun, capable of unleashing an assault akin to that of a true firearm from his well-trained digits. However, the transformed Titan exhibited remarkable reflexes, tilting his head just enough to narrowly evade Macbeth's strike. Undeterred, Macbeth launched a relentless barrage of attacks, his fingers creating an illusory whirlwind as they incessantly stabbed at the Titan. Such audacity! Amidst Macbeth's tempestuous onslaught, the Titan skillfully dodged, and suddenly, with a powerful grasp, he seized Macbeth's arm and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Before Macbeth could react, a crushing kick sent him sprawling, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. "What a vigorous fellow indeed!" exclaimed Deidara, watching the spectacle with admiration. "He truly qualifies to become one of our own." Witnessing the Titan's brutal strikes, Kisame's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin, feeling his own blood surge with excitement. Chapter 58. The Ice Maiden. Hey, Titan, wrap up this battle quickly. We need to rendezvous with Kimimaro at Naga Island in 3 days. We can't afford to waste time here, Satan called out from his perch on the mast. Understood. Young master, the Titan replied, charging once more towards the fallen Macbeth. With a single powerful punch, debris erupted and smoke billowed, nearly demolishing the ship's cabin. Macbeth struggled to evade the Titan's successive blows, occasionally meeting a fist that sent tremors through his body, the pain in his insides akin to being torn apart. It seems I must find a chance to escape, otherwise I shall perish here. Macbeth's mind raced, and as the Titan prepared to strike again, he intentionally collided with him, using the Titan's immense force to propel himself over the ship's railing and into the sea, disappearing beneath the surging waves. He can't be dead, can he? Satan leaped down from the mast, a mysterious expression gracing his face. Fear not, young master. I exercised restraint. He will not perish, the Titan replied respectfully. Ha! As expected of Uncle Titan, I knew you would comprehend my intent, Satan chuckled. It is the duty of a subordinate, the Titan said, scratching his head in modesty. His earlier grandeur from battle now diminished, seemingly uncomfortable with Satan's praise. Why let him go? Enemies should be eradicated without mercy, Kisame questioned, an eager glint in his eyes. Shall I pursue him? No one can escape my tracking in the water. Humph, the young master surely has a plan. It is best to remain quiet and listen. Akatsuki retorted, dissatisfied with Kisame's challenge. There will always be opportunities for slaughter. Satan explained, gently patting Kisame's arm. In this vast expanse of ocean, countless adversaries lurk, ever ready to seize any opportunity. We cannot afford the luxury of engaging in a game of hide and seek with them. I require a moment that allows us to ensnare these miscreants all at once. The anticipation for such a grand spectacle was palpable. Kisame, his excitement evident, licked his lips and repeatedly caressed the great blade resting on his shoulder. When the time comes, I shall present a magnificent exhibition of artistry. The exuberant Deidara shared a similarly eager expression, brimming with impatience, as the slave ship they were aboard gradually receded into the distance. A head suddenly emerged from the sea. It was Macbeth, miraculously still alive. Gazing at the vanishing vessel, a malevolent expression crept across his face. Humph, Naga Island in 3 days? We shall see. In the central segment of the Grand Route, before the Redland continent, there exists the world's largest red tree, the Alaman Red Tree. Its roots protrude above the water's surface, forming a renowned archipelago known as the Shambadi Islands. Due to its proximity to the Redland continent and the naval headquarters, as well as being a crucial waypoint before entering the New World, this archipelago thrives with prosperity. The entire island comprises 79 numbered trees, each with towns and facilities nestled among their roots. The delineation of areas on the Shambadi Islands is quite clear. Numbers 1 to 29 are dominated by human trafficking establishments and illegal auction houses. Numbers 30 to 39 house entertainment venues such as Bubble Park. Numbers 40 to 49 are primarily tourist attractions and specialty shops. Numbers 50 to 59 are home to shipyards and coating artisans, while numbers 60 to 69 comprise naval outposts and government entrances. Finally, numbers 70 to 79 are predominantly lined with streets events. On Island 13 of the Shambadi Islands, within the illicit realm of Shaki's extortion bar, the owner Shaki absent-mindedly puffed on a cigarette at the bar, her eyes fixed on a bounty notice. Perhaps due to the midday hour, the bar was devoid of patrons. Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly man with long silver curls and a finely trimmed silver beard stepped in. He wore spectacles. A prominent scar adorned his right eye, and he bore a large block of ice on his shoulder. Hey, Shocky, come help me out. Riley, you scoundrel. Why aren't you at the casino? What do you need with that massive chunk of ice? The cold cellar is already stocked. Shocky glanced up, exhaling a plume of smoke. Her expression one of discontent. Oh, come on. I found it while fishing and thought I'd bring it back. Take a look. Riley carefully placed the large ice block onto the coffee table, then settled onto the adjacent sofa, pouring himself a mug of ale and savoring it. What is this? Why is there a woman encased in the ice? Shocky gasped in shock, nearly dropping her cigarette as she approached the block. Within the ice, a beautiful woman was frozen. Clad in a fitted female General S uniform with long sky blue hair, her exquisite features captivating, and a long sword firmly clutched in her hand. I'm not sure. But it seems she still has a pulse. Can you think of a way to save her? Riley took a swig of ale, a satisfied expression on his face. Your ale is still the best, Shocky. Did you notice that sword? Shocky's gaze shifted to the blade held by the frozen maiden, a distinguished noble ceremonial sword, measuring 26 meters in length. The scabbard was gilded in gold, studded with brilliant diamonds that sparkled magnificently, and the hilt was crowned with a pigeon-sized sapphire that gleamed vibrantly. It is the renowned sword Durandal, crafted by the great swordsmith 21. As a swordsman of great renown, Riley was well acquainted with every famous sword in existence. This girl may not be of ordinary lineage. Shocky turned back to the bar and began to sift through some documents. She discovered that the woman was a retired pirate who had once commanded a crew with a bounty worth billions. Her bar was merely a facade, in reality. She was an agent for an underground intelligence organization, possessing an extensive network of information capable of perceiving the currents of the world. However, compared to the disheveled old man seated on the sofa, Shocky's identity paled in significance. He was Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. Revered as the right hand of the Pirate King, a living legend. I found it 6 years ago. The sword Durandal was acquired by the Babylon royal family at an auction, later becoming the personal weapon of Princess Douglas Estevez of the Babylon Kingdom. So, I've stumbled upon a princess? Riley chuckled casually, taking another sip of ale. Isn't that the Babylon Kingdom that was just annihilated by Big Mom? Indeed. That makes sense. What a pitiable child. We must find a way to rescue her. Chapter 59. The Dance of Demons in Recent Days. Various factions flocking to the Rain Seas in search of fortune had clandestinely received intelligence that the surviving prince of the Babylon Kingdom, Satan, would appear on Naga Island in 3 days. Like headless flies, these individuals began to stir, akin to sharks sensing blood, hastily converging upon Naga Island. Some bounty hunters were driven purely by jealousy over the enticing bounties exceeding $1 billion on the black market, while other factions sought to plunder any treasures that might linger with the royal bloodline. There were also those with nefarious intentions aiming to capture Satan to curry favor with the New World's overlord, Big Mom. Additionally, many idle spectators simply wished to witness the unfolding drama. Consequently, Naga Island had transformed into a veritable melting pot just 3 days hence, with countless tents pitched near the shore, becoming a camp for these maritime opportunists. Of course, some spies from observing factions had infiltrated the crowd, fishing in troubled waters, continuously dispatching streams of intelligence to locations far and wide. At dusk, the sun's afterglow illuminated the camp. Curling wisps of smoke rose from numerous cooking fires, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. At the center of the camp, within a large, opulently decorated tent, the elite among the factions gathered for a meeting, both to forge connections and discuss divisions, as the number of hunters was overwhelming, yet the prey was singular. Hey, Macbeth, is your information reliable? If I've come all this way for nothing, you'll be in serious trouble. A brutish figure, clad in a black eye patch over his left eye and exuding a strong scent of blood, glared menacingly at Macbeth. This was the captain of the Wolfpack Pirates, known only as Butcher, a notorious villain feared for his ruthlessness and decisive cruelty. Is our Thornbird name not credible enough? Before Macbeth could respond, a young man in black with a blue ponytail, seated beside him, retorted with disdain. In his 20s, he wielded a beautifully engraved spear, exuding an air of arrogance. His nostrils flared defiantly in the butcher's direction, his gaze unflinching. One cannot entirely blame his lack of respect. After all, he was the youngest son of Child, the formidable leader of the Thornbird slave trading group, whose influence extended both within the world government and the underworld. Although the butcher held a modicum of notoriety at sea, he was insignificant in the eyes of this young scion, who was himself a rising star, renowned for his mastery of spear techniques, known as the snake spear Rachel. Young Master Rachel need not be angered. The butcher has not questioned your Thornbird-esque credibility. Beside him, a rugged man with a spiky, hedgehog-like mane of crimson hair interjected. His physique was robust, muscles well-defined, and his bare torso was draped in a crimson coat adorned with a menacing demon tattoo. He was a solitary bounty hunter, seemingly brash in demeanor, but shrewd at heart, willing to go to any lengths for a reward. He had single-handedly taken down multiple targets with bounties exceeding 1,000,000, earning him a formidable reputation among his peers as the infamous Brand, the relentless pursuer. However, our trust in this traitorous naval captain was rather tenuous. Brand continued, expressing the disdain those who make a living at sea held for the slave-capturing crews. After all, no one could be certain they wouldn't fall victim themselves, only to be sold into a wretched life of servitude. This was particularly true for Macbeth, who bore the stain of treachery. Macbeth's face flushed with rage, nearly erupting before he forcefully quelled it, reminding himself to exercise restraint. Though these ruffians were insufferable, they were also unwitting allies in his quest for vengeance against Satan. Enduring their presence was a necessary evil. All right, everyone, let us keep our composure. We are here for profit. What good does bickering do? One voice piped up impatiently. It belonged to a diminutive figure, standing under 5 feet tall, with an absurdly large head that raised concerns about whether his frail body might collapse under its weight. Nevertheless, despite their misgivings about his appearance, none dared to underestimate him. He was a notorious assassin in the black market, known as the Cherry Blossom Demon, accompanied by his ever-present companions, the Headless Ghost and the Cursed Corpse. The trio was known for their formidable synergy, and they typically regarded others with disdain, attending gatherings merely to glean additional intelligence regarding their targets. As these scheming powerhouses engaged in heated debate within the camp, not far from their encampment, figures concealed in the branches of a great tree observed them intently. They were the first to arrive at Naga Island, the group led by Satan. Damn it. It seems there are indeed many scoundrels eyeing the young master's bounty. I wish to tear them all apart one by one, growled the ghost shark. Wielding a massive blade, his visage reminiscent of a sleek shark, brimming with murderous intent as if poised to strike at any moment. Humph. They are but a pitiful assembly driven by greed. True powerhouses do not act so rashly. Satan let out a cold scoff, his golden pupil narrowing slightly, clearly harboring no fondness for those scoundrels who sought to take advantage of the situation. My lord, shall we summon the creatures of the island? Kunmaru, who had just rejoined them, inquired. After all, this was the island where they had honed their skills for 6 long years, and countless formidable beasts had succumbed to Satan's might, becoming his allies. Should Satan desire it, with but a single command, the island's powerful beasts would rally to his side. No need for that. They are merely trifles. We can handle this ourselves, allowing us to display the might of the Tulip family to the world. If we incite a beastly uproar, all eyes will turn to Naga Island, which would spell disaster for the creatures residing there, subjecting them to the hunter's relentless pursuit, a risk not worth taking. Understood. Then let us proceed according to plan. Satan turned to glance at the few individuals behind him, the bloodthirsty Haydn, the erratic Deidara, the piercing-eyed Akatsuki, the fervent Karatsuchi, the mumbling Sanin, and the composed Titan, all of whom bore expressions of intense anticipation. Family, this battle heralds the resurrection of the Tulip clan from the flames. We shall declare to the world that the banner of the Tulip clan remains unyielding, and I, Satan, return as the sovereign. Let it be known. Chapter 60. The commencement of slaughter at the heart of the Naga Island's various faction camps. The butcher and his comrades were embroiled in heated discussions when suddenly a sharp sound sliced through the air. A massive flag pierced the tent's top and planted itself firmly in the central clearing. What is that? The swift reacting Haydn leapt aside, turning to face the flag standing ominously in the open space. As the tent's entrance was suddenly lifted by a gust of wind, a chill swept through, causing the flag to flap violently, unfurling before them. It was a black banner emblazoned with a fierce, blazing fire, at the center of which lay a skull, its jaws clenching a golden tulip that appeared to bloom from the flames. What manner of flag is this? The individuals inside the tent grew increasingly wary. Regardless of who had planted the flag, one thing was certain, it signified an enemy. The flaming skull flag of the Tulip clan, your harbinger of doom. A figure descended from the sky, landing in the center of the tent, exuding an air of authority. It was Douglas Satan, the young master of the Tulip clan. Ha. So you are the last scion of the Babylon kingdom. Truly, it seems that fortune has favored you without effort. The butcher raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, shattering the vessel in his hand as he brazenly declared, "Do not interfere. This one is mine to deal with." With that, he lunged forward, wielding a serrated blade aimed at Satan. How dare you disrupt our king? A flash of crimson lightning darted into the tent, intercepting the butcher's strike. A fierce duel erupted between him and Akatsuki, each exchanging rapid blows. Outside the tent, The camp reverberated with violent explosions and anguished screams. Dayara, riding atop his explosive clay bird, had unleashed a swarm of explosive grasshoppers, which rained down upon the enemy camp, detonating upon contact and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Such audacity! You dare seize our Thornbird's vessel! Rachel, the young master of the Thornbird Slave Capture Corps, steadied her spear and, with a feint, lunged towards Satan like a released arrow. Prepare to die. Yet Rachel's attack never reached its target. As a white-haired youth intercepted her with a bone sword, Karatsuchi, Satan's loyal guardian. Seeing the attacks from the butcher and Rachel thwarted, Brand could no longer remain passive. He glanced at Macbeth, seemingly urging him to engage Satan. However, Macbeth, fully aware of the Tulip clan's might, chose to remain indifferent, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Frustrated, Brand resolved to confront Satan alone, but before he could act, the tent was lifted, and Titan, the former captain of Satan's guard, entered with an imposing presence that rendered Brand immobile. Upon seeing Titan, Macbeth, still nursing old wounds, instinctively recoiled, abandoning any thoughts of ambushing Satan and opting to observe the unfolding battle instead. Though Macbeth hesitated, the others were undeterred. Haydn and his companions closed in on Satan, plunging the tent into chaotic conflict. The aftershocks of their battle rippled outward, tearing the tent asunder and revealing the entirety of the camp beyond. Art is an explosion. Let us revel in it. Dayara soared through the air on his great bird, exulting in the mayhem he wrought. Wherever he flew, destruction followed, engulfing the camp in flames and chaos. The stout Sanon, feeling the pressure of so many powerful allies around him, resolved not to be outdone. Transforming into a cloud of dust, he swiftly dispatched foes, snapping their necks with ease, or conjuring earthen walls and spikes to deliver devastating blows, leaving countless victims in his wake. As the battle raged on, the members of the Tulip clan displayed their formidable prowess, and the ranks of pirates and bounty hunters fell, some beginning to contemplate retreat. What good is a bounty if one does not live to claim it? With such thoughts, many survivors fled toward the coastline, desperate to escape the relentless pursuit of the Tulip clan. At last, it is my turn to strike. Positioned on the water's surface, Kisame brandished his sword, the Samahata, and began weaving hand signs. Water style, great waterfall technique. As he completed the signs, titanic waves surged from beneath, crashing down like a cascading waterfall toward the fleeing survivors. Yet, Kisame deemed this onslaught insufficient. Summoning technique, Thousand Sharks. With a single hand, he struck the towering wave, summoning forth a legion of sharks, their teeth glistening with menace. Surging forth with the tide, they tore through the water, their maws gaping wide, greedily advancing on the enemy. Blood sprayed as they ripped and devoured, turning the waters near the shore a deep crimson, transforming the area into a veritable hellscape. The chilling, anguished cries echoed, a futile lament against the sea's cruelty and indifference. To be weak is to be guilty. To dare offend the master as mere ants is a death sentence. Kisame inhaled the metallic scent of blood, a look of delight adorning his visage as he tread upon the crimson puddles, making his way toward the battlefield where Satan and his adversaries clashed. With casual swiftness, he wielded his blade, effortlessly severing flesh from his foes. The former encampment had been reduced to ruins, filled with mere cannon fodder and numerous formidable warriors engaged in combat. In the midst of battle, Rachel, engaged in a duel with Kimimaro, suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, her marksmanship transforming into an unpredictable enigma. The spear in her grasp twisted and coiled like a serpent, with each thrust imbued with an overwhelming intent to pierce through all. Kimimaro found himself ensnared in dire straits. Not far from their skirmish, Satan was besieged by the trio known as the Thin Cherry Ghosts. With an ethereal grace, the Thin Cherry Ghost moved like fleeting cherry blossoms descending from the heavens. Armed with a short dagger, he flitted around Satan with uncanny speed, poised to deliver a fatal strike. The Headless Ghost, a dual-wielding swordsman, displayed a semblance of normalcy, yet from the onset of the battle, he fought with a fervor akin to madness, relentlessly attacking and willing to trade injuries to leave his mark on Satan, a true embodiment of ruthlessness. However, the most detestable among them was the Cursed Corpse Ghost, wielding a misty black iron sword. While the sword itself posed no issue, the ghost's innate abilities were far more troubling. He infused his blade with countless curses, and each time Satan blocked an attack, it felt as if he were succumbing to a curse, experiencing sudden weakness or inexplicable fatigue, a most vexing adversary. Chapter 61. Penetrating the Five Fingers on Naga Island. The coastal region had transformed into a zone of life demise, where the air was thick with bloodlust, and the silent wails of the departed echoed with resentment. A chilling wind swept through, as if cursing the mortal realm. Akane, brandishing Muramesa, was enveloped by a myriad of cursed seals emanating from her blade. forming intricate and beautiful patterns upon her skin, rendering her akin to a fallen elf of the night, exuding an aura of mysterious allure. Yet, beneath this enigma lay a palpable thirst for blood. Empowered by the cursed seals, her physical capabilities surged to extraordinary heights, both in strength and swiftness, positioning her among the elite swordsmen upon the seas. I shall traverse the shadows, vanquishing all foes that hinder my master's path. Perhaps influenced by the dark essence of the cursed seals, or perhaps a manifestation of her own shadowy nature, her presence became elusive and inscrutable, flitting between reality and the void, thriving as dusk approached. In her grip, Muramesa gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, the flashes of her blade akin to the scythe of death, carving deep wounds upon the lone wolf butcher. Despite being a formidable force upon the waters, he found himself utterly defenseless against the unpredictable Akane, forced to fight with desperation. Meanwhile, on another front, the battlefield of Titan and Brand. Penetrating hand-eye, meteor stab as Brand engaged in a fierce struggle with Titan. He suddenly concentrated his power in his index finger, launching a lightning-quick thrust. His fingertip, hardened with overwhelming force, pierced through Titan's body with ease, akin to puncturing soft tofu, leaving no defense against the might of his attack. This was the martial technique known as the penetrating hand, a skill honed through relentless trainings, capable of breaching even the toughest of defenses. This prowess earned him the title of Brand the Penetrator. A flicker of astonishment crossed Titan's eyes, as he had always relied on his formidable beastly form and overpowering aura to dominate his opponents. He had never anticipated encountering someone capable of effortlessly breaching his defenses. Penetrating hand 2. Shattered Star Strike with the upper hand. Brand pressed his advantage, gathering strength in his middle finger for an even more forceful thrust aimed at Titan. Unlike the meteor stab, the Shattered Star Strike not only penetrated defenses but also unleashed a shattering force. Upon impact, Titan's body resembled shattered glass, the force exploding forth, pulverizing the muscles of his abdomen and obscuring him in a spray of blood. Titan emitted a primal roar, one not befitting a human, as this day marked the rise of the Tulip family under the leadership of his master. There was no way he could afford to disgrace himself here. He straightened his posture once more, the advantages of his beast fruit abilities manifesting as his remarkable recovery surged forth, rendering his previous injuries trivial as his imposing aura enveloped him anew. Armed with the weaponized body, Ape King's Spear Titan surged forward like a bulldozer, forcing Brand to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, he clasped his fists together and struck Brand squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air, the sound of shattering bones echoing. "You have enraged me." Brand, a martial powerhouse in his own right, remained undeterred by his injuries, his fiery red hair standing on end as his aura flared. Penetrating hand 3, Comet Spin Strike leaping high, he spun rapidly around his ring finger, propelled by a powerful wind as he launched himself at Titan. "I am not to be trifled with." Titan, witnessing Brand's technique, experienced a sudden flash of inspiration and, embracing spontaneity, mirrored the motion, spinning with clenched fists, his iron fists stirring the winds to clash violently with Brand's strike. With a thunderous crash, both combatants were sent reeling like two colliding tops, their bones creaking under the strain. "Delightful." Again, Titan roared excitedly, his spirit rejuvenated as he spun once more, charging at Brand like a tornado, shouting out whimsical names for his imagined techniques. Ape King Whirlwind Strike such a monster. Brand, noticeably fatigued from the two collisions, struggled to muster his strength against Titan's relentless assault. Penetrating hand 4. Starbreaker Slash he formed his hand into a blade, channeling all his might into a fierce downward slash, unleashing a brilliant azure strike several meters long that intercepted Titan's spiral assault. Where their attacks collided, the air churned violently, sweeping everything in their vicinity away, rivaling the prowess of the greatest swordsman. Let this strike determine our fate. With Titan's attack deflected, Brand stood tall, his eyes gleaming with determination. This opponent's sheer physical strength had proven to be a grave miscalculation in his choice of adversary. That is precisely my intent. Titan suddenly transformed once more, becoming a colossal ape king nearly 10 meters tall, marking his inaugural use of the animalistic beast form. In this feral guise, Titan did not forget to harden his entire body with an aura of dominance. With a powerful leap, his immense frame surged forth like a streak of light. The Ape King's spear, maximum cycle, pierced through the hand as fivefold. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Titan's massive form, Brand's warrior pride erupted within him. He chose not to flee or evade but to confront the formidable assault head-on. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, he unleashed his most potent technique, channeling his energy into his right hand, where sinews and bones surged forth, forming intricate and exquisite patterns. He collided violently with Titan, resembling a cannonball being fired. The cataclysmic impact, akin to a comet crashing into the earth, captured the attention of all present as a powerful gust nearly engulfed the battlefield, carving a deep pit nearly 100 meters wide into the ground. Suddenly, a figure could no longer withstand the force and was brutally hurled away. Crashing through several large trees, stirring up clouds of dust, it was Brand. In comparison to Titan, who had consumed the animal-type devil fruit, his physique proved somewhat lacking, ultimately succumbing under the final strike. Brand's body became ensnared within a shattered tree, his bones shattered, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His organs lay devastated by Titan's overwhelming force. Truly, greed should not be indulged. Struggling, Brand turned to glance at the distant Satan, still engaged in a fierce battle. Murmuring to himself, undoubtedly, the family reborn from the flames of adversity. Everything commences after an ending, where life and death intertwine, and beginnings and conclusions overlap. Ultimately, all shall fade into oblivion, like a mirrored reflection. The strong, endowed with the qualities of a king, shall surely reign supreme in the heavens. At last, amidst a tumult of remorseful emotions, he drew his final breath, his eyelids drooping, as his soul dissipated into the cosmos. The ocean churned with relentless waves. Numerous daredevils fighting fiercely, each wave more formidable than the last, as all that was aged, decayed, and desolate would be supplanted by the new generation of heroes. Chapter 62. The Undying Marquis. Having defeated Brand, Titan's mind momentarily relaxed, reverting to his human form. A sweet metallic taste rising in his throat as he let out a low groan, gasping for breath. Young master, I shall steadfastly follow in your footsteps, serving you devotedly. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Tulip family will rise once more. This ambush allowed Titan to gain a deeper understanding of Satan's spirit and ambition, solidifying his loyalty to the Tulip family name. He straightened slightly, clenched his fists, and charged toward the remaining foes. Not far from Titan, Satan faced the intense assault of the trio known as the Thin Cherry Ghosts. These 3 were indeed formidable figures in the assassin world, exhibiting clear roles and seamless cooperation. Even with his greatly enhanced strength, Satan did not dare to underestimate their coordinated onslaught. Among them, the Headless Ghost was evidently the main attacker. Wielding dual katanas with piercing precision and ruthless methods, often employing a strategy of trading wounds, embodying a reckless fanatic. Yet he posed the least threat to Satan in direct combat. The Cursed Corpse Ghost moved stealthily, brandishing an ostensibly ordinary yet cursed sword of mysterious iron. Lurking around the battlefield, poised for a surprise attack. Initially unaware, Satan suffered several sneak assaults, incurring notable losses. Each strike left him inexplicably weakened, as though his vitality had been abruptly siphoned away, a consequence of the Cursed Corpse Ghost's debilitating curse. However, this was not the most troubling aspect. Most of Satan's focus was devoted to the elusive Thin Cherry Ghost, a true top-tier assassin, concealed in various corners of the battleground, appearing and disappearing at will. His singular strike nearly pierced Satan's heart, presenting a formidable threat. Seizing the moment while Satan was preoccupied with guarding against the Thin Cherry Ghost, the Headless Ghost crossed his dual blades and unleashed a ferocious strike, unleashing waves of azure slashes that lunged towards Satan like a descending tiger. Satan had to summon his spirit to respond, his body darting like a fleeting light, skillfully evading the successive strikes. Occasionally, he would unleash a punch to shatter the unavoidable blows. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed by the onslaught of the Headless Spectre. What misfortune it was to encounter such a formidable assassin. This was far from the anticipated battle of overwhelming force. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Satan pondered deeply within, having pushed his observation abilities to their utmost limits. Yet, the figure of the elusive Hakushaku seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving no trace of presence to detect. It appeared that in order to eliminate these 3 assassins, the key lay in luring out the concealed Hakushaku, while the other 2 posed a nuisance. They were not formidable enough to warrant significant concern. To draw out Hakushaku, it was imperative to create a situation where he felt assured of a lethal strike. Thus, one must embrace the risk. Without the willingness to sacrifice, one cannot capture the elusive. With this resolve, I shall venture forth, treating this endeavor as a test of the newfound abilities bestowed by the Tree of Life. As Satan had resolved within himself, his movements gradually slowed. When the executioner once again lunged with his blade, Satan feigned weakness, his actions becoming increasingly languid, his body swaying unsteadily. He barely evaded the executioner's lethal strikes at the last possible moment. Ha ha ha, little demon, your end is near. The executioner bellowed, his attacks growing ever more frenzied. The glint of his blade lighting up the air as if intending to rend Satan into 1,000 pieces. What enmity do you bear towards me? Why must you seek my demise? Satan shouted in fury, his voice laden with confusion and indignation, attempting to ensnare his adversary with words. Heh, little demon. How naive you are. Seizing the opportunity presented by Satan's seemingly clumsy evasions, the cursed specter moved with the swiftness of lightning, passing by Satan in a blur. His iron sword sliced through Satan's waist, inflicting a gruesome wound that nearly severed him in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bounty is mine. The executioner exclaimed with exhilaration, delivering a decisive blow to Satan's chest that sent him hurtling away. Satan staggered several steps backward, his body falling heavily to the ground. Blood streaming from his chest and waist. His eyelashes quivered slightly, and he thought to himself, having paid such a steep price, why does that scoundrel not make a move? Just as Satan was enveloped in astonishment, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared behind him, a sharp dagger piercing swiftly into his back. It is over, little demon. The slender Sakura ghost, delighting in the success of his attack, felt an involuntary sense of relaxation wash over him. It should be you who meets your end. A voice, reminiscent of the whispers of death, abruptly resonated. The seemingly vanquished Satan pivoted suddenly, seizing the Sakura ghost by the throat with his left hand. How can this be? Astonishment consumed the face of the Sakura ghost. How could someone, pierced through the heart, still be alive? Satan's disheveled black hair danced defiantly in the cold wind, the corners of his mouth curling slightly to reveal a chillingly malevolent smile. His heterochromatic eyes sparkled with a fervent light, while traces of crimson blood lingered on his lips. Hakuki gazed intently at Satan's youthful visage, momentarily entranced, almost convinced that the being before him was a true demon risen from the depths of hell. Satan grasped the throat of the phantom cherry blossom with his left hand, while his right hand rose, blood surging through his veins. Ethereal golden dragon phantoms spiraled around his right fist, ascending in a magnificent display. With a powerful punch, the air resonated with the roar of dragons, an overwhelming force striking the phantom cherry blossom squarely in the chest. His body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters through the air. The sound of shattering bones echoed as his chest caved in, nearly collapsing in upon itself. The phantom cherry blossom, witnessing his inseparable companion being gravely injured by Satan. The headless demon let out a furious roar, charging forward with twin blades, resembling an enraged bull. You bastard, I shall shred you to pieces. The onslaught of the headless demon came like a tempest. However, having eliminated the greatest threat, Satan remained unfazed. Calmly, he lifted his right fist and unleashed a mighty blow. Before him, the force of his punch surged forth like a tornado, accompanied by the resounding cries of dragons. This formidable momentum swept away the headless demon's strikes with ease. And in the same breath, the headless demon himself vanished into the tempest of fist winds. Are you immortal? The cursed corpse demon involuntarily stepped back, exclaiming in disbelief as he witnessed the phantom cherry blossom and the headless demon fall one after the other to Satan's might. Indeed, I am none other than the immortal Marquis Douglas Satan. Step by step, Satan advanced toward him, his presence formidable, though a charming smile adorned his face. An inexplicable chill permeated the air. The wounds upon his body began to writhe, sprouting new flesh with astonishing rapidity. Even the fatal injury that had pierced his heart began to heal gradually, resembling a true immortal monster. A man destined to command the seas. The radiant, heterochromatic eyes of Satan glimmered, whispering within the depths of his heart. Chapter 63. The Judgment of Life and Death. As dusk approached, a chilling wind howled, causing Satan's garments to flutter ominously. He advanced step by step towards the cursed corpse demon, a smile spreading across his face. Are you prepared to accept judgment? Confronted by the formidable presence of Satan, the cursed corpse demon felt a shiver of trepidation coursing through him, sapping his spirit. This was, of course, a consequence of their usual reliance on the support of the other two demons. Without them, he felt even more vulnerable. His body involuntarily retreated, casting furtive glances at the distant, incapacitated figures of the pale cherry blossom demon and the headless demon, suddenly making a resolute decision. He abruptly discarded his iron sword and, with a thud, knelt before Satan. Lord Satan, we were blind and have offended you. I implore you to grant us mercy. The cursed corpse demon pressed his forehead to the ground, signifying his submission, fearful that even the slightest misstep might incite Satan's displeasure. At that moment, those who had dealt with the other adversaries, including the crimson-eyed demon, gathered around, standing silently behind Satan, awaiting their master's decision. Satan let out a chuckle, casting a glance at the fallen thin cherry ghost and headless ghost in the distance. Suddenly, a wicked amusement stirred within him. You wish to survive? Very well. Eliminate those two, and I shall grant you your freedom. The voice of Satan was as cold as iron, his hands buried deep in his pockets, his expression fierce. and his heterochromatic eyes filled with a cruel malice. Upon hearing Satan's decree, the cursed corpse demon trembled slightly, memories of their shared existence flickering through his mind like scenes from a silent film. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze fixed on Satan with unwavering resolve. "You are a formidable force upon the seas. Why must you humiliate us so? This is the price one must pay for offending the Tulip family." Satan's voice was akin to the harsh sound of iron scraping against iron in the frigid winter, cold and merciless. "I understand that to defy the powerful comes with a cost." The cursed corpse demon pondered momentarily before responding in a somber tone. Abruptly, he seized a nearby iron sword and slashed it across his throat, tears streaming down his face, yet his voice soared with fervor. "This price I shall bear alone. I only beseech you to spare my companions." In a desperate attempt to atone for his actions with his own life, the cursed corpse demon sought to sacrifice himself, pleading with Satan to grant mercy to the Sakura ghost and the headless ghost. However, his intentions were thwarted, despite the swiftness of his self-destructive motion. The sword aimed at his throat was intercepted by a katana. The cursed corpse demon opened his eyes in astonishment, his expression one of bewilderment. "Curse it! If I cannot defeat you, must I also be denied my own death? Why? Why do you save me?" It was Akashimo who thwarted his attempt, her face devoid of emotion as she cast a glance at the kneeling cursed corpse demon, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. "This is not an act of salvation, it is simply that before the young master, no one can take matters into their own hands, not even in death." With that, Akashimo turned her attention to Satan, awaiting his decision. The era of heroes was on the cusp of dawning. Satan adjusted his collar, leaning in to gaze into the eyes of the cursed corpse, whispering into his ear, "To be weak is to be guilty. The feeble can only scuttle about like ants, barely clinging to existence, deprived even of the solace of death and the gift of freedom." He straightened, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering at the corner of his eye. "Initially, I had no intention of leaving a single soul alive on this island tonight. However, I have since changed my mind." Satan cast a glance at Chitong, then turned to survey Titan, Sinin, and Deidara, who stood behind him. A sudden, warm smile blossomed on his face, and the atmosphere around them seemed to lighten. "I admire your courage. Those who are willing to protect their companions with their lives deserve respect." After speaking, Satan gently helped the cursed corpse rise from the ground, patting his shoulder before departing. The members of the Tulip family followed suit, each passing by him with a glimmer of respect in their eyes, showing no disdain for his earlier plea for survival. The cursed corpse trembled violently, his heart racing, as he gazed longingly at Satan's retreating figure. "Master Satan, we three spirits are willing to serve the Tulip family. Please accept us." Satan paused in his stride, casting a sidelong glance at him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Go save your comrades. Their injuries are grave. As for joining the Tulip family, rest assured, you will be contacted in due time." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, tension still crackled in the air as Junmaru and the serpent gun Rachel remained locked in a fierce struggle. The snake-like, deceptive shots of Rachel's long spear twisted in his hands, launching unpredictable attacks that were nearly impossible to counter. Fortunately, Junmaru, possessing exceptional physical prowess, managed to engage him in close combat, expertly evading Rachel's onslaught. Had his opponent been Deidara, he would have been reduced to ashes by a merciless explosion long ago. Utilizing his bloodline limit, Junmaru sprouted numerous bone spikes, allowing him to withstand the impact while simultaneously striking back at close range. His movements were graceful and agile, akin to a dance, effortlessly dodging Rachel's attacks. As he witnessed his allies falling one after another to the might of the Tulip family, a sense of panic began to engulf Rachel. Desperation overtook him as he unleashed his full power upon his spear, summoning the phantom of a colossal python that lunged ferociously at Junmaru. "Have you lost your mind? Such foolishness." Junmaru remained remarkably composed, never wasting an ounce of energy during battle. With a mere body flicker, he evaded Rachel's assault, appearing several meters away with ease. Watching his ultimate technique fail and realizing that the other formidable members of the Tulip family were closing in, Rachel teetered on the brink of despair, his demeanor growing increasingly frantic. With a thunderous shout, he rallied his remaining strength, amplifying his speed and power exponentially. In an instant, he thrust forth dozens of strikes, the powerful gusts of his spear swirling like a horde of entwined serpents, overwhelming in their might. Faced with Rachel's desperate counterattack, Junmaru was compelled to take the situation seriously. A multitude of bones erupted before him, forming a towering wall nearly 100 meters high that completely repelled Rachel's assault, leaving Junmaru unscathed behind the bone barrier. After successfully defending against the attack, Junmaru's pupils dilated in shock as he suddenly vanished from sight, realizing that Rachel's grand display was merely a ruse. Seizing the opportunity while Junmaru was preoccupied with defense, Rachel had made a swift escape toward the shoreline. Enraged by Rachel's cowardly retreat, Jummaru unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles, each one piercing through Rachel's weakened form, leaving him sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated. As Jummaru approached the fallen Rachel, the glint of the bone spikes in his palm radiated a chilling intent. No, please, don't. Sensing the imminent approach of death, Rachel's pride and dignity crumbled. He flailed desperately, trying to distance himself from his fate. Jummaru, however, harbored no mercy for his adversary, steadily advancing until he stood before Rachel, the bone spikes raised high, ready to deliver his sentence. Please, you mustn't kill me. Rachel's composure shattered as he faced the specter of death. My father is Child, the leader of the Thornbird, wielding immense power and an extensive network both in the world government and the underworld. If you kill me, you will surely face dire consequences. Jummaru hesitated momentarily, uninterested in the threats of power and influence. Yet, given that Master Satan aimed to rejuvenate the family, it was prudent to minimize troublesome enemies. Seeing Jummaru's hesitation, Rachel believed his threat had taken effect and cautiously continued to negotiate. You wouldn't want to bring trouble to your family, would you? Spare me, and I will offer compensation, gold, treasures, anything you desire. Humph. Jummaru, what are you hesitating for? This is not like you. The cold, ruthless voice of Satan echoed, seemingly inquiring of Jummaru, yet it unmistakably rendered Rachel's death sentence. Understood, Master. Jummaru, who revered Satan as a deity, received the command. His emerald-hued eyes suddenly radiated a fierce killing intent. In a flash, a crimson arc cut through the air, severing Rachel's head from her body. Well, what a merciless little brother. I absolutely adore you rascals. Daedara laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the explosive work he had just executed. His mood was evidently buoyant as he licked his lips with a serpentine tongue, appearing insatiable. It seems that following the master will surely bring ample enjoyment. Kisame, having just dispatched numerous foes, was evidently satiated and expressed his satisfaction with Satan's decree. Master, we are still in flight. Is it truly wise to offend the nightingale? After all, killing Rachel has turned this into a matter of life and death. Only Akatsuki displayed a hint of concern. Since Satan had previously knelt before Reiji to save her, Akatsuki had become particularly sensitive to any situation that might threaten Satan. It is of no consequence. Satan cast a reassuring glance at Chitong and then spoke, to rise upon the vast ocean, who does not tread upon the countless bones accumulated through blood and fire. A mere slave-catching brigade is of little consequence. My ambitions extend far beyond this. The wind by the seaside howled fiercely, causing Satan's unruly hair to dance wildly. The clouds above were laden with gloom, casting flickering shadows across Satan's face, rendering his expression a tapestry of light and darkness. Prepare yourselves, gather your strength. While the news remains uncirculated, we shall embark on another grand endeavor. I intend to make the world aware that though the kingdom of Babylon has fallen, the banner of the Tulip family still waves proudly. Ah, such an exuberant young master, he chuckled. I am perpetually yearning for blood, am I not, Jiaoji? The ghostly shark bared its sharp teeth, a smile brimming with delight upon its face, as it gently caressed the great sword resting on its shoulder. As if greeting an old friend. Let us set forth. Satan led the way toward the shore, followed closely by the others. In the golden glow of the setting sun, their shadows gently overlapped and melded into one. Behind them, amidst a sea of corpses, the fiery skull flag of the Tulip family fluttered proudly in the wind, making a haunting sound. On the 13th island of the Shambadi archipelago, situated in the lawless region, lay the Shakirel bar. Esther's lay quietly in bed, having been removed from the ice for 5 days, yet remained in a state of unconsciousness, her brow slightly furrowed, perhaps haunted by nightmares. Shaki sat by her bedside, watching over her. Perhaps due to her own childlessness, Shaki regarded Esther's with an unusual tenderness, feeling an inexplicable compassion and affection for this girl who had narrowly escaped calamity. Suddenly, after lying in a deep stupor, Esther's fingers trembled slightly. Shaki, who had been intently observing her, noticed the change and felt a surge of excitement. Could this poor child finally be awakening? At last, Esther stirred and slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a stranger. Taking in her unfamiliar surroundings, she instinctively reached for her sword, only to find nothing but emptiness. As she attempted to sit up, her weakened body betrayed her, causing her to tumble back onto the bed. Do not move, you are safe here. Witnessing Esther's instinctive defensiveness, Shaki felt a pang of sympathy. Poor child, how much suffering had she endured? Gently, she pressed down on Esther's shoulder, looking into her sky-blue eyes with earnestness. I mean you no harm. Please allow me to explain. Esther's resisted, striving to rise, but the gentle yet immovable hand on her shoulder revealed the strength of her captor. A master, an exceptional master, Esther's mused inwardly, yielding and lying back down, opting for caution in this uncertain situation. What a clever girl, Shaki thought, admiring Esther's vigilance and composure. You are in the Shambadi archipelago. I am the owner of this bar. You were rescued from the sea by my staff while encased in ice. Releasing her grip on Esther's, Shaki continued, we have freed you from the ice. And 5 days have passed since then. Thank you. Esther's expression softened slightly, recognizing the sincerity in Shaki's voice. She realized her previous reaction had been overzealous. Thank you for saving me. Determinately, Esther sat up, searching for her sword, Durandal. Understanding her unspoken need, Shaki turned and retrieved the beautiful sword, handing it to Esther's. As Esther's took hold of Durandal, a sense of solace washed over her, her entire demeanor transforming into one of tranquility. She lifted her gaze, her blue eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. You know who I am, do you not? Ah, you are indeed sharp. Shaki chuckled softly, placing a hand on Esther's forehead. I do know your identity. You are Princess Esther's of the recently fallen Babylon kingdom. However, you are still quite weak, and it is crucial that you eat. Once you regain your strength, I will share everything you wish to know. The intricate dynamics between women are truly remarkable. Within the span of a single meal, the once wary Esther's relaxed, clearly placing her trust in Shaki. Now, feel free to ask whatever you desire. Shaki leaned against the bar, casually twirling a cigarette between her fingers, exhaling rings of smoke with pride. I possess nearly all the information about the sea. And Shaki, you just mentioned that the Babylon kingdom has fallen? How long ago did this occur? After her meal, Esther's appeared somewhat revitalized, her pallor less pronounced. Nonetheless, as she inquired about her homeland, her countenance remained strikingly calm, devoid of any outward emotion. It happened 15 days ago. The big MOM pirate crew destroyed the Babylon kingdom. You should prepare yourself for the news. Your father, King Danver of Babylon, was killed while attempting to defend White Dragon City from big MOM's onslaught. Observing the effort Esther's made to maintain her composure, Shaki felt an unbidden sorrow in her heart. She sighed and continued, yet he was indeed a hero, sacrificing himself to save White Dragon City. You should be proud of him. I am not saddened, Esther's replied, her body trembling slightly as she fixed her gaze upon Shaki. My father taught me from a young age about the law of the jungle. There are no eternal kingdoms nor immortal emperors at sea. Though she claimed to feel no sorrow, the tightly clenched fist, with veins visibly protruding, betrayed the anguish she concealed within. Do you have news of the other royals? Your mother, Princess Catherine, was also found deceased on the battlefield of Amsterdam, confirmed as fallen. Though reluctant, Shaki felt compelled to share another harsh reality. Esther's shoulders shook violently, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Despite her mental preparation, the sudden revelation of her parents' demise shattered her facade of strength. Shaki stepped away from the bar, sitting beside her, pulling her into an embrace and gently patting her shoulder. It's okay to cry, child. Shaki's maternal instincts surged forth, and she held Esther's close, soothing her as the young woman let her pent-up emotions surge forth in a torrent of tears. It's all right, let it all out. After a considerable while, Esther's began to regain her composure, her deep blue eyes slightly reddened, a hint of embarrassment lingering on her face. However, this emotional release only deepened her trust in Shaki. Aunt Shaki, do you have any news about my brother? Esther's asked, her voice trembling with fear of further bad tidings. Interestingly enough, I just received intelligence regarding your brother today. A faint smile graced Shaki's face. 5 days ago, rumors began circulating in the underworld that your brother would appear on Nago Island. Pirates, slave traders, assassins, bounty hunters, and various opportunists have flocked to the island. Those scoundrels. Without waiting for Shaki to finish, Esther's abruptly stood, drawing her sword and preparing to depart. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Shaki quickly grabbed Esther's, continuing, however, this morning. News from the underworld indicated that the shores of Naga Island have become a sea of blood and corpses. Almost all the opportunists who set foot on the island have perished, leaving behind only the fiery skull flag of the Tulip family. What? Is that true? His death was overwhelmed with excitement. News from survivors revealed that your brother, Douglas Satan, led several formidable warriors to conduct a bloody massacre against the various factions that had landed on the island. Except for a few minor players, all the powerful individuals who had descended upon the island met their demise. This was splendid news, truly splendid. His death was on the verge of madness from her exhilaration. The mere knowledge that her last remaining kin had survived was enough to elate her, not to mention that he had taken up the banner of the Tulip family. Reports from survivors claimed that they witnessed your brother, Satan, being stabbed in the heart on Naga Island, yet miraculously not perishing, which has since led to the underground world circulating his title as the Undying Marquis. Truly remarkable. He is indeed my capable brother, unlike me, who feels utterly useless. Silly child, your ability to escape such peril is a stroke of luck. What more could you desire? By the way, how did you end up encased in ice? Drifting to the Shambadi archipelago? I was stationed at Heisenberg when I was defeated by the chef of the big MOM pirate crew, long bread, and cast into the sea. At that moment, I had already lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself aboard a slave ship. Shaki patted Esteth's shoulder, urging her to continue. I had lost my combat ability and had no choice but to endure and secretly heal my wounds. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the slave ship encountered a storm, and it sank. I had to encase myself in ice to survive. What a clever young lady you are. A voice echoed from the doorway as an elderly man carrying a bottle of wine entered. Ah, who are you? Upon seeing the old man, Esteth gasped in astonishment. You are Silver's Rayleigh, the right hand of the pirate king. Ha ha ha, merely a title. Rayleigh chuckled and settled onto the sofa. It was he who rescued you from the sea, dear Esteth. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Esteth bowed respectfully to Rayleigh and then suddenly, with utmost seriousness, asked, Can you teach me to become stronger? Why do you wish to grow stronger? Rayleigh casually took a swig of his drink, not gazing at Esteth's expression. To once again raise the Tulip family banner and to survive in this brutal world. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Rayleigh, pressing down on Esteth like a volcanic eruption. Within a moment, she found herself drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if her very spirit was slipping away. Hold on, I must endure. Esteth gritted her teeth, understanding that this was Rayleigh's test for her. She fought with all her might against the overwhelming pressure, clinging to the hope of becoming stronger. Only the powerful can stand firm in this world. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger. Finally, after what felt like centuries, the pressure receded like a tide. Esteth momentarily relaxed her spirit, her body swaying as if on the verge of collapse, nearly losing consciousness. In the haze, a thunderous voice rang in her ears. I accept you, my disciple. Upon hearing this voice, Esteth completely released her tension and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 66. Luluja Island as night descended. Luluja Island in the Grand Line plunged into darkness, the dense coconut trees swaying ominously in the wind, their rustling particularly pronounced amidst the tranquil shadows. This small summer island, spanning merely 10 square kilometers, served as the private retreat of the Hussein family and the headquarters of the Lion King's organization, one of the dark powers of the Grand Line. The choice of Luluja Island as their stronghold speaks to its unique characteristics. Despite its small size, the island is surrounded on 3 sides by treacherous reefs and turbulent undercurrents, ensuring that any ill-fated ship attempting to land here would find no burial place. Only the southern side offers a gentle terrain, utilized by the Lion King's organization as their harbor, heavily fortified and difficult to assault. Near the harbor lies a small shipyard, accommodating over 20 warships and numerous patrol vessels, tasked with safeguarding Luluja Island's perimeter. Close to the shipyard, for watchtowers, each several dozen meters high, stand vigilant, manned by sentinels monitoring the sea around the clock. As the stronghold of a dark force, the island is teeming with guards and skilled fighters, supported by a meticulous security system. Towering coconut trees cast shifting shadows, concealing countless hidden sentinels. At the heart of the island stands an opulent winery, ostensibly the vacation retreat of Sir Hussein, yet beneath this estate lies an extensive underground complex, the true heart of the Lion King's organization. At this moment, in a secret chamber of the underground kingdom, several high-ranking members of the Lion King's organization convene for a meeting. Seated at the head of the table is none other than Hussein, the leader of the Lion King's organization, who commands nearly a third of the underground market in the Grand Line. Now in his 50s, he wears a congenial smile resembling that of a leisurely nobleman. However, only those who truly know him can comprehend his terrifying nature. He is a master of deception, and any who underestimate him may find themselves facing dire consequences. Behold, this is the news we received today. The Douglas family scion has narrowly escaped and is beginning to stir up trouble. Truly a reckless young fool. Hussein tossed a report onto the table before the other members. Those present were the leading figures of the Lion King's organization, renowned powers of the seas. To Hussein's left sat a robust middle-aged man, who snatched the report from the table to scrutinize it. He was Hussein's younger brother, Dismazen, the strategist of the Lion King's organization. We must not underestimate him, brother. At the tender age of 12, he displayed the audacity to orchestrate the downfall of his pursuers. If we allow him to mature unchecked, he could become a significant threat. I propose we eliminate him immediately. No, boss, I hold a differing opinion, spoke a voluptuous woman, one of the 4 senior officials of the Lion King's organization, Hestia. Beautiful yet venomous, she was astute and adept at ingratiating herself, earning her the moniker of the Beautiful Serpent, and was a favored confidant of Hussein. Share your thoughts. Hussein welcomed differing opinions from his trusted associates. This little brat may have killed nearly all of his would-be assailants and seemingly escaped peril, yet he has made a grave miscalculation. Oh, what is it? Hussein leaned forward, intrigued, clearly valuing Hestia's insight. He is far too naive, believing that by eliminating a few minions he can intimidate the powerful. Oblivious to the number of significant forces he has offended due to this massacre, I suspect that numerous influential figures at sea are already enraged, given that thousands have perished on Naga Island. Thus, we need only sit back and enjoy the show. Others will naturally seek retribution against him. Another lean man interjected. One of the senior officials, Xiao Yin, cradling a sniper rifle in his arms and sporting goggles over his left eye, known for his calm demeanor as a marksman. That perspective holds some merit. Hussein lifted his smoke pipe, took a leisurely puff, and elegantly exhaled a cloud of smoke, lightly tapping it on the table. He then turned his gaze toward the last person in the conference room. Doff, what are your thoughts? Listening to the boss, I am merely responsible for taking action. Doff replied in a deep, resonant voice. He was a robust man, exuding a formidable aura, with a towering battle axe resting beside him, a symbol of his stature as the last senior official of the Lion King organization. As for Nicholson, one of the 4 senior officials of the Lion King organization, he had already met his demise at the hands of Satan long before the conflict commenced in Amsterdam. While the higher-ups of the Lion King organization convened in an underground chamber, a peculiar large white bird soared over the sea, gliding over docks, ports, coconut groves, and estates, beginning to circle above Lineage Island, surveying everything beneath. After a prolonged aerial reconnaissance, the bird descended towards the ocean. As it swept past the lookout tower near the docks, countless tiny white spiders cascaded from its body, carried by the wind. On the lookout tower, several watchmen remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the distant waters, missing not a whisper of movement. Suddenly, one watchman felt an itch on his neck, sensing something crawling. Oh no, there's a spider. Another watchman whispered urgently, alerting him. The afflicted watchman swatted at his neck, attempting to locate the source of his discomfort, but found nothing. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed several white spiders clinging to the necks of his companions. You all have peculiar spiders on your necks. Just as he spoke, a low rumble of an explosion resonated, and the white spiders on the watchmen's necks detonated, severing several of their heads in an instant. Blood sprang forth as the watchman collapsed silently. The white bird in the sky swooped past the other 3 lookout towers, repeating its grim task by releasing countless white spiders. Amidst the barely audible explosions, one after another, the watchman fell, drenched in blood and wearing expressions of shock. It was utterly unimaginable that anyone would dare disrupt the headquarters of the Lion King organization, effortlessly dismantling the outermost layer of defense on Lineage Island. The white bird, having completed its mission, emitted a joyful cry and flapped its wings toward the sea. Beneath it, Lineage Island lay in tranquil silence, deeply concealing the darkness and evil of the Lion King organization, blissfully unaware of the impending storm of bloodshed and the ominous melody of death about to commence. Chapter 67. Tactical arrangements on the surface of the sea south of Lineage Island. A sailboat stealthily navigated toward the shore under the cover of night. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed through the air as a large white bird landed on the deck, from which a boy with golden braids jumped down, attracting the attention of everyone aboard. Young master, the mission is accomplished, the golden-haired youth exclaimed eagerly, revealing himself as Didera, a member of the Tulip family. It appeared that Satan, having vanquished a host of pursuers on Naga Island, was still unsatisfied with such a victory. To proclaim the enduring strength of the Tulip family's banner, he resolved to carry out another significant task before anyone could react, to eradicate the Lion King organization. Thus, after leaving Naga Island, they hastened their journey to Lineage Island, with Didera being the first dispatched to gather intelligence. What is the situation? How's the island's defense? Upon Didera's return, Satan could no longer contain his bubbling excitement and inquired anxiously. The defenses are quite formidable. Numerous guards patrol around the mansion at the island's center, and several hidden sentinels lurk amidst the coconut groves. The docks near the coast are also heavily guarded. Should we attempt a direct landing, we would be immediately detected. Didera began detailing the island's defenses, a hint of pride in his tone. However, I've already eliminated all the watchmen without alerting anyone. So we can still approach the shore discreetly. Well done. Satan wore a satisfied smile, pleased with Didara's performance. He had not anticipated that the usually whimsical character would execute tasks with such meticulousness. Master, please spare me from dealing with the lowly minions this time. I yearn for a worthy opponent, remarked Kisame Hashigaki, evidently feeling that Satan's previous assignment of intercepting deserters at sea was far too trivial. Rest assured. There are plenty of formidable adversaries on the island, said Sinan, introducing the island's powerful figures, urging everyone to prepare themselves mentally lest they underestimate their upcoming challenges. Satan, acknowledging the moment, turned to introduce Sinan to the formidable individuals of the Lion King organization. After all, the 7 deadly sins had previously undertaken the task of monitoring the dynamics of the underground world in the Rain Sea, possessing an intimate understanding of the intelligence regarding the Lion King organization. The leader of the Lion King organization is Hussein, a formidable figure who commanded respect on the seas 2 decades ago, rumored to be a user of fruit-based powers, though detailed intelligence on his abilities remains elusive. Sinan immediately engaged in conversation. The strategist is Hussein's brother, Desmazen, a martial arts expert renowned for his prowess in hand-to-hand combat, with reputed mastery in the cultivation of armament hockey. Leave that Desmazen to me, Titan declared, his fist cracking with anticipation, his face alight with the fervor of battle. Satan cast a glance at the steadfast captain who had safeguarded his growth, pondering whether his prolonged association with this youthful entourage had sparked a fervent side within the seasoned Titan. No matter, do continue. Indeed, young master. Aside from these 2, the formidable figures within the Lion King's organization to be wary of are the 4 senior executives. The remainder are merely inconsequential. Sinan gazed at Satan with admiration before continuing. Of course, one of the 4 senior executives, Nicholas, has already been dealt with by you, young master. Among the remaining 3, the alluring serpent, Heather, possesses the zoan-type snake fruit, enabling her to adopt the form of a Dusa serpent, replete with venomous capabilities. Leave this enchanting serpent to me. I am now immune to toxins, spoke Qidong, whose physique had undergone a remarkable enhancement since being afflicted by the curse mark, essentially rendering her immune to poison. Warlord Tofu is an axe-wielding warrior of immense strength. Immense strength? Allow me to handle him. My shark skin has long yearned for a worthy challenge. Before Sinan could finish, Guagio had already chosen his opponent. His great sword, shark skin, originally a peculiar small fish, possesses the ability to devour the vitality of its adversaries, making it a breeze to confront physically formidable foes. Lastly, we must remain vigilant regarding the sniper, Xiaoyin. There is scant information about him. Save that he is an exceptionally skilled marksman, we must exercise caution to avoid any untoward surprises. Now that we comprehend the strength of our adversaries, do any of you have a battle plan? Satan clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd towards himself, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue. I have but one demand. On this island, I desire not a single survivor. This is my bottom line. We must first obliterate the docks, destroying all their vessels. For if they escape to the sea, pursuing them will prove exceedingly arduous. The plump fellow, hailing from the kingdom of the 7 deadly sins, exhibited a remarkably astute tactical mind. Master, allow me to take on the demolition task. It is my prerogative. It was evident without conjecture that this was Didara's voice. However, before Didara could maintain his triumphant expression for even a second, the malevolent figure perched upon Satan's shoulder suddenly erupted in fury. Fools! You imbeciles! Who granted you permission to blow up the ships? If you leave without salvaging, it is akin to throwing away treasures. With your reckless destruction, how shall I seize the spoils? My warehouse is utterly barren, devoid of gold and belly. What shall I use to sustain you ruffians? You shall feast on the bitter winds of the northwest. The impassioned figure gesticulated wildly, his spittle flying as he raged, for having been recently appointed as the family's treasurer, he was tasked with managing all spoils. To a miser such as himself, a dock brimming not with ships but with gold and belly, it was no wonder he was so animated. Hey, calm down, malevolent one. Satan, with an air of defiance, nearly devoured Didara with his malevolent gaze before offering a reluctant counsel. Sinan, feeling the tension, discreetly retreated a couple of steps, seeking refuge behind Junmaru, wary of drawing the attention of the formidable presence. The young master radiated an intimidating aura, wielding financial authority that commanded respect. However, Fate took an unexpected turn as the sinister gaze of Daedara suddenly shifted towards Sinan, his face adorned with a malevolent grin. And you, little chubby one? What foolish scheme have you concocted? Do not presume that hiding will make me forget you. You and Daedara shall have no activity funds next week. Please, Lord Daedara. This is too much. Sinan protested with a pout, his dissatisfaction evident as Junmaru, standing before him, stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Furthermore, Junmaru also lacks activity funds. Ah, why? Junmaru, still chuckling, looked utterly bewildered, feeling as if he had been caught in collateral damage. It's not like you need them anyway, just leave them with me. Daedara declared with a haughty demeanor, as if his reasoning were impeccable. Junmaru could only feel a dark cloud of frustration looming over him, muttering, Lord Daedara, you are truly pushing the limits. Hey, this is outrageous, Junmaru exclaimed. Satan, with wings adorned by malevolent thoughts, triumphantly hoisted him back, a lingering grin of barely suppressed mirth upon his face. Thank you, you wretched lot. I adore you all. My family, I am grateful for your efforts to pull me from the abyss of suffering, bestowing upon me the motivation to strive. Understanding that the malevolence was merely to enliven the atmosphere, Satan felt a quiet gratitude within. Chapter 68, The Night Raid as the darkness deepened. At the docks of Laluja Island, the majority of the guards had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a handful vigilant at the tower by the entrance. Possibly due to the biting chill of the night, several guards rubbed their hands together, appearing somewhat distracted. In the underbrush, a mere 100 meters from the tower, two figures lay low, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the sentinels above, none other than Junmaru and Akatsuki, the most agile operatives of the Tulip family. On a mission to execute a surprise attack. Cloaked by the night, they advanced stealthily, their bodies gliding like wisps of smoke, soundless as they approached the tower. Drawing ever nearer until they were within 20 meters. Akatsuki signaled to Junmaru to commence, springing forth like a predatory cheetah, traversing the distance in the blink of an eye to appear beside the left side of the tower. In the astonished gaze of the guards, a fleeting crimson light flashed. And one by one, they fell, unable to utter a single cry. Having dispatched the guards, Akatsuki coldly flicked the blood from his blade. Turning to observe the right side of the tower where Junmaru had similarly and silently eliminated the remaining sentinels. They exchanged a brief glance and pressed onward into the docks. Akin to the whisper of death, as one patrolling guard after another met their demise at their hands. Soon, the entire dock fell into a profound silence. When Satan and his companions arrived at the docks, not a single adversary remained. Only the pungent aroma of blood lingered in the air, quietly attesting to the prowess of Junmaru and Akatsuki. Truly dependable, the ghoul exclaimed, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips in involuntary admiration. Well, just look at who my companions are. Heh, I shall now gather the spoils of war. Gazing at the fully disarmed warships in the docks, the malevolent one likened them to flies drawn to decaying flesh. In his eyes, they represented pure treasure. He flapped his wings and approached one of the vessels, extending his hand as a swirling void materialized, expanding rapidly until it engulfed the entire ship, which then transformed into a sphere of green light and vanished from his grasp, leaving the once moored warship completely absent. With a pleased snap of his fingers, he darted toward the next vessel. My heavens, how is this possible? Titan gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, instinctively rubbing them as if to confirm he was not imagining the spectacle. Heh, what did you expect? You ought to know why Satan is so exhilarated. Ever since the tree of life within me entered its growth phase, its inherent space can even accommodate a city. Satan explained with a smirk, his expression brimming with pride. Soon, the 20 vessels in the dock fell entirely into the clutches of malevolent intent, effectively severing any escape route for the Lion King's mechanism. At last, it was my turn to make an entrance. I shall undoubtedly ignite the entire island with fervor. With the plan to eliminate the escape route successfully executed, Daedara could no longer contain himself. With a wave of his hand, a mouth emerged from his palm, releasing a burst of explosive clay that transformed into a magnificent white bird, carrying Daedara soaring towards the heart of the island. Let us also pay a visit to the island's master. Satan led others towards the central mansion of the island. As Daedara soared over the coconut grove, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing countless explosive clay projectiles resembling diminutive spiders, which descended upon the ground below. These clay spiders could crawl onto enemies and detonate, making them ideal for eliminating hidden sentries during raids. As the clay spiders landed in the coconut grove, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Lion King's concealed sentries lurking within the trees. Indeed, as Daedara had predicted, his actions plunged the entire island into chaos. Yet, Seemingly unsatisfied with such destruction, he raised his hands again to form more seals. He crafted several colossal flying dragons from explosive clay, which swooped over the coconut grove, intermittently releasing explosive clay to attack. Soon, the sound of explosions enveloped the entire island in flames, just as Daedara reveled in his aerial antics atop the clay bird. A gunshot suddenly rang out from the distant mansion. A bullet, imbued with overwhelming force, hurtled towards him, and before Daedara could react, the clay bird shook violently and erupted in a tremendous explosion. Unbelievable misfortune. The progenitor of explosions was struck down by another. Daedara seethed with rage. Realizing that the clay bird he rode was, in fact, made of explosive clay, and the distant sniper had used explosive rounds. The moment the bullet struck, the clay bird detonated. How ironic it is to be injured by the very prey I hunt, Daedara muttered, retrieving more explosive clay from his pocket. Chewing it in his palm to create another clay bird, which he used to soar low towards the mansion. As gunfire erupted again, a barrage of bullets was unleashed towards Daedara. However, now on high alert, he deftly maneuvered the clay bird through the air, narrowly avoiding the bullets as if dancing on the edge of death. Observing Daedara's relentless approach, the sniper, Shaoyin, stowed his weapon and fled into the jungle. After all, distance was the lifeline of a sniper. He deftly evaded capture, occasionally glancing back to fire a shot, inciting Daedara's furious pursuit. Amidst the booming explosions, the mansion's guards were roused from their slumber. Armed to the teeth, wave after wave of guards surged forth from underground passages, nearly flooding the estate. Who dares cause this uproar? Hussein demanded, his face darkening as he surveyed the chaos before him. Those who will send you to hell. With a resounding crash, the mansion's grand doors shattered, and figures emerged from the thick smoke, illuminated by the flickering flames, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was none other than Satan. Leading the members of the Tulip family, with his hands in his pockets, Satan fixed a cold, murderous gaze upon Hussein. Filled with contempt for the man who had instigated a calamity for the Babylon kingdom, Hussein's expression hardened. A sense of foreboding washing over him as the very enemy he had just been strategizing against materialized before him. Did this fool not realize he was in the headquarters of the Lion King's organization? Knowing he had become the target of many, he dared to come here rampantly. Was he truly prepared to gamble everything? What a madman! Young fool, you are but a stray dog and far too arrogant. Do you believe this is your familiar Naga Island? Here, on Maluja Island, you ought to tread lightly. Hussein squinted, his words laced with derision. Tread lightly? That will be after I sever your head. For now, prepare to meet your end. Hussein erupted in a raucous laugh, his grizzled beard quivering as if he had heard the most absurd jest. Sever my head? What folly! Can you not perceive the vast disparity in our strengths? On this island, I command 5,000 elite soldiers of the Lion King's organization. You need not lay a finger. You will be engulfed by sheer numbers and meet your demise without a grave. As if to corroborate Hussein's claims, the sound of synchronized marching echoed, and wave upon wave of fully armed soldiers surged from the mansion's hidden passages, surrounding Satan and his companions in a formidable ring, countless weapons trained upon them, awaiting Hussein's command to unleash a hail of bullets. No, no, no. If the so-called disparity you speak of pertains to the number of soldiers, then such a gap does not exist. Satan's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice resolute and unwavering. He cast a scornful glance at the soldiers surrounding them, dismissively shaking his head. Such rabble could be dealt with in an instant. Would release, birth of the tree realm, with a light utterance. Countless trees began to sprout rapidly from the ground around Satan, growing at an astonishing rate, creating a forest in the blink of an eye. The Lion King mechanized soldiers, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the seemingly endless trees. This newfound ability stemmed from the life tree within Satan, now entering its growth phase, a unique advantage of a traveler from the era of information explosion, where boundless imagination could yield extraordinarily formidable powers. He had evolved the life tree's catalytic properties into a technique akin to the wood release of the Naruto world, its might incomparable. The trees, seemingly imbued with life, began to entwine, tear, and strike at the Lion King soldiers, who suffered grievous losses, their cries for help echoing in the air. Some quick-witted soldiers attempted to fight back, dodging the living branches, but the trees, rooted in Satan's life force, showed no fear of damage. Even when severed or shattered, they rapidly grew new branches from the wounds, continuing their relentless assault. Soon, the soldiers despaired as they realized they were trapped in an ocean of trees. Ah, Satan, you are truly a genius. This is the true essence of the life tree's divine legacy. The elf, naturally attuned to the wood element, danced with excitement on Satan's shoulder, exclaiming in delight. Truly, you are remarkable. Savoring the rich scent of blood in the air, Kisame's eyes gleamed with excitement, his admiration for Satan growing ever deeper. This bloody feast cannot be without my contribution. Allow me to join in. Summoning technique, 1,000 feeding sharks. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, clapping his hands together. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and countless ferocious sharks surged forth, heading towards the mangled corpses and the soldiers still resisting within the forest. Under the intoxicating scent of blood, these sharks savagely tore through the soldiers, devouring them whole. Though it may seem prolonged, this chaos occurred in an instant. Witnessing his meticulously trained elite soldiers being annihilated in the blink of an eye transformed Hussein's heart into a pool of anguish. The encroaching sea of trees surged towards him and his companions, rising like a monstrous beast ready to devour its prey. Audacious! What have you done to my beloved subordinates? With a furious roar, the axe warrior Trav raised his massive will axe high and swung it down. At the moment the blade struck the ground, a dazzling blue slash erupted forth, akin to a roaring lion, cleaving the earth beneath him into a chasm that expanded relentlessly. As the piercing crack of the earth echoed, the blue slash collided with the roiling green sea of trees, unleashing a tremendous force that reduced the ever-growing branches to splinters, scattering leaves in the air. Did it hold? Murmured Dismazen beside Trav, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the clash. Fear not, Lord Dismazen, my strike is invincible, Trav confidently replied, resting the massive axe on his shoulder, for countless souls had borne witness to its power. Humph, naive, came a cold snort from afar. Satan, with a smirk of derision, observed the scene. His birth of the tree realm was a sweeping assault, generating an entire forest teeming with life, all under his control. The most terrifying aspect was that these hastily sprouted trees possessed the ability to absorb life force and grow anew. The life force that had been amassed from the fallen enemies was a formidable reservoir, capable of expanding the reach of the tree realm across the entire island. Indeed, as Satan's disdainful words rang out, the seemingly thwarted trees suddenly erupted with renewed vigor, growing even faster and surging back towards Hussein and his companions like a relentless tide. Utterly useless, watch this. Heather, the sole female high-ranking officer of the Lion King mechanism, cast a disdainful glance at Trav, although she was also a senior officer. Her close ties with Hussein led her to believe she held a superior status compared to her peers. However, her colleagues regarded her with disdain, offering no respect, which fueled Heather's desire to assert her dominance over them. She seized the opportunity to counter this attack as a chance to diminish Trav's arrogance. As Heather's voice rang out, her form began to transform, a long serpentine tail sprouting from her waist, while her hair morphed into numerous small snakes, writhing and hissing atop her head. The sight would surely terrify anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters. This transformation resembled the legendary Gorgon Medusa. Heather had consumed the special Zoan-type snake fruit, gaining the powers of Medusa. Faced with the overwhelming tide of trees, Heather, now embodying the essence of Medusa, stood undaunted. With a mere opening of her mouth, streams of purple venom erupted forth, landing on the path of the advancing trees. Upon contact, the venom hissed ominously as it corroded the ground, swiftly evaporating into a cloud of toxic mist, forming an invisible barrier. As the encroaching branches entered the toxic fog, they rapidly yellowed, wilted, and decayed, becoming mere remnants. Their fierce advance thwarted. Such potent corrosiveness is truly terrifying, Red-Eye thought, a shiver of shock coursing through him. He felt a silent relief wash over him. While he prided himself on immunity to poison, he could not escape this fierce corrosive power. Had it not been for Satan's grand maneuver exposing the enemy's trump card, choosing opponents as initially planned would have led to disaster. Well done, Heather. Hussein praised, satisfied to see Satan's expanding tree realm finally halted. As for the fallen subordinates, he could always nurture new ones. He felt no sorrow for their loss. Humph, do you think this is sufficient to stop us? Master, watch me. Kisame, sensing the contempt directed at him, muttered indignantly as he swiftly formed hand seals, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of shadows. Water release, great waterfall technique. With the completion of the seals, Kisame shouted, and a towering wave surged forth from the dense forest, crashing forward with ferocious momentum. The deluge swept away all in its path, devouring everything, with countless sharks lurking beneath, ready to strike. Help? Boss, I can't swim. The surging waves momentarily dispelled the toxic mist, rushing towards the remaining high-ranking officials of the Lion King organization. Heather's face turned pale with fear. This was a common vulnerability shared by all devil fruit users. While they gained extraordinary powers, they were eternally cursed by the sea, rendered powerless in its presence. Damn it. I am a user of powers too. Hussein could hardly contain his exasperation. The ability to summon waves at will was truly a nemesis for those with powers. He swiftly evaded to the higher grounds of the estate. What a nuisance! Desmaison appeared beside Heather in a flash, swiftly pulling her back from the brink of being consumed by the waves. The waters summoned by the great waterfall technique surged forward, transforming everything in their path as if it had endured a tsunami, leaving only remnants of ruins. Time and again, these bastards had obliterated his hard work, igniting a fury within Hussein that shattered his usual noble facade. Prepare to face my wrath. He stood atop a broken wall, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating with rage, while the air around him crackled with an inexplicable energy, rising in wisps of mist. The boiling fist, confronting the impending waves, Hussein unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a tempestuous gust that collided with the waves, freezing time for an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the force of his punch erupted, causing the once menacing waves to boil violently, generating vast clouds of steam. Sharks submerged in the water were scalded as if they had plunged into a lava pit, their flesh tearing as they writhed in agony before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Not only were the spiritual beasts of the ghost shark vanquished, but even the tree domain summoned by Satan from beneath the waves suffered catastrophic destruction. Amidst the turbulent waters, the trees seemed to have been cooked, their bark cracking and leaves wilting, losing all vitality and the once overwhelming presence they held. Soon, as the water boiled away, the trees withered completely. Hussein's adversaries' assaults were thoroughly extinguished. Yet the estate now lay in ruins, strewn with debris, fallen leaves, and skeletal remains, enveloped in a shroud of mist. Truly remarkable. A single blow to resolve everything. Heather, who had barely escaped with her life, couldn't resist praising Hussein, fully aware of his overwhelming strength. Each time she witnessed his prowess firsthand, she was left in awe. Hussein, a user of the superhuman boiling fruit, possessed formidable abilities that allowed him to incinerate everything he touched, wielding immense destructive power, his strength unfathomable. Do not become complacent. You little brats have made quite a mess of things. I see you have grown too comfortable. Hussein disregarded Heather's praise, his vigilance fixated on the thickening mist formed by the evaporating sea, wary of a potential ambush by Satan and his cohorts. Though he continued to refer to them as little brats, a sense of caution crept into his heart regarding Satan's strength, especially since one move had decimated thousands of his subordinates. I underestimated that old man. No wonder he controls a third of the black market in the Grand Line. Meanwhile, within the mist, Satan felt a surge of apprehension, becoming increasingly cautious of his surroundings. We have underestimated our opponent. The plan must change. Listen to me. Yes. The others responded in unison. Hussein's strength exceeds our expectations. No single one of us can contend against him alone. So we must unite in our assault for a chance at victory. However, he is flanked by Desmaison and two other high-ranking officials, who will not afford us the opportunity to strike. The speaker, Sinan, trembled slightly, his voice wavering, revealing his weakened state. As a devil fruit user, even remaining in the mist formed by evaporating seawater drained his energy. I have developed a new technique that can temporarily immobilize Hussein during that time. You must eliminate Desmaison and the two high-ranking officials with utmost speed, then come to assist me. Satan's expression was slightly grave, however. The mesmerizing brilliance emanating from his heterochromatic eyes compelled one to believe in his miraculous capabilities, epitomizing the allure of a born ruler. Young master, allow me to stay and assist you, just in case, spoke Junmaru, who was typically reticent. He exchanged a glance with Aikido, both discerning the underlying concern reflected in each other's eyes. After all, they had all witnessed the formidable power of Hussein's recent attack, and worries about Satan's safety while he chose to confront Hussein alone lingered. No need for that. Focus all your efforts on swiftly eliminating the other adversaries. As for Hussein, you can entrust him to me without concern. Satan placed a firm hand on Camaro's shoulder, his tone leaving no room for dissent. As the head of the family, one must confront the mightiest adversaries. It is both a mark of pride and a weighty responsibility. A hint of a smile graced his lips as he surveyed his family members surrounding him. The outcome of this confrontation hinged upon this moment. Victory must indeed be ours. Yes, young master. Chapter 71. The fray in the mist-laden estate. Hussein and his subordinates stood on high alert. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled ominously, and dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted, threatening to impale them. Fortunately, all present were skilled warriors with keen senses and swift reactions. Upon sensing the earth's disturbance, they leapt aside just in time, narrowly evading this ambush. It was only at this moment that Sinan's voice pierced through the fog, announcing the earth pinnacle strike. Though Hussein and his companions had evaded Sinan's attack, their distances from one another had widened as they dodged the surprise assault. Would release, the all-encompassing forest seizing the fleeting moment of their dispersion, Satan unleashed his attack, following closely after Sinan's earth pinnacle strike. From beneath their feet, the ground rapidly sprouted countless entwining roots, surging towards the unsteady warriors. Having just evaded the prior assault, Hussein, Dismason, Hathaway, and Tofu found themselves ensnared by the onslaught of roots. The resilient tendrils tightly ensnared their limbs and continued to spread, effectively immobilizing the four at their positions. Such trivial skills. How dare you present such a feeble attack? Hussein thought disdainfully as he sensed the roots wrapping around him were not lethal. However, just as he prepared to muster his strength to break free from the bothersome tendrils, Satan emerged suddenly from the swirling mist. Would release. The imposing hand of the forest Satan halted approximately 20 meters away from Hussein, extending his left hand. A seal manifested within his palm, from which several elongated wooden prisms extended. These colossal wooden structures swiftly formed a cage, suppressing Hussein, who had only just escaped the entangling roots. This technique, drawn from the power of the Tree of Life, was inspired by the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashiram Senju, originally designed to subdue tailed beasts. It harnessed the unique properties of wood release to absorb the very essence of the beasts and subsequently suppress them. Once ensnared by the imposing hand of the forest, escape became exceedingly difficult. Now, repurposed by Satan to restrain the formidable Hussein, it was a fitting application. Caught off guard by Satan's suppression, Hussein's muscles tensed. Fists clenched tightly as he summoned all his strength. The surrounding air rippled with the force of his indomitable will. He struggled fiercely, attempting to rely on brute strength to break free from the constraints of the wood release. Yet the infused vitality of the wood sustained its form, recovering from any damage swiftly, rendering his efforts futile. The roots remained steadfast, firmly imprisoning Hussein in place. Although the efficacy of this wood release was remarkable, immediately ensnaring the powerful Hussein, it came with its own drawbacks. To ensure Hussein could not break free from the wood release's grip, Satan had to continuously infuse the wooden structure with vitality, sacrificing his offensive capabilities. He could only hold Hussein in place, awaiting the moment when his family would vanquish the other Lion King's officials, before returning to join in the counterattack. This was their sole opportunity for triumph in this battle. The actions of Satan seemed to sound the clarion call of attack. As the formidable members of the Tulip family surged forth from the dense fog, one after another, Dismason, who had just freed himself from the entangling roots, barely had time to catch his breath before being struck by Titan, the Ape King, sending him soaring into the distance. In a flash, Jummaru's figure darted towards the fallen Dismason like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Heathway, transformed into the Medusa Queen, was ambushed by Aikido as she broke free from the roots. The blade of Mirakumo, akin to a crimson lightning bolt, pierced towards her heart. Heathway managed only a slight shift to evade a fatal blow. Yet her chest was grievously slashed open, blood gushing forth in torrents. In agony, Heathway screamed, her serpent tail striking like a colossal whip. The musculature of her tail was so developed that its speed surpassed her own movement by tenfold. Caught off guard, Aikido was sent flying by the forceful lash of the serpent tail, hurtling nearly 100 meters like a ragged cloth before finally landing. Just as Aikido was flung away, Sane's assault followed in quick succession. The earth around Heathway surged, manifesting into several colossal hands that sought to crush her. Each of these giant hands delivered immense damage. On another front, Tofu, having escaped from the entangling roots, also found himself unable to evade the onslaught of Kisame. Numerous shark-shaped water orbs, charged with potent force, barreled towards him. Tofu could only raise his massive axe in defense, but was nonetheless sent flying by the impact of the colossal water sphere. Blades of energy sliced through the air, and fists roared with fury as an array of attacks erupted, plunging the entire estate into chaos. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle within the estate, Deidara, who had been pursuing the sniper Xiaoyin since the onset, found himself lured into a dense thicket, cautiously navigating through the foliage. He pondered the adversary's greater familiarity with the terrain and their proficiency in ranged attacks, compelling him to exercise utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. Several hundred meters away, nestled within a thick tree canopy, Xiaoyin lay in wait, his sniper rifle trained on Deidara. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed as a bullet, imbued with overwhelming power, spiraled toward Deidara, instantly piercing through his form, the force nearly reducing him to a puddle of mud. Finally resolved, what a pesky little imp, Xiaoyin muttered, observing Deidara's remains before stowing his rifle and descending from the tree, intending to return to the estate. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he concealed his weapon, the so-called puddle of mud that was Deidara abruptly vanished. At last, I've found you. You truly have a knack for hiding. From behind a nearby tree emerged another Deidara, a sly smile gracing his face as he stealthily made his way toward Xiaoyin's route back to the estate. summoning numerous tiny white clay spiders from his palms to conceal themselves within the underbrush. Deidara recognized the disadvantage of engaging in battle within unfamiliar terrain. To avert ambush, he employed the earth clone technique, using the clone to divert his enemy and scout the path ahead. The figure that Xiaoyan had obliterated was merely a clay doppelganger, a strategy unique to ninjas, of which Xiaoyan was entirely unaware. Deidara stealthily advanced and soon reached the crucial path that Xiaoyan would traverse on his return to the estate. Choosing an open clearing, he began to weave hand seals, unleashing a multitude of white clay spiders from his palms. These explosive clay spiders burrowed into the soil, ascended the towering trees, and nestled within the trunks, meticulously laying a trap to ensnare Xiaoyan the moment he set foot in the vicinity. Deidara himself concealed himself, fervently gazing at his creation, eagerly anticipating Xiaoyan's unwitting descent into his carefully laid snare. As night deepened, the cold moonlight blanketed the earth in a pale glow, casting a serene luminescence over the tranquil sea. Yet, the battle at the heart of Lilugia Island raged on with fervor. Dismason, the strategist of the Lion King's mechanism, faced the combined onslaught of Titan and Junmaru alone, yet remained undeterred. Renowned for his cunning, Dismason was equally formidable in sheer strength, earning his place among the ocean's elite warriors. As the battle commenced, the upper half of Dismason's body grotesquely swelled, nearly doubling in size. His muscles were robust, his explosive power formidable, and his mastery of armament hockey rendered his attacks potent. Often, a mere fist strike was sufficient to send Titan and Junmaru reeling. Unlike the adversaries Junmaru had previously encountered, Dismason's combat style was refreshingly straightforward, relying solely on his superior physique and profound hockey mastery, leaving Junmaru feeling as though a tiger were clawing at the heavens, rendered utterly ineffective. Although Junmaru and Titan found themselves locked in a stalemate against Dismason, the clash between the reanimated Kisame and the axe-wielding Tofu unfolded differently. As an axe warrior, Tofu possessed immense strength and a remarkable physique. His assaults were fierce and favored direct confrontations. Under normal circumstances, he would dominate, but he was unfortunately pitted against Kisame, whose body was infused with the might of the swordfish. Kisame's form, a monstrous fish, possessed the ability to drain the vitality of his foes and transfer it to his master. His body was armored with scales as hard as iron, sharp enough to rival any blade. Tofu's massive axe whirled like a tempest, delivering brutal and precise strikes. Yet with each clash against Kisame, a portion of his vitality silently siphoned away, feeding Kisame's strength. Before long, the once indomitable Tofu began to gasp for breath. His might as an axe warrior diminished, and defeat seemed inevitable. Come on, give it all you've got. Let me feel exhilaration to the fullest. Gaisha, undeterred by the ferocity of battle, grew increasingly emboldened, his aura of murderous intent intensifying, and his excited eyes taking on a reddish hue. He frequently provoked Tuo Fu with taunts, fueling the fury of the axe-wielding warrior, whose attacks became ever more frenzied. Yet, amidst this tempest of violence, Gaisha thrived, deftly countering and defending against the onslaught. His sharp, fish-like skin would slice through Tuo Fu's flesh, leaving gaping wounds and a torrent of blood that only incited Gaisha's savagery further. On another front, Haizue, transformed into a towering Medusa queen, descended into madness after sustaining multiple injuries. As her rage surged, the snakes adorning her head swelled as if imbibing a potent elixir, unleashing a swarm of hundreds of serpents that lunged at Chi Tong with frenzied bites. These colossal serpents entwined and struck with gleaming fangs dripping with lethal purple venom. The cacophony of hissing tongues created an overwhelming pressure, as each serpent's attack was powerful enough to create craters in the ground. Determined to swiftly conclude the battle and aid Satan, Chi Tong exerted herself fully from the onset. Intricate, mystical seals adorned her body, akin to a specter traversing the underworld, as she evaded the serpent's relentless assault. In fleeting moments of respite, she wielded her weapon, Murakumo, counterattacking and severing the heads of several serpents, spilling their blood and inciting Haizue's fury even more. Curse you, curse you. Haizue shrieked, her voice piercing the air. The severed serpent bodies writhed violently, regenerating new serpents at an astonishing pace, which joined the fray with renewed vigor. Come on, bring it on. I shall crush you to pieces. Haizue commanded an ever-growing legion of serpents that relentlessly pursued Chi Tong, their venomous fangs, gaping maws, and foul breath creating a nightmarish onslaught. The multitude of serpents seemed an endless ocean, sending chills down Chi Tong's spine as she regretted her choice of adversary for the first time. Chi Tong nimbly dodged between the serpents, her delicate form akin to a fragile vessel on the verge of capsizing amidst tumultuous waves, narrowly evading each lethal bite. She could even sense the acrid stench of the serpents' mouths as they passed by, and the occasional flash of crimson from their flickering tongues. Amidst the serpent attacks, streams of venom erupted, enveloping her in a toxic mist that tattered her clothing. Even with her immunity to poisons, the noxious fumes began to impair her senses, dulling her movements and making evasion increasingly difficult. This cannot continue. I must assist my master. The thought of Satan jolted Chi-Tong, revitalizing her spirit. In a moment of evasion, she cast a glance toward Satan, who was exerting every ounce of strength to subdue Hussein. To prevent Hussein's retaliation, he continuously infused his life force into the wood release, visibly straining his body, his muscles twitching, cold sweat pouring from his temples. It was evident he was fighting desperately to buy time for others. Indeed, my master is sacrificing for us. I cannot squander precious moments against these trivial foes. As Chi-Tong evaded the serpent's attacks, she pondered deeply. A killer from the world of chopping, with her combat style confined to close-quarters brawls and silent assassinations. She realized that her once proud skills were insufficient against this formidable opponent. The enemies of my master will only grow stronger. I refuse to be the one who holds him back. Her crimson eyes widened, reflecting a fierce determination as her spirit surged to new heights. I must cultivate even more powerful fighting techniques to rightfully stand beside my master and vanquish even mightier foes. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the legendary swordsman of this world, whose strikes could cleave mountains and part seas, embodying the true essence of strength. With a decisive leap, she landed at a distance, halting abruptly. What is this? Have you surrendered? Come, willingly become my prey. Haizui taunted maniacally. No, it is you who shall concede. Chi-Tong elevated her gaze, her crimson pupils nearly consuming her irises, lifting her weapon, Mirakumo, as she attuned herself to the winds. In that instant, the world fell into a profound silence, every subtle shift around her captured within her consciousness. One strike to kill Crescent Moon Funeral. Chi-Tong's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she weaved through the veritable sea of serpents. Haizui could only perceive a glint of steel as Chi-Tong materialized behind the serpents, coming to a sudden halt, slowly sheathing her blade. Behind her, amidst the serpent throng, a multitude of crimson crescent blade auras erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Slicing through the air, blood bursting forth as countless serpents were torn to shreds by the explosive wave of blade energy, raining down a deluge of blood. Chapter 73. Petrifying Light. My master, did you witness that? I did it. Chi-Tong, standing with her blade sheathed, took a moment to catch her breath, silently reflecting. This was her first execution of a swordsman's technique, a profound test of her capabilities, yet an overwhelming sense of fulfillment welled within her. At this moment, she had truly surpassed herself, stepping into the ranks of the swordsman, wielding the might to cleave mountains and part seas. Confident in her newfound power, Chi-Tong refrained from glancing back at the carnage left in her wake, instead turning her attention to Geisha's battlefield. The once dominant Geisha was nearing the conclusion of his own fight, as Tuafu, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, struggled to wield his massive axe, which felt as though it weighed a ton. Each swing became a test of endurance. Though his blows remained powerful, carving deep fissures into the ground and stirring violent gusts, he could no longer land a strike on Geisha, whose evasion rendered Tuafu's efforts futile. This ends now. Disinterested in the clumsy attacks of Tofu, the ghostly shark licked its lips instinctively. It swiftly dodged Tofu's frenzied strikes and seized the moment as he swung his axe, executing its move. The blade of the shark's weapon, known as shark skin, suddenly elongated over 10 meters, twisting and curling like a chain. Taking advantage of Tofu's open defense as he wielded his axe with both hands, the blade viciously pierced through his chest. The massive blade of shark skin penetrated Tofu's torso, its sharp, delicate scales utterly shattering his insides, the tip emerging from his back, strands of flesh clinging to the edge, while fresh blood dripped steadily from the blade. The blood-soaked shark skin pulsated with the thrill of its sanguine feast. The ghostly shark withdrew its weapon, the handle retracting, delivering a second blow that cleaved Tofu's body in two, flesh and blood scattering as it returned to its original formidable form. Chi-Tong, having witnessed the ghostly shark's triumph, felt a measure of relief. Once she dealt with Dismason, she could assist her master. With this thought, she turned her gaze towards Junmaru's battlefield, oblivious to the disturbance behind her. Amidst the countless serpent corpses, a patch of flesh suddenly quivered, and a woman covered in serpent blood emerged, her eyes brimming with malevolent fury. It was Haizui, having reverted from her serpent form. When Chi-Tong unleashed her strike, the serpents had shielded her from most of the attack. Though gravely injured, she had narrowly escaped death. Haizue slowly lifted her head from the mangled remains of the serpents, just in time to see Tofu being severed by the ghostly shark. A shiver of dread coursed through her. She realized that victory was no longer attainable and contemplated fleeing. However, upon catching sight of Qi-Tong's silhouette, an uncontrollable hatred erupted within her, twisting her features into a grimace. How dare you kill my beloved pets? Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall make you pay. Haizue glared at Qi-Tong's retreating figure, her fury igniting as she bellowed, petrifying light. A small fissure appeared on her forehead, resembling the opening of a third eye. This blood-red eye, suffused with potent malice, unleashed a grayish beam aimed directly at the unguarded Qi-Tong. This was the unique ability bestowed upon her by the Audacious serpent fruit, petrifying light. A power that could only be used thrice in a lifetime, capable of turning foes into stone regardless of their defenses. Unless the user perished or willingly released the ability, the petrification would remain unbroken. Clearly, Haizue's overwhelming hatred for Qi-Tong could no longer be contained, and she chose to sacrifice her last trump card to annihilate her. Qi-Tong, beware behind you. The ghostly shark, having just dispatched Tofu, turned to warn Qi-Tong, but it was too late to intervene. Qi-Tong, startled, spun around only to be struck head-on by the petrifying light. The beam hit her, and in an instant, the petrification spread rapidly, rendering her a stone statue that toppled slowly to the ground. Seeing her ambush succeed, Haizue let out a triumphant cackle and swiftly vanished into the mist. The nearest to Qi-Tong, Sainan, reacted first, transforming into a cloud of dust that rushed forward, narrowly catching Qi-Tong's petrified body to prevent it from shattering. No. Qi-Tong, Satan, exerting every ounce of strength to restrain Hussein, turned at the sound of the shark's warning. He witnessed Qi-Tong collapsing in her stone form, his heart wrenching with anguish as he let out a heart-rending roar. Realizing that the effects of all devil fruit abilities would dissipate upon the user's death, he understood that to reverse Qi-Tong's petrification, he must eliminate Haizue. Sainan, safeguard Qi-Tong. Ghostly shark, take that wretched creature's head. In that critical moment, despite the profound pain in his heart, Satan maintained clarity, issuing his commands with precision. Sainan transformed into a whirlwind, lifting Qi-Tong's body away from the battlefield, vigilantly guarding against the residual chaos, while the ghostly shark pursued Haizue's fleeing form. Just as Satan's focus wavered due to Qi-Tong's petrification, the wooden restraint he had placed on Hussein began to waver. This subtle shift did not escape the keen senses of the seasoned Hussein. He summoned every muscle in his body, explosive power surging forth as he struck out, releasing ripples of air that erupted around him. The wooden bindings shattered under the force, freeing him from Satan's control. Ha ha ha, well done, Haizue. The liberated Hussein roared with exhilaration. He stomped the ground, the earth boiling beneath him. And with a tremendous blast of air, he propelled himself toward the stunned Satan, delivering a crushing blow. You insolent brat, prepare to pay for your ignorance. His fist collided with Satan's chest, an explosive force erupting, sending Satan flying as if struck by a battleship. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Once again, my family suffers because of my inadequacy. Deep within, Satan wrestled with profound remorse, his body trembling in the air, continuously battered as if ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal. He incessantly questioned himself, unable to find solace, while glistening, transparent tears stealthily slipped from the corners of his eyes, cascading like scattered pearls. Why must it always be you who suffers? Why? I would rather bear all the pain myself, wishing only for your well-being. Chapter 74. The curse of the earth. It has been far too long since I last intervened. My old bones have grown weary, and I have unwittingly fallen prey to such a petty wretch. Hussein, having sent Satan flying, felt a sense of vindication wash over him as he twisted his neck, seemingly adjusting his physical state. Let your head serve as penance. With fierce determination, Hussein approached the fallen Satan, his gaze fixated upon him as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. This veteran, who had dominated a third of the Grand Route's black market for over 2 decades, was finally taking matters seriously. Young master, not far from them, Jumaru, entangled in combat with this mason, felt his eyes widen in alarm as he witnessed Hussein escape the suppression and launch Satan into the air, a surge of anxiety enveloping him. Power. I need greater power. Deep within, Jumaru silently roared, his heart aching as memories of the time spent with Satan flooded back to him. He found it challenging to express himself. Yet the weight of his love for his family was immense. As if hearing his innermost desire, a sudden emotional upheaval caused his heart to race, sensing a force awakening within him. This is the awakening of the curse of the earth. The curse was crafted by Orochimaru from the bodily fluids of Yugo, who possessed the sage body. Orochimaru injected it into ninjas through a serpent's kiss, augmenting their strength. However, while those imbued with the curse could unleash tremendous power, they would also face relentless erosion, making it a double-edged sword. The longer one maintained the cursed state, the more severe the corruption, leading them to lose consciousness and ultimately fight until death without awareness. Within Junmaru resided the curse of the earth, a supreme curse that matched the curse of heaven in potency, offering greater enhancements yet bearing heightened risks. For the sake of my young master, I would willingly become a demon, Junmaru whispered to himself. Curse of the earth, state 1. The curse mark on Junmaru's chest rapidly expanded into a linear pattern, instantly amplifying his speed and strength severfold. Clenching his bony fists, he charged at Dismason like a whirlwind, launching a flurry of attacks that rained down like a tempest. Dismason had little opportunity to react before being struck multiple times by the bone spikes. Blood sprang forth. Uncle Titan, block him. I will assist the young master. Junmaru, deeply concerned for Satan, could not afford to waste time on Dismason. He instructed Titan and then dashed toward Hussein. Go without worry. Titan, transformed into a beast, seized the moment to deliver a powerful punch that sent Dismason flying, his aura surging higher. I cannot be underestimated. Dismason, rising to his feet, brushed off the dust carelessly, disdain dripping from his words. Despite being pierced by several bone spikes, he moved with ease, seemingly unperturbed by his injuries. Humph, victory is assuredly ours. Understanding that Dismason sought to pressure him, Titan disregarded the taunt and charged once more, his fist glimmering with a dark sheen, radiating lethal intent. Refusing to grant Dismason even a moment's respite, the air reverberated with the thunderous sound of their fists colliding, having been struck and sent flying by Hussein. Satan slowly regained his footing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand to his chest, where the fierce winds from Hussein's punch had seared his flesh, leaving a gruesome wound, and his internal organs were left in disarray from the overwhelming force. So, little wretch, do you have any last words? Hussein, feeling triumphant, approached slowly, applying pressure on Satan with each step. He was in no rush to end Satan's life. The thrill of tormenting his enemy into despair was the true joy of revenge. TCH, I'll leave the chance for last words to you. Satan cast a disdainful glare at Hussein, as the vibrant life force within him surged and the wound on his chest rapidly healed. In the blink of an eye, he regained his spirited demeanor, showcasing the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the Tree of Life. No matter how strong you are, as long as you cannot vanquish me in an instant, I shall outlast you. Satan, with a fierce determination in his heart, clenched his fists, resolute in his readiness to exchange wounds for life. Young master, please allow us to fight side by side. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and Junmaru appeared beside Satan. It could not have been more fortuitous. Satan responded with a fierce intensity, his blood surging as golden dragon-shaped inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly spreading across his face, rendering it both mysterious and fearsome. In a flash, he charged towards Hussein, for passive defense was not in his nature. Striking first was the path to victory. The Earth-S curse mark, State 2, Junmaru's linear markings rapidly expanded across his body, escalating to the second state of the Earth-S curse mark. His skin transformed into a rich brown. His form contorted as sharp bone spurs erupted from various parts of his body. His right arm morphed into a spiral bone lance, and a bony tail sprouted from his back, resembling a monstrous stegosaurus, as he followed closely behind Satan towards Hussein. Remarkable, truly, Hussein chuckled, summoning all his strength to confront the onslaught from Satan and Junmaru. His power radiated like a seething furnace, distorting the air around him. The clash of three monsters erupted like a tsunami, their formidable powers colliding and exploding, sending shockwaves throughout the estate, leaving it in disarray. Outside the estate, the concealed Daedara awaited the sniper shouting to walk into his trap. Suddenly, a woman came stumbling from the direction of the estate, her hair disheveled and her body marred with wounds, glancing back as if pursued by demons. It was Heather, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the undead Jashin. In her panic, she inadvertently stepped into a trap set for Shine by Daedara. Young Master said no survivors would remain on this island, which means this woman is an enemy, Daedara thought, a wicked grin spreading across his face, quickly morphing into fervent excitement. Art is an explosion. In the woods, a sudden roar echoed as Heather, desperately fleeing, was engulfed by a violent explosion, her form disintegrating into dazzling fragments, her face frozen in shock as she met her demise. Meanwhile, within the estate, Akane regained her senses as the petrifying effect wore off. With Heather's death, the powers of the devil fruit were nullified. Chapter 75. A unified assault within the estate. The tides of battle shifted once more as Akane, now free from her stone state, joined Sinan in attacking Hussein. Concerned for his brother against overwhelming odds, Dismason broke through Titan's hindrance to unite with Hussein and fight side by side. Thus, the situation evolved into the Tulip family's siege against the Hussein brothers, gradually turning the odds in favor of Satan. Akane's heart brimmed with frustration. She was meant to be the first to assist the young master, but, due to a momentary lapse in vigilance, had instead become a hindrance, adding to his troubles. At this moment, her fighting spirit blazed fiercely. With a lethal strike, she unleashed a powerful slash, summoning a torrent of crimson crescent-shaped blades that surged towards the Hussein brothers. Dismason, enveloped in armament haki, stood fearless before the impending blade storm. He positioned himself in front of Hussein, and with a mighty punch to the ground. The earth trembled under his immense strength, creating a barrier that intercepted Akane's lethal onslaught. In that instant, as Dismason defended against Akane's strike, Satan's attack followed suit. What erupted around Dismason, ensnaring him. Leaping into the air, Satan gestured, and several massive diamond-shaped wooden pillars plummeted towards Dismason's encirclement. These wooden structures weighed over 1,000 pounds and, should they connect, would ensure his demise. Humph! Boiling fists. Hussein scoffed, seething with anger at being surrounded. He hurled his fists skyward, unleashing a torrent of seething air that collided with the descending pillars, resulting in a cacophony of splintering wood as Satan's assault was thwarted. Coordinated with Satan, Jummaru instinctively understood his intentions, launching a counterattack from below as Satan descended. In his second curse-mark state, Jummaru executed the Fern Dance. Causing a multitude of bone spikes to erupt from the ground, their piercing force devastating as they impaled Dismason, who had narrowly avoided the aerial assault. Despite escaping the wooden onslaught, the unfortunate Dismason could not evade the sharp spikes that surged from beneath, sustaining grievous injuries. At this moment, the defiant Sinan summoned numerous sharp earth spikes, relentlessly assaulting Hussein and forcing him to evade in a frantic dance. "Enough already," Hussein exclaimed, bearing the injured Dismason as he maneuvered through the relentless barrage. Yet, the ground beneath him was covered with 1,000 meters of sharp bone and earth spikes, leaving him with little room to stand. "Do not mistake my silence for weakness." Hussein, now distanced from Satan and his allies, crouched low, plunging his hands into the earth. With a surge of power, the ground beneath him roared to life, boiling like a cauldron as waves of mud surged upward, resembling a tidal wave charging towards Satan and the others. "Is this truly happening?" Sinan gasped, activating his abilities to erect towering walls of earth before them in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming torrent. However, the force of the mud, propelled by Hussein's might, shattered the walls like matchsticks, continuing its relentless advance. With a powerful draw, Akane unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy that cleaved through the surging mud, splitting it in two. Unable to mend as it flowed around Satan and the others like a stream circumventing stones. Suddenly, as if summoned by the chaos, a shark-shaped water projectile surged toward Hussein, who, caught off guard, had to dodge once more, maneuvering with Dismason to evade the onslaught of water blasts. The relentless pursuit of the undead Jashin had returned. "Thank you, Jashin. Ah, I feel so ashamed. That woman was dealt with by Deidara, and I ran for nothing." Jashin sheepishly grinned, then turned to address the young master. "Can you find a way to restrain their movements? Deidara plans to create a massive explosion." "He's back too? It's splendid to see you all safe." Satan, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, understood Deidara's abilities and grasped his intentions. He began signaling to others to persist in their assault on Hussein, forcing him to evade continuously amidst relentless attacks, thus depleting his stamina through repeated skirmishes. The moment had arrived. Utilizing would release Divine Gate. He observed Hussein's excessive exhaustion and slowing reflexes. Without hesitation, Satan unleashed a number of red Torii gates descending from the heavens, firmly pinning Hussein's body and instantaneously restricting his movements. With a commanding shout to retreat, he and the others, including Akihito Komuro, swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield. At last, it was Deidara's turn to make his entrance. His impatient voice echoed in the sky as he soared above Hussein on a clay bird. "C3, number 18, he exclaimed, deploying a bomb-laden clay puppet that plummeted towards the Torii gates restraining Hussein. This puppet, infused with Deidara's highest level of chakra, was capable of obliterating an entire village upon detonation. As the puppet landed within the Torii, it erupted with a violent explosion, producing a blinding light that compelled everyone to shut their eyes against the searing brilliance. When Satan and the others reopened their eyes, they beheld an immense crater where everything had been vaporized by the explosion's intense heat, leaving behind a scene of sheer devastation. This should have settled things. Sinan gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Was such destruction truly achievable by human hands? Indeed, Everyone surrounding the young master was extraordinary. No, he is still alive. Daedara, adjusting the telescope on his left eye, remarked gravely. At the moment of the explosion, he had used Desmaison's body as a shield, though he was surely gravely injured. He had not perished. That bastard, using his brother's body as a shield. Akihito's eyes brimmed with disdain. To her, any betrayal of family was unforgivable. Chapter 76, Volcanic Eruption Quite Normal, considering he survived because of it? Isn't it? Hisame, wielding his great sword, appeared unfazed by Hussein's plight. As the smoke from the crater dissipated, Hussein's figure became visible to all. He was a wreck, his body was tattered and bloodied, his face a gruesome mask of injury, rendering his features unrecognizable. His hands were empty, for the brother he had used as a shield, Desmaison, had been reduced to ash by the explosion's searing heat. You bastards! I will drag you to hell, Hussein bellowed, his anguished roar echoing as his disfigured visage betrayed no emotion. Yet Satan discerned the hatred and madness in the depths of his sunken eyes. Even in such a dire state, did he still wish to struggle? Daedara was visibly dissatisfied that his attack had not immediately vanquished Hussein, dismissing his resilience with contempt. Be cautious, he may strike out in desperation. Satan felt an unsettling tremor within, his demeanor cautious, as if foreboding some impending misfortune. Victory lay within our grasp, should we claim his head. Yet one must not be careless, for your wounds would pierce my heart. In pivotal moments, it is indeed the young master who proves most reliable. Though Satan's words were a warning to all, an inexplicable blush crept across Chidong's face, perhaps a remnant of her earlier overconfidence that had led to her petrification by Heatherway. Hussein crouched low, his hands pressed firmly against the ground, as if conjuring a devastating technique. I shall sever his head. Guijiao licked his lips, appearing eager to strike, and prepared to eliminate the evidently exhausted Hussein. No, wait, Guijiao. I sensed that approaching him now could be perilous. Allow me to probe the situation first. Would release, insertion technique. Satan intercepted the demon shark, and from his left forearm sprouted a wooden spike. He withdrew the spike and hurled it forth, aiming directly at Hussein. This wooden projectile, infused with an immense vitality by Satan, possessed the ability to absorb the life force of its adversary upon piercing, thereby enabling a relentless series of puncturing assaults. However, before the spike could near Hussein, it unexpectedly shattered into several segments, plummeting from the sky as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Indeed, something mysterious was afoot. What was he truly attempting to accomplish? Satan increasingly felt a sense of unease. Despite appearing to have the upper hand, the enemy had suddenly exhibited strange behavior, leaving anyone in such a predicament feeling utterly bewildered. At that moment, they sensed an inexplicable tremor beneath their feet. Initially faint, the vibrations grew progressively more intense until the entire Liluja island began to shake violently. Stones rolling and debris flying in all directions. Such a cacophony raised questions about the miscreants' actions. Daedara, usually flamboyant, adopted a serious demeanor. The prelude to such a formidable assault could potentially devastate the entire island. I am uncertain. Let us proceed with caution and retreat. Satan's expression turned grave as his anxiety deepened, compelling him to instinctively increase the distance between himself and Hussein. Hurry, flee. A voice echoed, warning them of the impending volcanic eruption beneath the ground. Suddenly, amidst the ruins of the estate, a green light flickered, teleporting towards Satan and his companions while urgently alerting them to escape. It was the little sprite, Shejian, who had stealthily infiltrated the Lion King's underground facilities since the onset of hostilities to pilfer treasures. Fortunately, his presence underground had enabled him to uncover Hussein's sinister plot, granting Satan and the others precious time to flee. Liluja Island was, in fact, a dormant volcano, its fertile soil a result of being blanketed in solidified ash, allowing it to enjoy a spring-like climate year-round. Hussein chose this island as the headquarters for the Lion King's organization precisely because he had maximized the potential of the boiling fruit, capable of stirring the magma and triggering a catastrophic eruption that could obliterate the entire island. This was Hussein's trump card, the closely guarded secret that had allowed the Lion King's organization to remain unassailable for over 2 decades. Other formidable factions aware of Hussein's capacity for mutual destruction refrained from attacking Liluja Island, understanding the peril involved. This was the reason the Lion King's organization could maintain control over a third of the Grand Line's black market without facing annihilation. A fact well known among the top maritime powers. Only a novice like Satan, newly emerged from the sea, would recklessly attempt an assault on Liluja Island. Had it not been for Shejian's unexpected discovery of the underground volcano's secret, the fledgling Tulip family would likely have met their demise before they could even rise. Of course, the complacency that came with over 20 years of relative tranquility led to a certain laxity in the Lion King's defenses, which explains Satan's unimpeded advance toward their headquarters, an extraordinary stroke of luck that caught the Lion King's organization off guard. Quickly, we must escape. Upon hearing Shejin's warning, the members of the Tulip family turned and fled like wild horses, the thought of standing atop an impending volcanic eruption instilling fear in everyone. Ah, young master. Escape on the Great Birds. In a moment of critical reliability, Daedara swiftly created several large clay birds, carrying the group away from the island towards the sea. To hell with you. Hussein's frenzied roar echoed behind them as he unleashed the gathered boiling power, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Rocks cascaded down, trees toppled, and the ground subsided, revealing a massive, dark maw. The gaping chasm emitted a fierce red glow, casting an otherworldly hue across the sky. Suddenly, as if a long-suppressed force could no longer be contained, torrents of magma erupted violently, shooting thousands of meters into the air, transforming the sky into a vivid crimson. The subsequent rain of burning volcanic stones fell like a fiery meteor shower, plunging the Luja Island into apocalyptic chaos. I have never appreciated your abilities more than I do now. Daedara, I must concede that you are indeed a magnificent artist. Perched upon the clay bird, dodging the sporadic falling volcanic stones, Kisame, having narrowly escaped annihilation, expressed his sentiments, feeling an unprecedented admiration for Daedara without a hint of discomfort. Ah, I too praise you, brother Daedara. From now on, I shall relinquish my chicken legs to you. Sinan looked gratefully at Daedara, acknowledging that his prowess had saved them all, making him undoubtedly the greatest hero of this fierce battle. Indeed, well done. Satan's face also revealed a radiant smile as he praised, Hee, who could deny that we are family? Daedara, feeling a touch of bashfulness, brushed his golden bangs aside, showcasing a joyful grin. All right, everyone, not even a volcanic eruption can deter us. What in this world could possibly stand in our way? Satan's countenance suddenly blazed with fervor as he gazed upon each of his gathered kin, unleashing a thunderous roar. This world shall ultimately be ours. Join me on the path of heroes. A chorus of exhilarated cheers erupted, the very air thick with the scent of impending triumph. Seated upon Satan's shoulder, the demonic Jachin permitted himself a furtive smirk. If only they knew the magnitude of his secret gains, their ecstasy would know no bounds. Chapter 77. The emergence of Dark Eyes 3 days later, at the port town of Sanku on Nepal Island in the Grand Line. Situated midway through the Grand Line. Though modest in size, Nepal Island thrived as a nexus between two major shipping routes, attracting merchant vessels and pirate crews alike to replenish supplies and trade intelligence. This constant maritime traffic had transformed the coastal settlement of Sanku into a bustling hub. Despite its small population, the town boasted over 20 taverns catering to weary travelers with libations and lodging, establishments that doubled as the most reliable sources of maritime gossip. The midday sun beat down mercilessly, driving patrons into the shaded refuge of taverns where frosted mugs of ale promised respite from the sweltering heat. At the White Poplar Tavern near the town's entrance, raucous laughter and clinking tankards filled the air as the establishment brimmed with midday revelers. Big news. Monumental news. The boisterous announcement came from a garishly dressed hooligan sporting a comically pear-shaped haircut who burst through the doors waving a newspaper. The tavern's cacophony stilled momentarily as all eyes turned toward the interruption. What's this racket, Pearhead? You're disturbing my patrons, chided the tavern's one-eyed proprietor, polishing a glass with deliberate indifference while casting a disapproving glance at the intruder. Buy me a drink, One-Eye, and I'll tell you everything. Undeterred by the rebuke, the grinning rogue leaned conspiratorially across the bar. With a resigned chuckle, the bartender slid a foaming tankard toward the informant. Very well. What's this about? Pearhead gulped down half the ale before releasing a satisfied belch and lowering his voice dramatically. This concerns the Tulip family. At the mention of the Tulip dynasty, a young girl at a nearby table abruptly lifted her head, her attention riveted to the conversation. Seated beside her, a powerfully built middle-aged man in lavender yukata and matching cloak, his black hair cropped short with distinctive X-shaped scar above his left brow, continued swirling his drink impassively. Though his eyes remained closed, some subtle awareness made his ears twitch toward the exchange. If you're referring to young Master Satan's annihilation of the Lion King organization 3 days past, the bartender interjected, setting down his glass, that news reached me yesterday. Hardly groundbreaking. Pearhead's grin widened. While that was indeed shocking, what I bring makes it pale in comparison. This declaration piqued the bartender's genuine interest. Go on then. Mounting a chair with theatrical flair, The messenger drained his tankard before proclaiming to the entire tavern, "The exiled Babylonian royal family, the Tulips, have struck again. Last night, Douglas Maja, the Dragon King and younger brother of the late King Denver, assaulted Big Mom's stronghold on Whole Cake Island. The tavern erupted. Impossible. Suicidal. He'll be slaughtered." Pearhead basked in the stunned reactions, recalling how he'd nearly soiled himself upon first reading the report. But here's the marvel. Not only did Maja survive, he destroyed half the island, slaughtered several of Big Mom's children and commanders, then fought the Yonko to a standstill before departing unscathed. A stunned silence fell over the room as patrons struggled to process this revelation. "The details, man," urged the bartender, recovering first. "Maja wields the mythical Zoan devil dragon fruit." Pearhead explained, veins bulging at his temples from excitement. He transformed into a 100-meter black dragon and razed the island alongside his wife, the legendary sword master Andrea of the Crescent Moon. By the time Big Mom arrived, the devastation was catastrophic. Their battle leveled what remained, while Andrea exacted vengeance for Babylon's fall by executing several Charlotte heirs. The bartender exhaled slowly. "This will shake the world. Big Mom's weakness exposed. Every ambitious pirate will come testing her now." As the tavern absorbed this seismic news, the cloaked swordsman rose with deliberate grace, his get his sandals and cane tapping a rhythmic retreat. The dark-eyed girl followed, clutching her sheathed katana. "Shall I return you to your young master?" the man inquired, milky eyes crinkling with paternal warmth. The girl shook her head firmly. "Knowing he's safe is enough. I'll continue training with you, sensei. When I attain Lord Mage's strength, I'll truly be able to aid my lord." The young girl tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and resolutely addressed the middle-aged man. She was the black-eyed girl who had become separated from Satan on the battlefield of Amsterdam and was subsequently rescued by Fujitora. Chapter 78. 100 million bounty. The sea was tranquil, not a ripple disturbing its surface, and the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds. The warm sunlight gently bathed the ocean, casting a dazzling white glow upon it. A medium-sized triangular sailboat sailed steadily, fortunate to encounter the rare good weather of the Grand Line. On the deck of the sailboat, there was an exquisite little garden adorned with fresh flowers. Surrounding the garden, the deck was laid with a neatly trimmed lawn, which featured various decorative stone benches and a circle of loungers, indicating that the ship's owner was a person who truly appreciated the pleasures of life. This vessel was one of the spoils acquired by the villain from the island of Leluja. At that moment, Satan reclined comfortably on a lounger, basking in the sunlight. The bright rays illuminated his still somewhat youthful face, creating a faint halo around him. He squinted slightly, a hint of a roguish smile playing on his lips. In less than a month, his features had begun to reveal the distinct angles of manhood. Chihito leaned against the railing of the second floor, clutching her sword, her gaze fixed intently on Satan, who slept like a child on the deck. A slight smile graced her face as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. The young master's reliability often made one forget that he was still just a child. Only in these moments of slumber could he relax and unveil a trace of innocent childlike charm. On the vacant land not far from Satan, a plethora of treasures and gold lay heaped in a dazzling array of colors. The mischievous spirit of mischief flitted joyfully among these riches, meticulously categorizing and arranging them. This was merely a fraction of the spoils acquired by the impish entity on Leluja Island, where the wealth amassed over decades by the Lion King's organization, which controls a third of the Great Route's black market, had all conveniently fallen into the hands of the little sprite. It was no wonder he was in a state of ecstatic delight. After 3 days of navigation, they had finally departed from the Ren Sea, granting them a moment to breathe. With such an abundance of gold, one could purchase an entire ship laden with chicken legs. Sinan, enviously perched on the edge of the staircase, watched as the imp organized the treasures, his cherubic cheeks quivering with excitement, his mouth nearly watering, and his eyes seemingly radiating golden light. Yet, the stingy sprite forbade anyone from approaching his fortune. Without the nightgrass, horses cannot grow fat. Without unexpected wealth, people cannot thrive. Little Satan, if we pull off a few more heists, you shall surely become a top magnate upon the seas. However, the thought that luck had merely favored them this time, nearly costing them their lives, was best extinguished at once. Satan opened his eyes and cast a glance at Evil Sight, then sat up, remarking, "What are these treasures compared to the safety of my family?" "Hey, are you saying you do not care about this at all?" Evil Sight replied with a wicked grin, showcasing 3 exquisite treasure boxes. "This is indeed the greatest haul of this expedition. It is no surprise that such a well-established organization possesses 3 devil fruits." "Oh." It seems we have new members arriving soon. What delightful news. But that is not all. Evil Sight continued, lifting 2 fine swords from the pile of treasures and displaying them to Satan. This is the Hanaso, a blade of the 50th craftsmanship, and the Raijin, a sword of the 21st craftsmanship. Such treasures are the dreams of many sword masters. Unfortunately, we cannot make use of them. Not so. They are still useful. A fleeting figure crossed Satan's mind upon seeing the 2 renowned swords. I have a plan to execute. These swords will serve perfectly to win hearts. What plan? Ghost Shark interjected, licking his lips in excitement. I do enjoy it when the young master takes bold actions. You will know in due time. Satan glanced at the eager Ghost Shark, a mysterious smile gracing his face. This fellow could indeed be endearing at times. At that moment, the sound of birdsong filled the air. The newsbirds had arrived to deliver the news. These birds were known for disseminating information. Their presence was always felt during significant world events, as they belonged to the World Economic Press, possessing first-hand knowledge and public opinion on major occurrences. From the crow's nest atop the mast, Daedara exchanged 50 berries for a newspaper from the newsbird. Hey, young master, there's news about your uncle in the paper, Daedara exclaimed, glancing at the newspaper only to be startled by the sensational headline. He leaped down from the lookout and handed the paper to Satan. Truly, Uncle Magia is remarkable. What an exhilarating development. After reading the paper, Satan exhaled deeply, astonished by Magia's bold endeavors. Young master, you have a bounty on your head, Daedara suddenly shrieked, his eyes wide as he flipped through the latest wanted posters he had purchased along with the newspaper. What? Before Satan could react, Kaidamai leaped down from the 2nd floor railing and snatched the wanted poster from Daedara's hands. Clearly displayed on the poster was a photo of Satan, set against the backdrop of the corpse-laden blood sea of Naga Island, with traces of blood on his face and his heterochromatic eyes emanating a fierce killing intent. Behind him fluttered the emblem of the Tulip family's flaming skull flag. This photograph must have been taken by a Navy scout during Satan's counterattack against pursuers on Naga Island, depicting him radiating an enigmatic, sinister aura, exuding an irresistible charm. Undying Marquis Douglas Satan, scion of the Tulip family, orchestrator of the Naga Island massacre, chief architect of the destruction of Lelugia Island, a fiend of the utmost depravity, utterly heinous. How can they portray the young master in such a light? These Navy fools are truly useless, Kaidamai complained, reading the words on the wanted poster with disdain. It is only to be expected. No matter how justified our actions may seem to us, they have undeniably cast a dreadful shadow upon the world. Satan, however, regarded the wanted notice with indifference. What is the bounty? A staggering 100 million berries, exclusively for live capture. It is evident that Uncle Magia has exerted pressure on the Navy. Discontent. Satan pursed his lips, revealing a mischievous grin, plotting some devious scheme. It seems the world government does not perceive me as a significant threat. This is indeed splendid news, as my future plans can now proceed smoothly. Hey, Daedara, check if their SA wanted notice for us. Sign-in's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of their first bounty being 100 million berries. Their young master was truly remarkable. Their ISNT. Only the young master is wanted. Daedara meticulously scanned through all the wanted notices and replied with certainty. Why not? Did the Navy consider us worthless? Not even worth a single berry? Sign-in exclaimed in frustration, snatching the notice from Daedara's hands and skeptically rifling through it again. What is so great about being wanted? ISNT just an invitation for assassination? Yuki questioned, perplexed by Sign-in's apparent joy over the bounty on their young master. After all, we are about to venture into the vast seas. Being sought after adds to our prestige, Sign-in retorted, still seething over the absence of his own wanted notice. Chapter 79. Future course. Is there any reason to fear a lack of opportunity while following the young master? Once we create a stir on the seas, your reputation will surely soar, Yuki remarked, seemingly unconcerned, yet secretly yearning for his name to echo across the oceans. Master, what shall we do next? Titan inquired respectfully, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. I may have to disappoint you, Satan said apologetically, glancing at Yuki. We need to find a discreet place to settle down for a while. It seems there will be no grand battles for several years. Why not? Wouldn't it be better to make a name for ourselves while we have the momentum on the seas? Daedara asked, though his anticipation was unmistakable. The mere thought of having the vivacious Daedara remain quietly settled in one place for years sent shivers down the spine. The timing is not right. After all, I am only 12. It is still too early for me to establish myself on the seas. I am simply not yet qualified to engage with the major powers. Satan reached out to touch the back of his head, a smile gracing his lips. The mechanisms of the Lion King have been vanquished by us. And the other forces along the Grand Line, eager to seize the newly available benefits, will undoubtedly descend into chaos for a time. We shall seize this opportunity to emerge from the mire, diligently cultivate our skills, and enhance our foundation. When we are prepared to return, who in this world shall be able to stand in our way? I concur. Titan's worries dissipated entirely. He feared that the young master, still in his youth, might become overzealous with newfound strength and make impulsive decisions. Now that the young master appeared so clear-headed, what was there left to fret about? What do you all think? Let us heed the young master. Shinatome and Kamaru replied decisively, without a hint of dissent. My duty is to protect the young master, and thus everything shall be decided by him, even though it is unlikely he will require my protection. Sinan awkwardly scratched his head, more than willing to accompany Satan. For after all, the management of treasures was inseparable from the young master, a veritable long-term meal ticket. We too shall follow the young master's arrangements. Jikio and Deidara exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Haha, you two are a pair of insincere rascals. Satan mockingly gestured towards Kisame and Deidara, saying, Do I not comprehend your intentions? Fear not. Though I have resolved to remain in seclusion for a time, I shall certainly keep some individuals occupied at sea. Once the new members arrive, I will arrange everything accordingly. I knew our young master understood us best. Deidara bashfully scratched his head, wearing an awkward smile. Although Kisame said nothing, the covert licking of his lips betrayed his true feelings. So, where is our young master planning to go next? To the East Blue. Satan replied without hesitation, clearly having made up his mind. After all, having been in the world of One Piece for quite some time, it would be regrettable not to explore the East Blue. The weakest sea, Sinan lamented. Born in the Grand Line, he could not help but harbor some disdain for the East Blue, as the overall strength of the four seas indeed pales in comparison to that of the Grand Line. And the East Blue is notably the weakest among them. No. The East Blue is not the weakest sea. It is the Sea of Miracles. Satan retorted. It is worth noting that the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, who once dominated an era, was born in Low Town of the East Blue. Likewise, the celebrated naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, who has frequently cornered Roger, also hails from the East Blue, specifically the Kingdom of Goa. They are indeed titans of their time. Who would dare to claim that the East Blue is the weakest sea? Yet, it is true that the bounties of most pirates from the East Blue seldom exceed 20 million berries, and exceptional talents are scarce. Such an environment is conducive to our development. After all, the truly audacious pirates venture into the Grand Line, while those who remain in the four seas are largely timid dropouts. The speaker, Titan, seems to have contemplated the future of our progress. However, there are still promising individuals to be nurtured. With proper guidance, the East Blue will undoubtedly give rise to formidable figures. It appears that the young master holds a particular affection for the East Blue. Satan remained silent, a meaningful smile gracing his face. The marvels of the East Sea. A secret reserved solely for the travelers. As the members of the Tulip family deliberated their future course on the deck, a pirate ship gradually emerged on the horizon, its silhouette cutting against the sea. This vessel belonged to a small pirate crew from the North Sea, a fledgling group that had only recently ventured into the Grand Line. Their captain, Bettery the Claw, was notorious for his bounty of 30 million berries, having lost his right arm in battle, which he replaced with a formidable claw. Once a formidable force in the North Sea, they had been almost invincible in those waters. However, the restless Bettery ultimately resolved to plunge into the Grand Line with his crew to carve out their destiny. Yet, after just over a month in the Grand Line, the harsh realities dealt Bettery a stinging blow to his dreams. Here, the strong were plentiful, far surpassing the capabilities of his crew. They suffered multiple defeats in naval battles, and the unpredictable climate proved too daunting for their inexperienced hands. Tormented by a sense of foreboding, Bettery began to reconsider his reckless ambition. Captain, we are about to strike it rich. The ship ahead is laden with gold. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast shouted with excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice. What? Let me see. Upon hearing the lookout's report, the pirates on deck clamored for the telescope, their eyes alight with greed as they caught glimpses of the gold piled high on Satan's ship, which shone like a beacon in the darkness. After this haul, we shall live like nobility. One pirate exclaimed, Let us take it. My father's son is destined for wealth. Let us go. The ship is crewed by mere children. It's a divine opportunity. The atmosphere aboard was electric, the pirates eagerly preparing for the impending heist as if they had stumbled upon a lamb destined for slaughter. What flag does that ship fly? Bettery, still somewhat clear-headed, realized they ought to assess whether their target was worth the trouble. No flag. Captain, they must be rookies, came the reply. Very well, brothers, prepare to seize our fortune. Just as Bettery's crew readied themselves to intercept and plunder, a colossal sea king, nearly 100 meters long, suddenly surged forth from the depths, charging towards Satan's vessel. Oh no, my gold! The pirates cried out in despair. As if a cooked duck had suddenly flown away, they fixated on Satan's ship, anticipating a scene of destruction, only to witness a crimson blade of energy slicing through the giant sea king, cleaving it into segments in an instant. Good heavens, is this the power of humanity? Help! Mother, it's terrifying. I want to go home. The fledgling pirates began to wail in terror, and even Captain Bettery stumbled back, nearly collapsing in fear. Thank goodness the Sea King served as a litmus test. Had we charged in, we'd likely have fallen to just 2 blows. Captain, I found something. A pirate waved a wanted poster, nearly paralyzed with fright, his voice shaking as he shouted, on that ship is the undying Marquis Satan. With a bounty of 100 million berries, the demon who has slaughtered 2 islands. 100 million berries? Run for your lives. In a frenzy, the pirates scrambled to steer the ship, hoisting the sails with frantic desperation, determined to flee. Humph! Satan glanced disdainfully at the distant pirate ship, which turned and fled like a clown, letting out a cold snort. He addressed the surrounding members, including the ghostly shark. This world ultimately belongs to the strong. Family, perceive this world clearly and conquer it. That is our mission. Chapter 80. The scorpion of crimson sand. Time flows like grains of sand slipping through fingers. And in the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed. At this late hour, under the hazy moonlight, the renowned tourist destination of the Grand Line, St. Roland Island, lies enveloped in tranquility. The climate is temperate year-round, with villas dotting the landscape, attracting countless affluent individuals who choose to settle here. On the eastern part of the island stands a large, independent villa, heavily guarded and accompanied by numerous servants, indicating the high status of its owner. However, beneath the serene moonlight, several shadows slipped into the villa. Blades flashed, and the arrogant guards fell one by one, unable to utter even a cry of despair. These assassins, skilled and swift, swept through the villa in mere minutes, leaving behind a scene of carnage and a pungent odor of blood. Target eliminated. Retreat. A short, leader-like assassin issued the withdrawal order and led the way out of the villa. It was none other than the thin cherry blossom ghost, who had once attempted to assassinate Satan on Naga Island. Following closely behind were the headless ghost and the cursed corpse ghost, his inseparable companions. Having been spared by Satan on Naga Island and not receiving further orders, they returned to their old profession, accepting assassination contracts once more. Truly, the 3 notorious ghosts of the assassin world are formidable. Just as they prepared to leave after completing their task, a soft voice of admiration suddenly resonated in the air, and a figure appeared on the rooftop several dozen meters ahead of them. Who? The thin cherry blossom ghost reacted swiftly, retreating a few steps, his demeanor tense. The 3 ghosts crouched low, adopting defensive postures. Whoever could approach so stealthily and dare to intercept them was surely no ordinary foe. They looked up to see a strikingly handsome youth on the rooftop, his red hair contrasting with a black robe adorned with red clouds, his feet clad in wooden clogs, and his form almost entirely concealed by the voluminous robe. His expression was cold as he stared at them, exuding an air of mystery under the moonlight. Who are you? Are you from the Tulip family? The thin cherry blossom ghost inquired cautiously, his heart racing. As the leader of the 3 ghosts, his mind was sharp. Upon seeing the stranger's peculiar robe, he immediately recalled having seen similar attire on a powerful member of the Tulip family during their time on Naga Island. Consider yourselves clever, the red-haired youth coldly replied. He was none other than the newly arrived powerhouse of the Tulip family, the scorpion of crimson sand from the world of Naruto. Mastering the art of puppetry, he was a prodigy in this craft, having reached the pinnacle of its practice. Not only had he transformed his body into something akin to an immortal, but he could also create puppets from corpses that retained their former abilities. Capable of commanding countless puppets simultaneously in battle, he was a superpower that could rival an entire army, sent here on a special mission from Satan. I am sent by the young master to assist you. However, to truly join the Tulip family, you must earn my approval. The scorpion's voice was icy. Let us begin. I wish to see your abilities, as I do not favor waiting. Upon hearing the scorpion's words, the 3 ghosts exchanged glances, none daring to underestimate him due to his youth, especially after their previous miscalculations with the seemingly younger Satan on Naga Island. In that case, we shall not hold back, the thin cherry blossom ghost declared, vanishing from his spot. He was a superhuman with the ability of the cherry blossom fruit, capable of blending seamlessly into the air like petals in the wind, launching all-encompassing assassinations against his foes, complemented by his elusive movements. Unfazed by the thin cherry blossom ghost, the scorpion waved his hand, summoning his most frequently used puppet, the crimson flowing jade. This puppet, fashioned from a ninja whom the scorpion had slain, wore a similar black robe with red clouds. Its mouth could unleash a barrage of toxic needles, and its left hand housed a dual mechanism. A sturdy demon face on its back could extend an iron tail, resembling a scorpion, coated in deadly poison, capable of inflicting fatal wounds with the slightest contact. Crimson flowing jade. Needle 8 waves. The scorpion initiated the attack, and under his control, the puppet unleashed a volley of high-density poison needles and spikes towards the advancing headless ghost and cursed corpse ghost. These needles, propelled by talismans, flew with incredible speed, catching the two ghosts off guard, who had never witnessed a puppeteer in combat. Double blade style, Blue Tiger. In response to the torrential rain of poison needles, the headless ghost crossed his dual blades and struck out, summoning a blue slashing wave that surged forward like a descending tiger. The sound of clashing echoed as the poison needles were deflected, leaving the ground riddled with holes. The purple poison oozing from the needles corroding the earth with a hissing sound. Heavens, does this bastard intend to kill us? The headless ghost exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror at the devastation below. A mere touch of that poison could spell doom. Humph, without the intent to kill me. You lack the qualifications to battle with me, the scorpion scoffed, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he observed the headless ghost's hesitation. Do not underestimate us. The headless ghost retorted furiously, exchanging a glance with the cursed corpse ghost before they launched a coordinated assault from either side, their blades gleaming ominously, clearly prepared for a decisive strike. However, the scorpion merely flicked his fingers, causing the crimson flowing jade to appear before the cursed corpse ghost, blocking the incoming slash. With a swift movement, it expelled a cloud of toxic smoke, forcing the cursed corpse ghost to retreat. Simultaneously, the puppet's scorpion tail shot forth from its back, striking towards the headless ghost, who had been preparing to attack the scorpion, compelling him to parry with his blade. The force of the scorpion's tail knocked him back violently. Using the cover provided by the other two ghosts, the thin cherry blossom ghost seized the opportunity to strike. Phantom body. Cherry blossom surge. With a sudden cry, countless pink cherry blossoms scattered through the air, twirling in the radiant moonlight, transforming into innumerable invisible blades that descended upon the scorpion. Now this is somewhat interesting, the scorpion remarked, witnessing the magnificent assault that was nearly encircling him. Scroll. Inferno formation. The scorpion activated his fire scroll, raising his hand to unleash flames of immense melting power and temperature, capable of instantly turning steel and rock into molten liquid, rendering the thin cherry blossom ghost's attack ineffective. Chapter 81. The new organization. The powerful flame swept across, melting the ground beneath, and the thin cherry blossom ghost's dazzling onslaught was obliterated in an instant. Moreover, the thin cherry blossom ghost, who had nearly become invisible in the air, suffered severe burns from the intense heat. Struggling to maintain his abilities as smoke wafted from his form, the aroma of roasted meat faintly wafting through the air. Boss, how are you? The cursed corpse ghost caught the falling thin cherry blossom ghost and anxiously inquired, Does it hurt? Pain? Pain? Pain. The thin cherry blossom ghost let out a piercing scream, feeling as if its skin were being pricked by needles at the touch of the cursed corpse ghost. Its large head twitched, and tears swirled in its eyes. How could you be so ruthless? The headless ghost roared in fury, swinging its blade to unleash an exaggerated wave of cutting energy toward the scorpion. However, even before the scorpion could act, merely relying on its hard exterior, the scarlet flow of jade successfully deflected the strike. Seeing the headless ghost's futile assault, the cursed corpse ghost's eyes flashed with determination. With one hand, it plunged its sword into the ground, and a circle of gray light erupted, swiftly enveloping the scorpion. This was one of the cursed corpse ghost's rare direct attack spells, capable of causing any living being within its range to decay instantly, transforming into mere skeletons, a sinister and difficult to defend against technique. Had it not been for the fear of being underestimated by the Tulip family's strong, it would never have resorted to such an attack. Yet, the cursed corpse ghost's confident strike proved to be in vain. The gray circle seeped through the scorpion's body like a gentle breeze, only causing the scorpion's cloak to rustle, with nothing else transpiring. This was inevitable. The scorpion, having completely transformed its body, was no longer a true human. Its form had been altered into a powerful puppet, no longer mere flesh and blood, rendering the cursed corpse ghost's decay spell ineffective. Your strength is commendable, but your attacks are utterly futile against me, the scorpion remarked, looking down at the three ghosts. Moreover, you have no chance left. As the scorpion's words fell, the thin cherry blossom ghost and its companions were struck with astonishment, suddenly realizing their bodies were beyond their control. Almost devoid of strength even to lift a hand, and they weakly collapsed. It turned out that the scorpion's initial intent with the poisonous needles fired by the scarlet flow of jade was not for direct assault, but to disperse the potent toxins into the air through the attack. As the battle progressed, the poison from the needles gradually evaporated and spread into the atmosphere. The three ghosts, caught off guard, inhaled the toxic mist and were rendered powerless against it. With a wave of its hand, the scorpion retracted the scarlet flow of jade and leaped down from the rooftop, standing before the three ghosts. This time, I merely wish to impart a lesson. The path of an assassin lies in the ruthless resolution of one's enemies. The scorpion leaned down to observe them, its delicate features appearing harmless. However, those who were deceived by its charming exterior would find themselves teetering on the brink of doom. Welcome to the Tulip family. The scorpion unbound the poison from the three ghosts and continued, by the command of Master Satan, I am to establish an assassination organization for the family, known as Night Raid. You shall be the first members. Greetings, leader. The three ghosts exchanged delighted glances and knelt on one knee in unison. Understanding that the previous battle was merely a show of strength from the scorpion, and they were now fully part of the Tulip family. Rise. Furthermore, this is a welcome gift from the master. The scorpion replied affirmatively, retrieving a sealed scroll from its garment and producing two magnificent blades. My goodness! The exquisite blade Hanajo, a masterpiece of the 50th craftsmanship, and the grand blade Thunder, a marvel of the 21st craftsmanship. How could the master bestow such treasures upon us? The headless ghost gasped in awe, feeling a surge of adrenaline. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to Master Satan. Oh, Scorpion. It seems you are enjoying your time with your new subordinates. Just as the three ghosts expressed their fervent allegiance, a sudden voice rang out, and a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds slowly rose from the ground. However, his collar was uniquely shaped like a pitcher plant, nearly enveloping his entire head, and his body was oddly half black and half white, exuding an air of mystery. Allow me to introduce the leader of the family's intelligence organization, listening, known as Absolute. You will have ample opportunity to collaborate in the future. The scorpion glanced at the abruptly appearing Absolute, uninterested, and introduced him to the three ghosts. Absolute was a recently arrived member of the Tulip family, appointed by Satan to establish a unique intelligence organization on the Grand Line. His ephemeral technique allowed him to merge his body with the earth and vegetation, achieving remarkable speed. He could unify with the ground and traverse through the networks of organic matter, such as plant roots and underground water, moving rapidly to any location while concealing his presence. Moreover, his spore technique enabled the creation of several independent avatars. Even if the main body perished, the avatars would persist. The art of transformation allowed him to completely mimic another's presence, facilitating infiltration into enemy ranks. In essence, Absolute alone could embody countless forms, making him the ideal candidate to lead the intelligence organization. Listening, this explained why he had suddenly emerged from the ground. Having observed the Scorpion's battle with the three ghosts without being detected, I am eager to see how your two organizations will develop. Two more figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Daedara and the zombie ghost, Jiao. Unwilling to remain idle, they were dispatched by Satan to eliminate any obstacles in the establishment of the family's new organization, a task they relished. As Master Satan of the Tulip family set his schemes in motion, dispatching members to form a new organization and develop in secrecy, unbeknownst to him, far off on Alpha Island. Others were harboring the same ambitions. Alpha Island, situated on the Grand Line, was a free island beyond the jurisdiction of any nation, rife with gangs, underground fighting rings, and even thriving in activities deemed illegal on other islands, such as slave trading and human auctions. This was a paradise for criminals, wanderers, and the fallen, a cradle for black market dealings and a notorious lawless zone at sea. At that moment, in a secret chamber of an apartment on Alpha Island, three individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. If Satan were present, he would be utterly astounded. For these three were none other than the former tequila princess of the Babylon kingdom, the proud path of the seven deadly sins, Faxi, and the greedy Mammon. They had miraculously survived the destruction of Babylon and fled to this haven. I read about Brother Mingjia and Little Satan in the newspapers. We must do something for the family, Tequila declared resolutely. We shall rebuild the seven deadly sins, unify Alpha Island, engage in black market trade, and gradually expand our influence. Only with sufficient power can we avoid hindering Prince Satan. Let it be as you wish. Lucifer looked fondly at Tequila. Once we establish ourselves, Prince Satan will inevitably take notice. Chapter 82. The banquet on the ship. After the Scorpion and Absolute were secretly dispatched to establish the family's intelligence and assassination organization, Satan and the others continued their voyage toward the East Sea. Quick, quick. Let us start the banquet. Following Akatsuki's call, Sinon abruptly discarded his fishing rod and dashed toward the dining hall like the wind. Due to Akatsuki temporarily overseeing the ship's culinary duties and consistently consuming half of the meat under the guise of tasting, coupled with Satan's ravenous appetite after his bloodline awakening, it had become increasingly challenging to secure meat at the dining table, causing Sinon to grow anxious. Hey, why the rush? The door to the first floor suddenly swung open, and a curious boy with red hair emerged from the cabin. Wow, it's Gara. Hurry, hurry. The banquet is about to begin, and delicious chicken legs await me. As Sinon ran, he shouted, his footsteps unwavering. The young man who had just exited the cabin was none other than Gara, the newest member of the Tulip family, hailing from the world of Naruto. With his striking red hair and a delicate visage that could rival Scorpion's, complemented by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes and a conspicuous red love tattoo emblazoned on his forehead, he exuded an aura of coolness. His perpetually indifferent expression, tinged with a hint of fatigue, further accentuated his distinctive charisma. However, the most eye-catching aspect of Gara was the enormous gourd he carried on his back, filled with sand imbued with the will of his mother, Karura, which would instinctively shield him in times of peril. Is it really necessary to rush for a mere meal? Gara pondered as he strolled towards the dining hall, utterly perplexed by Sinon's eagerness as an apparent foodie. Yet, upon pushing open the door to the dining area, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him, an affront to his sensibilities. The expansive dining table was heaped with a dazzling array of culinary delights, while Satan and Sinon engaged in a competitive frenzy, voraciously stuffing their mouths as the mountainous portions of food swiftly diminished. Xiejian, clutching a beverage larger than his own frame, relished the drink, flapping his wings and inciting merriment around them. The elegant red-eyed beauty, Qitong, displayed a semblance of grace in her eating manner, yet upon closer inspection, one would realize her speed was anything but sluggish, her chopsticks moving in a blur. How vibrant they are. Junmaru attempted to pat Gara on the shoulder, but was thwarted by the protective sand, leading him to awkwardly offer Gara a mug of ale instead. Observing the disheveled group, a faint smile crept across his face. Initially, I felt a bit out of place as well. But now I perceive their exuberance as perhaps the most beautiful scene in this world. This sentiment was indeed delightful. However, a competent ninja ought to remain vigilant. Should he not abstain from alcohol? Gara's brow furrowed in contemplation as he sniffed the drink, questioning its appropriateness. The most remarkable aspect of this world was the banquet. Regardless of the trials faced, a feast had the uncanny ability to instill joy instantly. Junmaru gazed at Gara, seeing reflections of his own past. Both had endured lonely childhoods, abandoned and ridiculed, burdened by emotional scars and existential confusion. Fortunately, he had encountered Lord Satan sooner, joined the Tulip family earlier, and experienced familial love much earlier in his life. We have family now, Gara. Family is a group of individuals willing to sacrifice, support, and protect one another. In the presence of family, what is there left to be tense about? Gara nodded thoughtfully. Ha ha ha. Little ones, what are you discussing? Let us revel. Boomed the boisterous Titan as he unexpectedly appeared behind them, his powerful arms encircling both their shoulders and ushering them toward the dining table. These individuals are truly remarkable. One cannot resist the desire to be part of this. Gara earnestly surveyed each person gathered around the table, warmth blossoming on his face. Glancing at the mug of ale in his hand, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he raised the mug and took a hearty gulp. Cough, cough, cough. A sharp spiciness surged down his throat, causing him to splutter, his face flushing crimson. The cold demeanor he had maintained for so long crumbled. Yet he felt as if he had suddenly melded into the festive atmosphere. Ha ha. Xiejian doubled over in exaggerated laughter, while Junmaru could hardly contain his amusement. Gently patting Gara's back. For this younger brother, whose experiences mirrored his own, he felt an irresistible urge to dissolve his aloofness, warm his heart, and let him feel the love and warmth of family. Hey, Gara, cheers. A man must drink to the last drop. Satan chewed on flesh, his voice muffled as he provocatively raised his wine glass towards Gara with a sly grin. Indeed, Gara, the moment to reveal your true manhood has arrived. Mischievous little sprites fluttered about, fanning their wings in the air, eagerly inciting the atmosphere. I finished my drink. Now it's your turn. Even the boisterous Titan joined the fray, downing a large mug of ale in one gulp, proudly displaying the empty vessel to the crowd while raising an eyebrow at Gara. The crimson-eyed observer was also captivated by Gara, who was experiencing alcohol for the first time, resting his chin on one hand as he awaited his reaction. As Gara beheld the eager glances and fervent expressions of those around him, a warm current surged within his heart. In their eyes, he perceived neither abandonment nor ridicule, nor disdain or evasion. Instead, he was met with genuine concern and hope, an embrace of warmth and acceptance. Ah, so this is what it means to have family. Gara suddenly recalled his uncle Yakumo's words. Love, in essence, is the desire to sacrifice and dedicate oneself for those most cherished, coupled with a compassionate heart that seeks to protect them. He mused that his sister loved him dearly, and that the sand would instinctively shield him, for it embodied her will. Even in death, she longed to continue safeguarding him. Mother, do you see? Now, those who wish to draw near and protect me are not just the grains of sand, but my family as well. Gara whispered to himself, his eyes misting over. His once cold heart seemed to melt away completely. He tilted his head back, allowing the ale to flow down his throat, and an exhilarating sensation coursed through his body. Ah! Splendidly done! Satan excitedly pounded the dining table, exclaiming in admiration, while others joined in laughter, their eyes brimming with boundless encouragement. Cheers! Long live the Tulip family! Chapter 83. The rising current. The weather along the Grand Line is notoriously erratic, often shifting from serene skies to torrential downpours in the blink of an eye. A moment of carelessness at sea can lead to irrevocable disaster. While Satan and his companions reveled in their feast within the cabin, their vessel had silently drifted into treacherous waters. The surface of the sea remained deceptively calm, yet beneath the depths, ominous currents surged. In the abyssal depths, frigid seawater flowed into vast underwater caverns, where geothermal activity generated immense steam pressure, resulting in explosive forces that created colossal whirlpools. The currents in the deep sea spun with great velocity, gradually expanding towards the surface, causing the waters to grow increasingly turbulent. Unbeknownst to Satan and his crew, their ship was on the brink of being engulfed by a deep-sea vortex. Inside the cabin, the festivities continued amidst joyous laughter. Having escaped the battlefield of the Babylonian kingdom, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, completely unaware of the impending turmoil. The little sprite, Xie unusually indulged in some wine, feeling slightly tipsy, and began to draw erratic circles in the air, nearly losing control of his form, which elicited hearty laughter from the others. Encouraged by the mirth, Xie became even more playful, and suddenly, in a misstep, he splashed a large cup of wine onto the laughing Satan, drenching him. Hey, that is too much, Xie. Shitong shook his head in discontent, preparing to assist Satan in wiping away the wine. No, it was unintentional. Satan seemed to sense something amiss with the ship. He tasted the fine wine that had dribbled onto his lips. The vessel was shaking. Junmilu, go see what is happening. Yes, young master. Junmilu responded and exited the cabin, instantly frozen in astonishment by the sight before him. The deep-sea whirlpool had expanded to the surface, forming a colossal vortex spanning dozens of miles. At its center lay a bottomless abyss, and their ship was being drawn ever closer to the rapidly spinning currents. Oh no, young master, we are in trouble. The ship began to tremble violently. Junmilu extended his bone spikes to anchor himself to the vessel, shouting towards the cabin. This is truly magnificent. Xie was the first to burst from the cabin, nearly awestruck by the scene unfolding before him. Goodness, is this what they call joy turning to sorrow? Satan and his companions hurried onto the deck, witnessing the whirlpool's current accelerating ominously. Their vessel could do nothing but drift along the turbulent waters, drawing ever closer to the vortex's core. Ah, Chubby Sanin cried out, Boss, are we going to perish? Brother Daedara, I miss you. Silence, you fool. Maintain your composure. Is this truly the time for jesting? Uncle Titan admonished, gripping the mast with one hand while wrapping Sanin's head with the other. Woo-woo, I can't swim. Sanin protested, his face a picture of distress as he attempted to conjure tears for sympathy. Just as the crew fretted over their ill-fated encounter with the whirlpool, Satan burst into laughter. My beloved family, we are about to change our course. Prepare yourselves for the most exhilarating journey of our lives. If I am not mistaken, we have encountered an ascending current that will take us skyward. Indeed, as soon as Satan's words faded, the current shifted once more, and a powerful updraft emerged from the depths of the whirlpool, propelling their vessel into the air. Ah, we're going to die. Sanin exclaimed excitedly, if we fall, we'll be utterly destroyed. Quickly, unfurl the sails, we must ride this current. Satan's left hand clung tightly to the mast, and under his influence, countless vines sprouted from it, securely anchoring those who would be swept away by the fierce winds to the deck. Understood, young master, Junmaru responded, darting across the tumultuous ship with remarkable speed, swiftly raising the sails. As the sails ascended, filled with the strong winds propelled by the rising tide, the vessel soared rapidly towards the heavens. The thrill was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Satan, filled with exhilaration, spread his arms wide, shouting loudly against the howling sea breeze. Veins throbbing on his forehead, his body surging with fervent vitality. What a breathtaking spectacle it is. The world is indeed fascinating. Gaara stood coolly with his arms crossed, utilizing chakra to adhere to the deck, utterly at ease. One must admit that ninjutsu can be unexpectedly convenient at times. However, in the next moment, his aura of coolness was shattered by the antics of a mischievous spirit. The strong winds made it impossible for the spirit to unfurl its wings. As it seized Gaara by the hair, dancing with the gusts and exclaiming, "Little master is gonna pee his pants." One cannot deny that the spirit is truly a jester, instantly turning Gaara's demeanor into one of exasperation. The ascending currents surged higher and higher, and the vessel riding the waves climbed ever upward, with fluffy white clouds floating around it. "Young master, we are flying," exclaimed Sinan, clinging to the mast in excitement. "But have you considered how we will land?" "Landing? I haven't thought of that. We shall leave it to fate," Satan responded with a haughty demeanor, provoking a cacophony of anguished cries from Sinan. At last, the surging currents broke through the dense layers of clouds, lifting Satan and his companion's vessel high into the ethereal realm above. However, having lost the impetus to ascend further, the ship began its tumultuous descent, leaving Satan's craft anchored amidst the billowing clouds. We have finally come to a halt. We are saved. We are saved. The unexpected ascent into the heavens had left the crew in a state of heightened tension, but now they relaxed, collapsing onto the deck in sheer relief. Satan leaped atop the mast, surveying the surroundings, and beheld that they were currently anchored above an endless sea of clouds, where the billowing vapor resembled a realm of ethereal beauty. Educated in the ways of royalty from a young age, Satan was well versed in the secrets of this world. And at that moment, he recognized that they were suspended in the white sea formed by the accumulation of cloud, soaring 7,000 meters above the ground. Captivated by the swirling mists, the plump youth, Sinan, brimmed with renewed energy, approaching the ship's railing to grasp the wisps of cloud drifting around them, reveling in the delight of play. Suddenly, the cloud sea surged, and a colossal centipede-like creature erupted from the depths, lunging directly at Sinan by the edge of the deck. Alas, how could such a monster exist within the cloud sea? This grotesque entity possessed a flattened body, its venomous fangs gleaming ominously, while toxic hooks protruded from beneath its segmented belly, and its 2 rows of legs resembled a series of razor-sharp blades, leaving Sinan momentarily stunned with fear. Audacious. This beast. Noticing Sinan's bewilderment, Titan stomped his foot, leaping high into the air, and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's head. The force of the impact was tremendous, causing the centipede's exoskeleton to crack and splinter, sending its body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Chapter 84. The Azure Isle of Baika in the wake of the centipede's assault. The crew aboard the ship quickly became alert, shaking off their previous languor. Although the white sea appeared exquisitely beautiful, it was fraught with peril. "Young master, are you familiar with the circumstances here?" Chidong inquired, observing Satan, whose excitement seemed unfazed by their ascent into the Sky Island. "To speak truthfully, I feel the favor of destiny upon me." Satan, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, spoke earnestly to everyone. "Favor? I hardly believe that this near-death experience constitutes any form of favor." Sinan murmured softly, filled with trepidation. That is because you are yet to comprehend the nature of the place we have arrived at." Satan gathered all the knowledge he possessed regarding the Sky Islands and beckoned everyone to draw near. "Allow me to enlighten you. For while all are aware of the great route's mystique, teeming with countless enchanting islands, few comprehend that the most extraordinary among them are Fishman Island and the Sky Islands. Fishman Island lies directly beneath the Red Land, at a depth of 10,000 meters, serving as a sanctuary for the fishmen and merfolk. Conversely, at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the sea, amidst the clouds, several Sky Islands also exist. The primary substance constituting these Sky Islands is cloud, and they are renowned for their unique variety of shells. The inhabitants of the Sky Islands are inextricably linked to these distinctive clouds and shells in their daily lives. "Sky Islands? Are you suggesting that islands exist in the heavens?" Titan exclaimed, astonished. "I have never encountered such tales. The Sky Islands float above the White Sea, a realm difficult for ordinary folk to reach, leading many to dismiss their existence. attempting to navigate the sea route to the Sky Islands. Only a small fraction of the 100 who set forth might survive. Conversely, should we ascend along the coastal currents, we face only two outcomes: total survival or complete demise. To have safely reached our destination indeed seems a stroke of fate. The white sea beneath our vessel is composed of clouds. Should one fall into it, they would plunge 7,000 meters down to the azure sea, a perilous fate. Thus, our immediate priority is to locate a high-speed cloud route leading to the lofty expanse of the White Sea. If we do not find a sky island to dock upon, we risk being trapped aboard our ship. Just as Satan was fervently imparting knowledge of the Sky Islands, a sudden cacophony of battle echoed from afar. Someone was approaching. A small boat, measuring 3 to 5 meters, sped across the ocean of clouds, hurtling directly towards Satan's vessel, pursued by a dozen identical boats, accompanied by shouts of combat. The fleeing boat swiftly closed the distance to Satan's grand ship and executed a stylish turn, positioning itself before the larger vessel, ready to confront its pursuers. The crew on deck could clearly see that the small boat was manned by two youthful figures. One was tall and slender, clad in purple attire, sporting an eccentric hairstyle resembling spider legs. The other resembled a spherical shape, donned in white clothing, adorned with a yellow hat, fiery red hair, and round spectacles, exuding an air of whimsy. Most peculiar were the feather-like wings sprouting from their backs, bestowing upon them an endearing charm. As they halted their boat, the rotund youth pointed at the pursuers and shouted, "You have fallen into our trap. Our reinforcements have arrived. Surrender at once." He continued to steer the boat closer to Satan's grand ship. "Hey, young master," said Sinan, bewildered, gesturing towards the small boat below. "Those two are using us as a facade of intimidation. Let us observe further." Satan gazed contemplatively at the two youths below, an inkling of familiarity stirring within him as if he had encountered them before. At that moment, a fleet of several small vessels arrived, dispersing to encircle Satan's ship. On board these craft were soldiers clad in uniform, adorned with military attire and berets, each sporting a pair of diminutive wings upon their backs. "You seek to assail the divine sanctuary. You shall be condemned to the punishment of drifting clouds," bellowed a robust man resembling an officer from the foremost vessel, directing his ire towards the youths. He then shifted his attention towards Satan and his entourage aboard the larger ship. "It would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in our affairs, otherwise, the divine legion shall impose retribution upon you." "Oh, and whom do you intend to punish?" The imp perched upon Satan's shoulder unleashed a torrent of invective, declaring, "I shall bring you to your knees. How audacious to show such disrespect towards the divine armament legion within the realm of the gods." With a commanding voice, the captain of the legion ordered his soldiers to seize them all. As the soldiers surged towards Satan's grand vessel, the two cunning youths aboard displayed no intention of confrontation. Instead, they stealthily maneuvered the ship to retreat behind the larger vessel, plotting their escape. The soldiers wore uniquely crafted shoes equipped with wind shells that propelled them swiftly across the Cerulean Sea, allowing them to rapidly ascend onto the grand ship. "Alas, I merely wished to witness the spectacle. How frustrating," Satan murmured, and from the deck sprouted countless resilient vines, entwining the dozens of soldiers who had charged forward in an instant, rendering their struggles futile. Witnessing the annihilation of his entire force, the commander of the divine troops hastily maneuvered his small vessel to flee, scoffing at the audacity of those who dared to assault the divine legion. Surely, the great deity would exact retribution upon them. However, before he could escape far, a swift motion from the crimson-eyed figure aboard the grand ship unleashed a surge of red blade energy, cleaving the small vessel in two. The unfortunate commander, unable to utter a sound of defiance, was swiftly captured. Meanwhile, the two young boys who had been pursued were each seized by Titan and brought aboard the grand ship. "Now speak. Who are you?" Satan sat in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the two young boys before him, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. The individuals in front of him had effortlessly captured the celestial warriors who had relentlessly pursued him, leaving no escape in the heavens or on earth. Their power was indisputable. The boy clad in purple bit his lip, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet despite his efforts, his face reddened, and no words escaped his mouth. "Fool! You're biting your lip," the spherical boy beside him reminded with an expression of exasperation, urging him to refrain from such an action if he wished to articulate his thoughts. "Ah, my apologies, I forgot," the purple-clad youth finally responded, releasing his lip and addressing Satan. "I am Nepin, a resident of the Sky Island of Baika." "I am Dao." Also hailing from the Sky Island of Baika, the spherical boy added. "Baika?" Satan pondered for a moment. Was that not the homeland of the future thunder god Enel? Indeed. Those two were none other than the Sky Guardian Nyapan and the Forest Guardian Daigo, among Enel's 4 priests. No wonder they appeared familiar. They were merely in their youth at this time. Chapter 85. Born Heretics. Are you subordinates of Enel? Satan, with an air of temptation, inquired in hopes of gleaning information about Enel. Do you know our boss? Nirvana and Dawu exchanged glances, their faces betraying astonishment. How could these individuals, clearly hailing from Qinghai, possibly be acquainted with Enel? Well, to some extent, we do. Satan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, in my previous life, I encountered him in an anime. I suppose one could say I am somewhat acquainted with him. By the way, why are these individuals pursuing you? Satan pointed towards the captured soldiers of the divine army lying on the ground, bewildered by the sight. It is essential to recognize that Enel, a user of the natural type rumble fruit, is renowned as the god of thunder. If these 2 individuals were indeed his subordinates, it would be inconceivable for them to be pursued by the divine army. 3 months prior, the sky island of Baika fell under the dominion of the new ruler, Makarov. In a bid to solidify his reign, he declared all wingless inhabitants of the sky island as heretics, subjecting them to execution by fire. Enel, lacking wings by birth, was deemed a heretic himself, and Makarov planned to publicly execute him on the island. Dawu, with anticipation glimmering in his eyes, gazed at Satan. Regardless of how these individuals knew Enel, it was evident that if they were willing to act, there existed a possibility of rescuing their leader. Despite his rotund figure resembling a ball, his intellect proved to be remarkably sharp. Did you say Enel has been captured? Satan appeared astonished. Could it be that Enel had not yet consumed the devil fruit? If that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous news. Our leader had been captured, and we could not simply acquiesce to such a fate. However, we found ourselves unable to contend with the formidable Shimmer Karen. Thus we resolved to stealthily seize the devil fruit enshrined upon the altar of the temple. Although it bore a curse, we were willing to risk it all for the chance to rescue our leader, as explained by Nirvana. Yet, our endeavor ended in failure. Not only did we fail to procure the devil fruit, but also Shura and Om were apprehended, leaving only Nirvana and myself to escape. Dao observed Satan's countenance and, with a touch of despondence, elucidated the reasons behind their pursuit by the divine soldier team. At this juncture, Satan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Enel had likely not yet ingested the devil fruit and had been subdued by Shimmer Karen due to his inadequate strength. Furthermore, the celestial knight Shura and the sky rancher Om had also been captured. The original narrative hinted that Enel later annihilated his homeland, the sky island Burka, which seemed to be the catalyst for these events. Did you say there is a devil fruit enshrined upon the temple altar? The sprite Siejin interjected. While he was oblivious to many matters, he was acutely aware of Satan's fervent desire for the devil fruit, for each fruit represented a mighty addition to the Tulip family. Indeed, from the moment of our birth, a devil fruit has been enshrined upon that altar, rumored to possess a cursed power, most fitting for the divine. Lead us to the temple altar, and in exchange for that devil fruit, I vow to rescue Enel. Satan was acutely aware that the so-called cursed power, which had been worshipped for many years, was likely the thunder fruit. How dare you covet the divine? The gods shall surely exact their vengeance upon you. The commander of the divine soldiers, lying on the deck, roared in furious indignation. How noisy! In a moment of elation, Satan waved his hand and rendered him unconscious. What gods? Merely a frog in a well, reigning over a mere island. Satan leapt onto the bow of the ship and turned to his family, exclaiming, Set sail for Baika, let us meet the enigmatic new god Macaron. The Tulip family's vessel, guided by the leaders Nirvana and Great Enlightenment, headed towards the temple altar of Baika Island. At this moment, it was midday, and perhaps due to its proximity to the sun, the sunlight on Baika Island was particularly intense, creating an inexplicable sensation of heat, with the air feeling somewhat dry and the wind scarce. In the central square of the island, this oppressive heat intensified. The vast plaza, capable of accommodating nearly 50,000 people, was now overcrowded, with almost all of Baika Island's inhabitants gathered here. Due to the new god Macaron's decree, today, a punishment for heretics would be executed in this very place, and all residents were mandated to witness the entire execution to demonstrate their reverence for the divine. The multitude surrounded the plaza, leaving only a long passageway leading to the center, flanked by rows of vigilant soldiers from the divine guard, tasked with maintaining order. At the core of the square, a towering pyre made of firewood awaited, ready to uphold the deity's majesty with roaring flames. In the prime viewing area, soldiers of the divine guard had constructed a lavish seat where the ruler of Baika Island, the new god Macaron, sat silently, observing the prostrated crowd below. Look how obedient these fools are, Macaron mused with a playful smile, feeling a swell of pride within. He relished establishing rules for the populace, finding immense pleasure in watching them comply with his decrees. All greatness is yours. Wherever your radiance shines, the people naturally prostrate themselves, the high priest of Macaron flattered. Enough with the flattery. Have the sinners who dared intrude upon the altar in an attempt to steal the power of the divine been captured? First squads of the divine guard have been dispatched. Once we conclude the execution here, good news will certainly await you in the temple. Useless. Does it take so long to catch a few mice? What good are you? Macaron scolded, initially hoping for a flawless execution to convey the will of the divine, only to be thwarted by those who dared disrupt his temple. When those ruffians are brought back, I shall administer the punishment of cloud and mist. Of course, my lord. Everything shall be as you command, the high priest replied respectfully, aware that none dared defy this powerful new deity, lest they face severe punishments, as evidenced by the recent hanging of a servant of the divine, causing him to tremble in fear. As time passed, the passageway below witnessed the divine guard escorting 3 condemned individuals towards the execution site. The latter 2 were companions of Nirvana and Great Enlightenment, Shura and Om, while the leader among them was a boy of about 14 or 15, bare-chested and clad only in oversized trousers. His earlobes nearly twice the length of a normal person's. Despite being led to execution by the divine guard, there was not a trace of fear on his face. His head was slightly bowed, brows furrowed defiantly, and his fish-like eyes scanned the silent crowd with indifference, brimming with disdain for them. He was none other than Enel, the lightning god from the original tale, known for annihilating Bike Island, a true anomaly born without wings. What a pity, Enel sighed softly. Chapter 86. The arrival of Satan in the atmosphere of profound silence. Enel was soon bound to the center of the pyre, awaiting Macaron's command to commence his fiery execution. The spectators held their breath, afraid to exhale, as the tension in the air grew thicker, as if a storm were about to descend. The new god Macaron surveyed the silent crowd with a sense of triumph. This was his supreme authority. Before him, all were compelled to prostrate themselves. The divine majesty surpassed all. Any who defied it would face punishment. Sensing the moment was ripe, he rose to issue the order to burn Enel alive. Burn him, as Macaron's voice echoed. The long-suppressed atmosphere erupted. Perhaps they truly despised a wingless heretic, or perhaps they merely sought to flatter the new deity, or simply to vent their pent-up frustrations. The cries to burn Enel rained down like a torrent. The soldiers of the divine guard, upon receiving the command, raised their torches and approached the towering pile of wood, ready to ignite the flames. How I wish to obliterate this wretched existence. Enel, atop the pyre, cast a scornful glance at the frenzied crowd below, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Just as the execution was about to commence, a thunderous roar drowned out the fervent cries of the populace, as clouds of dust rose from the ground at the edge of the square, capturing everyone's attention. Cough, cough. Young master, you are truly mad. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. I love this reckless adventure. From within the dust, a cacophony of voices emerged. And soon the haze cleared to reveal a battered ship, its hull adorned with arrogant figures. It turned out that Satan and his companions, led by Nirvana and Great Enlightenment, were en route to the temple altar to seize the devil fruits, just as Macaron had left the temple to commence Enel's execution. The guards left behind in the temple were no match for the ferocious Tulip family, easily dispatched in a matter of moments, and the devil fruits were swiftly secured. However, upon learning that Macaron had begun Enel's execution, Satan could not remain idle. They set sail at high speed, traversing a great distance to arrive just in the nick of time. Who dares to interrupt my execution? You have committed the sin of defiance. The newly exalted god Macaron, enraged at having his punishment interrupted, fumed. Indeed, there exists a fool who dares to call himself a god, a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. Unfazed by Macaron's fury, Satan scoffed, his attention entirely focused on the soon-to-be executed Enel. The long, distinctive earlobes, akin to eternally rolling eyes of a dead fish. His haughty brows raised defiantly, and his expression radiating disdain for all. Indeed, it was the tragic Enel, whom Satan had longed to see in the flesh. And a fervent desire flickered in his eyes. As Satan's penetrating gaze scrutinized Enel, the latter curiously regarded Satan, eager to discern which madman dared challenge the divine decree. Their eyes locked across the expanse of the square, igniting a spark in the air itself. Do you dare to provoke the divine? Insolence! Divine guard, seize them. Feeling mocked, Macaron shattered the armrest of his chair with a furious slap, rising to roar in rage. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers of the divine guard charged towards Satan and his companions on the ship, causing the terrified crowd to scatter in chaos. Leave these lackeys to me to handle. Young master, Satan greeted cheerfully as he leaped off the ship's railing. Faced with the multitude of advancing divine warriors, he surprisingly displayed an endearing smile. his cherubic cheeks quivering with excitement. Having spent the entire day in the company of the young master's peculiar entourage, he finally seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess against these foes. "Dust arrow rain," he declared. As the minute particles suspended in the air and the dust upon the ground coalesced into countless small earthen arrows that rained down upon the divine soldiers. The rapid barrage was nearly impossible to defend against, and many of the divine warriors were swiftly struck down. Yet, some of the elite soldiers, equipped with shells unique to the Sky Islands, countered his assault. Whether unleashing fierce winds with their wind shells or hurling flames with their heat shells, they managed to intercept a portion of Sinan's onslaught. "What's the rush? Do you wish to hunt all alone?" Chitong teased, lightly tapping Sinan on the head. With a swift motion of his blade, a whirlwind of chaotic sword energy surged forth, slicing through the ranks of soldiers as if they were mere paper, leaving them riddled with countless tiny cuts. "I'm merely alleviating the young master's burdens." Sinan pouted, adorably attempting to charm his way through the skirmish, while simultaneously manipulating spikes to erupt from the ground, piercing through the advancing adversaries. "One should take this more seriously," he mused, as Junmaru unleashed his attack, sending forth bone projectiles from his fingertips like true bullets. The soldiers struck by these projectiles crumpled as if struck by lightning, instantly incapacitated. As others began their offensives, Gaara too was reluctant to be outdone. Sand began to leak from the gourd on his back, and under his command, it floated ominously towards the foes rushing towards him. "Sand needle rain," Gaara declared. And with a clenched fist, a massive eruption of sand filled the skies, cascading down like an unending storm, inflicting significant damage upon the unsuspecting divine warriors below. Seeing that several soldiers had evaded the initial onslaught, Gaara quickly initiated a second wave of attack. Flowing sand waterfall, with his chakra infusing the ground. The rock beneath him shattered into sand, transforming the vicinity into a desert-like expanse. Many divine warriors, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared in the shifting sands, being relentlessly pressed downwards. Under Gaara's command, the sand surged into towering waves, crashing towards the enemies like an unceasing waterfall, obliterating everything in their path beneath the immense pressure. In mere moments, the soldiers faced near-total annihilation. Who would have thought there was yet another monster among us? "When will I get my turn to shine?" Sinan murmured, pouting as he watched Gaara swiftly dispatch the multitude of foes. It seemed that none of the formidable individuals surrounding the young master were quite ordinary. He lamented being the rare nature fruit user of the sea, yet still feeling overshadowed. Chapter 87. The Descent of the Thunder God Impossible. How could nearly 1,000 divine warriors be defeated by just a handful of individuals? The high priest stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, his heart racing with unease as his legs trembled uncontrollably, inching away in fear of attracting the attention of the monstrous figures in the distance. "Do you think they dare to challenge the majesty of the divine?" Macaron's devilish voice echoed in his ears, causing the high priest to shudder and collapse to the ground, instinctively flattering. How could they be the opponents of the divine? The divine is the supreme being. Victory must belong to you. "Humph. I suspect your thoughts are far from such," Macaron retorted with a cold smirk, lounging nonchalantly upon his divine throne. "What does it matter how many divine warriors fall? My power is beyond comprehension." Bound to a wooden pillar, Enel watched as the divine warriors fell one by one, the members of the Tulip clan effortlessly dispatching their enemies with an air of casual grace. A glimmer of inexplicable emotion flickered in his eyes. These formidable beings were akin to him. "What do you think, my family?" Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. Enel blinked in surprise, realizing that Satan had approached him from the ship's railing, having seemingly bridged the distance in an instant. So swift. He was just so far away. Yet this individual is even stronger than the rest. Enel felt his breath catch, his gaze fixed on Satan's face, which bore a bright smile. Yet from those heterochromatic eyes emanated a profound sense of bloodshed and fury. Satan merely stood before him, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet, an intangible aura of menace seemed to solidify the very air around them, leaving Enel trembling in fear, his heart pounding violently, as if it might leap from his throat. In the presence of Satan, he felt akin to a fierce wolf confronted by the Wolf King, utterly subdued by the malevolent essence that lurked within Satan's being. "I ask you, what do you think of my family?" Observing Enelu's somewhat dazed expression, the smile on Satan's face broadened as he inquired once more. "They are formidable. Truly monstrous. Then, do you wish to join us?" Satan's gaze was fixed intently upon Enelu, his eyes brimming with insatiable desire. "Of course, we are kindred spirits." Under the piercing scrutiny of Satan, Enelu felt his heart race uncontrollably, and he unhesitatingly accepted Satan's invitation. Bingo! Upon hearing Enelu's affirmative response, Satan joyfully snapped his fingers, swiftly severing the ropes that bound Enelu, and then produced the thunder fruit, seized from the altar of the temple, extending it towards Inola. Consume it. Without a moment's hesitation. Inola took a bite, his expression transforming dramatically, features contorting as he nearly succumbed to the urge to expel it. What on earth is this ghastly concoction? It is utterly repulsive. Ha ha, it is said that one must consume the entire devil fruit to fully attain its powers. Satan, with a wicked grin that betrayed his mischievous nature, reveled in the success of his devilish plans. The infamous devil fruit, notorious for its repulsive taste, was aptly represented by Inol's expression, which spoke volumes of the fruit's dreadful flavor. Inol, aghast at the sight of the enormous fruit before him, lamented the necessity of consuming the entire thing. With a resigned determination, he closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and forcefully devoured the remaining portion, swallowing the entire devil fruit whole. As the fruit disappeared, a transformation began within him. Arcs of electricity danced across his skin, and crackling sounds resonated from deep within his being. Instinctively, the powers of the rumble fruit were inscribed in his mind, as if they were his birthright. Clenching his fists, Inol reveled in the newfound strength surging through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I suspect, given your disposition, you intend to personally put an end to him. Satan remarked, observing Inol's acquisition of his lightning abilities with a gleeful heart. Indeed, Inol replied, twisting his neck with a sinister grin. I shall take his head as a token for my master. Go forth, sever his head, strip him of his divine title, and proclaim the arrival of the thunder god to all. Inol transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelling himself toward Macaron, who sat atop the platform. Little Satan, it appears you have high hopes for him. A curious voice emerged from Satan's shoulder. Well, I admire his defiance, and I believe he can grow into a formidable general. Do you doubt it? I trust your judgment implicitly. On the platform, Macaron unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Inol. His fist, capable of shattering mountains, pierced through Inol's form. Yet it proved futile. Having consumed the Logia-type devil fruit, Inol had become a being of lightning, effortlessly rendering all physical attacks ineffective through mere elemental transformation. Old man, allow me to show you what a true god is like. Seizing the moment of Macaron's stunned confusion, Inol delivered a punch that sent him flying. Electrocution, 1,000,000 volts. A beam of azure lightning erupted from Inol's hand, striking the fallen Macaron. The air crackled with electricity, accompanied by the faint scent of singed flesh. As the wielder of the rumble fruit, Inol could transform any part of his body into lightning, enabling him to move at blinding speeds through conductors and air, delivering electric assaults with ease. Cough, cough, what an extraordinary ability! Macaron slowly rose, his gaze fixed on Inol. As the ruler of Skypiea, he was no ordinary foe. Despite the sudden onslaught, he had not completely lost his fighting spirit. Cutting shell, twin blades. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, rapidly approaching Inol. As he swung his fist, 2 azure slashes emanated from his wrists, aimed directly at Inol. Equipped with the unique cutting shell of Skypiea, which could absorb and release slashes at will, Macaron wielded formidable power. Inol transformed into a streak of lightning, effortlessly dodging the attack and delivering a kick that sent Macaron sprawling. Do not disgrace yourself with your ant-like perspective. As the thunder god descended, Inol moved with blinding speed, not allowing Macaron a moment to recover. He landed a foot upon Macaron's form, radiating a brilliant azure light, embodying the very essence of a deity commanding lightning. The intense heat generated by his electrifying presence melted all in its path, instantaneously draining Macaron of vitality. Thus, the new god of Skypiea fell at the hands of Inol. Well done, welcome to the Tulip family. Chapter 88, The Voyage Across the White Sea. Upon the pristine expanse of the White Sea, a medium-sized triangular sailboat glided leisurely, laughter echoing amidst the gentle waves. 2 weeks prior, after rescuing Inol from impending execution on Skypiea, Satan and his companions wasted little time. Following a brief respite, they set sail with Inol and his 4 priests, embarking on a quest to locate the elusive Skypiea. Since being lifted by the ascending currents into the White Sea, a grand design had begun to take shape in Satan's mind, initially intending to secretly develop in the East Blue. He soon realized that the Sky Islands presented the most opportune environment for the Tulip family's expansion. Situated at an elevation of 10,000 meters above sea level, this realm possessed unparalleled geographical advantages while remaining beneath the radar of rival factions. Establishing the family's headquarters on an island in the sky would ensure rapid growth and prosperity. Regrettably, Baika Island was too diminutive, with a population scarcely exceeding 50,000, and the unique resources of clouds and shells were exceedingly rare. Consequently, they were compelled to seek out other Sky Islands. For Satan, the ideal destination remained the Skypiea of the original tale, rich in resources and the remnants of the Golden City, Sandora. Acquiring the vast wealth of gold there would render the rise of the Tulip family unstoppable. Hey, Master Satan. What occupies your thoughts? As Satan reclined in contemplation of the family's future, Enel, casually munching on an apple, ambled over. So, how are you finding your time with the others? TCH, there's nothing to adjust to. However, aimlessly drifting across the White Sea is utterly tedious. Such is the nature of our predicament. We are unaware of the locations of the other sky islands and must rely on chance. Satan instinctively scratched his head. During the nearly half-month voyage, not only was Enel, known for his impatience, becoming increasingly frustrated, but he himself was feeling quite vexed as well. If you're truly bored, let us engage in a match, suddenly exclaimed Uncle Titan from beside him. Absolutely not. Enel's expression transformed into one of utter displeasure. Initially, when he boarded the ship, he arrogantly believed that his mastery of the natural fruit rendered him nearly invincible, insisting on sparring with everyone. However, aside from a draw with the younger natural user, Sinan, he discovered that he was utterly outmatched by the others on board. Naturally, there was no contest against Akatsuki, whose formidable slashes and mastery of armament hockey honed over 6 years on Naga Island could easily inflict wounds upon Enel. Had it not been for Enel's lightning-fast movements, he would have likely been swiftly defeated. The same was true in his sparring with Kankuro, although Gaara's sand was challenging to capture at high speeds. Enel's attacks could not breach the impenetrable defense formed by Gaara's sand, which operated autonomously to protect its master without consuming Gaara's stamina or chakra. Even if Enel attempted to outlast him, victory was beyond his reach. Undoubtedly, the most humiliating experience was his confrontation with Uncle Titan, whose overwhelming mastery of hockey could easily reduce Enel to a mere punching bag, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Thus, the rare natural fruit user, rumored to gain abilities surpassing others upon consumption, found himself to be the weakest presence aboard the ship alongside Sinan. It was no wonder that the ill-tempered Enel managed to coexist harmoniously with the others. After all, he certainly wished to avoid a beating. As Satan observed Enel's comically flustered demeanor, he could not help but burst into laughter. Who could have imagined that the formidable god of thunder from the original tale possessed such an endearing side? Enel, it appears you must maintain a low profile until you and Sinan master hockey. Humph. I am exceptionally gifted. Mere hockey cannot possibly deter me. Once I devise new techniques, we shall compete again. Enel, filled with indignation, bit into an apple with great fervor, as if to vent his frustrations upon the fruit, eliciting amused laughter from those around him. Young Master Satan, Captain Enel, someone approaches from a distance. With Shura, responsible for lookout duties, shouting, excitement surged among the crew. In this endless expanse of White Sea, even the sighting of another person was a thrilling event, for where there were people, there must be land nearby. Not far from the ship, a figure was indeed seen swiftly navigating the White Sea atop a wibba, a transportation device unique to the Sky Islands. Requiring a keen sense of ocean currents for adept operation, a skill that would take ordinary individuals years to master. Behind him, a monstrous fish, measuring several meters in length, lurked in the clouded waters, relentlessly pursuing the wibba's operator. Hey, Shura, go save him. Witnessing the imminent danger faced by the wibba's pilot, Satan immediately commanded Shura to intervene. Shura, a spirited young man, donned a pilot's cap and goggles, wielding a spear enhanced by the heat shell, transforming it into a fiery weapon. However, the true reason for selecting him for the rescue was his companion, the three-jung bird, which was capable of flight and could unleash flames thanks to the fire shell equipped in its beak. Upon receiving Satan's orders, Shura soared into the sky atop the three-jung bird, thrusting his fiery spear toward the monstrous fish. Upon contact, the fish ignited, sensing the threat and thrashing about before diving into the depths of the clouded sea in a desperate escape. Thank you for saving me. The rescued individual, a middle-aged man clad in a one-piece outfit adorned with intricate patterns, sported small feathered wings on his back and had 2 tufted locks of hair. Not at all. It was a mere act of kindness. You must be a visitor from Qinghai, correct? You certainly do not resemble a Sky Islander, the man remarked, appearing quite talkative. Indeed. Sir, we hail from Qinghai. There should be islands nearby, right? We've been sailing the White Sea for nearly half a month without encountering a single island where we could dock, Satan expressed, revealing his utmost concern. I am Gaia, a wibber repair technician from Angel Island. It is not far from here, and I would be delighted to invite you to visit, he offered. That sounds splendid. Sailing the sea has become exceedingly monotonous, Sinan replied eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of ending the tedium of their journey across the White Sea. Satan too found joy. Yet his happiness stemmed from finally reaching his destination. If memory serves correctly, the Sky Island of Skypea is composed of Angel Island and Apiato. Chapter 89, The Lord of the Skies. Under the guidance of Gaia, Satan and his companions journeyed to the second island they encountered in the White Sea, known as Angel Island. Throughout the voyage, Gaia exhibited remarkable hospitality, not only inviting them to his charming abode on Angel Island, but also elaborating on the rich history and culture of the island. According to him, the divine realm of Skypiea comprises Angel Island and Appayado. For generations, the leaders of Skypiea have been referred to as gods, and presently, it is ruled by the deity Gonfor. Gonfor is a formidable sky knight, accompanied by a unique avian mount known as the Skypoint bird, named Pierre, which possesses the powers of the mythical Zoan-type horse fruit, enabling it to transform into a celestial steed. Long ago, Skypiea was solely comprised of Angel Island. However, for centuries past, an ascending current brought the sacred island of Appayado to the White Sea, leading the inhabitants of the sky to revere this singular soil-rich island as holy ground. In their quest to seize the most precious resource of the White Sea, land, the residents of Angel Island expelled the indigenous Shandians from Appayado, resulting in 400 years of incessant conflict and warfare between the two tribes. Yet, in recent decades, despite ongoing hostilities, the residents of Angel Island and the Shandians have seen their dominion over Appayado diminish as a new overlord, the Sky Sovereign Nolan, emerged. Nolan, a colossal serpent residing on the sacred island, possesses venomous fangs capable of withering trees in an instant. He is the grandson of the serpent deity, Kashi, and was swept onto the Sky Island alongside Appayado 4 centuries ago. After centuries of growth, he is transformed into an enormous serpent nearly 1,000 meters in length, rightfully claiming dominion over the majority of Appayado, while the inhabitants of Angel Island and the Shandians are relegated to battling for the scant soil along the island's fringes. Wow. A serpent over 1,000 meters long? That's quite extraordinary. No wonder it dominates most of Appayado and has become the Sky Sovereign, exclaimed Sinan in astonishment upon hearing Gaia's account. That creature must be nearly invincible. I want it as a pet. Suddenly, Satan's whimsical voice interjected. And observing the astonished expressions of his family, he reiterated, I want that giant serpent. I shall make the Sky Sovereign my pet. Upon comprehending Satan's words, the reactions of the Tulip family members and Gaia were starkly contrasting. Gaia nearly trembled in fear, sitting down in shock, while the Tulip family members wore expressions of understanding, as if only such a colossal creature were worthy of being the young master's pet. My goodness, young man, have you lost your mind? Over the years, countless formidable beings from Angel Island and the Shandians have endeavored to challenge the Sky Sovereign, all of whom have met their demise at its jaws. You truly wish to have it as a pet, Has? Gaia, taken aback by Satan's audacity, spoke with a quiver in his voice, revealing the profound impression the Sky Sovereign's might had left on all the residents of Angel Island. Satan revealed a smile laden with meaning, casting a glance at his family members who wore expressions of tacit understanding. The Tulip family aspired to establish their foothold on Skypiea and earn the acceptance of its inhabitants. Thus, they needed to demonstrate a formidable power capable of intimidating all. It was only fitting to target the Sky Lord, who rendered the residents of Angel Island and the Shandians utterly helpless. After nearly an hour of sailing, a beautiful small island finally came into view, exuding an aura of sanctity. The island was veiled in wisps of mist, pristine and immaculate, complemented by the winged inhabitants who had thrived there for generations, resembling a true paradise inhabited by angels. However, upon landing, Satan and his companions were intercepted by the police force, the White Beret Brigade, which served the deity Gonfall. Captain McKinley, a towering and brawny figure, appeared exceedingly robust. Captain McKinley, these visitors hail from Qinghai. They saved my life at sea, and I wish to invite them to my home, explained Pai Gaia, who promptly paid the entry fees in a bid to secure their admission. It is wartime, and Lord Gonfall has mandated heightened vigilance to thwart any ambush by the Shandians. I lack the authority to grant you entry, McKinley replied. Familiar with Uncle Pai Gaia, he usually allowed entry if someone vouched for the visitors, but given the current war circumstances, he scratched his head in a dilemma. How about I escort you to the temple? With Lord Gonfall's permission, you may roam freely on the island. Reluctant to provoke conflict with those who had control over Skypiea, Satan acquiesced to McKinley's suggestion, also eager to glimpse the current ruler, Lord Gonfall. Along the way to the temple, they observed patrols of fully armed soldiers stationed at intervals, confirming that the atmosphere of war had indeed enveloped this once serene Angel Island, causing its residents to grow tense. Soon, under McKinley's guidance, they arrived at the temple of the present ruler of Skypiea, Lord Gonfall. Despite being termed a temple, it resembled an ordinary courtyard, larger in size but not differing significantly from the residences of other Sky Island inhabitants. It was a far cry from the opulence of the temple belonging to Macaron, the ruler of Baika Island, indicating that Gonfall was not a deity of ostentation. Yet, the courtyard, though unremarkable, was meticulously maintained, with rows of uniformed guards standing at attention, weapons in hand, exuding a sense of solemn pride in their duties. All these details vividly conveyed to Satan that Gonfall held considerable prestige on Angel Island, starkly contrasting with Macaron of Baika Island. "McKinley, what brings you here?" As Satan observed and pondered the state of Angel Island, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. "Lord Gonfall, we have guests from Chiang Hai who rescued the islanders at sea and wish to tour Angel Island. I have brought them here to seek your permission." McKinley stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the inquirer. "Welcome, guests from Chiang Hai." Gonfall warmly opened his arms in greeting. It was only at this moment that Satan took the opportunity to appraise the island's ruler, who appeared to be an elderly gentleman clad in heavy knightly armor. Wielding a knight's lance and sporting a gentle, benevolent smile, accompanied by his combat companion, a pink-spotted Pegasus named Pierre. Chapter 90. The vassals promised Lord Gonfall was a kind-hearted elder. At his invitation, Satan and his companions entered his temple as guests. "What may I assist you with?" Esteemed visitors from afar? Although McKinley had relayed that they wished to tour Angel Island, the instinct of a ruler told Gonfall that these individuals were not ordinary. Gazing at the amiable elder, Satan paused for a moment, then decided to be forthright. Perhaps addressing the matter directly would benefit both parties. "The environment of Angel Island is exquisite, and under your governance, the people here live tranquil and harmonious lives, akin to a celestial realm." The voice of Satan was low and sincere as he earnestly declared, "However, your strength is insufficient to safeguard the security of Angel Island." "What do you mean by that?" Gonfall seemed to faintly grasp the implication in Satan's words. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he sprang to his feet, aiming his gun at Satan with a single hand. "What do you intend to do to Angel Island?" "Even at the cost of my life, I will never permit anyone to disturb the tranquility of Angel Island." At Gonfall's furious shout, a throng of divine guards surged into the room, weapons in hand, surrounding the members of the Tulip family completely. Gonfall intensely scrutinized Satan's expression. Despite being encircled, he observed not a flicker of fear upon Satan's visage. Even those behind Satan remained unfazed, calmly sipping tea and enjoying fruit, utterly disregarding the soldiers surrounding them. Gonfall's pupils contracted sharply. Those who can remain composed amidst enemies are either fools or possess profound confidence in their abilities, and it was evident that this group belonged to the latter. "I advise you to have them lower their weapons. I have a strong aversion to being threatened with firearms. It can lead to fatalities." Satan slowly lifted his head, reaching up to clear his ears, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. A chill coursed through everyone present, as if a frigid breeze had swept through their hearts. "Moreover, if I truly wished to lay waste to Angel Island, you would have long since met your end in the realm of the dead." As Satan's cold, piercing voice echoed, Gonfall felt an involuntary wave of discouragement wash over him. Despite the harshness of Satan's words, he sensed an undeniable truth in them. Though these individuals before him were relatively young, each exuded the unique aura of a formidable presence, none of whom could be considered weaklings. This intangible pressure forced him to confront the reality. Before the Tulip family, they were utterly powerless to resist. "Very well, you may leave." Gonfall waved his hand, dismissing all the guards. It was evident that he held tremendous esteem in the eyes of the Divine Guard, despite their myriad questions. They complied with his command and exited the room in an orderly fashion. As the Divine Guard departed, Gonfall felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Collapsing into his seat, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I have heard that you and the Sandians have been embroiled in a relentless struggle over portions of the Apiato marginal lands. A conflict that has undoubtedly severely impacted the development of Angel Island." With the advantage of the situation, Satan refrained from further pressuring his counterpart, instead engaging in a measured discourse, analyzing the circumstances surrounding Angel Island for Gonfall. This was an inevitable matter. No one relishes warfare. Each year, countless warriors perish on the battlefield as our two factions vie for territory, and the population of Angel Island has stagnated for many years. Seemingly stirred by Satan's words, Gonfall ceased to conceal his thoughts, directly revealing the current state of Angel Island. However, land is a resource that must be fought for. Only fertile ground can yield sufficient sustenance to meet the needs of Angel Island. The Sandians surely share a similar plight. We detest war, yet we find ourselves compelled to resort to it to resolve our issues. However, as far as I know, most of the Apiato territory belongs to the Sky Sovereign, Nolan. Rather than continuing this protracted conflict, it would be wiser to join forces against Nolan. If you vanquish the Sky Sovereign, both your factions could secure ample land resources. The solution you propose is not without precedent. We, too, have previously allied with the Sandians in our campaign against the Sky Sovereign. But alas, we suffered total annihilation. While there may be survivors from conflicts with the Sandians, an assault on the Sky Sovereign guarantees death. Gonfol's voice grew increasingly somber. Perhaps the weight of Angel Island's stagnation had become an unbearable burden over the years. I see. Thus, it follows that if we eliminate the Sky Sovereign Nolan, all discord between Angel Island and the Sandians could be effortlessly resolved. Indeed. Therefore, if I were to vanquish the Sky Sovereign and liberate you from your war with the Sandians, what, I wonder, could you offer in return? Satan stroked his chin. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon Gonfoer. What? You assert that you can vanquish the Lord of the Skies? Gonfoer leaped up as if electrified, staring in astonishment at Satan. Do you truly possess the means to defeat the Lord of the Skies? Do not doubt my capabilities. If you can eliminate the Lord of the Skies and provide the inhabitants of Angel Island with ample land and resources for survival, I shall serve you loyally, dedicating myself to your cause for generations. Suddenly, Gonfoa knelt before Satan, solemnly swearing an oath. No, there is no need for you to become my servant. However, Angel Island must fall under the dominion of the Tulip family. Not only Angel Island, but Appiato as well, and the Sandians too must become vassals of the Tulip family. Do you dare to accept this pledge? Satan rose to his feet, leaning forward to fix an unwavering gaze upon Gonfol, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable intensity. In truth, as long as one can secure a tranquil and harmonious existence, the identity of their ruler is of little concern to the populace. It is not merely my sentiment. I firmly believe that all the inhabitants of Angel Island share this perspective. I would even venture to assert that the chieftains and residents of Sandia harbor similar thoughts. Should you succeed in vanquishing the Lord of the Skies, Nolan, I am prepared to pledge my commitment, on behalf of all Angel Island's denizens, to acknowledge the Tulip family's dominion over Skypiea. Furthermore, I shall lead all the Guardian Corps under my command to serve as vassals to the Tulip family, ever loyal and devoid of rebellion. Gonfol lifted his gaze, meeting Satan's stern countenance with resolve as he replied earnestly. Very well, then let us await the auspicious tidings. A satisfied expression graced Satan's face as he extended his hand to lift Gonfer. The Tulip family sought to assume dominion over the Sky Island. Yet Satan was not inclined to conquer them through force. After all, the Sky Island was a locale that Satan intended to develop into the family stronghold. If he could not win the hearts of the people, the future growth of the family would be significantly hampered. Securing the promise of the illustrious Gonfer, who held great esteem among the inhabitants of the Sky Island, was an outcome beyond measure. Chapter 91. The Golden City at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The pristine sea stretched beneath, with the divine island of Appiato. For a considerable duration, due to the presence of the Sky Lord Nolan, the interior of Appiato had become a forbidden zone for humanity, shrouded in silence. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests breached the human taboo of Appiato, encroaching upon the domain of the Sky Lord Nolan. They were none other than the Tulip family, intent on subjugating Nolan to claim dominion over the Sky Island. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of human presence, the deeper one ventured into the jungles of Appiato, the denser the foliage became. Various ancient trees intertwined, presenting a scene of thriving splendor. However, lurking within this dense thicket was a faint, purple mist. The air was toxic. Luo furrowed his brow as he inhaled the increasingly vibrant atmosphere, cautioning those around him. It was the miasma formed from the long-term seepage of snake venom. It appeared that the Sky Lord had a strong territorial instinct, marking its domain. Uncle Titan, seasoned and wise, analyzed the situation before turning to Satan. Young master, engaging in combat within such a toxic environment would not be advantageous for us. Satan nodded, previously harboring a sense of condescension, believing Nolan to be merely a colossal beast. However, it was now evident that he had underestimated the situation. Let it be decided that I, along with Crimson Eye, shall venture into the heart of the island to seek out the Sky Lord Nolan, while you all take care of the other formidable creatures that pose a threat on this island, for it shall soon be our domain. After a brief contemplation, Satan resolved that the most suitable course of action would be for him, endowed with remarkable resilience, and Crimson Eye, possessing exceptional resistance to toxins, to hunt Nolan, in order to avert unnecessary casualties from the venomous environment. Subsequently, the members of the Tulip family split into two groups. Satan and Crimson Eye continued their journey deeper into Appiato, while the others dispersed across the island to eliminate various airborne monstrosities that could endanger ordinary lives. As they drew nearer to the island's center, the toxic miasma in the air thickened, and they could observe certain plants succumbing to the corrosive gases, turning withered and yellow. Young master, look. Upon having just circled a large tree, Crimson Eye suddenly gestured towards the front, indicating to Satan, not far ahead. The trees of the jungle had been toppled en masse, as if a colossal creature had trampled through, creating a wide, smooth path that spanned several meters. Good heavens! How enormous must that creature be? Witnessing the unmistakable signs left by the Sky Lord Nolan, Satan was profoundly astonished. He finally comprehended why the inhabitants of Angel Island and the Sandia people preferred war over provoking Nolan. Indeed, it was a being beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to confront. It appears we are nearing its territory, young master. Exercise caution. The expression of Crimson Eye turned cautious. Her right hand resting on the hilt of her blade, poised for immediate action. Rest assured, I shall not be careless. When we encounter Nolan, stay back. I will take the offensive while you focus on containment. Following the path carved by Nolan, Satan and Crimson Eye pressed on, ultimately emerging from the dense jungle. However, upon stepping out, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. What lay before them was not an open space, nor a lair, but a magnificent city. One could only imagine how splendid the city must have been in its prime, though now rendered desolate and devoid of life. Its grand scale and imposing presence still whispered tales of its former glory and magnificence. Satan and Akane wandered through the desolate town, where every fragment of crumbling wall was adorned with exquisite carvings. The houses, though now in ruins, were masterfully constructed, their former grandeur echoing the weight of history that lingered in the air. Young master, have you noticed? Every pillar is cast from gold. Even Akane, who typically harbored little interest in riches, was utterly astonished. How much gold could possibly be concealed within such an immense city? Mine, all mine. Every ounce of gold belongs to me. The malevolent visions perched upon Satan's shoulder have nearly been blinded by the countless glimmers of gold within the city, leaving him in a state of disarray, murmuring to himself in a daze. If I am not mistaken, this should be the homeland of the Sandians. The ancient city of Mandora, which perished 800 years ago. The city of gold? Indeed, let us venture towards the direction of the clock tower. Satan nodded and first approached the most prominent structure in the city, the clock tower, then began to recount the history of Sandora to Chi-Hong. It is widely acknowledged that 800 years ago, 20 kings established a world government that has ruled for 8 centuries. However, upon delving into history, one discovers that the century preceding the formation of this government remains completely undocumented, a period referred to by archaeologists as the blank century. This has led to speculation that the secrets surrounding the establishment of the world government by the 20 kings are concealed within that enigmatic 100 years. What relevance does this have to the city? After listening to Satan's account, Chi-Hong was still perplexed. Allow me to continue. Although the world government has obliterated all historical records pertaining to the blank century, whispers of these secrets have endured. 8 centuries ago, the renowned stonemason clan, the Keigetsu, devoted their utmost efforts to crafting several indestructible stone tablets, each inscribed with historical secrets. These tablets are known as the historical text stone tablets, scattered across the globe and safeguarded by various races. Legend has it that whoever can decipher the secrets of these historical texts will gain the power to overturn the world. Hidden within the clock tower of the golden city of Sandora lies one such historical text stone tablet. The Sandians are, in fact, the guardians of this history, perpetually waging wars in a bid to once again ring the golden bell and restore the glory of their ancestors. It is astonishing to uncover such a monumental secret within this city. After hearing Satan's narrative, Chi-Hong finally grasped the history of the golden city of Sandora. However, how did you come to possess this knowledge, my lord? Babylon, after all, was once a magnificent and prosperous kingdom, and I naturally am privy to many secrets unknown to the common folk. Satan whimsically declared, surely, I cannot divulge that I once glimpsed my past life within an anime. Can I? Yet, there exists another secret. What secret? Akito's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Satan, igniting an interest in this realm. It is said that this world has harbored 3 ancient weapons, each possessing the title of god since the dawn of time, namely, Pluto, the lord of the underworld, Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Uranus, the god of the heavens. Satan paused, allowing the crimson-eyed individual to absorb the astonishing revelation before continuing. The historical records of this island document the secrets of Poseidon, the god of the sea. My goodness. Shall we take hold of it? The crimson-eyed figure gasped, covering their mouth in disbelief. If the Tulip family were to seize such a formidable weapon capable of annihilating the world, who could possibly thwart their ascendance? No, I find myself indifferent to this notion. Satan squinted. spreading his arms wide and spinning around as if embracing the vastness of the world. What captivated him was the immense wealth of gold in the golden city of Sandora, sufficient to allow him to swiftly expand his formidable power in the lower realm of Qinghai. Chapter 92. Fierce Battle with Nolan. Before long, Satan and his companion traversed the remnants of the ancient city, finally arriving at the most magnificent structure of the Golden City, the Bell Tower. The entire tower was crafted from gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight that nearly blinded the eyes of the wicked. His gaze almost transformed into that of Bailey's. Had it not been for Satan's intervention, he might have attempted to store the entire tower in his spatial realm. Here, they indeed discovered the historical stone tablet chronicling the ancient weapon, the Sea King. Although the contents were indecipherable, it did not deter Satan from seizing it to prevent others from obtaining it. Just as Satan and Qi were intently observing the bell tower before them, a rustling sound echoed from behind. A chill ran down Satan's spine, prompting him to shove Qi away with a swift motion. Following this, a fierce wind howled as a colossal serpentine head collided with Satan, propelling him hundreds of meters away like a cannonball, burying him amidst the ruins of the town. Stirring up a cloud of dust. "Young master!" Qi exclaimed in shock, utterly awestruck by the gigantic creature before her. Her vision was nearly consumed by the enormous, jet-black body of a serpent stretching 1,000 meters in length. The raised head loomed like a small mountain, with its yellow vertical pupils towering over her. It hissed, flicking its tongue, revealing a mouth stained crimson, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. The breath it exhaled carried a pungent stench, imbued with potent venom, and the air around it crackled with corrosive energy. It was Nolan, the ruler of Appiato, the sovereign of the skies. Regaining her composure from the shock of Nolan's appearance, Qi hastily drew her blade, executing a swift crimson strike aimed at the advancing Nolan. However, with a shower of sparks, her strike, capable of splitting mountains, failed to inflict any harm on Nolan, whose skin was tougher than steel, boasting remarkable defense. Instead of retreating, Nolan, now thoroughly enraged by Qi attack, turned its gaze upon her, its yellow pupils narrowing with an invisible aura of menace, as if to say that this mere insect dared to offend it. It abandoned its pursuit of Satan and lunged towards Qi with its gaping maw. Understanding the disparity in their physical might, Qi realized that her delicate form would be grievously injured if even brushed by such a colossal beast. Thus, rather than confronting it head-on, she swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping Nolan's bite. The ground was left with a massive crater where Nolan's maw had struck, even the sturdy stone slabs crumbling to dust beneath its lethal teeth. Though massive, Nolan moved with surprising agility, swiftly raising its head and pivoting to pursue her. The viscous drool dripping from its jaws corroded the ground beneath, sizzling ominously, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qi darted through the air like an arrow released from a bow, creating phantom afterimages as she deftly avoided Nolan's relentless assaults. Yet, preoccupied with evasion, she found no opportunity to counterattack, her survival instinct overshadowing her offensive resolve. Goodness, this is intense. Satan slowly rose from the debris of shattered ruins, shaking his slightly dazed head, crimson blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He felt a persistent buzzing in his mind, and his body felt as though it had been dismantled. Licking the bloodstains from his lips, he was enveloped in an emerald glow, vitality coursing through him several times before he began to feel somewhat rejuvenated, allowing him to finally regard the enemy who had just ambushed him. To his astonishment, what he initially perceived as a great python was, in truth, a veritable mountain of flesh. Each strike of the serpent's head towards Qi was akin to a towering mountain descending upon her, conjuring howling winds, and the shockwaves from its impact with the ground threatened to uproot the surrounding walls. Qi delicate form teetered precariously under Nolan's relentless onslaught. This fiend is utterly audacious. Observing Qi desperately evading Nolan's attacks while occasionally launching slashes to provoke its wrath, Satan realized she was fearful of Nolan seizing the opportunity to strike him. His heart aflame with fury, he cursed vehemently and charged towards the unrestrained Nolan. Would release, prison of confinement. As Satan charged forward, unleashing its formidable abilities, the power of would release manifested around Nolan's colossal form. Suddenly, a myriad of intertwining wooden pillars rose up, swiftly forming a robust cage in an attempt to confine the wildly attacking Nolan. However, Satan had underestimated Nolan's brute strength. That immense body, stretching 1,000 meters in length, was not without purpose. Ensnared within the wooden prison, Nolan opened its cavernous maw and emitted a piercing hiss that reverberated in Satan's ears like thunder. Far removed from the hiss of a serpent, resembling instead the roar of a furious beast, As Nolan's screech echoed, its muscles began to writhe rhythmically, producing a sound akin to the rustling of countless locust wings. With the full force of its tail, akin to a towering pillar, it struck down with tremendous might, shattering the confining wooden pillars into a cascade of splintered debris. Truly, it was a creature of monstrous proportions. Satan was taken aback by Nolan's formidable physique. He had never conceived that a being could liberate itself from the constraints of wood release solely through sheer physical strength. Of course, this was also partly due to the fact that Satan's mastery of wood release was still not fully developed. Satan danced like a butterfly caught in a tempest, evading Nolan's relentless assaults. Infuriated by the wood release technique, Nolan refocused his primary target upon Satan, relentlessly striking with his jaws and thrashing with his tail. Each blow carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, creating a magnificent spectacle that sent clouds of dust soaring and left the city in ruins. Humph. To conquer strength with gentleness, since the wooden pillars cannot restrain you, let us see how this fares. As Satan evaded the onslaught, he muttered curses under his breath, ever poised for a counterattack. At last, just as he narrowly escaped the gaping maw of Nolan, he launched his second offensive, the wood release, forest of all creation. Suddenly, Nolan, who was in pursuit of Satan, halted abruptly. In an instant, countless entangling roots sprouted from the earth surrounding him, rapidly growing and enveloping his entire being. These roots were not only resilient and powerful but also inexhaustible. No matter how fiercely Nolan struggled and writhed, he remained ensnared by the multitude of tendrils, tightening their grip ever more, until he was transformed into an immovable green hillock. Satan finally exhaled, taken aback by the unexpected tenacity of the so-called Lord of the Skies. Nolan, however, before he could relax even for a moment, Nolan, ensnared by layers of plant roots, emitted a deafening, piercing shriek that reverberated in the air. A stream of venom erupted from his mouth, swiftly transforming into a toxic mist. Upon contact with the mist, the entangling roots recoiled as if encountering a formidable foe, hissing incessantly as they withered and perished. Struggling against his restraints, Nolan shook his body with all his might, managing to break free once more. Chapter 93. Precious land near the divine island of Apaya. There exists a hidden village known as Unine, a secret refuge for the Shandia people. Ever since they were expelled from Apaya by the inhabitants of Angel Island, the Shandia have settled here, thriving and occasionally forming guerrilla bands to launch assaults on Angel Island. While Satan and Qidong were engaged in fierce combat with the Lord of the Skies at Apaya, the Shandia were rallying under their chief's call for a new wave of war against Angel Island. Before a row of valiant Shandia warriors, the chief delivered his final mobilization speech. These young soldiers were on the brink of heading to battle under his leadership, fully aware that they might be injured or even perish. Yet, for the sake of their land, resources, and survival, they had no alternative but to fight. O warriors! The spirit of the great warrior Cardla watches over us. This time, we shall surely vanquish the detestable denizens of the Sky Island, reclaim our ancestral land, and ring the golden bell of victory. Though the once stalwart chief was now bent with age, his hair white and frail, he fervently waved his arms, mustering every ounce of strength to inspire his warriors. Victory! Victory! With the chief's encouragement, the warriors wildly brandished their swords and shouted exuberantly, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent as if triumph was within their grasp. Meanwhile, deep within the jungles of Apaya, the members of the Tulip family had dispersed, each tackling the ferocious beasts lurking in the underbrush. Junmari traversed the thicket alone, acutely aware of the multitude of predators that thrived in the seldom-trodden wilderness, remaining ever vigilant against sudden attacks. As he approached a dense patch of forest, he heard the rustling of leaves ahead. Suspecting another beast, Junmari perked up his ears and cautiously advanced. Upon rounding a large tree, he was met with a sight that nearly made him break into a cold sweat. Before him, not a beast nor a monster, but a 10-year-old girl with charming braids and a pair of delicate white wings. She was undoubtedly a denizen of the Sky Island. Kneeling on the ground, she hummed a cheerful tune, meticulously gathering handfuls of earth into a small pouch, as if collecting the world's most precious treasures. Yet, what alarmed Junmari was not her presence, but rather her precarious situation. Not far behind her lurked a towering black bear, nearly 3 meters high. Its jaws agape and claws extended, slowly closing in on the unsuspecting girl, poised to strike. Perhaps Junmari's arrival startled the bear. It suddenly lunged forward with ferocity, its massive paw extending with razor-sharp claws towards the girl. Watch out, get away, Junmari shouted, springing into action. Just as the bear was about to pounce, he delivered a swift kick to its jaw, sending the beast crashing into several trees, lifeless after a few convulsions. The girl, evidently startled, let out a shriek and dashed away, clutching her pouch of dirt. Hey, it's all right now. Jumru landed before her, gesturing to the defeated bear behind him. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. The girl, concealing her pouch behind her back, bowed politely in gratitude. My name is Lucky, and I am a Shandiya. What is your name? Big brother? I am Jumru from the Tulip family. You are so powerful, big brother. You defeated such a large bear. Lucky gazed up at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. She fidgeted with her fingers and sighed. I envy you so much. I wish to become a strong warrior too. But Brother Weibao says I can never be a warrior. Anyone can become a qualified warrior as long as they strive, Junmaru replied, his inherent gentleness surfacing as he crouched down to ruffle Lucky's hair in encouragement. By the way, why did you come here to collect dirt? There are many powerful beasts around, and it can be quite dangerous. He pointed to the pouch that Lucky was trying to hide behind her back, which still peeked out. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lucky's expression turned anxious as she clumsily attempted to conceal the pouch, only to appear more flustered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal the dirt. Hey, what are you doing? Junmaru was taken aback by her reaction, quickly holding her arms. It's just some dirt. Why are you reacting so strongly? Aren't you one of those Angel Island people here to capture me? Lucky raised her head, fear evident in her voice, which trembled slightly. In our village of Yunin, there is no dirt, but only in the soil can food and beautiful flowers grow. So you came here alone to dig for dirt? Yes. Lucky nodded obediently, tears glistening in her eyes, which tugged at Jummaru as heartstrings. Until now, he had never considered that the dirt so readily available could be the most precious resource on the Sky Island. I'm not here to capture you, don't worry. He reassured her, affectionately tapping her nose and standing up. Pointing to the surrounding earth, he flashed a bashful yet radiant smile. There is dirt everywhere. Take as much as you want. If anyone dares to stop you, I'll handle them. How does that sound? Really? You're so kind, big brother. Lucky exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Junmaru's legs in excitement. With that, she skipped ahead, eagerly selecting what she deemed the richest soil to fill her pouch. Junmaru followed closely behind, safeguarding the little girl. Watching Lucky's exuberance filled his heart with warmth, as if rays of sunshine had penetrated his spirit, bringing him immense joy. Though this was the first time he had made a decision without his master's orders, he believed that if the situation were reversed, his master would surely have acted in the same manner. Jummaru lifted his gaze to the bright sun and then turned to the depths of the Apaya jungle, where he knew his master, Satan, was battling the island's tyrant. Please, win, master. Countless Shandiya and Angel Island inhabitants like Lucky are yearning for land, awaiting your triumph over formidable foes to grant them salvation. Chapter 94, The Battle Demon Weiba Lachi, under the protection of Junmaru, was collecting soil when she suddenly raised her head, faintly hearing someone calling her name. It was her companions. Lachi focused and listened attentively, signaling to Junmaru behind her. As the voices grew closer, 4 boys suddenly burst from the thicket. The leader, slightly older, around 13 or 14 years of age, was robust, bare-chested, adorned only with a fur skirt around his waist. His shoulders displayed a vibrant totem of red and green, and a fiery crest of red hair stood tall atop his head, while he hefted a large cannon over his shoulder. Protect Lachi. The boy, upon emerging from the jungle, mistakenly believed Lachi was being held captive by Junmaru. He dashed between them, shielding Lachi, ordering his companions while pulling the trigger. A cannonball hurtled straight toward Junmaru. Stop. Brother Weiba. He is not a bad person. Lachi shouted in desperation, startled by Weiba's swift actions. She could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if the older boy she had just met were to perish at the hands of her companions. However, her plea came too late. The cannonball was already in flight, and Lachi, frightened, closed her eyes. Yet, the horrific scene she envisioned did not unfold. The ever-vigilant Junmaru easily evaded Weiba's attack, the cannonball exploding in the distance and igniting a raging fire. Hey, kid, you're too impulsive. Junmaru frowned in discontent. Although he understood Weiba's protective instincts, no one would feel pleased being attacked without discrimination. Oh, brother, I'm so glad you're okay. Hearing Junmaru's familiar voice, Lachi dared to open her eyes. Upon seeing Junmaru unscathed, standing there nonchalantly, she rushed past Weiba to check if he was injured, her face still reflecting fear. Don't worry, I'm fine. Junmaru, unable to hold a grudge against a child, ruffled Lachi's hair, maintaining a facade of indifference. Hey, Lachi. Are you out here collecting soil again? Weiba kicked the bag filled with soil from Lachi, scattering its contents everywhere. I told you not to do such pointless things. Grandpa Chief has declared war. Once we defeat the Sky Island people, there will be plenty of land for us. What are you doing? Junmaru, unusually angry, swiftly positioned himself before Weiba, grasping his neck and lifting him up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you not realize how hard she worked to gather that soil? Who are you to dismiss her efforts? Pa, stop pretending to be a good person. It's you Sky Island folks who stole our land, Weiba retorted defiantly, refusing to back down. Brother, I'm sorry. Weiba didn't mean it. Please let him go. He has just worried about me, Lachi pleaded, shaking Jummaru's arm. While she was dissatisfied with Weiba's aggression, she understood that her companions acted recklessly out of concern for her safety. Hearing Lachi's entreaty and observing Weiba's obstinate demeanor, Jummaru suddenly felt his anger dissipate. Indeed, they were just children, forced to adapt to the frequent wars and scarce resources. It was the wretched war with the Sky Island that compelled them to mature and be vigilant. Even if you conquer the Sky Island, what then? Can you seize the territory occupied by the Sky Sovereign Nolan? Sooner or later, you will still face land shortages. Jummaru reluctantly released Weiba. At that moment, Weiba realized he had misdirected his aggression, but, prideful as he was, he refused to apologize, standing with a stiff neck. But the Sky Sovereign is too powerful. We have no way to win, interjected a boy wearing red sunglasses. My companions are challenging the Sky Sovereign. You'll know soon enough. Another boy in a green coat exclaimed. Will you not introduce your companions? To break the tense atmosphere and avoid further argument with the children, Jummaru turned to Lachi, shifting the subject. Ah, yes, Brother Jummaru. Lachi eagerly began introducing her companions. The leader is the battle demon Weiba, a descendant of the Sandia warrior Kalgra, strong and wielding a burning cannon and a barrage shell as weapons. The boy in red sunglasses is Kamakiri, who wields a burning sword. The one in the green coat is Bulaham, armed with a shining gun. And the last, the chubby one, is Taipao Jebao, who uses iron cannonballs. Though they were all just teenagers, each had already been tempered by the crucible of war, emerging as competent warriors. You say your companions are challenging the Sky Sovereign? Weiba, intrigued by the revelation, could not help but inquire Jummaru after a prolonged silence. Indeed, Jummaru replied nonchalantly, harboring an unwavering faith in his master's abilities. Humph. Then why don't you go with them, coward? Jummaru nearly choked on Weiba's question, thinking to himself, what, is this little brat sent by heaven to punish me? What, am I wrong? Whoever defeats the Sky Sovereign will earn my respect. As for you, humph, coward. Ignoring Jummaru's darkening expression, Weiba continued to provoke him. Just then, several sea crocodiles burst from the thicket, baring their fangs as they lunged at the group. Watch out. Weiba, despite his sharp tongue, unhesitatingly shielded everyone in front of him, firing several rounds from his burning cannon. However, he underestimated the monsters of Apaya. Though the incendiary projectiles ignited fierce flames upon the crocodile's scaled bodies, they relentlessly charged forward, their half-meter mouths agape, rows of sharp teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Kid, don't overestimate your abilities. Though Jummaru did not voice his thoughts, he felt a sense of satisfaction towards this stubborn boy. He seized Weiba by the scruff of his neck and tossed him behind, positioning himself as a barrier for everyone. With a swift motion, he unleashed the technique Corpse Bone Vein, Early Fern Dance. Instantly, countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground within a 100-meter radius, piercing the crocodiles repeatedly, leaving their remains scattered across the ground. Impressive. Humph. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Await the news of my master's victory over the Sky Sovereign. Jummaru held his head high with pride, leading Lachi forward as the other boys exchanged glances and followed suit. Chapter 95. Subduing Nolan. As Jummaru escorted the Sandia children back to Yanin village, the master he held in high regard was fleeing from Nolan's relentless pursuit. With a resounding crash, the sounds of collapsing houses and splintering trees echoed, as Nolan's massive form created tremors with every swish of his tail, unleashing waves of destruction. As Satan fled, he cast a glance over his shoulder, observing that Nolan was in relentless pursuit. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace, taunting Nolan to follow him, ultimately luring him out of the resplendent golden city of Mandora. Humph, haven't you been arrogant enough? Once he had drawn Nolan out of Mandora, Satan finally ceased his frantic escape. It was not that he was incapable of withstanding Nolan's assaults, rather, he was unwilling to see the ruins of the golden city suffer destruction in the wake of their battle. Upon setting foot on this island, everything here had been perceived by Satan as his own possession. The thought of allowing such a magnificent city to be annihilated would surely bring him to tears. And more importantly, the insatiable greed of malevolent visions would incessantly curse him. Although it was a strategic retreat, anyone being relentlessly pursued would feel a surge of anger, especially one as proud as Satan. At this moment, his gaze fixed on Nolan was ablaze with fury, almost sparking with rage. Did he truly believe that sheer strength rendered him invincible? As Nolan's tail descended upon him like a mountain, Satan chose not to evade once more. Instead, he opted to withstand the blow, swiftly conjuring a massive wooden shield resembling a fearsome, fang visage using his would-release abilities to shield himself. A thunderous crash resounded as Nolan's tail struck the wooden shield, leaving everyone astonished by the outcome of the collision. Satan's would-release is far from as fragile as it appears. Its defensive capabilities are remarkably robust. Although it has been marred by numerous fissures from the tremendous force of Nolan's tail, it remains unshattered, successfully withstanding Nolan's assault and granting Satan the opportunity to counterattack. Now it is my turn. Prepare to receive my strike. Would-release. Would-dragon technique. In the instant when Nolan is thwarted by the wooden shield, Satan skillfully conjures a colossal wooden dragon. This formidable creature is nearly as large as Nolan himself, and more crucially, once ensnared by the wooden dragon, Nolan will find his stamina rapidly siphoned away, leading to a swift decline in combat efficacy. Under Satan's deft control, the wooden dragon swiftly extends, coiling around Nolan's form with astonishing speed. Before he can react, the dragon has already entwined itself with him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its grasp. No matter how he struggles, Nolan rides desperately, emitting furious roars, yet his efforts are futile, failing to halt the relentless drain on his vitality. The intensity of his struggles diminishes significantly. The moment of decisive victory has arrived. Witnessing Nolan finally subdued by his own wooden dragon, Satan clenches his fist in triumph, revealing a gleaming smile, satisfaction etched across his countenance. When faced with a formidable adversary, one must resort to the language of strength. Would-release. Wooden human technique. Satan's visage broke into a sinister grin as a colossal wooden figure rose from beneath his feet, its size and combat prowess rivaling that of the wooden dragon that had ensnared Nolan. With a single hand, it could easily grasp Nolan's entire form. The wooden giant took a step, mounting Nolan, who was desperately entangled with the dragon, pressing one hand firmly against his neck while raising the other high, forming a fist that came crashing down upon Nolan's head. Even the immense Nolan was momentarily dazed by this sudden and forceful strike, his mind reeling and his head buzzing. However, his nightmare was only just beginning. Did you think the wooden giant's assault would end with a single punch? No, 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 how naive. Under Satan's command, the giant's fist descended like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pounding against Nolan's skull. Before long, Nolan's elevated serpentine head was smashed down to the ground, the once impenetrable scales on his crown fracturing under the assault, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth like a small stream. His body lay limp on the ground, devoid of any semblance of resistance, save for the faint, indistinct sounds of his labored breathing. Stop, Satan, it has surrendered. Just as Satan delighted in his onslaught with the wooden giant, a voice emerged, calling for a halt. Surrendered? How do you know? Isn't it obvious? It said so itself. The speaker, with an expression of incredulity, pointed at the prostrate Nolan. Satan tilted his ear to listen more closely, but all he could hear were Nolan's intermittent, incoherent cries. You can understand its speech? At this revelation, Satan was utterly astonished. Is that even a question? I am an elf. An elf. Do you comprehend? The speaker, filled with pride, circled around Satan, crossing his arms with a self-satisfied air. Communicating with living beings is a fundamental gift of elves, you fool. Why was I not aware of this before? You never asked, did you? Should I be blamed for your ignorance? You win. Realizing that engaging in a verbal spar with this elf was futile, Satan ceased his inquiries and commanded the wooden giant to release Nolan. What did it say? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. It declared that the strong shall reign, and it is willing to acknowledge you as its master. Such a fortunate turn of events. Filled with secret delight, Satan leaned down, observing Nolan's head pressed against the ground, his body utterly motionless, save for the intense focus of his amber vertical pupils locked onto Satan. Indeed, he appeared to be in a posture of submission. Tell him that I accept. Satan leaped down from the wooden figure's shoulder, landing atop Nolan's head, and crouched to caress Nolan's skin, as dark and unyielding as iron. A surge of pure vitality coursed through Satan's left hand and into Nolan's body, mending the shattered scales that had been ravaged by the wooden figure. In no time, the once listless Nolan raised his head high, emitting a joyful whinny, his voice imbued with a sense of obedience and surrender. Satan stood atop Nolan's head, surveying the surroundings with a sudden surge of ambition. Having successfully subdued Nolan signified the mastery of the Sky Island, heralding the end of the Tulip family's existence as a mere drifting exile, transforming them into a burgeoning force with a solid foundation for development. The day of their ascendance was not far off. Satisfied, Satan rubbed his foot against Nolan, then turned to inquire of the evil vision. Can it comprehend my words? Certainly, came the reply. After all, it has existed for several centuries. Even a mere pig ought to possess intelligence comparable to that of a human. Well, that truly is a treasure trove. With Nolan as a pet, future endeavors will undoubtedly become much more convenient. Satan achieved his objective, having vanquished the Sky Lord Nolan. However, unbeknownst to him, while he was engaged in fierce combat with Nolan, the Sandians, under the leadership of their chieftain, launched a new wave of warfare against the Sky Islanders in the outskirts of Appiato. Chapter 96. Stopping the War on the Divine Island, in the outer regions of Appiato. A battlefield had emerged. The armies of the Sandians and the Sky Islanders encountered each other unexpectedly, fighting fiercely for land and resources, showing no signs of retreat. Unlike the conventional weapons wielded by the Qinghai people, the unique clouds and shells of the Sky Sea led to a diverse array of combat weaponry, resulting in a more brutal scene of battle. Some warriors were equipped with wind shells that could store and release wind, significantly enhancing their speed. Others wielded flame shells that could store and expel fire, greatly amplifying their attack power. There were warriors armed with light shells that could store and instantly release blinding light, inflicting considerable damage, and even those equipped with impact shells that absorbed shocks and unleashed them, each strike akin to a cannon blast. Additionally, other shells such as cloud shells, heat shells, water shells, and cutting shells were all utilized as weaponry. The remarkable ingenuity of humanity was magnified by the extraordinary resources bestowed by nature, transforming these miraculous gifts into instruments of death, mercilessly claiming one youthful life after another on the battlefield. The battleground had devolved into a meat grinder, filled with cries of battle, as valiant warriors continuously fell, flames erupting around them, while wounded soldiers emitted anguished screams. Those entrenched in the chaos of war seemed to lose their sanity, growing increasingly frenzied, mechanically wielding their weapons, finding only relief in killing others or being killed themselves. Deeply ensnared in the quagmire of conflict. Where, then, was their salvation? Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, startling every frenzied warrior as if doused with cold water, their movements involuntarily slowing. My heavens, it is the Sky Lord. Panic surged through the ranks. We have angered the Sky Lord. We are doomed. Some soldiers, momentarily awakened to their peril, turned towards the source of the voice, beholding Nolan, towering like a mountain, its massive head casting a shadow over half the battlefield. Its fiery yellow vertical pupils were as large as wheels, instilling terror among the warriors it gazed upon, causing some to drop their weapons and flee in fear. Nolan was a figure of such formidable reputation among both the Sandians and Sky Islanders that it was regarded as the very embodiment of death, a lesson paid for in the blood of countless ancestors. Wait, there is someone atop the Sky Lord. A perceptive warrior suddenly exclaimed. The others held their breath, straining to see, and indeed, a black-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes stepped boldly into the most conspicuous position atop Nolan's head. How is this possible? Someone dares to stand atop the Sky Lord. Shock filled the eyes of every soldier as they blinked in disbelief, striving to confirm whether their eyes deceived them. This was Nolan, the tyrant who had instilled fear in the Sky Islands for centuries, who would dare to stand on its head. He has truly done it. It must be fate. Among all, only the Sky Islanders' leader, Shingon Fu, bore a smile, relieved he had not misjudged the situation nor clashed with the Tulip family. Indeed, it was Satan, the heir of the Tulip family, who commanded Nolan to descend upon the battlefield, having just subdued the Sky Lord. He was yet to reunite with his fellow members when the cacophony of battle drew his attention, compelling him to hasten to the source of the clamor atop Nolan's back. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was nearly driven to madness. In his heart, the Sandians and Sky Islanders were already his subjects. Yet now, on this frenzied battlefield, countless vibrant lives were perishing meaninglessly, stirring within him a profound sense of sorrow and rage. Satan stood above Nolan, casting a cold gaze upon the now tranquil battlefield. As his eyes swept across the scene, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, spreading like waves in the ocean. The very air seemed to crystallize under the pressure of this formidable presence, rendering time excruciatingly slow. Many found their breaths becoming labored, weapons slipped from trembling hands, and some, succumbing to the sheer weight of the atmosphere, collapsed to their knees. Even Nolan, standing beneath this powerful force, trembled uncontrollably. It was the breath of a dragon, and the primal essence of his bloodline heightened Nolan's fear as he sensed Satan's overwhelming might up close. As he observed the silence enveloping everyone, Satan gradually reigned in his oceanic aura. With his relaxation, it seemed as though each individual on the battlefield exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Only then realizing the chill creeping down their spines, many drenched in cold sweat. The fleeting moment when Satan's might surged and receded felt interminable, akin to a century etched in their memories. The magnitude of that instant would be indelibly imprinted in their minds, and gazes directed towards Satan were tinged with reverence. I hereby declare that Nolan, the Lord of the Skies, has been subdued by my Tulip family and will henceforth serve as our war beast. The chilling voice of Satan resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, and Gonful realized that the moment to declare his allegiance had arrived. He stepped forth from the throngs of soldiers, approaching the assembly of the inhabitants of the Sky Islands, and bowed before the towering figure of Satan, who loomed above Nolan. As if offering tribute of gold and jade, I, Gonful, the Sky Knight, lead all the residents of Angel Island to voluntarily pledge our loyalty to the Tulip family, becoming their vassals and swearing never to betray them. As Gonful knelt in submission, the warriors of the Sky Islands behind him fell to their knees in unison, their vows of loyalty to the Tulip family rising and echoing in fervent chorus. Satan cast his gaze towards the Sandians. Although the chieftain of the Sandians was somewhat astonished by Gonfu's sudden pledge of allegiance to Satan, he was not foolish, as a leader of his tribe. He understood the current situation all too well. Satan has already subdued the Lord of the Sky, Nolan, and even the inhabitants of the Sky Islands have yielded. If he continues to be oblivious, it is feared that this expanse of sky and sea will truly become devoid of a home for the people of Sandia. The chieftain approached all the Sandia people, humbly bowing before them, in the presence of the noble spirit of the Sandia warrior, Karlgla. I, Chieftain Karl, led all Sandia people to willingly pledge ourselves to the Tulip family, becoming vassals of the Tulip clan, and I vow never to betray. As the chieftain made this decision, the Sandia warriors behind him knelt one by one, swearing fealty to the Tulip family in honor of their ancestor, Karlgla. Witnessing this wise decision from all, Satan felt a sense of relief wash over him, as the gentle sunlight illuminated his youthful visage, casting a halo of ethereal light around him. With arms wide open, his garments billowing in the breeze, he proclaimed, I declare the war ended. All lands of Appiato shall be divided between your two clans, and the Sky Islands shall enter an era of Tulip family rule. Chapter 97, The Rule of the Sky Islands. As Satan's declaration echoed, all warriors rose, erupting in excited cheers. Though they were uncertain and indifferent to other matters, every one of them clearly heard Satan's promise of land distribution. After years of battling for territory, the prospect of peace was exhilarating. They could not contain their excitement, nor could they hold back their cheers. The hearts long overshadowed by the specter of war were finally liberated. Gonful, resembling a frail old man, wept tears of joy, his divine majesty forgotten. Relieved that he had made the right choice, the Sky Islands were finally on the brink of a radiant future. My people, receive my blessings. Instantly, healing enveloped the battlefield. The divine halo above Nolan's head shone brightly as he pointed skyward with one hand, channeling the immense vitality of the tree of life within him. Tiny green light particles, akin to raindrops, began to disperse from his being, drifting across the battlefield. Upon contact, these green motes seeped into the bodies of the warriors. The wounds of the injured healed at a visible pace, while those unscathed felt as if their spirits had undergone a profound cleansing, invigorating them instantly. Thank the gods for their blessings. The soldiers knelt in sincere gratitude, their wounds healed, a true miracle. The previous kneeling had been an act of submission to Satan's power. But at this moment, it was a complete return to him. Soon, bonfires ignited, and the once feuding clans laid down their arms, celebrating as if they were family. A grand feast unfolded under the open sky of Appiato, where all indulged in revelry and joy, celebrating the dawn of a new era for the Sky Islands. While the soldiers and common folk reveled in their jubilation, the members of the Tulip family convened to deliberate the future of the Sky Islands. Among them were Gonful and chieftain of the Sandia people, who had just pledged allegiance to the Tulip family. Young Master Satan, might I inquire how you envision the future of the Sky Islands? Chieftain Karl asked, his voice trembling slightly, reflecting his awe, as if he had yet to recover from Satan's formidable presence. Satan did not hastily respond to Chief Karl's inquiry. Instead, he rose and approached him, offering a toast to both him and Gonful before returning to his seat. He then spoke, It is of no consequence that you did not know me before. Now that you have joined the Tulip family, we are akin to kin. Given your greater years, you shall be regarded as elders in this family. And you may simply call me Satan. There need not be excessive formality among family members. Indeed, Satan, young master, they replied, despite Satan's invitation for familiarity. Chief Karl and Gonful clearly established their positions. As subordinates, they were not inclined to act with impudence. Observing the deference of these elder gentlemen, old enough to be his grandfathers, Satan understood their mindset and could only shake his head in resignation. My age is still tender, and I possess little experience in governance. Furthermore, the family's future focus will not rest upon the Sky Island, and considering my time here will be brief, I have decided to entrust the governance of the Sky Island to Chief Carl and Sky Knight Gone 4. Naturally, no one in the Tulip family raised any objections to Satan's decision. For Chief Carl and Gone 4, their wealth of experience and familiarity with all matters concerning the Sky Island made them the optimal choice for its joint administration, which would facilitate the island's development. The others recognized that their young master's ambition lay in dominating the seas, with the family destined for significant advancement in the Blue Sea region. Retaining Chief Carl and Gone 4 to jointly govern the Sky Island would ensure a stable base for the family, rendering it the best outcome. And thus no one contested their position. Seeing the absence of dissent, Satan continued. I intend to reconstruct the Golden City of Shandora and establish the headquarters of the Tulip family there. We will need to relocate some residents to Shandora to restore the splendor and prosperity of this ancient city. Shandora is a source of pride for the Shandians, and the opportunity to revive its former glory is a dream cherished by all Shandians. We shall dedicate ourselves to this endeavor. Chief Carl was even more ecstatic about this decision than about continuing his governance of the Sky Island. As soon as Satan concluded his statement, he immediately expressed his enthusiasm. Many residents of Angel Island yearn for life on solid ground, and we excel in various types of construction. We can surely recreate the magnificent architecture of Shandora, establishing a beautiful and tranquil headquarters for the Tulip family. Gone 4, not wanting to be outdone, promptly added, Very well, we shall take on this responsibility. Let us commence with the arrangements. Having received their appointments and instructions, Chief Carl and Gone 4 prudently withdrew, understanding that the subsequent arrangements would pertain to the internal duties of the family, a matter beyond their purview. Satisfied with the understanding displayed by these two gentlemen, Satan knew they would execute his directives flawlessly. He then turned to his family with a radiant smile. Dear family, we finally have our own root base. Jiang and the others comprehended the hardships Satan had endured since the fall of his homeland and recognized the significance of the Sky Island to the family. Thus, after raising their glasses in a toast, they awaited their young master's instructions. Uncle Titan, you are tasked with selecting qualified warriors from among the Sky Islanders and the Shandians, imparting your strength and techniques, and training an elite army of 3,000. The family requires its own core armed force. I understand. I shall not disappoint you, young master. The steadfast and powerful Titan, who had watched over Satan since childhood, was well suited for training the family's private army. Additionally, please instruct Sinan in physical techniques. Give him a thorough regimen. Upon hearing Satan's words, Sinan's infantile roundness quickly diminished, as he attempted to adopt a cute demeanor, yet Satan remained unmoved. Ah, little chubby, your days of ease are over. Titan looked at Sinan with mischief, displaying his gleaming white teeth and grinning widely. Please, spare me, Uncle Titan. To ensure Titan could swiftly integrate among the Sky Islanders, Enel, please assign your subordinates Daku, Shura, Nirvana, and Om to assist Uncle Titan temporarily. Not a problem, Enel replied nonchalantly, munching on an apple without a care. AI Luo will temporarily oversee the family headquarters and be responsible for the defense of Shandora while I am away. Any matters that Chief Carl and Gone 4 cannot decide will fall to you. I understand. AI Luo did not elaborate further but merely nodded, demonstrating his commitment to fulfill his responsibilities. Jun Malu, your task is vital. Select exceptionally gifted youths from among the Sky Islanders and Shandians to nurture the future bloodline of the family. The family's future requires many loyal cadres. Do you comprehend this? Satan gazed into Junmaru's eyes, for he had always held an unwavering trust and assurance in him. No problem. Fortuitously, I have encountered several promising candidates. Young master, what about me? Eniru, who had been waiting for an extended period without receiving his assignment, could no longer contain his curiosity. As for you, I shall take you and Akatsuki on a journey to meet someone who will leave an indelible mark on your life. Satan grinned malevolently. Chapter 98, Journey to the East Sea. 3 months later, East Sea. A modest sailboat, measuring a mere dozen meters in length, glided leisurely across the ocean, propelled by a gentle breeze. The sails were half-raised, and the vessel moved at a languid pace, exuding an air of tranquility. The warm sunlight cascaded onto the deck, casting a shimmering reflection that revealed the meticulous cleanliness of the surface. On the deck stood a small round table, beside which a young man reclined in a chair, lost in a deep slumber. Occasionally, he would stretch and yawn contentedly, seemingly caught in a pleasant dream. At that moment, a flock of seabirds fluttered past the bow of the ship, filling the air with their vibrant calls. The boy stirred, roused by the cacophony, lazily arching his back and pouting, longing to return to the realm of dreams. Young master, young master. A beautiful woman with long black hair emerged from the cabin, gently shaking his arm to awaken him from his comfortable nap. What is it? Perhaps due to his recent awakening. The young man rubbed his bleary eyes and inquired with a hint of impatience. Seabirds have appeared, indicating that we are nearing the island. According to our calculations, we should soon arrive at Seymour Village, the place you seek. Oh, we are finally arriving. Upon grasping the woman's words, the young man felt a surge of alertness, performing a vigorous stretch before shaking off the remnants of sleep. The young man lounging on the boat was none other than Satan, the heir of the Tulip family. After spending over 2 months on the Sky Island, awaiting the stabilization of his family's rule, he had taken on the role of a carefree master, bringing along Akatsuki and Inola to the East Sea for what was rumored to be a significant endeavor. By the way, young master, you mentioned that we would visit a swordsmanship master in Seymour Village. Now that we are almost at the island, will you not reveal the identity of this sword master? Seeing her master finally awake, Akatsuki could no longer contain her curiosity. The more battles she faced and the stronger opponents she encountered, the more she felt the inadequacy of her swordsmanship. It was a profound humiliation for her to realize that her strikes had failed to penetrate the defenses of the Sky Sovereign during their encounter on the Sky Island. Recognizing the instability of her foundational skills, Akatsuki resolved to seek a swordsmanship master to relearn the swordsmanship system of this world. When she conveyed this decision to Satan, he earnestly assured her that there was indeed a swordsmanship expert in Seymour Village. Yet, as they approached the island, her master still withheld the identity of this swordmaster, which only heightened Akatsuki's impatience. Ah, did you mention it was time to eat? Satan feigned nonchalance, casting furtive glances and deliberately chuckling to divert the conversation. It was not that he wished to withhold information from Akihito, but rather that he was en route to meet the enigmatic master of Zaro, the esteemed owner of the One Heart Dojo, Gungshiro. In the original narrative, Gungshiro exuded an air of mystery, although many speculated about his formidable prowess. No one had ever witnessed his true capabilities. Should he divulge this information to Akihito, and it turned out that Gungshiro was not as formidable as anticipated, it would be quite the embarrassment. Thus, it was prudent to delay the revelation. Hey, young master, I see the island, suddenly exclaimed Enel from the top of the mast. As his voice resonated, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and he landed gracefully on the deck. After months of honing and developing his skills, his mastery over the thunderfruit had reached an extraordinary level, rendering his strength incomparable to before. Ah, is that so? Is that so? Satan cast a grateful glance at Enel, thankful for his liberation from an awkward predicament. He swiftly rushed to the bow of the ship, feigning a look of anticipation. Visibly impatient. Humph, that scoundrel, always keeping us in suspense. Chitong huffed in dissatisfaction, plopping down on a lounge chair to observe Satan's extravagant display. Enel, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression as he glanced around, wondering why such a commotion was warranted for merely approaching an island. Nonchalantly, he grabbed an apple from the table, taking a crisp bite and savoring the taste. With a newfound purpose, the vessel seemed to quicken its pace. And after more than half an hour, their small boat finally reached the shore. This was a large island, yet the landing site was far from bustling, featuring only a modest wooden dock where a few small fishing boats were moored, likely the possessions of local fishermen. The dock led to a solitary path that meandered towards the village of Seymour Ziji. From this vantage point, wisps of smoke could be seen rising from the distant village, along with fleeting glimpses of children frolicking in play. Let us proceed to the village and see what awaits us, he suggested. Satan set off first, and the mere thought of soon encountering the strikingly cool and charismatic young Zaro from the original work stirred an inexplicable excitement within. Wait for us, Akihitami called out, having meticulously arranged her attire and solemnly gripping Murakumo, a testament to her ever-deepening reverence for the swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Inaru maintained his usual carefree demeanor, casually exposing his bare torso and nonchalantly digging in his ears, embodying the essence of a troublesome youth. The trio made their way along the path towards Shimatiji village. But halfway through, the sounds of clashing blades echoed from a nearby hillside, suggesting a duel was underway. Let us go take a look, they exclaimed, their curiosity piqued. Climbing the small hill, they beheld two children engaged in a spirited exchange of sword techniques. One of them was a slightly older girl with striking blue hair, approximately 10 years of age. She wielded her sword with both hands, exuding grace and composure, executing her attacks with patience and her defenses with impeccable precision, clearly demonstrating a solid foundation in swordsmanship. The other was a younger boy with green hair, who, curiously, was a three-sword style practitioner. He held a bamboo sword in each hand and had another clenched between his teeth. At first glance, this seemed somewhat comical. However, upon closer inspection of his attacks, he resembled a fierce tiger, dynamic yet controlled, showcasing the advantages of his three-sword style to its fullest extent. Nevertheless, perhaps due to his age, the green-haired swordsman appeared to be at a slight disadvantage, resulting in a somewhat hasty approach to his strikes. What do you think of them? Upon their initial sighting, Satan instantly recognized the two as the young Kuina and Zaro, despite having undergone numerous battles that significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Satan remains rather unfamiliar with the art of swordsmanship. Thus, he turns to the crimson-eyed girl beside him. The young maiden wields a substantial blade, the Nihato crafted by the renowned swordsmith Masamune. This weapon possesses no distinctive features and lacks the characteristics of a celebrated sword. It could easily blend among lesser blades without drawing attention. Yet, it embodies a latent ferocity, exhibiting the most subdued yet deeply concealed aura of a masterful weapon. Satan gazed at Akihito with a look of perplexity, inquiring about their swordsmanship level, rather than the introduction of her famed blade, seemingly comprehending Satan's confusion. Akihito paused momentarily before continuing. Her swordsmanship is akin to the renowned sword in her hand, possessing a concealed killing intent and an unadorned simplicity, yet when unleashed, it strikes with lethal precision. She is truly a prodigy walking the righteous path of swordsmanship. Subsequently, Akihito fixed her gaze on Satan, articulating each word deliberately. If she is a student of the Ichin Heart Dojo on this island, then as you, sir, have surmised, there must indeed be a master of swordsmanship hidden here. Chapter 99. Ichin Heart Dojo. Upon absorbing Akihito's analysis, Satan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "There exists a dojo in the village called Ichin Heart, presided over by a master named Garo, who is widely speculated to be a formidable swordsman, though he has never been seen in action. Is that why you withheld this information from me?" Akihito huffed in irritation, turning her attention back to the sparring children. "By the way, what are your thoughts on the other one?" Satan's curiosity was piqued, particularly concerning the youthful Zaro's prowess. His swordsmanship appeared quite nascent, indicating he had only recently embarked on his journey of learning the art of the sword. However, it was evident that he possessed exceptional talent, and his three-sword style was indeed a remarkable approach. Should he refine it to its utmost perfection, both would emerge as the foremost swordsmen upon the vast seas. Satan suddenly burst into laughter. Although he had been in this world for over a decade, seeing Zaro for the first time and hearing others praise him was simply too delightful to resist. Meanwhile, as Satan conversed with his companions, Kuina and Zaro's duel was nearing its conclusion. Just as Akahoshi had predicted, the seemingly unremarkable Kuina abruptly unleashed her full potential, effortlessly sending the three bamboo swords from Zaro's grasp flying and propelling his body away, securing a swift victory. "Ah, how infuriating. I lost to you again, Kuina. I truly felt I was on the verge of winning." Zaro lay on the ground, shouting in frustration, but received no response from Kuina. He rose to see her sitting with her knees drawn up, her demeanor downcast, devoid of any joy from her victory. "Hey, what's wrong, Kuina? Aren't you happy to have beaten me? What does winning even mean? Your progress is accelerating. You'll surpass me sooner or later. My father once said, a female swordsman can never be the world's strongest due to physical limitations. What use is my effort now?" Kuina sobbed quietly, clutching her knees. Gifted in swordsmanship from a young age, she had defeated adults in the dojo by the age of 10, aspiring to become the mightiest swordsman in the world. Yet, her father's words had dampened her spirits, leaving her disheartened. "Who told you that a female swordsman cannot be the world's strongest?" Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. It was Akahoshi. Observing Kuina's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship being undermined by someone else's negativity ignited a fire within her, especially since she too was a female swordsman. If one is willing to put in the effort, anyone can reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Akahoshi's words were resolute, imbued with an undeniable strength that compelled Kuina to look up, her face reflecting surprise. Approaching her, Akahoshi fixed her gaze upon Kuina's eyes and continued. "Truly powerful swordsmen possess unwavering will and formidable hearts. They believe that all things in the world can be severed, which is why their strikes are unstoppable. If a mere word of denial can shatter your conviction, it merely reflects the fragility of your swordsmanship." Akahoshi pulled Kuina to her feet and added, "If you are dismissed, then double your efforts. When you truly become the world's strongest swordsman, that will be the best form of retaliation." "I understand now." Though tears still lingered in Kuina's eyes, Akahoshi's encouragement illuminated her heart. Indeed, if she were defeated by a single word of denial, would she not then be considered weak? A smile returned to her face, and confidence surged within her once more. "I swear, I will become the world's strongest swordsman. Then we shall be rivals," Zaro declared, unwilling to be outdone. "I too shall strive to be the world's strongest swordsman." Meanwhile, in the village of Shimizhiki, within a training room of the Ishin dojo, a middle-aged man clad in a kimono sat cross-legged in meditation. He appeared gentle and unassuming, wearing round glasses, with a simple long sword resting on the rack before him. This man was Jinchuru, the master of the Ishin dojo, Kuina's father, and Zaro's teacher. Jinchuru was engaged in the practice of sword zen, an ancient discipline emphasizing the understanding of the heart, enhancing one's zen through tranquility to deepen the comprehension of swordsmanship. At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door, and one of his disciples entered. "Master, they have arrived." "Understood." Jinchuru replied calmly, rising with poise to adjust his attire. A smile gracing his face as he left the meditation room. He traversed the lengthy corridor and entered a secluded area of the dojo, pushing the door open. Inside, two cloaked men were seated at a table, quietly sipping tea. Though they spoke not a word, the air of dominance they exuded was palpable, clearly indicating they were not ordinary individuals. Any common person entering this space would find it difficult to breathe. "It has been a while. Your travels must have been arduous." Jinchuru greeted them familiarly, taking a seat on a stone bench beside the table, pouring himself a cup of tea with gentle movements and savoring it leisurely. "Not at all." The man in the green cloak responded softly before breaking into a smile at Jinchuru's calm demeanor. "You remain so unflappable. I truly envy your state of mind." "There's nothing to envy. If you were to commit to meditation, you too could attain such tranquility in time." "Ah, I think I shall pass. I am simply not cut out for the life of a recluse, unable to maintain such dedication for a decade." The cloaked man chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "Once again, we must trouble you. We are in need of provisions. I am aware and have prepared them. You may take them at your convenience." Jinchuru replied nonchalantly as if accustomed to such requests. "By the way, I hear your daughter possesses exceptional talent in swordsmanship, capable of besting adults in the dojo at such a young age. Truly, she is your child." Having achieved his aim for visiting, the cloaked man changed the subject. "That is not necessarily a good thing." Jinchuru seemed to be stirred by the man's words, falling into a contemplative silence before sighing softly. "I would rather she live a normal life, like any ordinary child, without the burden of aspiring to be the strongest in the world." "It seems you still cannot let go. After all these years, you remain unable to move on. Your state of mind appears insufficient. Had I come to terms with it, I would not have joined you," Jinchuru retorted, then continued. "The essence of the strongest sword lies in its ability to protect what one cherishes and sever what one wishes to cut. To me, a sword capable of severing anything is not a true sword. I hope my daughter can grasp this truth in due time." Chapter 100. Akahoshi seeks a mentor. Under the guidance of Kuina and Zaro, Satan and his companions swiftly arrived at the Ishin dojo in Shimizhiki village. From the outside, the dojo appeared quite ordinary, situated on the village's outskirts with few neighboring homes. It seemed the master had intentionally chosen the location to prevent the sounds of training from disturbing the villagers, clearly indicating his amiable disposition. The dojo's entrance was modestly low, adorned with a small wooden sign inscribed with Ishin dojo, embodying a sense of humility, far from the grandeur expected of a dojo belonging to a swordsmanship giant. Perhaps informed by his disciples, Jinchuru emerged to greet them as soon as Satan and the others stepped through the entrance. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I inquire about your purpose here?" Jinchuru asked, his smile warm and inviting, hands clasped before him, every gesture imbued with an aura of tranquility. "Father, this is my newly acquainted sister Akahoshi. She seeks guidance in her swordsmanship practice." Before Satan and the others could speak, Guena eagerly responded. Perhaps the words of Cheeto had profoundly moved her, as she displayed a remarkable closeness to him. Fearing that her father might dismiss Cheeto's inquiry, she took hold of his arm and introduced him first. King Shiro observed his daughter's radiant demeanor, slightly raising an eyebrow. He distinctly remembered that ever since he had intentionally dismissed Guena's aspirations with his words, her spirits had been rather low. What had caused this sudden uplift? Had she grasped the profound essence of the sword path? It seemed unlikely that such enlightenment could occur so swiftly. Perhaps someone had guided her. Could it be this swordswoman named Cheeto? Watching his daughter's intimacy with Cheeto, King Shiro began to understand, shifting his focus onto Cheeto. The first thing that captured his attention was the katana Muramasa in Cheeto's hand. A myriad of renowned blades flashed through King Shiro's mind. Yet none matched the formidable aura that Muramasa emanated, almost palpable in its intensity. For King Shiro, whose mastery of the sword was profound, he could easily discern the extraordinary nature of Muramasa. Though Cheeto was merely 14 years old and appeared to be but a young girl, her ability to wield such a heavy aura demonstrated her exceptional prowess. King Shiro cast a fleeting glance, yet under his discerning gaze, nearly all the information he sought became instantly clear. Welcome, everyone. Please, allow our esteemed guests to enjoy some tea in the side room and take a moment to rest. King Shiro inclined slightly, not underestimating the youth of Satan and his companions. He invited them to the side room for tea and then gestured for Guena and Zaro to freshen up and change their attire before rejoining them. His actions were unhurried and fluid, embodying the demeanor of a distinguished master. Despite the brief interaction, Satan and the others had already concluded that this seemingly delicate man was undoubtedly a master of the sword. Even the typically unruly Enel dared not act out in the calming presence of Kung Shiro, quietly trailing behind Satan. Under Kung Shiro's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the tea room, each taking their seats. A tea attendant served fragrant tea before retreating and gently closing the door. Now that we are alone, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed Prince of the Undying, who not long ago stirred the waves of the Grand Line. Once the room contained only Satan, his companions, and Kung Shiro, he leisurely sipped his tea before posing the question. Wait, you know me? Just as Satan lifted his cup to take a sip, King Shiro's inquiry nearly caused him to spit it out. Goodness. Had he become so renowned that everyone was aware of him? Indeed. 3 months ago, you wreaked havoc on 2 islands. And your first bounty reached a staggering 100 million berries. Following that, you mysteriously vanished. I would presume your profile is well documented in any intelligence database of major factions. So, does this imply that you are affiliated with a certain organization? Satan meticulously scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, whose face was adorned with a beaming smile. For reasons unknown, he suddenly perceived an uncanny resemblance to a shrewd old fox in that grin. Gung Sailang remained silent, his expression still radiating warmth as he regarded Satan, evidently acquiescing to his conjecture. After all, who among the formidable would idly establish a dojo in a quaint village for years without a purpose or an organization backing them? Now, Prince Satan, might you elucidate your intentions? Truth be told, I harbor no interest in your identity. My primary purpose is to find a sufficiently reliable swordsmanship instructor for my companion. It appears you indeed possess the requisite qualifications. Aha, your highness is most forthright. Indeed. Our statuses do not impede our dialogue, Gung Sailing chuckled heartily, then turned his gaze toward Akatsuki, saying, You must have been the one to help my daughter unravel her mental knots. I ought to express my gratitude. It should have occurred to me sooner that you harbored profound intentions, Akatsuki remarked, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Indeed. Had it not been for the purpose of honing her daughter's mindset, how could a master of the sword employ such seemingly unreliable words to challenge his own child? What a clever little girl, Gung Sailing remarked lightly before shifting his attention back to Satan. She has already made noteworthy progress as a swordswoman. Had she been an ordinary individual, I would have had no qualms about accepting her as my disciple. Satan remained silent, fully aware that Gung Sailang would undoubtedly continue. As expected, Gung Sailang shifted his tone and added, however, given your unique identities and the potential troubles they may bring me, I am willing to accept her as my disciple, but this must be treated as a transaction. It was at this moment that Satan comprehended the cunning of the old fox. No wonder he had initially laid bare Satan's identity. His lengthy discourse was merely a prelude to securing a benefit, Satan inwardly scoffed. Upon hearing Gung Sailang's words, Chitong trembled slightly, her demeanor shifting to one of tension. She genuinely aspired to grow stronger and become the right hand of her master. Thus she was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to study under a swordsmanship master. Yet, she was also apprehensive that Gung Sailang might demand an exorbitant price, placing her master in a difficult position. Understanding Chitong's concerns, Satan offered her a reassuring glance, reaching into his garment as if to retrieve something from his pocket. But in reality, he produced 3 small vials from his storage space, placing them on the table before him. What are these? Gung Sailang inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the 3 vials of liquid, small, transparent containers, each holding a modest amount of crystalline green liquid. Since you are aware that I am referred to as the Undying Marquis, you must also understand the origin of my title. These 3 vials contain elixirs of life that I have created using my own abilities. As long as one remains alive, consuming one will heal all wounds, effectively equating to 3 lives. Satan solemnly deceived, revealing that the contents of the bottle were merely the essence of life, extracted from the tree of life, gathered by Satan for his family in times of need. Now, it was fortuitously of use, while it may not be an exaggeration when utilized appropriately. It indeed serves as a miraculous elixir capable of resurrecting the dead. Deal, said Satan. Rest assured, Prince of Darkness, I shall devote myself entirely to her education. Upon hearing Satan's elucidation, Gung Sailang understood the value of the water of life and hastily acquiesced. Very well, I shall not linger here any longer. I entrust the care of my family to you. Satan rose and embraced Chitong, taking Inilu along with him. Chapter 101. The Kingdom of Goya. After a brief sojourn in the village of Seymour-Ziji, during which Satan found a swordsmanship teacher for Chitong, he and Inilu set sail once more, resuming their journey across the East Sea. Master Satan, where shall we head next? Inilu inquired. To the Kingdom of Goya, Satan replied. There, you will encounter the unforgettable person I mentioned. Inilu regarded Satan with skepticism, feeling a premonition that this voyage might not bode well for him. Haha, indeed. I have eagerly anticipated that moment, Satan said, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. TCH, based on my understanding of you, Satan, the mischievous sprite, Xiejian. Fluttered before Inilu, his expression cunning like that of a crafty fox, you are in for some misfortune, little brat. Crack. Inilu bit fiercely into an apple. Juice splattering as he carelessly dug at his ear with his other hand, dismissing Xiejian's ominous warning. Rascal, how dare you disregard me? Xiejian retorted. Long ears. You are doomed. I shall punish you in place of the moon. Who are you calling long ears, you little brat? Inilu shot back. Long ears, long ears, long ears. I shall continue to call you that. Go ahead and take a bite, if you dare. A sudden crackle of harsh electricity filled the air as Xiejian, hovering aloft, was struck by a slender bolt of lightning. Amidst flickering blue arcs, he was enveloped in smoke, his beautiful locks standing on end, and he plummeted from the sky. Ah, you have marred my handsome visage. I shall annihilate you. Xiejian wailed. TCH, as if I'm afraid of you. Inilu retorted, a proud expression adorning his face. Satan. Inilu is bullying me. Xiejian exclaimed, his eyes misty from the unfair treatment, fluttering his tiny wings as he approached Satan, attempting to garner sympathy. Well, then, just retaliate. You fool, Satan advised. Satan gazed at the perverse views with a look of utter disbelief until the latter let out a piercing scream, exclaiming that he would fight back. After soaring towards Inilu, he stealthily gave Inilu a thumbs up from behind, followed by an uncontrollable fit of laughter. It was indeed a rare occasion to see the perverse views suffer. Amidst the casual banter among the trio, and the squabbling between Inilu and the perverse views, their vessel gradually transformed into a mere speck, drifting further away from the village of Seymour-Ziji and heading towards the distant Kingdom of Goya. The Kingdom of Goya is an immaculate realm, hailed as the most beautiful nation of the East Sea, yet this beauty is exclusively reserved for the lofty aristocrats. Apart from the royal palace where the royalty resides, a special residential district named Gaoxian, meaning a place that looks down upon all beings, was constructed in the heart of the city for the nobles, surrounded by towering walls. Ordinary citizens are forbidden from entering Gaoxian and can only inhabit the central streets, where the social hierarchy is rigidly enforced. In Gaoxian, where the aristocrats indulge in their perverse desires, not a speck of dirt is permitted. The nation is a paragon of a segregated society, meticulously purging any unnecessary elements. All refuse generated in Gaoxian and the central streets is transported daily to a designated dumping ground far from the residential areas, leading to a mountain of waste accumulated over time, known as the uncertain waste terminus. Countless impoverished souls and vagrants, expelled by the kingdom, have settled here, scavenging for sustenance amidst fierce disputes over the treasures found in the refuse. The jungle law reigns supreme here, with daily occurrences of mysterious deaths, a reality that all have come to accept. Adjacent to the uncertain waste terminus lies a bustling marketplace, where nearly all stalls are dedicated to bartering and fencing stolen goods. The occasional treasures from the terminus are exchanged here for gold or Bailey, making this place a haven for rogues and miscreants, aptly dubbed Duan Town. As Satan and his companions advanced towards the Kingdom of Goya, a figure draped in a black cloak approached the gates of Duan Town. Tall and lean, his face obscured by the hood, his hands concealed within the long sleeves, he dragged a low wooden cart, seemingly unremarkable, except for the long crocodile tail protruding from beneath the tarpaulin covering it, with blood occasionally dripping onto the ground. Clearly, he was a hunter come to peddle his catch. The soldiers guarding the entrance to Duan Town considered the situation carefully. After accepting the gold coins tossed by the cloaked figure, they let him pass, without further inquiry. While the guards exhibited indifference towards the cloaked man, the idle thugs congregating at the gate had fixated on him, for he was alone and dragging behind him a prize that could fetch a handsome price. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity for extortion. Soon, amidst the thronging thugs, the cloaked figure found himself cornered in a narrow alley. Hey, are you aware of the rules? If you wish to conduct business here, you must first pay us half of the commission, a thug with a blue ponytail threatened, brandishing a wooden club, while those around him chuckled in agreement, as if certain of their victory. What if I refuse? came a deep, resonant reply from within the cloak. Refuse? Even if you do, my weapon won't. The young thug laughed heartily, his expression turning sinister as he raised his club in a show of force. How dare you refuse? What do you take us for? The other thugs joined in derisive laughter, their weapons clanging ominously in the air. Oh, so you intend to rob me? The voice from the cloak suddenly sharpened, akin to that of an enraged child. Indeed, we are robbing you. Surrender your goods and money to avoid bodily harm, the thug cackled. Ha! Someone dares to rob us? Do you not know that we are the ancestors of robbery? In an unexpected twist, the cloak was flung aside, revealing not one individual, but a precarious stack of 3 young boys. The boy atop the pile wore a golden straw hat and a red vest, approximately 7 years old, with a small scar beneath his right eye, sporting a beaming, carefree smile. The boy in the middle appeared slightly older, around 10, with short blonde hair. Dressed in a dapper blue suit, complete with a gentleman's hat adorned with goggles and a white scarf around his neck. The one who had spoken earlier was the youngest, also around 10, clad in a yellow vest emblazoned with the word violence, with freckles dotting his face. Each boy wielded a nearly 2-meter-long steel pipe with a curved handle, charging fiercely towards the thugs intent on robbing them. Chapter 102. Dining and dashing. Oh my, it's you again. Upon witnessing the 3 boys emerge from beneath the cloak, the ringleader of the thugs let out a gasp of astonishment, clearly recognizing the trio. The other thugs around him collectively inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a step, fully aware of the formidable reputation these boys held. The boy wearing the straw hat was named Luffy, the one in the top hat was Sabo, and the freckled-faced lad was Ace. Despite their tender years, none exceeding the age of 10, they were undeniably the undisputed rulers of the Uncertainty Terminal. In this chaotic domain, they thrived on ambushes and underhanded tactics, their notoriety spreading far and wide, having robbed nearly everyone they encountered. Although merely children, their combat prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. It was rumored that even the notorious Bolsum pirates, who operated along the shores of the Goya Kingdom, had suffered defeats at their hands, with the fierce fighter Borshimi falling to them as well, establishing them as infamous rascals of the Uncertainty Terminal. The thugs present had not once, but several times felt the sting of these 3 troublemakers, which accounted for their evident trepidation upon recognizing them. However, Ace and his companions were indifferent to the thugs' fears. Their only intention was to confront those who dared to offend them. With a rallying cry, they charged into the throng of thugs like fierce tigers, wielding steel pipes. Ace was the swiftest, his movements lithe and his strikes rapid, incapacitating every thug who dared to engage him in the blink of an eye, leaving them groaning and clutching their heads. Sabo was equally adept, exhibiting remarkable combat awareness. Even amidst the chaos, he flowed through the melee with grace, evading attacks at improbable angles before retaliating with astonishing speed, effortlessly toppling one opponent after another. As for the youngest, Luffy, though slightly slower than his companions, he possessed the unique ability of a devil fruit user, having consumed the rubber fruit, rendering him nearly immune to all physical assaults. The thugs' clubs merely pushed him back a step without inflicting any real harm. Furthermore, his rubbery physique allowed him to contort into various shapes, often catching his adversaries off guard in their moment of distraction. Under the onslaught of the trio, the thugs fell like dominoes, sprawled across the ground, while Ace and his companions strode away triumphantly as they wandered down the bustling streets. Marveling at the myriad of enticing signs and delectable dishes lining the sidewalks, Luffy, rubbing his belly, felt his mouth watering. Finally, at the entrance of a ramen shop, he could no longer resist. Ace, I want to eat ramen, ramen, ramen. Luffy implored, his voice elongated with enthusiasm, hands clasped behind his head, a beaming smile revealing a row of pristine teeth. I'm so hungry after that fight. I concur, Sabo replied, flashing a grin that revealed a missing front tooth. This ramen shop is indeed quite good. What are we waiting for? Let us eat, Ace declared, nonchalantly flicking away a booger before leading the charge into the ramen shop, with Luffy and Sabo close behind. Hey boss, 3 large bowls of ramen, Ace bellowed upon entering. Apologies, but we only serve nobles here. Commoners are not welcome. The rotund shop owner sneered, glancing disdainfully at the 3 boys, clearly unimpressed by their appearance. What? Ace's eyes narrowed, his freckles seemingly vibrating with anger. Wait. Look at this, Sabo interjected, pulling Ace's arm to restrain his fury. He produced a finely crafted pocket watch, displaying it before the owner. Oh dear. I didn't recognize your stature. Welcome. Quickly, take our esteemed guests upstairs for proper hospitality. The proprietor's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the watch. slapping himself in realization before hurrying to instruct the staff to escort Ace and his companions to the VIP room, no longer concerned with their youth. Soon, guided by the staff, the three boys settled into the plush VIP area, each relishing a large bowl of ramen. "Hey, Sabo, how did you come by a noblesse watch?" Ace asked, his mouth full as he curiously eyed Sabo. They had known each other for some time, having navigated life in the uncertainty terminal, and nobility seemed a far stretch for them. Yeah, Sabo, tell me. It looks impressive," Luffy chimed in. Lifting his head from the bowl, strands of noodles hanging from his mouth, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sabo's expression shifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he chuckled lightly. "I found this watch in the uncertainty terminal. I intended to use it to bluff, never expecting it to work so effectively." "Ah, I see," Ace acknowledged, returning to his meal. The owner's gullibility was indeed amusing. Luffy, oblivious to Sabo's fleeting melancholy, grinned widely. That owner is really foolish to fall for that. Hey, waiter, I want more," Luffy shouted, having swiftly finished his first bowl, pounding on the table to summon the attendant waiting outside. "Esteemed guest, as a noble, you are entitled to unlimited servings. Please hold on," the waiter replied, bowing politely before swiftly returning with 3 more bowls of ramen. Not enough, still hungry," Luffy exclaimed, his stomach resembling a bottomless pit as he devoured bowl after bowl, calling out for more. "Indeed, noble guest, please wait a moment," the waiter bowed deeply, quickly bringing out more ramen, the empty bowls piling higher and higher on the table as Luffy continued to feast. "I envy Luffy's appetite," Ace remarked, belching contentedly while picking his teeth nonchalantly. "But what can one do? He is a rubber man after all, impossible to envy." Observing Luffy's belly swell to an impressive size, Sabo couldn't help but express his envy. "Ah, I'm full, finally satisfied," Luffy declared, having consumed enough ramen that the mountain of empty bowls nearly touched the ceiling, letting out a loud belch to signify his contentment. "Ace, do we have the money to pay?" Sabo asked, scratching his head in embarrassment as he surveyed the towering stack of empty bowls. "What are we waiting for? Run." The three exchanged wide-eyed glances, and in an instant, they all nodded in unison, bursting through the window and fleeing, their laughter echoing behind them. "Hey, you rascals! How dare you dine and dash? Catch them, catch them!" Behind him came the furious roar of the portly ramen shop owner. However, it was of little consequence, as Ace and his companions swiftly vanished into the throng. Chapter 103. The Robbery of Satan in the Kingdom of Goya, near the uncertain terminus of the material world. A small sailboat gently bobbed as it approached the shore. Aboard was none other than Satan, who had finally arrived in the Kingdom of Goya after a fortnight of sailing. "Is this truly the Kingdom of Goya you spoke of, the most beautiful realm of the East Sea?" Enelu exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face as he stepped ashore. Before him lay not a picturesque town, but rather a seemingly endless expanse of refuse, coupled with the sight of disheveled vagrants meandering through the heaps, their expressions vacant and weary. "Indeed, this is the place," Satan replied. "It is merely an unfortunate landing spot. The most exquisite part of the Kingdom of Goya lies in the High Town, while here, it appears to be a veritable haven for the homeless." Satan furrowed his brow and responded, although he was already aware of such a place within the Kingdom of Goya, witnessing the expressionless vagrants, resembling mere walking corpses, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. As a ship docked nearby, the homeless individuals revealed covetous glances, their eyes dark with malice, fixated upon the increasingly approaching figures of Satan and Enelu, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Such wretched creatures truly elicited unease. Enelu, feeling irked by their scrutiny, clenched his fists, blue arcs of electricity crackling across his arms. Proud by nature, he had never before been regarded like prey, and the unmistakable glint of predation in their gazes was enough to rattle him. "Shall I teach them a lesson?" Enelu inquired, turning to Satan. "There is no need," Satan replied. "This is inherently a distorted realm, and they are merely unfortunate souls, cast away and tormented by the flames of desire, having lost their sanity." "How pitiable." Satan shrugged nonchalantly and continued on his way, showing no interest in the mindless creatures before him. "Ah, you must be newcomers. Surrender your treasures." Satan, wishing to avoid trouble, found himself confronted by it instead. He and Enel were suddenly intercepted by 2 figures emerging from the shadows, both wielding iron pipes as weapons. One of the boys, donning a straw hat, shouted at Satan, "Who are you?" Satan gazed in astonishment at the bright-eyed boy before him, who boldly claimed he intended to rob him. "Goodness, is that not Monkey D? Luffy? What are the odds of encountering him here? I am being robbed by Luffy?" His mind was in a tumult, feeling as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his thoughts. I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy, believing Satan was inquiring about his name, beamed with pride, hands clasped behind his head, utterly oblivious to the demeanor expected of a robber. Enough. Must you announce your name every time you meet someone? We have yet to determine the captain. Sabo, who had joined Luffy in confronting Satan, gave Luffy a sharp rap on the head, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shielded his own visage, pretending not to know the foolish lad beside him. Another blow to my head. Luffy glared at Sabo, cradling his head with his hands as he emitted a high-pitched roar. Hey, are you two planning to rob me? Faced with these two absurd gestures, Satan felt his worldview shatter. Silence. Do you not see I am preoccupied? Luffy bellowed at Satan, then whirled around to point an accusatory finger at Sabo. You hit my head, apologize. Sabo, overwhelmed, thought to himself, I should never have brought you along. Partnering with Ace would have been far better. Sir, shall I dispose of these two brats? Enel, already incensed by the hostile glares of the vagrants, seemed to have found a target for his ire, nonchalantly digging in his ear while casting a disdainful glance at the two boys. Pa, who are you planning to dispose of? Just as Enel finished speaking, a voice of disdain echoed from his right, prompting him to turn and discover who had spoken. However, upon turning, he was met with a mouthful of spit that landed squarely on his face. What on earth? Bewildered, Enel wiped the saliva from his face. And as realization dawned, fury coursed through him, causing his body to tremble with rage. Following his gaze, he found Ace lounging atop a pile of rubble, arms crossed, legs swinging defiantly, casting a scornful glance at Enel. Indeed, it was Ace who had just spat in Enel's face. Satan was startled by the sudden appearance of Ace, and upon witnessing Enel's face, which was contorted with rage, he instinctively covered his eyes, exclaiming, Goodness, what have I just witnessed? Ace had spat a mouthful of saliva onto Enel, and Satan thought to himself, Are you all trying to amuse me? Indeed, in the next moment, Enel's figure vanished from his original position. How could someone as proud as he endure such humiliation? Without needing Satan's command, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Ace in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. You must be the reason for your arrival in the kingdom of Goya. Correct? The one who knew Satan best was the ever-present Kurizumi, who, upon observing Satan's strange behavior upon encountering the trio, had already guessed his thoughts with remarkable accuracy. Did you not share my memories? You should recognize who they are. Of course. Heh, what a splendid spectacle. Kurizumi perched on Satan's shoulder, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he watched the battle between Enel and Ace. As Enel unleashed a lightning-fast kick, Ace's expression turned to one of astonishment. How could he be so quick? I underestimated him. Thoughts raced through his mind. However, Ace was no pushover, having dominated the uncertain terminus at merely 10 years of age. He possessed exceptional abilities. His combat instincts surpassed those of most adults, and his reflexes were quicker than his thoughts. He planted one hand on the ground, exerted force with his feet, and executed a backflip to evade Enel's furious kick. A deafening crash echoed as the spot where Ace had just been seated was obliterated by Enel's kick, debris scattering and dust swirling. Good heavens! Ace gasped, stepping back in trepidation as he comprehended the monstrosity he had provoked. His expression grew serious as he brandished a water pipe before him, his feet positioned firmly apart. Eyes locked onto Enel's movements, clearly entering a state of readiness for battle, shedding any previous disdain. You useless little rat, where do you think you can escape? Enel, now even angrier after missing his strike, charged at Ace once more. Meanwhile, Sabo and Luffy, who had been playfully engaged moments before, instinctively tightened their grips on their iron water pipes and split into two directions to encircle Enel. Chapter 104, The Thunderbolt's Nemesis. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding filled the air as Enel and Ace became entwined in combat. Suddenly, one figure was sent flying, crashing violently into a nearby pile of rubble, sending up a cloud of dust. Ace! Luffy shouted, having just arrived on the scene, realizing that it was Ace who had been sent flying. It was not that Luffy and Sabo were slow, rather, the speed at which Enel and Ace clashed was extraordinary. The outcome determined in the blink of an eye, with Enel, who had consumed the rumble fruit, emerging victorious. Enel, able to move with lightning speed, was in complete control of the battle. Serious now, he was not someone Ace could contend with, having been kicked away effortlessly. Merely that. After sending Ace flying, Enel let out a dismissive snort, but by now he had been surrounded by Sabo and Luffy. That's going too far, you bastard. Sabo, seeing Ace being launched away, felt a surge of anger. He leaped high into the air, gripping his water pipe tightly, and aimed a powerful strike at Enel's head. Child's play. Enel, without even lifting his head, regarded Sabo's attack with disdain, casually flicking his ear as he sidestepped, easily evading the blow. At the same moment, Luffy's assault followed suit, his water pipe creating a whirlwind of movement as he swung it with tremendous force toward Enel's waist. Sabo, having missed his strike, used the rebound from his water pipe hitting the ground to propel himself upward, swinging down at Enel's head, creating a pincer attack alongside Luffy. Yet, such an assault posed no threat to Enel. He swiftly extended his right hand, catching Sabo's water pipe with lightning reflexes. Without pausing, he kicked Luffy's pipe away before it could land a hit. Sabo, realizing he was hanging in midair, reacted quickly, using the moment to kick Enel's wrist, leveraging the force to reclaim his pipe and somersaulting away. At that moment, a loud explosion resounded from the rubble, and Ace emerged, his body marred by sharp debris, blood dripping from numerous wounds. Yet, his gaze was fierce, brimming with fighting spirit, as he resolutely approached Enel. Simultaneously, Luffy and Sabo adjusted their positions, forming a triangular formation to encircle Enel. They gripped their water pipes firmly, expressions serious, fully prepared for battle. The trio shared an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances that conveyed their intentions. Unlike their previous assaults, this time, Sabo and Ace initiated their attacks simultaneously. As the two strongest members of the trio, their combined strength posed a significantly greater threat to their adversary. The water pipes whistled through the air as Ace and Sabo launched a relentless barrage of strikes. However, Enel's movements were astoundingly swift. He flickered in and out of sight, dodging every attack with ease. Despite Enel's apparent ease in countering the combined efforts of Ace and Sabo, he inadvertently lowered his guard against Luffy, who had yet to engage. But was Luffy merely a burden among the trio? Certainly not. He was the ace. As the other two charged forward, Luffy discarded his water pipe, grasping a rock with both hands while retreating. Thanks to his unique rubber physique, his arms elongated, stretching like a tightly drawn slingshot. Rubber rocket launcher. At last, Luffy reached the limit of his arm's extension, releasing it suddenly. The immense elasticity propelled his arm like a rocket, crashing forcefully into Enel. Caught off guard while evading Ace's attack, Enel was slammed by Luffy, stumbling back several steps. While Luffy took the opportunity to wrap his elongated arm around Enel, binding his hands tightly like a rope. Quickly, Ace, Sabo, Luffy shouted, urging his companions to seize the rare opportunity he had created. Ace and Sabo wasted no time, channeling all their strength into their water pipes as they swung them toward Enel's head, certain that the next moment would see him knocked out. However, to their dismay, upon impact, Enel did not bleed. Instead, his body transformed into a swirling mass of blue lightning, causing Ace and Sabo's strikes to pass harmlessly through him, as if striking nothing but air. Stumbling from the sudden loss of strength, Sabo and Ace fell into a heap, while the blue lightning coalesced in the distance, reforming into an unscathed Enel. What just happened? How did he evade that? Ace and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly stunned. Is this some kind of sorcery? Humph, it's merely a rare occurrence. Observing the astonished gazes of Ace and the others, Enel appeared to revel in the dark pleasure within, confidently explaining, I am the master of the rumble fruit, a being of pure lightning. Your attacks are utterly futile against me. How dare you offend the great god of thunder? Prepare to face divine retribution, lightning strike. With a thunderous roar, Enel summoned brilliant blue lightning bolts from the heavens, striking directly at Ace and his companions. The bolts fell like rain, and soon, under the onslaught of the electric fury, Ace and Sabo were left enveloped in smoke, their hair standing on end, eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. In stark contrast, Luffy, who was also struck by several bolts, remained unharmed, gazing at Enel with a bewildered expression. What is happening? Now it was Enel's turn to be astonished. How could anyone withstand his lightning unscathed? Refusing to accept this anomaly, he directed all the lightning towards Luffy. Yet, to his dismay, even as he unleashed his full might, Luffy emerged from the electric storm not only unharmed but also nonchalantly picking his nose and flicking the residue at him, a blatant mockery. Are you an idiot? The onlooker, Satan, could no longer tolerate Enel's pathetic display and exclaimed, he is a paramecia-type rubber fruit user. Rubber is an insulator. Your lightning is ineffective, you fool. The arrogant Enel struggled to accept this reality. In his eyes, his lightning powers were nearly invincible, a divine ability worthy only of a god. serving as his foundation for disdain towards others. Yet, here stood an adversary with a power that completely countered his own, leaving him in disbelief. Chapter 105. Loyalty of Luffy. If he is my nemesis, then he must be eliminated. A fleeting malicious thought crossed his mind, and a wave of malevolence surged within him, prompting Enel to erupt in laughter. However, even his laughter could not conceal the murderous intent etched upon his face. Little brat, consider yourself unfortunate. You and that fool who dared spit at me shall perish here. With that, Enel advanced menacingly towards Luffy, his face twisted with lethal intent, clearly preparing to strike with deadly force. Witnessing Ace and Sabo fall victim to Enel's lightning, Luffy felt a surge of fear. He and Ace had fought together for quite some time, rarely facing defeat. Yet now, both lay incapacitated by the electric onslaught. I will protect you, Ace, Sabo, Luffy declared stubbornly, spreading his arms to shield the fallen duo, shouting words of encouragement to himself. Despite the encroaching threat of Enel, fear gripped him, his legs trembling. Yet he refused to retreat. Why not flee? Satan, the observer, inquired. Knowing you are outmatched, why not escape? Because if I run away, I would lose my important friends. Luffy shouted defiantly. I refuse to be all alone. The warm sunlight cast a gentle glow upon his youthful face, accentuating the tear streaks born from fear. Yet, his resolute expression was profoundly moving. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. At such a tender age, he had already forged an unwavering commitment to protect his friends. Truly, Luffy inspired those he encountered, drawing them in with his innate charm. Stop this, Enel. Satan, moved in heart, spoke softly. In an instant, he materialized before Luffy, crouching down to meet his gaze, to care for those dear to you. That is the true reason to fight with all one's might. I have high hopes for you, young one. However, to safeguard your cherished companions, the most crucial element is strength. Satan turned to Enel, who was momentarily stunned by his abrupt halt, a mischievous smile illuminating his face, reminiscent of a beguiling little fox. He then inquired, do you wish to defeat him? Do you aspire for greater strength? I can teach you. Are you stronger than him? Luffy, no fool, regarded the youthful figure before him, who appeared only slightly older, and found it hard to believe that Satan's power could surpass that of Enel. Ha ha ha, Satan. It seems you've been struck down. He does not believe in your strength. A wave of derisive laughter emanated from Satan's shoulder. Indeed, it was the impish spirit, Xie, who thrived on chaos and would seize any opportunity to undermine others. Hey, just watch closely. Satan rose with a smile, gently ruffling Luffy's hair. And with a clenched right fist, he struck the ground beside him. The thought of showing off in front of Luffy filled him with secret delight. Countless golden dragon phantoms spiraled around, their roars echoing in the air. The atmosphere struck by Satan's fist seemed to summon a tempest, and a resounding sound of collapse resonated. Before Satan, the ground suddenly gave way, creating a vast pit spanning 100 meters. Such was the might of his punch. Could this be a trick? Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes sparkling like stars, gazing at Satan as if he had discovered a remarkable treasure. What do you think? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Satan turned to gaze at Luffy, his face adorned with a fox-like, beguiling smile. Luffy nodded without hesitation, his head bobbing as if pecking like a chick. So we are allies now. With his objective achieved, Satan revealed a pleased smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Douglas Satan. Unbeknownst to Satan, as he journeyed across vast distances to the kingdom of Goa in the East Blue and fortuitously encountered Luffy. There were those in the distant New World who were also keeping a watchful eye on him. In the New World, on the island of Tato Land, the lair of the Emperor Big Mom, the island had been restored to its former glory after several months of reconstruction following the devastation wreaked by the Dragon King, Douglas Ming. Now, the island flourished with vibrancy, adorned with lush vegetation and dotted with exquisite pastry structures. Various homies roamed freely, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a whimsical wonderland. In the grand castle at the center of the island, the colossal Big Mom was voraciously devouring delicacies, while an array of homies sang melodious praises. In the midst of music and feasting, she appeared to be in high spirits. Mother, mother! Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and Katakuri, one of the 3 sweet commanders, entered, clutching several photographs. What is it, Katakuri? Big Mom inquired without lifting her gaze, well aware of Katakuri's calm demeanor and formidable strength. Considering him one of her most reliable aides, his presence indicated that he brought news of significance. Mother, We have received word from the underground world that the youngest son of the Douglas family, whom you instructed me to keep an eye on, has recently resurfaced in the East Blue. Oh, the little mouse has finally shown itself. What are we waiting for? Bring me its head. Big Mom bellowed in a fit of rage. Although she harbored no deep-seated animosity towards the Douglas family, the attack on Cake Island by Ming had left the Charlotte family severely weakened, igniting a fierce hatred in Big Mom towards them. However, Ming was a high-ranking official of the world government, residing in the headquarters of Mariehua. Despite her fury, she dared not confront the world government directly, thus directing all her wrath towards Satan. It was no surprise that upon receiving news of Satan, she reacted with such fervor. Shall I personally handle it, mother? Katakuri inquired cautiously. Better not. Just as I toss a large piece of cake into my mouth, inhaling deeply, Big Mom's emotions began to cool slightly. It's all that bastard Ming's fault. Recently, more and more fools have dared to challenge me. The members of my family are overwhelmed, and I need you to maintain order. So, mother, what do you suggest? He's just a little mouse. There's no need for you to intervene. Spread the word. Whoever brings me the little mouse's head shall be permitted to raise my flag. There will be plenty of willing hands to do the job. Understood, mother. I shall take care of it. Katakuri nodded and exited. With a single command from the Emperor of the New World, the seas would soon be engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Chapter 106. Regarding barbecue in the jungles near the uncertain terminus of the Goa Kingdom, a bonfire blazed brightly, encircled by several youths. They were roasting succulent cuts of game over the flames, the crackling fire harmonizing with the mouth-watering aroma of the sizzling meat. These were Satan and Luffy, along with Ace and Sabo, who had only just met a day prior. Under Satan's life-giving treatment, Ace and Sabo's injuries had swiftly healed, and they were now lively and full of vigor. Their earlier despondence vanished. As the saying goes, one must not fight to know one another. Under Satan's intention to foster camaraderie, they found themselves partaking in an outdoor feast. Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? The youngest among them, Luffy, remained fixated on the roasting meat, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he clenched his fists in readiness to pounce, his face a portrait of eagerness. Not yet, Luffy. Be patient, Ace replied, slightly exasperated by Luffy's incessant inquiries. He held Luffy's head at bay with one hand, his annoyance evident. Deep down, Ace felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, not with the defeat itself, for losses are part and parcel of combat, but rather with Enel's arrogant demeanor. It was merely one victory. What was so remarkable about that? Thus, Ace remained somewhat withdrawn, unable to bring himself to converse with Enel, despite secretly admiring the long-eared individual who had bested both him and Sabo. Hey, Luffy, check this out. Zoro, with a mischievous grin, circled around Luffy, brandishing a piece of dried meat unique to Skypiea. Since encountering Ace and the others, Zoro seemed to have found new amusement, especially in teasing the youngest, Luffy, who had the least resistance to food. Meat, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the dangling jerky. He reached out, extending his arm towards Zoro. Yet the cunning Zoro evaded him effortlessly, flitting away with a mere flap of his wings. Ah, give it to me. Give it to me. Luffy jumped up, calling out, his arms flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp the meat, creating a whirlwind of movement. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Zoro taunted, darting playfully between Luffy's outstretched arms, sticking his tongue out mockingly. He thrived on the thrill of the chase, relishing Luffy's futile attempts to snatch the meat. Such a fool. Ace grumbled, adjusting the fire, causing the flames to blaze more fiercely, illuminating his face with a rosy glow, making his freckles stand out even more under the flickering light. But isn't this rather enjoyable? Satan settled beside Ace, echoes of Luffy's frantic shouts and mischievous laughter reverberating in his mind, a warm smile involuntarily gracing his face. He nudged Ace with his shoulder and inquired, being with Luffy must bring you immense joy, does it not? Indeed, Ace replied, his tone reflective. Though he often acts foolishly, he is undeniably a vital companion to us. Reminiscing about the amusing times spent with Luffy, a subtle grin crept onto Ace's lips. On the opposite side of the fire, Sabo nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Ace's sentiments. Humph, just a foolish lad, Enel scoffed from his perch on a branch, disdain evident in his voice. He took a fierce bite of the apple in his hand, seemingly channeling his frustrations into the fruit, petulantly turning away to avoid gazing at the raucous Luffy. You. Ace sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Enel, unable to tolerate his arrogant demeanor any longer. So what if you bested us today? We were merely careless. Let us compete once more tomorrow. Fine, let it be a contest, you defeated one. Hey, can we not enjoy our meal in peace for once? Satan tugged at Ace's sleeve, beckoning him to take a seat, then cast a malevolent glance at the others before deliberately murmuring. Only those of a certain persuasion would engage in such a tumultuous love-hate relationship. What did you say, Master Satan? It seems I have overheard something rather extraordinary. Enel fixated his gaze on Satan, as if an icy chill emanated from him, while Ace, standing beside him, appeared on the brink of a dark transformation, as tendrils of shadow seemed to rise from his being. No, you must have misheard. I said nothing at all. Satan chuckled wickedly, shaking his hands in denial. However, his mischievous expression clearly indicated that he was relishing the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a shout from Luffy pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. After a prolonged pursuit, Luffy, having finally grasped the situation, crossed his arms and extended his fingers, flinging them out like a net. This unexpected maneuver was akin to a stroke of divine inspiration, catching the unsuspecting evil sight completely off guard. Huh, got it, Luffy exclaimed, clutching the hard-won jerky in one hand, eagerly taking a bite and displaying a look of utter satisfaction, while with the other, he held up Evil Sight by his wings, locking eyes with him. What are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome sprite before? True to his nature, even while being captured by Luffy, Evil Sight refused to concede, resembling a cooked duck stubbornly resisting its fate. I really want to take a bite, Luffy said, opening his mouth wide and raising his hand as if to stuff Evil Sight inside. Hey, are you serious, buddy? As Luffy's voracious mouth drew nearer, Evil Sight finally panicked, flailing and shouting, "Be careful! Sprite meat is sour and unpalatable. Let me go help. Satan, I'm about to be eaten." Hey, Luffy, the barbecue is ready. Unable to bear the antics of these two troublemakers any longer, Sabo waved the roasted meat in his hand and called out to Luffy, "I'm coming." Instantly captivated by the barbecue, Luffy lost interest in Evil Sight, tossing him aside and dashing towards the fire. I'm going to break your bones, you little brat," came Evil Sight's wailing curses from behind. Chapter 107. Drinking and Brotherhood. Several days later, in the jungles of Kolbo Mountain. In the early morning, a faint mist lingered, appearing like ethereal veils dancing in the air. Gentle sunlight bathed the forest, casting varying shades of green upon the lush foliage. The hillside was carpeted with vibrant grasses and clusters of unknown wildflowers, basking in the sun and blooming with joyful faces, while dewdrops on the petals sparkled like gems in the morning light. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered by a thunderous roar of a tiger. As the roar echoed, the wind picked up, causing the trees and grass to bow down, and a magnificent tiger burst forth from the thicket. This was a white tiger, the sovereign of Kolbo Mountain, its size 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary tiger, adorned with striking white stripes, and a regal marking in the shape of a king on its forehead. With a single roar, the forest fell silent. Yet, in that moment, the tiger appeared somewhat frantic, lacking the imposing aura it usually commanded, as it sprinted forward with all its might, as if being pursued by a malevolent demon. "You can't escape. Prepare to meet your end." Just as the white tiger fled in panic, a voice rang out from a tree ahead. A boy wielding a metal pipe leapt down, his body spinning like a whirlwind as he descended, delivering a powerful kick to the tiger's forehead. With a resounding thud, the white tiger staggered, its massive body collapsing under the sudden force, shaking the ground beneath it. "Well done, Ace," Satan exclaimed in admiration from a distance, witnessing the white tiger being felled by Ace's strike. Under Satan's guidance and Enel's provocations, the powers of Ace and his companions had surged rapidly over the past few days, and today they had decided to hunt the dominant white tiger of Kolbo Mountain to test their strength. "It's nothing special," Enel remarked, raising an eyebrow, his words betraying his true feelings. Ace and Sabo had been challenging him daily, and their endurance was impressively increasing, even leaving Enel himself secretly astonished. If not for his advantage with the rumble fruit, the outcomes could have been quite uncertain. Nonetheless, despite this, Enel's praise remained elusive. Although Satan noticed that his arrogance had somewhat diminished, and he seemed to hold a grudging respect for Ace and his friends. Wait, has Ace already subdued it? At that moment, Luffy and Sabo, who had been flanking from behind, burst forth from the jungle, having driven the white tiger out. "It won't be that simple. After all, It is the sovereign of Kolbo Mountain. How could it be defeated so easily? Indeed, as soon as Sabo's words fell, the downed white tiger staggered to its feet, shaking its massive head and igniting a fierce rage in its yellow eyes. Despite its momentary disorientation, it instantly swiped a paw toward Ace, clearly seething with hatred. The white tiger was colossal, its paw larger than Ace's entire body. This attack resembled an elephant trampling a mouse, raising concern for Ace's safety. However, Ace dismissed the tiger's assault with disdain, performing a roll to evade the strike and launching himself upward, rushing along the tiger's foreleg as it fell. "Humph, beast, lie down." A smirk of contempt crossed his face as he reached the tiger's jaw, executing a backflip that forcefully struck the tiger's chin. To everyone's astonishment, the massive white tiger was sent soaring by Ace's kick. As the tiger was airborne, Luffy seized Sabo's leg and spun him around before hurling him toward the approaching tiger. Now's the moment, the final blow. Sabo propelled through the air, his strength coiled in his hands, and as he neared the tiger, he swung the metal pipe down upon its forehead. With a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the white tiger's skull caved in, its immense body crashing to the ground, shaking the earth violently. Once a dominant force of Kolbo Mountain, the white tiger convulsed weakly before closing its eyes in surrender, motionless. "Congratulations, you've defeated a little kitty." A flash of lightning illuminated Enel as he appeared atop the tiger's head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Uft, don't be so cocky, long ears," Ace retorted, wiping his nose, his pride swelling as he pointed at Enel. "One day, I will surpass you. Hey, shouldn't we celebrate this victory?" Suddenly, Satan emerged from behind Ace and patted him on the shoulder. "Although I do not believe that defeating this individual is a feat worthy of commendation, I am nonetheless delighted at the prospect of celebrating, right, Luffy?" Sabo, who had come alongside Luffy, nudged his arm and remarked, "Indeed, I absolutely adore celebrations, especially if they involve meat." Luffy replied without hesitation, smacking his lips as if saliva were about to escape. Before long, they cleared a clean space beside the white tiger, while Xie Jian retrieved an assortment of camping utensils from his storage space, making it evident that a delightful outdoor feast was about to commence. "Let us form a brotherhood." Just as everyone was preparing to indulge in the festivities, Ace suddenly proclaimed. At the moment his voice resonated, time itself seemed to stand still. The howling wind surrounding them appeared to vanish, leaving only Ace's voice in the air as he raised the bottle in his hand, exclaiming, "I pilfered this wine from Dayton." "Splendid, splendid." Luffy responded eagerly. "I am willing." Sabo beamed with a radiant smile, scratching his head and answering with a hint of shyness. "This truly is an opportunity one could only wish for." Satan gently touched his nose, the sunlight casting a slanted glow upon his profile, creating a vibrant halo around him. Before he could receive Enel's response, Ace turned to observe him seated atop the head of the white tiger. "I'll let it go?" Enel tilted his head back, declaring, "I shall always follow Master Satan, so allow me to be your witness." Bathed in the shimmering sunlight, crystal clear liquor was poured into 4 bowls, as Luffy, Sabo, Ace, and Satan each lifted their bowls. "With this drink, we shall be brothers. Cheers, cheers, cheers." They downed their drinks in unison, a faint blush gracing their faces, with joyous laughter echoing through the serene morning of Kolbo Mountain. The wheels of history rolled ever forward, yet none could foresee the imminent transformation of the world's landscape. Chapter 108. Hero Carp. Time flowed like water, with days and nights weaving swiftly together. In the blink of an eye, Satan had resided in the Kolbo Mountain of the Goa Kingdom for over 2 months. These 2 months marked perhaps the most leisurely days Satan had experienced since departing from the Babylon Kingdom, filled with teaching Ace, Sabo, and Luffy the art of combat, and relishing their duels with Enel. Life had never been so delightful. However, unbeknownst to him, this tranquility was nearing its end. On the outskirts of the Goa Kingdom lay a quaint village named Windmill Village. This diminutive port town, situated at the eastern periphery of the Goa Kingdom, was often graced by gentle eastern breezes and fair weather. Isolated by the Garbage Mountain and Kolbo Mountain, the village had little interaction with the central hub of the kingdom, resembling a forgotten realm. Yet this very seclusion rendered it even more peaceful and harmonious, evoking a sense of paradise. Thanks to the temperate climate, coastal proximity, and abundant winds, the villagers were self-sufficient, living in simplicity amidst picturesque scenery. At that moment, near Windmill Village, a naval warship was slowly approaching the shore. This was an advanced vessel of the Vice Admiral class, its bow resembling a dog's head clutching a bone, exuding an air of authority. Ha ha ha, back to Windmill Village again. I wonder how my dear grandson is faring. Before the warship had fully docked, a man in his 50s eagerly leaped from the deck onto the pier. With slightly graying short hair, piercing eyes, and a dignified countenance, his muscular frame belied any signs of aging. He casually waved to the officer on deck and made his way toward the tranquil village. Should Satan have witnessed this, he would surely have been left agape, slipping away from the Goa kingdom with his tail between his legs. You may ask who he is. He is none other than the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, revered by the world as the legendary Marine. His life is filled with countless heroic deeds, having repeatedly cornered the pirate king Joel D. Roger and once apprehended the legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion Shiki alongside the current fleet admiral Sengoku. He has rendered immense service to the Navy, yet has repeatedly declined promotions to admiral, content to remain a vice admiral. A steadfast pillar of the Navy and a powerhouse of his era. Of course, all of this had little to do with his arrival in the Goa Kingdom. He came to Windmill Village because it is his homeland. Indeed, he is Luffy's grandfather, returning to the East Blue to visit his beloved grandson. Garp entered Windmill Village, greeting the villagers with ease, a warm smile adorning his face, as he made his way toward the distant Corbo Mountain. In the Corbo Mountain jungle, Ace and Satan had just caught a few crocodiles, enjoying a delightful feast of crocodile meat, contentedly reclining on the grass, savoring the tranquility of the afternoon. Little brats, have you missed me? Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated as Garp appeared beside them. Who? Satan and his companions were startled by the sudden sound, quickly springing to their feet, their expressions tense with vigilance. Who could it be that approached us so effortlessly? Has my alertness diminished? It seems I have grown far too complacent in recent days. Satan pondered, retreating swiftly while casting his gaze upward. However, the moment he laid eyes on Garp, his astonishment was so profound that it felt as if his eyeballs might pop out. Surely, I am not this unfortunate. Is that not the venerable Garp? How could I possibly encounter him here? This is perilous indeed. Satan clenched his fists nervously, beads of cold sweat involuntarily seeping out, as he silently prayed to remain unseen, retreating slightly in an attempt to escape Garp's gaze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has added 2 more companions, Luffy. However, fate favored mischief over fortune. Garp, scratching his head, erupted into hearty laughter, counting their heads and clearly including Satan and Enel in his tally. Hey, it's you, Grandpa. Upon seeing Garp, Luffy did not rush into his embrace like an ordinary child, calling out for his grandfather. Instead, he instinctively covered his head and stepped back repeatedly, as Garp had left an indelible impression on him. It was said that to train Luffy into the mightiest marine, Garp had once tied him to a hot air balloon and released him into the sky, tossed him into a valley teeming with ferocious beasts, and even made him spar with monkeys. Such outrageous training left a heavy psychological scar on the young Luffy, making one wonder if Garp was indeed his biological grandfather. It was no surprise that Luffy was ready to flee at the sight of Garp. Stealing a glance, Satan noticed that aside from the oblivious Enel, who stood there in confusion, Ace and Sabo were also retreating in unison, evidently having shared in the old man's torment. So how's it been? After such extensive training, are you stronger and ready to face Grandpa's loving iron fist? Garp threatened, shaking his fist and twisting his neck as if preparing to stretch his limbs with them. No, please run. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy seemed to receive some sort of signal, shouting and turning to flee. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Satan, Ace, and Sabo also shamelessly took off, knowing full well that no one was eager to test the terrifying might of Garp's fists. Hey, what happened? Seeing the others flee, Enel appeared utterly bewildered, shrugging his shoulders in confusion as he glanced at Garp. Old man, who are you? Truly, Enel was audacious, daring to confront Garp, earning Satan's admiration as he chuckled at Enel's predicament, silently wishing him endurance against Garp's hands, allowing him to escape a bit further. Quite the bold little brat. Are you ready to become a proper Marine? Garp approached Enel, fist clenched tighter. What on earth is a Marine? Are you an idiot, old man? This is so boring. Unfazed by Garp's advancing presence, Enel retorted defiantly, even lifting his chin and digging into his ear, dismissing Garp entirely. What a character you are, little brat. I shall teach you some manners. No sooner had the words left Garp's mouth than he vanished, appearing beside Enel, delivering a powerful punch to his head. What, so fast? Since consuming the rumble fruit, Enel had always overwhelmed others with his speed, never encountering an opponent as swift as Carp. Before he could react, Carp's fist was already hurtling toward him. This is bad, I can't dodge. Under Carp's overwhelming aura, Enel felt his blood freeze, unable to evade the approaching fist. He hastily transformed, turning his upper body into a swirling blue lightning mass. He thought this would spare him from Carp's blow, but it proved futile as Carp's iron fist struck Enel squarely in the face, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees. As one of the mightiest figures capable of dominating an era, Carp's mastery of hockey rendered Enel's elemental transformation child's play. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he's a Logia user. Carp stood still, waiting for Enel to rise after sending him flying. Yet if one believed that being a Logia user made one invincible, they were sorely mistaken. You old bastard, you're too much. Enel grumbled, getting back on his feet and rubbing his head, which now sported a noticeable bump. Thunder God, lightning strike. Since you're so skilled in hand-to-hand combat, I shall simply keep my distance, Enel muttered to himself, waving his hand as several massive azure lightning bolts surged toward Carp, vengefully retaliating for the bruise on his head. Carp remained unmoved, standing there as the thick lightning bolts crashed upon him, blue lightning flickering around him. Yet, it seemed to have no effect. He even stretched lazily, his joints cracking as if indulging in a soothing massage. Ah, splendid. Truly delightful, young lightning wielder. Please, send a couple more my way. Being old makes my back ache. Your lightning massage feels marvelous. Carp exaggeratedly rubbed his back, speaking as if it were genuine, a rugged grin plastered on his face. However, to Enel, that smile appeared devilish. Mother of, don't mock me like this. He began to comprehend the monstrous nature of the old man before him, realizing why Satan and the others fled like mice from a cat upon encountering him. Satan, I loathe you. And you, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, you're all despicable. How could you run off without me? Regardless of Enel's grievances, Carp swiftly reappeared at his side, delivering relentless punches to his head, echoing through the forest with Enel's anguished cries as more bumps formed on his skull. In truth, there was no need for Enel's complaints. The earlier fleeing Satan and his companions were equally naive if they thought they could escape Carp unscathed. Hearing Enel's cries behind him, Satan involuntarily shivered, running even faster while repeatedly crossing his chest, hypocritically praying for his brother's well-being. However, the next moment, he found no time for schadenfreude, as Carp suddenly appeared before him. Hello there, little brat, why the rush? Why not try Grandpa's loving iron fist? Satan forced a twitch at the corners of his mouth, seemingly intrigued by the notion of experiencing your beloved iron fist. You appear familiar. Little imp, how peculiar. Gazing at the enigmatic figure of Satan, Carp scratched his head in confusion. No, old chap, you must be mistaken. It's impossible, Carp asserted with unwavering confidence, striving to recall the memory. Suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face as he realized. Ah, it is you, little imp Satan. I once laid eyes upon your bounty notice in the office of Sengoku. Quite the troublemaker, aren't you? No. Cold sweat poured down Satan's face as he pondered the unfortunate turn of events. Should the old man Carp before him entertain the notion of capturing him, it would spell doom for him, and escape would be utterly impossible. Rest assured, I am currently on leave and have no interest in apprehending you, Carp stated, seemingly understanding Satan's apprehension. By the way, you are the son of Denver, aren't you? Carp's expression shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. It is worth mentioning that your father, Denver, once honed his skills in the Navy and undertook missions alongside me. He was an honorable and selfless sailor. Upon returning to claim his throne, he proved to be a benevolent king, upholding his vow to protect the people until his last breath in battle. He is a revered figure, and you must not tarnish his legacy. Indeed, I shall not betray my father's esteemed reputation. Satan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He had not anticipated that his father had once served under Carp. However, it made sense, considering that the Kingdom of Babylon was a member of the world government, and it was customary for princes to train in the Navy. Are you prepared to become an exemplary sailor? What? Satan was caught off guard by Carp's sudden twist of fate. Shaking his head repeatedly in refusal, I am already a wanted man of the Navy. I have no desire to join their ranks. With that, the moment for reminiscing came to an end. Carp revealed his signature rugged smile, cracking his knuckles, and declared, regardless of how you became entangled with Luffy, allow me to assess your abilities. With that, Carp's figure flickered and appeared before Satan, delivering a powerful punch. As a superlative force within the Navy, He had mastered the 6 powers to perfection, moving with the speed of a shave without any conscious preparation. Faced with Karp's fist, Satan did not dare to be complacent. His blood surged, and a faint dragon's roar resonated within him. Empowered by the might of the dragon, Satan summoned all his strength to collide with Karp's punch. With a resounding explosion, their fists clashed, unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind that stripped the surrounding ground to its core. After a brief standoff, it was ultimately Satan's power that faltered, as he was sent flying far away by Karp's might. Indeed, you are worthy of being the strongest of the dragon bloodline in close combat. To display such formidable strength at such a young age is truly impressive, Karp remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he felt the force behind Satan's punch. Is this the pinnacle of power upon the seas? Truly terrifying. Satan rose to his feet, gently massaging his arms, acutely aware that half of his body felt numb. His heart continued to race violently, as if still gripped by fear. Karp's fist embodied not merely strength and dominance, but also an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of subduing everything in its path, imposing and formidable. Once more, Satan let out a fierce roar, summoning every ounce of strength within him as he charged towards Karp. His right arm appeared to be enveloped by countless illusory golden dragons. And with the resonating sound of dragon roars, his fist struck Karp with the force capable of shattering mountains. This was a chance to witness the might of the ocean's finest warriors. After all, opportunities to battle such formidable opponents were rare. Anyone who could survive such encounters would undoubtedly gain immense benefits, especially considering that Karp was evidently guiding him. Haha, this is splendid. Karp relished this kind of direct confrontation. The more audacious Satan became, the more delighted he felt, raising his fist in excitement to meet the challenge. The jungle echoed with the resounding thuds reminiscent of iron striking iron. With each collision, Satan's body was sent flying like a broken doll. Yet the aspiring warrior was far from discouraged. He would soon return for another charge, only to be repelled once more. The thunderous sounds of their clashes reverberated through the jungle, even causing the birds to circle in the air, reluctant to descend. Chapter 110, Prelude to Crisis. Ever since Karp arrived at Corbo Mountain, the leisurely lives of Satan and his companions had vanished completely, as they found themselves under the constant threat of Karp's iron fist, living in a state of turmoil. However, enduring the beatings was not without its advantages. Under Karp's rigorous training, their strengths began to rise rapidly. Yet, no one anticipated that the greatest transformation would not belong to Satan, Luffy, Ace, or Sabo, but rather to Enel, who had previously held Karp in disdain. After enduring countless beatings from Karp, Enel inexplicably awakened his observation haki, granting him the ability to foresee his opponent's movements. Furthermore, as a being of lightning,